Tonight, we're venturing into that darkness. We've gathered a collection of true camping stories that will remind you that sometimes the most terrifying things aren't just in the movies. These are real experiences from people who went looking for an escape and found something they never expected. So get comfortable, turn down the lights, and get ready for true camping horror stories for a dark summer night. My name is Ben Carter. If I close my eyes, I can still see the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. Feel the cheap vinyl of the backseat sticking to my skin, and hear the tinny speakers of a dying car stereo. It's a memory I try to bury, but it always finds its way back to the surface, especially on hot summer nights when the air is still and heavy. It's the memory of the beginning of the end. There were 4 of us that summer, crammed into Mark's beat up 2004 sedan, chasing the promise of a 3-day music festival in the mountains. We were young, and we felt invincible, the way you only can when the future feels like an endless, open highway. I was with Anna. We were that couple, the ones who finish each other's sentences and share a private language of inside jokes and knowing glances. We'd been together for 2 years, a comfortable, easy love that felt as essential as breathing. Anna was the group's anchor, the one with the steady hands and the calm voice. She saw the good in everything and everyone, a beacon of optimism that, at times, felt almost naive. She had a map folded neatly in her lap, tracing our official route with a painted fingernail, humming along to whatever indie band was crackling from the speakers. Then there was Mark and Sarah. Mark was behind the wheel, a restless energy humming off him in waves. He was my oldest friend, but we were cut from different cloths. Where I was cautious, he was impulsive. Where I planned, he charged ahead, convinced that confidence was a substitute for a map. He was driving with one hand on the wheel, the other drumming a frantic rhythm on the dashboard, his eyes scanning the landscape with an impatient hunger. He hated traffic, hated delays, and hated the idea that there was a faster, better way to do something that he wasn't taking. Sarah was in the passenger seat, trying to navigate. Their relationship was a different kind of energy from mine and Anna's. A firecracker, all bright sparks and loud bangs. They were passionate, exciting, and occasionally exhausting to be around. Sarah was a worrier by nature, a bundle of nervous energy that she tried to conceal with a quick wit and a sharp tongue. She was constantly checking her phone, sighing at the lack of signal, and adjusting the GPS that Mark refused to listen to. She was the first one to feel it when things were about to go wrong, a human barometer for impending disaster. "I'm telling you, this is a joke," Mark announced, slapping the steering wheel. We were stuck in a long line of cars, a slow, moving snake baking under the sun. "We're going to miss the opening acts. There's another way, an old logging road. My uncle told me about it. Cut straight over the mountain." A logging road. Sarah's voice was tight with skepticism. "Mark, it's not even on the map. The GPS doesn't show anything." "That's because it's a local secret, babe," he said with a grin, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "GPS is for tourists. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. We'll shave off 2 hours easy." Anna looked at me from across the back seat, a silent question in her eyes. I gave a slight shrug. I didn't like it. There was a reason roads were forgotten. They were usually impassable, dangerous, or led to nowhere. But arguing with Mark when he was in this mood was like arguing with a thunderstorm. It was loud, pointless, and you were likely to get struck by lightning. It could be an adventure. Anna offered, ever the optimist. That was all the encouragement Mark needed. With a triumphant whoop, he wrenched the wheel, bumping the car over the gravel shoulder and onto a narrow, unmarked turn, off almost completely swallowed by overgrown bushes. The sign for the road was there, but it was so rusted and riddled with bullet holes that it was illegible, hanging from a single bolt like a loose tooth. The moment we entered the trees, the world changed. The bright, open sky was gone, replaced by a dense canopy of leaves that blotted out the sun, plunging the car into a perpetual twilight. The air grew thick and still, the sounds of the highway fading behind us, until there was only the crunch of tires on dirt and the groaning of the car's suspension. The road was less of a road and more of a suggestion, a faint scar running through the deep woods. Branches like skeletal fingers scraped against the windows, and the car bounced violently over deep, muddy ruts. For the first 20 minutes, Mark's bravado held. He whistled, pointed out a deer that darted across our path, and declared his own genius. But as time stretched on, his whistling stopped. The forest grew denser, more claustrophobic. The trees, ancient, gnarled oaks and pines, seemed to lean in over the path, their branches interwoven like a cage. An unnatural silence fell, the kind that feels heavy, pressing in on your ears. No birds sang. No squirrels chattered. "Are you sure about this, man?" I finally asked, my voice sounding small in the oppressive quiet. Yeah. It's gotta be just around this next bend," Mark muttered, but the confidence had evaporated from his voice. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands now, his knuckles white. Sarah had been silent for a long time, just staring out the window. "We should turn back," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "We can't," Mark snapped. "There's no room. We just have to keep going." And then, the decision was made for us. With a cough, a sputter, and a final, pathetic lurch, the engine died. Mark twisted the key again and again, the only response a sickly, clicking sound. A moment of stunned silence, and then he slammed his fist on the dashboard. No! Out of gas!" "How are we out of gas?" "I filled it up this morning." We all knew how. The constant struggle up the steep, rugged incline had drained the tank dry. We piled out of the car into the humid, stagnant air. The silence of the woods was absolute. And of course, there was no cell signal. Not a single bar. We were stranded, utterly and completely alone. We decided to walk. It was our only option. The road had to lead somewhere, right? We grabbed a few bottles of water and started down the dirt track, the dying car looking like a metal carcass behind us. Every step felt heavier than the last. The woods were not welcoming. They felt ancient, watchful, and deeply indifferent to our plight. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only 20 minutes, we came to a clearing. And what we saw there made no sense. In the very center of the clearing, the dirt track was blocked by a single, weathered tall booth. It was a relic, its paint peeling, its sootlass cloudy with grime. A red and white striped barrier arm stretched across the road, lowered and resolute. There was no fence on either side, no other road, no indication of why a tall booth would be standing here, in the middle of a forgotten forest. It was an island of bizarre, decaying civilization in a sea of wilderness. Tacked to its side was a crude, hand-painted sign, the black letters streaked and faded by rain. It read, "THTEL, ISONE. We stood there, a mixture of confusion and a creeping, primal fear prickling our skin. "One what?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. $1. As if summoned by her question, the door to the booth creaked open, and a man stepped out. He was old, impossibly old, with a long, thin beard the color of ash and pale, watery eyes that seemed to look right through us. He wore a faded, gray uniform that looked like it belonged in a museum, the fabric worn thin and the buttons tarnished. He moved without a sound, his feet seeming to glide over the dusty ground. He stopped in front of the barrier and looked at us, not with malice, but with a profound and wary sadness. His voice, when he spoke, was like the rustling of dry leaves in a graveyard. "The toll is 1, he repeated. He offered no further explanation, just stood there, a sentinel at a gate to nowhere. 1, what is for you to decide, but 1 must stay." For a long moment, nobody moved. The old man's words hung in the thick, silent air, an absurdity so profound it was almost impossible to process. We just stared at him, this strange, sad-eyed fixture in a place that shouldn't exist. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a prank, a delusion, a hermit's bizarre game. But the primal, animal part of me, the part that had been on edge since we'd turned off the highway, knew this was real. Mark, predictably, was the first to break the spell. He let out a short, sharp laugh devoid of any humor. "Right. Okay. Funny stuff, old man. We get it. You're messing with the city kids. We're not playing. We're just going to go." He was always the hothead, always the one to meet a problem with his fists or a sharp word. He took a step forward, intending to push right past the old man and lift the barrier himself. The old man didn't flinch. He didn't raise his voice or make a threatening move. He simply stood there, a pillar of wary patience, and smiled. It was the saddest smile I had ever seen, filled with a pity that was somehow more terrifying than any threat. "Everyone tries to bargain," he said, his voice a dry whisper. "Everyone thinks they can be the exception. But the road has its rules. The toll must be paid." "We're not paying anything," Mark snarled, his fear curdling into anger. "We're leaving." "Mark, just stop," Sarah pleaded, grabbing his arm. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Don't make him mad. He's a crazy old coot in the middle of the woods." Mark shook her off. "What's he going to do?" He turned his back on the man and looked at the woods flanking the road. "This is ridiculous. There's no fence. We'll just go around." It seemed like the only logical thing to do. The idea of being held captive by a single, flimsy barrier arm was insane. I took Anna's hand, her skin cold and clammy, and followed Mark as he stepped off the dirt track and into the dense undergrowth to the right of the toll booth. The moment we passed the threshold of the trees, a strange thing happened. The air grew colder, and the oppressive silence of the forest deepened, swallowing the sound of our footsteps. The light, already dim under the canopy, seemed to fail completely for a split second, plunging us into a disorienting blackness. And then, we were standing on the road again, blinking in the gray light. We were back where we started, facing the toll booth as if we had never moved. My heart hammered against my ribs. "What just happened?" I stammered, looking at the others. Their faces were masks of confusion and disbelief. I don't know," Anna whispered, her grip on my hand tightening. "Did we turn around?" "No way," Mark said, shaking his head though his voice trembled. "It's a trick. Some kind of optical illusion." He was trying to rationalize it, to force the impossible situation into a logical box. But his bravado was gone, replaced by a raw, naked fear. We tried again. This time, we went to the left, holding hands, determined to keep a straight line. We fixed our eyes on a distinct, lightning-scarred tree 100 feet into the woods and walked directly toward it. 1 step. 2 steps. The familiar chill. The momentary, suffocating darkness. The sudden return to the road. We were standing in front of the tall booth. The old man hadn't moved. He just watched us, his watery eyes filled with that same unnerving pity. Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and acidic. We were trapped. Not by walls or fences, but by something else. The woods themselves were the barrier. It was like trying to walk through a reflection in a mirror. You could see the other side, but you could never reach it. We were confined to this small, dusty stretch of road, a stage on which some terrible play was about to unfold. We tried everything. We ran at the tree line, only to stumble back onto the path, breathless and disoriented. Mark, in a fit of rage, picked up a heavy rock and hurled it into the woods. It flew for about 10 feet, and then simply vanished, as if swallowed by the air. There was no sound of it landing. As the afternoon began to bleed into evening, the reality of our situation settled over us like a shroud. We were prisoners. The arguments started soon after. They began as frightened whispers, then escalated into sharp, ugly accusations. "This is your fault, Mark," Sarah said, her voice shaking with a mixture of fear and fury. She was pacing back and forth, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "Your stupid shortcut! We should have stayed on the highway. How was I supposed to know this would happen?" He shot back, his face flushed. "I was trying to save us time." "Save us time? Look where we are. We're trapped in the middle of nowhere with some monster," she screamed, gesturing wildly at the silent old man. "He's not a monster, he's just a man," Anna said, her voice strained as she tried to play the peacemaker. "We just need to think. There has to be a way out." But her words sounded hollow, even to her. The easy optimism she always carried had been stripped away, leaving behind a brittle fear. I could see it in the way she kept glancing at the tall booth, in the way she flinched at every rustle of leaves. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing, the old man spoke again. His voice soft but carrying in the stillness. "The road grows hungry at night," he said, his gaze sweeping over our terrified faces. "It is better to choose. The price is always paid, one way or another." His words hung in the air, a death sentence delivered with gentle regret. Choose. He wanted us to choose which one of us would stay. The unspoken implication was horrifying. We weren't just meant to leave someone behind. We were meant to decide their fate. That was when the real poison began to work its way into our veins. The paranoia. It started with glances. Mark looking at Sarah, his eyes narrowed. Sarah staring at Mark with open resentment. We were no longer 4 friends in a car. We were 4 animals in a cage, and the cage was shrinking. The whispers started, quiet and venomous. I heard Sarah muttering to Anna, "Mark got us into this. He's the one who was so arrogant, so sure of himself. Why should we pay for his mistake?" A little while later, I saw Mark pull me aside. "Look at Sarah," he hissed, his breath hot and panicked. "She's losing it. She's a liability. She's slowing us down, making things worse with her screaming." I tried to stay out of it, to be the voice of reason. "We can't turn on each other," I said, my own voice sounding weak and unconvincing. That's what he wants. But the fear was a contagion, and I was not immune. I found myself looking at them, at my friends. and doing a terrible, silent calculus. Who was the weakest? Who was the most expendable? The thoughts were ugly, monstrous, but they came unbidden. I looked at Mark, my oldest friend, and all I could see was the reckless pride that had doomed us. I looked at Sarah, and I saw a frayed nerve, a panic that could drag us all down. I even looked at Anna, my Anna, and for a terrifying split second, a cold, pragmatic voice in the back of my head whispered about survival. I pushed the thought away, disgusted with myself, but the seed had been planted. The unity that had bound us together was dissolving, eaten away by the acid of terror. We were breaking apart piece by piece. The old man just watched from the doorway of his booth, his face impassive, his sad eyes reflecting the dying light of the sky. He didn't have to do anything. He had set the trap, and now he was simply waiting for us to tear each other apart. The road was hungry, and we were going to feed it. Night fell completely, and it was a new kind of darkness. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a thick, predatory blackness that seemed to have weight and substance. The woods, which had been silent before, now came alive with subtle, unnerving sounds. The snap of a twig just beyond our sight, a low rustle in the undergrowth, the feeling of unseen things watching from the impenetrable shadows. The air grew cold, biting at our exposed skin. The old man's words echoed in my mind. The road grows hungry at night. The fragile threads of our civility finally snapped. The whispers and accusations were no longer enough to contain the frantic, clawing terror that had consumed us. It needed a physical release. I don't know who threw the first punch. Looking back, the memory is a blur of flailing limbs and guttural screams, but I think it was Mark. His face, barely visible in the gloom, was a twisted mask of rage and desperation. He lunged, not at Sarah, but at me. "You've been quiet this whole time, Ben," he roared, his voice cracking.
"Just standing there with Anna, judging!"
"You think you're better than us." His fist caught me on the side of the head, sending a starburst of pain through my skull. I stumbled back, tasting blood. The shock was immediately replaced by a surge of pure, unthinking adrenaline. This wasn't Mark, my friend since childhood. This was a cornered animal, and so was I. I swung back, a clumsy, wild punch that connected with his shoulder. And then it was chaos. Sarah started screaming, a high, piercing shriek that cut through the night. It wasn't a scream for help. It was a scream of pure, animal terror. She launched herself at Mark, clawing at his back, her nails digging for purchase.
"You did this?"
"You did this to us?" Anna was trying to pull us apart, her voice a desperate plea in the maelstrom.
"Stop it! Please stop! This isn't us!"
But we couldn't hear her. We were lost, consumed by a desperate, ugly scramble for survival in the dirt and gravel. It wasn't a fight for dominance. It was a fight to not be the one left behind. Every shove, every blow, was a frantic attempt to push someone else in the path of the waiting predator. We were no longer friends. We were just bodies, fueled by the singular, selfish need to live. In the midst of the tangled, desperate struggle, it happened. I remember a shove. I don't know if it came from me or Mark, and a cry of surprise. Sarah, caught off balance, stumbled backward. Her feet tangled, and she fell, her body twisting awkwardly. There was a sickening, hollow crack as her head struck a large, jagged rock half buried in the road. She didn't get up. The violence stopped as if a switch had been flipped. The screaming, the grunting, the frantic motion. It all ceased, sucked into a sudden, horrifying vacuum of silence. There was only the sound of our own ragged, desperate breathing. Mark, Anna, and I stood frozen, our bodies slick with sweat and grime, and stared at Sarah's still form. She was lying on her side, her hair fanned out in the dust, one arm flung out as if reaching for something. In the profound stillness, the finality of it was absolute. A single cricket began to chirp somewhere in the darkness, the sound unnaturally loud in the terrible silence. The door of the tall booth creaked open. The old man stepped out, his movements slow and deliberate. He walked over to Sarah, his worn boots making no sound on the ground. He knelt beside her and, with a tenderness that was somehow the most seen thing I had ever witnessed, he gently brushed the hair from her face and closed her eyes. He stood up and looked at us. The three survivors, his face, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight breaking through the canopy, was filled with an ancient, bottomless pity. There was no triumph in his eyes, no satisfaction. Only a profound sorrow, as if he were a priest presiding over a sacrifice he was powerless to prevent. "The toll has been paid," he said, his voice a soft finality. As he spoke, a low groaning sound filled the clearing. The red and white barrier arm, the flimsy piece of wood that had held us captive, began to lift, slowly and deliberately, pointing toward the night sky like an accusing finger. "You are free to go," the old man said. We didn't run. We couldn't. We were hollowed out shells of the people we had been just hours before. We walked, leaving Sarah's body lying in the dirt of that cursed road. We turned and walked past the toll booth in a numb, silent procession. No one looked back. We couldn't bear to. The road continued for about 100 yards, a straight path through the suffocating darkness. And then, abruptly, it ended. We stepped out from between two pine trees and found ourselves standing on the paved shoulder of a highway. The air was cool and clean, the sky was filled with stars, and the sound of a distant truck rumbling down the asphalt was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. Parked right there, gleaming under the moonlight, was Mark's sedan. It was unlocked. Mark fumbled for his keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely fit the key in the ignition. He turned it, and the engine roared to life. The gas gauge read full. It was as if the logging road, the breakdown, the tall booth, none of it had ever existed. We never spoke of it again. Not a single word. The silence in the car on the way to the festival, which we never attended, was heavier and more suffocating than the silence in the woods. We drove straight home. A few days later, we told the police that Sarah had gotten into an argument with Mark at a gas station and had stormed off, saying she'd find her own way. It was a flimsy, pathetic lie, but they had no other leads. They searched, of course. They never found a body. They never found the logging road. As far as the world was concerned, Sarah Carter simply vanished. Mark moved away a few months later. I see his posts on social media sometimes. Pictures of a new life, a new girlfriend, a forced, hollow smile. We never speak. Anna and I are still together, but something essential is broken between us. The easy, comfortable love we shared died on that road. Now, there is a chasm of unspoken words and shared guilt that we can never cross. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and find her staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide and haunted, and I know she's back there, in the clearing. I know I am. I see him in my dreams, the old man with the sad, watery eyes. I see Sarah lying in the dust, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that we didn't truly pay the toll that night. We just left a down payment. The road was hungry, and its hunger is patient. And one day, I know will come to collect the rest. My name is Ethan Reed, and I am a ghost haunting the geography of my own past. I returned to Black Bear Lake because it is the only place left where the echoes of my sins still resonate. It's not for the crisp mountain air or the deceptive tranquility of the water, which lies like a sheet of polished obsidian between the pines. I came back to confront a memory I have spent 15 years, more than a third of my life, trying to bury. It seems some things refuse to stay dead. 15 years ago, this was our place. Mine and Noah's. We were 17. Stitched together with the invincible thread of youth, convinced that life was a story we were writing ourselves. That summer, the pages were filled with cheap beer, the smoke of countless campfires, and the kind of stupid, chest-thumping bravado that only teenage boys can truly master. We were kings of this small, forgotten patch of wilderness. Then came the argument. It was about a girl, of course. Her name was Sarah. It feels like a betrayal to even write her name, to drag her into this abyss. But the truth demands it. The argument was a pathetic, drunken squall of jealousy and bruised pride. Words, sharp and clumsy, were thrown like stones. And then there was a push. It wasn't a shove meant to kill. It was a gesture, a physical punctuation mark to a sentence filled with fury. But we were on the granite ledge, slick with evening dew, a place we dubbed the preacher's pulpit. Noah stumbled, his arms windmilling in a frantic, silent ballad. For a split second, his eyes met mine, wide with a surprise that would curdle into terror. He fell backward, a shadow swallowed by the greater darkness below. The sound that followed was not a scream, but a wet, percussive crack. A sound that has since become the metronome to my nightmares. He hit the rocks. He never moved again. Panic is a cold, suffocating liquid. It filled my lungs, my throat, my head. Every rational thought, every lesson of right and wrong taught by parents and teachers evaporated. The silence that followed the crack was absolute, broken only by the frantic drumming in my ears. There was no call for help, no desperate scramble to check for a pulse. There was only the animal instinct to survive, to erase the moment. I dragged his body, impossibly heavy and limp, into the dense woods. The forest, our sanctuary, became my accomplice. With my bare hands, I clawed at the earth, tearing through roots and soil until my fingers were raw and bleeding. I dug a shallow, pathetic grave and rolled him in. I didn't say a prayer. I didn't say goodbye. I just covered him up and ran. The lie came easily, born of that same desperate panic. He'd packed up, I said. Left in the middle of the night. He was always talking about heading out west, about seeing the Pacific. He was impulsive like that. Everyone bought it. His parents, our friends, the lone park ranger who took my statement. They saw my grief, my red, rimmed eyes, and mistook it for the sorrow of abandonment, not the corrosive acid of guilt. And I let them. I nurtured that lie until it grew into a truth solid enough for everyone else to stand on. For me, it was a trapdoor. Now at 42, the man I've become is a hollowed-out version of that boy. I have a life, a decent job in logistics, a small apartment that is meticulously clean, a string of failed relationships that all ended for the same unspoken reason. There was a part of me I could never share. The guilt, once a quiet whisper, has become a constant, deafening roar. It has eaten me from the inside out, leaving nothing but a shell. So I came back. I drove for 6 hours. the landscape slowly shedding the skin of the city and donning the familiar green of the mountains. I came back to find his grave, to give him a name again, to call the police, and finally, let the lie die. I pitched my tent in the exact same spot, a small clearing a stone's throw from the preacher's pulpit. The place was unnervingly unchanged. The same ancient pines stood like silent sentinels, their needles whispering on the breeze. The granite ledge still jutted out over the lake, a stark, gray scar on the landscape. It was as if the last 15 years had never happened, as if the forest had been holding its breath, waiting for me to return. The first night was a ascent into a storm of memory and regret. I didn't even try to sleep. I sat by a meager fire, feeding it twigs and listening to the night. Every gust of wind that sighed through the canopy sounded like it was shaping his name, Noah. The rustle of leaves became the echo of his laughter, that loud, uninhibited bark he had. I clutched the lukewarm can of beer in my hand and told myself it was just my mind, a finely tuned instrument of self-torture. My brain was punishing me, projecting my guilt onto the canvas of the wilderness. It was psychological. It was explainable. It had to be. As the hours bled into one another, the sounds grew more specific. I heard the crunch of his boots on gravel, the distinctive, off-key way he used to whistle when he was thinking. At one point, I heard, as clearly as if he were standing right behind me, the opening line of a stupid song we'd made up about our history teacher. My heart hammered against my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut, digging my torn fingernails into my palms. It's not real. It's not real. I repeated the mantra until my lips were numb. But the forest didn't care about my mantras. It just kept whispering. The night was long and filled with ghosts of my own making. And as the first weak, gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I felt not relief, but a creeping dread. The punishment, I realized, was only just beginning. On the second day, I began my penance in earnest. The sun rose, but it brought no warmth, only a harsh, clinical light that exposed my exhaustion. Sleep had been a foreign country I couldn't visit. Armed with a collapsible shovel I'd bought from a camping supply store, a tool for burying human waste that I intended to use for unearthing my own, I started searching for the grave. My memory, seared by the trauma of that night, had held onto a single, clear image: a large oak tree, its trunk split near the base by a lightning strike from long ago, creating a distinctive V shape. It was under the shadow of that wounded giant that I had laid my friend to rest. Finding it was easier than I expected. It stood about 100 yards from the campsite, a silent, gnarled monument to my crime. A wave of nauseating relief washed over me. This was it. This was real. I wasn't just chasing phantoms. I took a deep breath, the metallic tang of fear and adrenaline coating my tongue, and plunged the shovel into the soft, loamy earth. The first hour was fueled by a grim determination. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the shovel was a kind of prayer, an act of contrition. I imagined finding him, the call to the police, the confession pouring out of me like poison from a wound. I imagined the handcuffs, the trial, the cell. It was all a neat, orderly process of justice, a clean end to a dirty secret. But the hole grew deeper, and I found nothing but a tangled web of roots and dark, damp soil. My initial confidence began to fray. I wetted the hole, my movements becoming more frantic. The sun climbed higher, beating down on my back. Sweat stung my eyes. Panic, that cold liquid I knew so well, began to seep back into my veins. This was the spot. I was sure of it. But the earth yielded nothing. After 3 hours of fruitless, back-breaking labor, I stood in a shallow pit of my own making. Gasping for air, my hands blistered and shaking. It wasn't there. A new, more terrifying thought began to take root in my mind. What if my memory was wrong? What if, in my panicked state 15 years ago, I had chosen a different spot? The forest, which had seemed so familiar, suddenly became a labyrinth. Every tree looked like every other tree. I spent the rest of the day in a frenzy, moving from one oak to the next, digging with a desperate, wild energy. Each empty hole was a fresh wave of despair. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bloody streaks of orange and purple, and I was no closer to finding him. I was lost, a man digging his own grave over and over again. That night, the sounds returned with a vengeance. It was no longer just his voice on the wind or his laugh in the leaves. This was different. This was physical. I was huddled in my tent, the thin nylon walls feeling as protective as paper when I first heard it. A scratching sound coming from just outside. Scrape, drag, scrape. It was the sound of something heavy, something with weight and substance, being pulled through the undergrowth. It was slow, deliberate, and methodical. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice a pathetic, trembling thing. The scratching stopped instantly. The silence that followed was heavy, expectant. I held my breath, my ears straining, trying to catch the sound of a footstep, a snapped twig. Anything to betray the presence of an animal or another camper. And then a voice spoke, so close it felt like it was being whispered directly into the shell of my ear. It was Noah's voice, but stripped of all its warmth. A dry, rasping echo. "You buried me in the wrong spot, Ethan." A scream tore from my throat. I scrambled for the zipper of the tent, my fingers fumbling uselessly. I finally ripped and tumbled out into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting a wild, panicked arc through the trees. Nothing. I was utterly, completely alone. The air was still. The forest was silent. But the ground was wrong. I swung the flashlight beam down, my heart seizing in my chest. All the holes I had dug, the raw, gaping wounds I had torn in the forest, floor throughout the day were gone. They had been filled back in. The earth was smoothed over, patted down, covered with a light dusting of leaves as if they had never existed. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I rebuilt the fire until it was a roaring bonfire, a beacon against the oppressive, watching darkness. I sat with my back against a log, the tire iron I kept in my car resting heavily in my lap. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a human form. Every gust of wind sounded like it was forming my name. I stayed that way until the first hint of dawn, a prisoner in a cage of my own fear. The third day was a blur of frantic energy. The line between what was real and what was in my head had been obliterated. I was no longer just looking for a body. I was looking for proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I abandoned any pretense of a systematic search and just started digging, attacking the ground like an animal, driven by a primal need to find something. Late in the afternoon, when my muscles screamed and my spirit was all but broken, my shovel hit something that wasn't a rock or a root. It made a soft, yielding thud. Hope, terrifying and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. I dropped to my knees, abandoning the shovel and clawing at the dirt with my bare hands. My fingers brushed against a coarse, synthetic fabric. Canvas, blue canvas, the one Noah had used, his sleeping bag. My heart felt like it stopped beating. This was it. After all these years, I dug around it, my breath coming in ragged sobs, a grotesque mix of horror and relief. I finally cleared enough dirt to grab the zipper. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold it. I took one last, shuddering breath and pulled it open. It was empty. I fell backward, scrambling away from the empty cocoon in the earth, a scream lodging itself in my throat, silent and suffocating. Where was he? How could he be gone? The world tilted on its axis, the trees spinning around me. Getting warmer, Ethan. The voice was behind me. Not in my ear this time, but a dozen yards away. It was real. It was there. I spun around, my body moving on pure, unadulterated terror. Standing at the edge of the woods, partially obscured by the long shadows of dusk, was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally gaunt. Its framed skeletal beneath clothes that were tattered, faded, and caked with 15 years of dirt. Its face was a pale, luminous mask in the dim light, the skin stretched taut over bone. But I knew the eyes. Sunken deep in their sockets, they burned with a cold, familiar light. They were Noah's eyes. Time ceased to function in any way I could comprehend. My universe contracted to the space between me and the thing that wore Noah's eyes. My legs were paralyzed, rooted to the spot by a terror so profound it felt like a physical weight. The figure took a slow, shuffling step forward, and the sound of its foot, dragging through the leaves, was like a match being struck against sandpaper. The details of its appearance sharpened in the fading light, each one a fresh spike of horror. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was the color of old parchment, stretched so thin over its cheekbones and jaw that it looked like it might tear. Patches of dark, mottled decay marred its neck and hands, and the smell a thick, cloying odor of damp earth, rot, and something else, something uniquely foul, washed over me. "You left me, Ethan," the figure rasped. The voice was a parody of Noah's, as if being forced through a throat clogged with dirt and gravel. It took another dragging step towards me. "You left me all alone in the dark. It's so cold in the ground." My mind, desperately trying to protect itself, screamed that this was a hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by guilt and exhaustion. But the smell was too real. The sound of its voice was not in my head, it was in the air, vibrating against my eardrums. I finally found my own voice, a strangled sob that tore from my raw throat. "No, I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry." "It's okay," he said, and then he smiled. It was the single most horrific thing I have ever witnessed. His lips, thin and discolored, pulled back from gums that were black with rot. His teeth were yellowed and uneven, except for the one incisor he'd chipped during a hockey game in 10th grade. That detail, that small anchor to the boy he once was, shattered the last of my denial. This was him. This was what I had made. "You can make it right?" The corpse of my best friend continued, its smile widening. "There's room for two in my new spot." That broke the spell. The instinct for self-preservation, the most primal and powerful force in any living creature, finally took over. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just plunged into the darkening woods, branches whipping at my face, my feet stumbling over unseen roots. I could hear him behind me, not shuffling anymore, but moving with a steady, relentless purpose. The forest that had been my childhood playground was now a hostile, alien landscape. Every shadow was a grasping hand, every tree a silent, judging witness. "You can't run from what you did, Ethan." His voice echoed through the trees, seeming to come from every direction at once.
I was your best friend!
"You just left me. I panicked. I screamed back into the darkness, tears and sweat blinding me.
I was a kid! I was scared!
A dry, rattling laugh answered me. Scared. You want to know what scared is? It's waking up under the dirt. It's feeling the worms start to crawl. It's being alone with nothing but the memory of your best friend, throwing you away like trash. I ran harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I had no destination, no plan. I was just an animal fleeing a predator. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw him, a pale shape moving effortlessly through the undergrowth, gaining on me. He wasn't even breathing hard. He was a machine of vengeance, powered by 15 years of cold and darkness. Hours have passed, or maybe it's been minutes. It's fully dark now, a moonless, starless black that feels absolute. I found a hollow log, a massive, fallen giant half, buried in the forest floor. I crawled inside, pulling leaves and debris over the opening. It smells of decay and damp wood. I'm typing this on my phone, the screen's glow feeling like a beacon in the suffocating blackness. My battery is at 7%. I don't know who I'm writing this for. The police. Whoever finds my body. Maybe I'm just trying to leave something behind. A final confession to prove that I was here, that this happened, that I didn't just vanish off the face of the earth. I can hear him. He's not shouting anymore. He's calling my name. His voice calm and conversational, which is somehow 1,000 times more terrifying. It's getting closer. He's methodical, searching. A few minutes ago, I heard him say something that froze the blood in my veins. I remember where I buried the shovel, Ethan. A pause, filled only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. The one you used. It's funny, isn't it? How things come full circle. He's not shuffling anymore. I can hear his footsteps clearly now, the confident, steady tread of someone who knows exactly where he's going. He's running. He knows I'm close. He says it's my turn. My turn to be cold. My turn to be alone in the dark. The footsteps are right outside the log. Oh God, he's here. He's looking right at me. My name is Jessica Miller. In professional circles, and on the glossy pages of the magazines that occasionally publish my work, I am known as a wildlife photographer. That title, however, feels clinical insufficient for the raw, untamed passion that drives me. I am, more accurately, a chronicler of forgotten places, a portrait artist for the world's wetlands. I seek out the kind of primal beauty most people spend their lives avoiding, the murky, tea-colored waters of a Louisiana bayou, the tangled, aerial roots of a mangrove forest, standing like skeletal fingers against a setting sun, the oppressive, humid embrace of a swamp. There is a profound honesty in these places, a sense of life and death intertwined in a way that civilized society has long since paved over and forgotten. I specialize in capturing the soul of these ecosystems, a soul that is often hidden, elusive, and sometimes deeply unsettling. My latest obsession, the reason I found myself paddling deeper into the Florida Everglades than any sane person should, was a flower, Dendrophylax lindeni, the ghost orchid. It's a rare, spectral bloom, a leafless epiphyte that clings to the bark of cypress and pond apple trees. Its white, intricate petals seem to float in the humid air, a phantom in the deep swamp. For a photographer like me, capturing it in its natural, undisturbed habitat is the equivalent of a mountaineer summiting K2. It requires patience, dedication, and a willingness to immerse oneself completely in an environment that is, by its very nature, hostile to human life. This was my third solo expedition in as many years, and I was fueled by a stubborn certainty that this time I would not fail. I was tracking a promising lead. A tip from an old gladesman who swore he'd seen a cluster of them in a particularly remote slough, miles from any marked trail or waterway. For 5 days, the swamp had been my world. I'd woken with the sun, the morning mist clinging to my kayak, and the air filled with the chorus of tree frogs. I'd spent my days navigating the labyrinthine channels, my paddle dipping silently into the dark water, my eyes scanning the cypress trees for that telltale flash of white. The solitude was immense, a heavy blanket that was both comforting and unnerving. Out here, the world was reduced to the essentials: the sun, the water, the rustle of sawgrass in the breeze, and the constant, watchful presence of the alligators, their log-like bodies gliding silently through the water or sunning themselves on the muddy banks, their ancient eyes following my every move. I was a guest in their kingdom, and I never forgot it. The change, when it came, was subtle at first. The air grew heavy, thick, and still, the usual gentle breeze dying completely. The vibrant symphony of the swamp, the birds, the insects, the frogs, faded into an expectant silence. A deep, bruised purple began to stain the western horizon, spreading across the sky with unnatural speed. I was still miles from my intended campsite, caught in a wide, open expanse of water, dotted with small cypress domes. I knew the danger immediately. A summer storm in the Everglades is not a gentle affair. It is a primal, violent explosion of nature's fury. I began to paddle furiously, my muscles straining as I aimed for the nearest cluster of trees, a small, muddy island that offered the only hope of shelter. But the storm was faster. The first gust of wind hit me like a physical blow, nearly tearing the paddle from my hands. The water, moments before a glassy sheet of black, was whipped into a frenzy of white, capped waves. Then came the rain, not in drops, but in solid, wind-driven sheets that blurred the world into a gray chaos. Thunder cracked directly overhead, a deafening explosion that vibrated through water and into my bones. My kayak, which had been my sturdy vessel for days, was suddenly a fragile toy tossed about by an angry giant. A wave, larger than the others, slammed into my side. The world tilted violently, and then I was submerged in the cold, murky water, the overturned kayak ripped from my grasp. Panic seized me, a cold fist clenching in my chest. I flailed, disoriented, my lungs screaming for air. My head broke the surface and I gasped, swallowing a mouthful of swamp water that tasted of mud and decay. The rain was so heavy it felt like I was drowning even in the open air. My gear, thousands of dollars of camera equipment, my GPS, my satellite phone, my food, my fresh water, was gone, swallowed by the dark water. All I had left was the small survival knife, clipped to my belt, and the clothes on my back. I saw the white hull of my kayak bobbing a few yards away and swam for it, my movements clumsy and desperate. Clinging to it like a life raft, I kicked my legs, letting the wind and waves push me toward the small island I had been trying to reach. My feet finally touched soft, sucking mud. I crawled onto the tiny patch of solid ground, hauling the useless kayak partway onto the bank, and collapsed, shivering and exhausted. The island was no bigger than a large room, a mound of mud and decaying leaves held together by the gnarled roots of a half-dozen ancient cypress trees. As the storm raged around me, I huddled at the base of the largest tree, the bark rough against my back, and felt the full weight of my situation crash down on me. I was stranded, alone, miles from civilization, with no way to call for help and no supplies. I was no longer a photographer observing nature. I was a part of it, as vulnerable as any other creature caught in the storm. The storm eventually passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and eerily silent. As the sun began to set, painting the bruised clouds in fiery shades of orange and red, the swamp came alive once more, but now its sounds held a new menace. The air, thick and humid, filled with the high-pitched, incessant whine of mosquitoes descending in hungry clouds. And beneath that, a deeper sound began to resonate through the twilight, the guttural, bellowing roars of alligators, a territorial chorus that echoed across the water. They were close. I knew I was in their hunting grounds, an exposed, warm-blooded creature on a tiny island. The night was long and miserable. I didn't dare sleep, my body trembling with a mixture of cold and fear. Every splash in the water, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. It was in the gray, pre-dawn hours, when the darkness had just begun to soften, that I heard a new sound. It wasn't the familiar splash of a fish, or the heavy surge of a gator slipping into the water. This was different. It was a heavy, rhythmic splashing, a thump, shush, thump, shush, as if something large and bipedal was wading through the shallows. It was followed by a sound that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end, a low, guttural hiss that ended in a gravelly growl, a sound that vibrated through the muddy ground beneath me. It was not the sound of any animal I had ever heard or studied. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stayed perfectly still, trying to convince myself it was just a large gator, my fear-addled mind playing tricks on me. But the sound came again, closer this time. Slowly, cautiously, I peered through the tangled curtain of cypress roots. In the faint, ethereal light of dawn, I saw it. It was standing in the shallow water at the edge of my island, not 20 yards away. The shape was humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, a head, and it stood nearly 7 feet tall, with a physique of thick, powerful muscle. But that is where the humanity ended. Its skin was not skin at all, but a grotesque patchwork of thick, reptilian scales, shimmering wetly in shades of dark green and muddy brown. Its hands and feet were large and webbed, ending in long, wickedly curved black claws that gently stirred the water. Its face was a living nightmare, a horrifying fusion of man and reptile. A long, alligator-like snout was filled with rows of needle, sharp teeth, and set above it were 2 eyes that glowed with a faint, cold, yellow light. They were slitted, like a cat's or a snake's, and they scanned the shoreline with a terrifying, predatory intelligence. It was a gatorman. The name surfaced from the deepest recesses of my memory, a whispered legend from the old gladesman, a campfire story told to frighten tourists, a local folktale. A myth, but the creature standing before me was no myth. It was terrifyingly real. It hadn't seen me. It was hunched over, its attention fixed on something in the water at its feet. With a smooth, powerful motion, it reached down and lifted its prize from the water. It was a large Florida softshell turtle. The creature held the struggling reptile in one of its massive, clawed hands and, with a casualness that was somehow the most horrifying thing I had ever witnessed, brought it to its mouth. There was a sickening crunch, a sound like a bowling ball dropped on pavement, as its jaws crushed the turtle's thick shell, as if it were an egg. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, the taste of bile rising in my throat. It was hunting, and I was trapped on its island. Time ceased to have meaning. I was no longer a person, but a statue carved from pure terror, hidden amongst the cypress roots. My muscles were locked. My breath was a shallow, silent thing in my throat. I watched as the Gatorman finished its gruesome meal, the crunching sounds echoing in the quiet dawn air. It was methodical, efficient, its powerful jaws making short work of the turtle. When it was done, it tossed the shattered remains of the shell aside and dipped its long snout into the water, drinking deeply. Then, it raised its head, and its cold, yellow eyes swept across the water, the sawgrass, and the edge of my island. For a heart-stopping moment, its gaze seemed to pass directly over my hiding spot. I was certain it had seen me. I could feel its eyes on me, a physical pressure, a predator's focus that pinned me to the spot. But then its head turned, and it let out another of those low, hissing growls, a sound of grim satisfaction. The sun continued its ascent, burning away the morning mist and casting long shadows across the water. The light, which should have brought comfort, only brought a new kind of fear. I was more exposed now. The creature, however, seemed unbothered by the growing daylight. It did not retreat into the depths or seek shelter. Instead, it began to patrol. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that was utterly terrifying, wading through the shallows that surrounded my tiny sanctuary. It was a sentry, a king surveying its domain. My island was the heart of its territory, and I was an intruder. The long, humid hours of the day became a singular, stretched-out moment of pure dread. Thirst became a torment, my throat a desert. Hunger gnawed at my stomach. The relentless mosquitoes, which I had barely noticed during the night, were now a constant, maddening presence, raising welts on every inch of my exposed skin. But these physical miseries were nothing compared to the psychological torture of the watch. I dared not move a muscle. I remained in my cramped position, my legs going numb, my back screaming in protest. Every time I shifted my weight, the rustle of a leaf or the squelch of mud sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. And every time, the creature's head would snap in my direction, its slitted eyes narrowing, its snout lifting to test the air. It knew something was here. It might not have seen me, but its primal instincts told it that its territory had been breached. It was the intelligence in its eyes that frightened me the most. This was not a mindless beast. When it looked around, it was not just a simple scan, it was an assessment. It observed the flight of a heron, the splash of a mullet, the way the wind moved through the sawgrass. It was processing its environment, aware of every detail. At one point, a large alligator, a 10-footer at least, swam into the channel near the island. The Gatorman stopped its patrol and simply stared at it. The two reptilian predators locked eyes across the water. There was no aggression, no challenge, just a silent, tense acknowledgement. After a long moment, the alligator, the apex predator of this entire ecosystem, slowly submerged and swam away, conceding the territory. In that moment, I understood. This creature was not just another animal in the swamp. It was the master of it. My mind, starved of stimulus beyond the all-consuming fear, began to fray at the edges. The heat and dehydration conjured mirages at the edge of my vision. The cypress trees seemed to twist into menacing shapes, their Spanish moss hanging like funeral shrouds. I started to wonder if I was hallucinating the whole thing. Maybe the storm had done more damage than I thought. Maybe I had a concussion, or a fever, and this was all a terrible dream. I clung to that thought for a few moments, a desperate lifeline of denial. But then the creature would move, the sunlight glinting off its wet, green scales, and the reality would come crashing back in. The proof was right there, wading through the water, a living, breathing nightmare. I found the single, large, green scale I found embedded in the handle of my knife. I keep it in a box. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, just to prove to myself that I'm not crazy. As the afternoon sun beat down, a new feeling began to push through the paralysis anger. A hot, defiant rage. I was Jessica Miller. I had faced down charging elephants in the Serengeti and navigated treacherous rapids in the Amazon. I was a survivor. I would not die here, cowering in the mud, waiting to be some monster's next meal. The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was now joined by a fierce, burning will to live. My mind, which had been a whirlwind of panic, began to clear. I was a photographer, a professional observer. It was time to stop being the prey and start being the strategist. I began to study it in earnest, forcing myself to see it not as a monster, but as a subject. I noted its patterns. It circled the island roughly every 30 minutes. It favored the deeper channel on the south side, where the water was cooler. It seemed less attentive in the full heat of the day, occasionally submerging itself completely for several minutes at a time, with only the slightest ripple on the surface to mark its position. These were small details, but they were everything. They were potential opportunities. They were hope. My eyes kept drifting to the overturned hull of my kayak. It was a wreck, but it was buoyant. It was my only chance. To stay on this island was to die. I would either starve or the creature would eventually find me. My only path to survival lay across the water, through its territory. The thought was terrifying, but the alternative was unthinkable. A plan, desperate and flimsy, began to form in my mind. I couldn't risk it in the daylight. I had to wait for the cover of darkness, for the deepest part of the night, when the moon was down. I would slip off the far side of the island, the side it patrolled less frequently. I would use the kayak not as a boat, but as a float, a shield, pushing it in front of me as I swam, keeping my body as submerged and silent as possible. It was a suicidal plan, but it was the only one I had. The sun finally began to dip below the horizon, and the swamp underwent its evening transformation once more. The sky bled into shades of purple and orange. The chorus of frogs and insects started up again. Usually, I found these sounds comforting. The lullaby of the wild. Tonight they were a cacophony that grated on my raw nerves, masking the one sound. I was desperate to hear the heavy, wet splashing of the Gatorman. The coming of darkness brought a new, more intimate kind of terror. During the day, the monster was a visible threat. In the dark, it would be an unseen horror, a presence I could only feel or hear just before it was too late. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the humid night air doing little to calm the frantic beating of my heart. I checked the small survival knife on my belt, my fingers wrapping around the familiar handle. It was a pitiful weapon against such a creature, but it was all I had. The clouds rolled in, obscuring the stars, plunging the swamp into an inky, impenetrable blackness. It was time. Waiting was the purest form of agony. I counted the creature's circuits around the island, my heart pounding in time with its heavy, splashing footsteps. I gave it one full rotation after the sky had turned completely black. A final 30-minute eternity tour was settled into its nightly rhythm. Then, moving with a slowness that felt physically painful, I began to act. I crawled on my belly like a snake, inching my way toward the overturned kayak. The mud was cool and soft, sucking at my clothes with every movement. The sounds of my own body, the frantic drumming of my heart, the ragged whisper of my breath, were deafening in my ears. I was convinced the creature could hear them from across the water. Finally, my fingers touched the cold, smooth plastic of the kayak's hull. It was heavier than I remembered, anchored by mud and water. Gritting my teeth, I began to push, exerting slow, steady pressure. It resisted, groaning softly in the mud before finally giving way. I guided it into the water with painstaking care, trying to mimic the natural sounds of the swamp, the gentle lapping of water against the shore. The water was shockingly cold, a stark contrast to the humid air. It soaked through my clothes instantly, and I had to fight back a violent shiver. With the kayak now floating, I slipped into the channel behind it, the water rising to my chest. The mud sucked at my feet, trying to hold me in place. I took one last look at the small island, a prison I was desperate to escape, and then turned my face toward the opposite bank, a vague, dark line somewhere in the oppressive blackness. I began to move, pushing the kayak in front of me, my hands paddling silently beneath the surface. Every stroke was a prayer. Every ripple that spread from my body was a potential death sentence. The water was a living thing around me, filled with unseen presences. A fish brushed against my leg, and I nearly screamed. The long, smooth stalk of a water lily wrapped around my ankle, and for a terrifying second, I thought it was a clawed hand. The sounds of the night, which had been a chaotic backdrop, were now a source of constant terror. The bellow of a bullfrog sounded like the creature's roar. The splash of a leaping mullet was the sound of it lunging toward me. I was swimming in pure fear, my imagination populating the dark water with horrors far worse than the one I knew was real. I was halfway across the channel, a distance that felt like miles. My muscles were beginning to ache with the cold and the strain. I allowed myself a flicker of hope, a tiny, dangerous spark in the overwhelming darkness. Maybe I would make it. Maybe it hadn't heard me. Maybe it was on the other side of the island, sleeping or hunting something else. It was that flicker of hope that made what happened next even more devastating. The water behind me didn't just splash, it erupted. It was as if a depth charge had gone off. A massive wave surged forward, slamming me and the kayak toward the bank. I didn't have time to turn. I didn't have time to scream. A hand impossibly strong and covered in rough, scaled skin clamped down on my right leg. The claws, long and sharp, dug into my flesh, and the pain was a white, hot explosion in my brain. I was dragged under the surface in a heartbeat. The world dissolved into a black, churning chaos of mud and bubbles. The pressure in my lungs was immediate and unbearable. Panic, absolute and primal, took over. I kicked and clawed, my nails scraping against its tough, scaly hide. Its grip was like a vise, an unbreakable band of muscle and bone. It was pulling me down, deeper into the dark, into the soft mud at the bottom of the channel. My last bit of air escaped my lips in a desperate, silvery stream. This is it, I thought, a strange, calm certainty in the midst of the violent struggle. This is how I die. But as the darkness began to close in at the edges of my vision, my thrashing right hand brushed against the handle of my knife. The anger, the defiant rage I had felt earlier, surged back, a final, desperate burst of adrenaline. I wasn't prey. I was a fighter. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I ripped the knife from its sheath. I had no idea where the creature was, no sense of up or down in the swirling blackness. I just jammed the blade upwards, blindly. With all the force left in my body, I felt it connect. There was a moment of resistance, then the blade sank into something soft, yielding. The creature roared, a horrible, gurgling, underwater sound that vibrated through my entire body. For a single, crucial second, its iron grip on my leg loosened. It was all the chance I needed. I tore my leg free, ignoring the searing pain, and kicked for the surface. My head broke into the night air, and I took a huge, ragged gasp, my lungs burning as if on fire. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I swam with a strength born of pure, unadulterated terror. My arms and legs pumped like pistons, my mind a blank slate of pure survival instinct. I swam for the muddy bank, for the solid ground, for life itself. I felt the water surge behind me and knew it was coming, but I didn't look back. I scrambled onto the bank, my hands sinking into the soft mud, and I ran. I ran through the swamp all night, a wild, panicked flight through a hostile world. I was no longer a photographer, no longer a strategist. I was just an animal fleeing a predator. I crashed through thickets of sawgrass that tore at my skin like razors. Thorns ripped at my clothes and my face. I stumbled over cypress knees and fell into stagnant pools of water, only to scramble out and keep running. Snakes slithered under my feet, and unseen things rustled in the darkness around me, but none of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was the monster behind me, the memory of its grip, the sound of its underwater roar. I ran until my lungs were raw, until my legs were numb, until the sun finally began to rise, casting a gray, merciful light over the swamp. I was found by a pair of fishermen at sunrise. I had collapsed on the side of a remote canal, miles from where the storm had hit me. I was a wreck, covered in mud and blood, my clothes in tatters. I was incoherent, babbling about a monster, a Gatorman. They were kind men. They gave me water and wrapped me in a blanket. They called for help. But they didn't believe my story. The paramedics, the sheriff's deputies, they all had the same explanation. I was delirious from exposure and dehydration. I had been attacked by a large alligator, a big gator, they said, nodding sagely. As if that explained everything. An alligator bite can do strange things to a person's mind. But they couldn't explain the wounds on my leg. They weren't the ragged, tearing marks of an alligator's bite. They were deep, parallel gouges, 5 of them, perfectly spaced. The clear imprint of a clawed hand. And they couldn't explain what I found when I finally got my gear back. When a park ranger recovered my knife from the muddy bank where I had dropped it in my flight. Embedded in the handle, wedged tightly near the hilt, was a single, large reptilian scale. It was thick and hard, a dark, shimmering green. It wasn't from any alligator, turtle, or snake I had ever seen. I keep that scale in a small, locked box on my desk. Sometimes, late at night, when the memory of the swamp comes rushing back, I take it out. I hold it in my hand, the weight of it a solid, terrifying proof. It reminds me that I'm not crazy. It reminds me that what I saw was real. And it reminds me to never, ever go back to the Everglades. Because I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very soul, that it's still out there, swimming in the dark, murky water. And it remembers the one that got away. My name is Sarah Jenkins, but that name means less to me than the titles I've earned at mountaineer, alpinist, conqueror of the useless. I've always been drawn to the silent, unforgiving places of the world, the spaces on the map marked only by contour lines and warnings. There's a certain purity in the thin, cold air above the tree line, a place where the concerns of the world below simply cannot survive. It's a brutal, honest environment. The mountain doesn't care about your feelings or your fears. It cares only about physics, endurance, and the strength of your will. I've pitted myself against some of the greatest, leaving footprints on the summits of Denali, Aconcagua, and the Matterhorn. Each ascent was a pilgrimage, a test of flesh and spirit that left me feeling more alive than anything else ever could. I live for the challenge, the ache in my muscles, the burn in my lungs, and that sublime, fleeting moment of standing on top of the world, looking down on a kingdom of clouds and stone. So when I stumbled upon the legend of Mount Corbin, it was like hearing a siren's song meant only for me. It wasn't in any of the glossy climbing magazines or popular forums. I found it in a dusty, leather-bound journal in a second-hand bookshop, a forgotten account from a cartographer in the late 1800s. He described a peak hidden deep in a remote corner of the Great Smoky Mountains, a jagged spire of granite and shale that tore at the sky like a broken tooth. He wrote that the local Cherokee had a name for it that translated to "a place where spirits weep," and that they refused to go near it. According to his notes, it remained unclimbed, a blank spot in the annals of mountaineering. The idea took root in my soul and became an obsession. To be the first to place my hand on a summit no human had ever touched. That was the ultimate prize. My research led me to the nearest town, a place aptly named Hemlock Hollow. It was less a town and more a forgotten pocket of the past. A handful of weathered buildings huddled together in a valley that seemed to perpetually lie in shadow. As I drove in, the modern world peeled away. Paved roads gave way to gravel, and cell service vanished completely. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The people moved at a slower pace, their faces etched with the kind of deep, set lines that come from a life of hardship and suspicion. They were polite enough, but their eyes followed me, the outsider, the woman with the brand new hiking gear, and a look of foolish determination. They tried to warn me off, of course. In the town's only general store, a place that smelled of sawdust and cured tobacco, the locals spoke of the mountain in hushed, reverent tones. They told me stories that had been passed down through generations. Tales of a cursed peak, haunted by a guardian spirit. They had two names for it: the Bujum, a nonsensical word that still carried a weight of dread, and the Old Man of the Mountain. They said he was a primal, vengeful spirit who considered the peak his sacred throne and would bring ruin to any mortal who dared to trespass. An old woman with eyes as dark and cloudy as a coming storm took my arm as I was paying for my supplies. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her knuckles bony and cold against my skin. "He sends the storms," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "Not the normal kind. They come from nowhere, black and full of spite. He makes the rocks fall, not by chance, but with purpose. He loosens the holds under your fingers. No one who goes up that mountain comes back right. Some don't come back at all. The last one, a young man full of pride like you. They found him weeks later, wandering the woods miles away, his mind as empty as a hollow gourd." I thanked her for her concern, offering a tight, dismissive smile as I gently pulled my arm away. I bought my freeze, dried meals, my fuel canisters, and a new length of rope. I'm not superstitious. I believe in skill, meticulous preparation, and the reliability of good equipment. I believe in weather forecasts, geological surveys, and my own two hands. Ghosts and vengeful spirits were just metaphors, primitive explanations for the natural dangers of the wild. Unpredictable weather, rock slides, the disorienting effects of altitude and isolation. Their boojum was just a story. They told their children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods. The first day of the climb was a vindication of my beliefs. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the rock was solid and trustworthy under my boots and fingers. The road I had planned was challenging but manageable, a series of clean vertical cracks and stable ledges. I moved with a steady, practiced rhythm, my body a well-oiled machine. I made good time, ascending faster than my most optimistic projections, and set up my first camp on a wide, sheltered ledge about halfway up the face. As the sun began to set, it set the horizon on fire. The rugged landscape below was bathed in hues of orange, pink, and deep purple. The view was breathtaking, a masterpiece of raw, untamed nature. I sat by my small stove, watching the water for my dinner come to a boil, and felt that familiar, intoxicating thrill, the deep, quiet sense of accomplishment, of being exactly where I was meant to be. I was alone, suspended between heaven and earth, and I had never felt more powerful or more in control. The feeling of being watched started that night. It began subtly, as a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I'd turn my head, expecting to see something, but there was only the cold, indifferent face of the mountain. I dismissed it. It was just the isolation, the vast emptiness of the space around me playing tricks on my mind. It's a common phenomenon among solo adventurers. But the feeling didn't fade. It intensified, growing into a cold, malevolent pressure, like a storm front moving in, heavy and charged with unseen energy. It felt distinctly personal, as if a pair of eyes were fixed on me from the impenetrable darkness beyond the small circle of my headlamp. I did a thorough check of the ledge, my ice axe held tightly in my hand. I looked for tracks, for any sign of a mountain lion or a bear, but there was nothing. The granite was bare. My rational mind offered explanations: paranoia, fatigue, the strange acoustics of the mountainside. I forced myself to accept them. I crawled into my sleeping bag, zipped it up to my chin, and tried to focus on the plan for the next day. Then I heard the moaning. It wasn't the wind whistling through the rocks. I know that sound intimately. It has been the lullaby for 100 of my nights spent on high ledges. This was different. It was a deep, guttural, sorrowful sound that seemed to come not from the air, but from the rock itself. It vibrated through the ground, up through my sleeping mat and into my bones. It was a sound of ancient, bottomless grief, a lament that echoed with an undercurrent of simmering anger. It rose and fell with the cadence of a slow, agonized breath, the sound of a world of pain being given a voice. I lay there, frozen, every muscle in my body clenched tight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the deafening silence between each mournful cry. The logical explanations died in my throat. There was nothing in my world, in the world of skill, preparation, equipment, that could explain that sound. It was the sound of a legend waking up. Sleep did not come. How could it? I lay rigid in my sleeping bag for what felt like an eternity, listening. But the sound did not return. It had been a singular, terrifying performance. And now the mountain was silent again, a silence that was somehow more menacing than the moan itself. By the time the first hint of gray light touched the eastern sky, I was a frayed nerve. I told myself it was an animal. A cougar's scream can sound eerily human, and perhaps the rock formations had distorted it into something else entirely. I told myself it was a geological phenomenon, some release of gas from deep within the earth. I cycled through a dozen rational explanations, each one sounding flimsier than the last. But my pride, that stubborn, arrogant core of my being, seized upon them. It had to be a natural occurrence. To admit otherwise would be to admit that the old woman in Hemlock Hollow was right, that I was a fool, and that I was trespassing in a place governed by rules I didn't understand. That was an admission I was not prepared to make. I packed up my camp with jerky, inefficient movements, my hands clumsy with cold and lack of sleep. The glorious sunrise I had witnessed the evening before was absent. In its place, a strange, sickly yellow light filtered through a high, thin layer of cloud that hadn't been there at sunset. The air was heavy, still, and unnaturally cold. I checked my satellite weather report again. It was adamant clear skies, low winds, a perfect day for climbing. But the sky above me was telling a different story. A dark line was forming on the western horizon, a bruise spreading across the pale heavens. The weather turned with a speed and ferocity that defied all meteorological logic. The clear sky didn't just vanish, it was devoured. Within an hour, the thin clouds had consolidated into a thick, swirling fog, a roiling mass of gray that clung to the mountainside like a shroud. Visibility dropped to a few feet. The temperature plummeted, and a biting wind began to scream across the rock face. It wasn't a steady wind. It came in violent, unpredictable gusts, trying to tear me from my holds, to peel my fingers from the rock like a child pulling legs off an insect. This wasn't in the forecast. This wasn't a storm, it was an attack. The old woman's words echoed in my head. He sends the storms. Not the normal kind. They come from nowhere, black and full of spite. Every instinct, every ounce of my considerable experience, screamed at me to turn back, to descend while I still could. But I was so close. The summit was just a few hundred feet above me. To retreat now would be to surrender, not to a mountain, but to a ghost story. My stubborn pride took the wheel. I would not be scared off by a change in the weather and a few spooky noises. I gritted my teeth against the wind, which now carried a payload of stinging ice pellets, and pushed on. The climb became a desperate, vertical battle. The rock, once so reliable, was now slick with a thin, treacherous film of ice. The wind howled in my ears, a cacophony of shrieks and whispers. At times, I could almost make out words in the chaos, a deep, guttural language that scraped at the edges of my sanity. I told myself it was auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. But the whispers sounded like my name. Through the suffocating fog, I started seeing things. At first, it was just a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, something I could dismiss as a trick of the light. But it became more distinct, a shape on the rocks above me, impossibly tall and gaunt, watching me before melting back into the mist. A dark figure standing on a ledge I knew was too narrow to hold a man, its form shaggy and indistinct. The Boojum, the old man of the mountain. My rational mind fought back, supplying explanations. Hallucinations brought on by exhaustion, altitude, and extreme stress. My brain was simply creating a monster from the shadows and the stories I'd been told. But with each fleeting glimpse, my conviction wavered. The figure didn't feel like a hallucination. It felt ancient and real, a part of the mountain itself, and it was watching my every move with a cold, calculating patience. Fear was a physical thing now, a knot of ice in my stomach. My arrogance had been stripped away, layer by layer, by the wind, the cold, and the relentless, watching presence. All that was left was a raw, primal terror. My rational mind was no longer offering explanations. It was screaming at me to flee, to get off this accursed peak. But the climber in me, the part that had defined my entire life, the part that craved the summit above all else, refused to listen. It was a compulsion, a madness. I had come here to be the first, and I would either stand on that peak or die trying. The thought no longer felt heroic. It felt like a death sentence I had written for myself. I reached the peak in the gray, disorienting void of the late afternoon. The wind had died down to an eerie whisper, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. There was no triumphant view, no breathtaking panorama to reward my struggle. There was only a small, flat area of rock surrounded by a swirling, featureless abyss. I had made it. I was standing on the unclimbed summit of Mount Corbin. But I felt no joy, no thrill of victory. All I felt was a profound, soul-crushing sense of dread. I had not conquered this place. I had trespassed. I had broken into a sacred place. And the silence that surrounded me was not peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, the quiet before a final, terrible judgment. I touched the small cairn, like rock at the highest point, the official summit. The stone was unnaturally cold, seeming to suck the warmth from my fingertips. I didn't linger. The urge to get away, to descend back into the world of the living, was overwhelming. As I turned to begin my descent, I saw him. He was standing not 10 feet away, and this was no fleeting glimpse, no trick of the fog. He was horribly, undeniably real. He was a massive, 8-foot, tall creature of rock and moss and ancient rage. His body was a gnarled, twisted mockery of the human form, composed of the same gray, ice-rimmed granite I had just spent 2 days climbing. Patches of dark green moss clung to him like patches of rotting fur. His face was a gnarled mask of ancient bark, with cracks and fissures that mimicked a scowl of eternal fury. And his eyes were not eyes at all, but 2 points of faint, pale light, like phosphorescence deep in a cave. And they burned with a cold, dead hatred that was older than the trees, older than the mountains themselves. It was the Boojum, the old man of the mountain. He didn't move. He didn't rush me. He just stood there, a silent, monolithic embodiment of the mountain's wrath. He raised a stony hand, a gesture that was slow, deliberate, and utterly final. He pointed a finger, a jagged shard of rock, directly at me. And then he moaned. It was that same deep, soul-shaking sound from the night before, but it was no longer a sound of sorrow. The grief was gone, replaced by a terrible, resonant finality. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a verdict. It was the sound of judgment being passed. The rock beneath my feet trembled violently. A deep, grinding, cracking sound echoed all around me, coming from the very heart of the peak. The summit, the small, flat area of rock I was standing on, the prize I had sacrificed everything for, was breaking apart. I don't remember the fall. My mind, in a final act of self-preservation, has walled off the memory, leaving only a chaotic slideshow of disconnected sensory horrors. I remember the horrifying feeling of the world dropping out from under me, the solid ground I had fought so hard to reach simply ceasing to exist. I remember a gut-wrenching sensation of weightlessness, a stomach lurching plunge into the gray, swirling void. There was a deafening roar, the sound of 1,000 tons of granite grinding and shattering, a sound that was both the mountain's death cry and its triumphant shout of victory. There was the scream of the wind, or perhaps it was my own, a thin, pathetic shriek swallowed by the immensity of the chaos. I recall a maelstrom of rock and snow and ice, a brutal, churning avalanche that I was a part of, a helpless rag doll tossed about in a giant's fist. My last coherent thought was not of survival, but of a profound and terrible understanding. The old woman was right. The mountain was alive, and I had angered it. I woke up to a world of white and red. White snow, red pain. I was at the base of the mountain, half buried in a debris field of fresh snow and shattered rock. The fog had lifted, and a cold, indifferent sun was shining in a clear blue sky, mocking the fury of the storm that had tried to kill me. Every part of my body was a symphony of agony. My left leg was twisted at an impossible angle, the jagged end of a bone protruding from the torn fabric of my climbing pants. A hot, searing fire burned in my chest with every shallow breath I managed to draw. My face felt like a raw, swollen mask, and the coppery taste of blood filled my mouth. I tried to move, to push myself up, but the pain was a white, hot explosion that sent me spiraling back into unconsciousness. My world shrank to that small circle of suffering, a cycle of waking to blinding pain, and then mercifully blacking out again. I was vaguely aware of the passage of time, of the sun crawling across the sky, of the world growing dark, of the bone, deep cold of the night. I was dying, and I knew it. A search party found me 2 days later. My first awareness of them was the sound of a dog barking, then faint shouts. I couldn't respond. My throat was raw, my lips cracked and frozen. I remember fragmented images, the concerned, bearded face of a man in a bright orange jacket leaning over me. The gentle but excruciating process of being strapped into a rescue toboggan. The rhythmic whoomp. Whoomp, whoomp of a helicopter's blades as I was airlifted from the mountain's shadow. The world of humans felt distant, unreal. Their voices were a meaningless buzz, their faces a blur. My mind was still up on that peak, locked in that final, terrible moment with the creature of rock and moss. The hospital was a shock to the system, a sterile, brightly lit world of beeping machines and hushed, professional voices. It was the complete antithesis of the raw, primal world I had just been ripped from. They cataloged my injuries with clinical detachment. My leg was shattered in 3 places. A complex fracture that would require multiple surgeries, pins, and rods. I had 3 broken ribs and a punctured lung. My face was a mess of deep cuts and bruises, and I would need stitches across my cheek and forehead. I drifted in and out of a morphine-induced haze, the sterile white of the hospital room often melting away into the swirling gray fog of the summit. The doctor was a kind man with gentle eyes, but his words were a death sentence. The surgeries were successful, Sarah. He told me, his voice soft. We've done everything we can for your leg. With extensive physical therapy, you'll walk again, probably with a limp. But your climbing career, I'm afraid that's over. The bones will never be strong enough to handle that kind of stress again. He said the words with sympathy, but he couldn't possibly understand their weight. He might as well have told me I would never breathe again. I'll never climb again. I tell people it's because of what the doctor said, because my leg will never be strong enough. It's a simple, logical explanation that people can accept. It allows them to nod and offer their condolences for my lost passion. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that my body may have been found at the base of the mountain, but my soul never left the summit. It's still there, trapped in the cold, thin air, forever standing before that creature of stone and rage. The arrogance, the pride, the unshakable self-belief that drove me to the world's highest places, it's all gone. The Boojum broke it, shattered it as completely as he shattered the summit and my leg. He left behind a hollow shell, filled with a fear so profound, so elemental, that it has become the new core of my being. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, drenched in a cold sweat. The image of those pale, glowing eyes burned to the back of my eyelids. I can feel the phantom sensation of the rock crumbling beneath my feet. And sometimes, when the weather is bad, when a storm rolls in and the wind howls outside my window, I can hear it. It's a low, moaning sound. A deep, sorrowful vibration that seems to come from the very bones of the earth. It's the same sound I heard on that ledge. The sound of ancient grief and anger. And I know the old man is still out there. I know he's still watching me. I trespassed on his sacred ground. I was the first and only person to stand on his summit, and for a fleeting moment, I conquered his mountain. And in return, he didn't kill me. He did something far worse. He took the only thing that ever mattered to me, the one thing that made me who I was, and left me here to live without it. My name is Tom Harding. Or at least it was. Names feel like a luxury now, a relic from a world I can no longer reach. Just a few days ago, that name meant something. It was attached to a recently divorced, moderately successful architect from Seattle who thought a week alone on the Pacific Northwest Trail would be the perfect antidote to a life that had curdled. I'd pictured myself returning with a new beard, a clearer head, and a profound sense of self-reliance. The wilderness, I told myself, had a way of stripping you down to your essential parts and showing you what you were really made of. I had no idea how right I was. The trip began as planned. The first 2 days of symphony of solitude and sweat. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of damp earth and pine. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail was a meditative mantra, and the sheer, indifferent grandeur of the mountains made my own problems feel appropriately small. I was competent, I was capable, I was in control. The divorce, the arguments over assets, the hollowed out feeling of coming home to an empty house. It all seemed to fade with each upward mile. That was my first mistake, hubris. The wilderness doesn't care about your competence, and it has a particular appetite for the arrogant. The third day, the sky turned a bruised, sullen gray. The trail guide had mentioned a fork near a distinctive granite outcrop that looked like a wolf's head. I was supposed to bear left, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying a particularly vicious argument with my ex-wife. Her words echoing louder than the rising wind. I was so lost in the bitter labyrinth of my own memory that I barely registered the outcrop when I passed it. I just kept walking, my boots eating up the miles, pushing me deeper into a place I didn't belong. It was the rain that finally broke my self-induced trance. It didn't start with a drizzle. It was a sudden, violent downpour, as if the sky had simply ripped open. The temperature plummeted. Within minutes, I was soaked through. My expensive waterproof gear proving to be a flimsy defense against the deluge. The trail dissolved into a muddy stream. I pulled out my map, but the rain had already bled the ink into a meaningless swirl of green and brown contours. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my carefully constructed composure. Every tree looked the same. Every direction was a wall of impenetrable, dripping green. The sun was setting, not that I could see it through the thick canopy and the sheets of rain, but the forest was growing darker, the shadows deepening into something menacing. I was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering a frantic rhythm against the roar of the storm. I was no longer a man communing with nature. I was a lost animal, cold, blind, and terrified. Just as a genuine, soul-deep despair began to set in, I saw it. Through a gap in the ancient, monolithic trees, a light. It was a soft, warm, buttery, yellow glow. The kind of light that promises warmth and safety. It was a cabin. Hope, so powerful it was almost painful, surged through me. A jolt of adrenaline that propelled my numb legs forward. I stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my voice a raw croak as I called out, "Hello, is anyone there? Please, I need help." The door creaked open, spilling more of that welcoming light onto the dark, sodden ground. A figure filled the doorway, a silhouette against the warmth within. As he stepped forward, his features resolved in the very picture of a rustic mountain man. He was large, broad-shouldered, and thick-chested, with a magnificent, gray, streaked beard that covered half his chest. He wore a red plaid flannel shirt and worn denim, and his smile was wide and instantly disarming, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Well now, look what the rain washed in," he said, his voice a deep, reassuring baritone that seemed to vibrate with warmth. "Come on and out of the wet, friend. You look half frozen to death." He introduced himself as Jedidiah, though he insisted I call him Jed. He ushered me inside with a heavy, calloused hand on my shoulder, and the relief of escaping the biting wind and rain was so profound it almost brought me to my knees. The cabin's interior was a single large room, dominated by a massive stone fireplace, where a cheerful fire crackled and spat, throwing dancing shadows on the rough, hewn wooden walls. The air smelled of wood smoke, drying herbs, and something savory that was cooking. From a doorway that presumably led to a kitchen, a woman emerged. She was the perfect counterpart to Jed, plump and round, with a kind, motherly face and cheeks so rosy they looked like she'd just come in from a brisk walk. Her graying hair was tied in a neat bun, and she wiped her hands on a flour-dusted apron as she approached, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "Oh, you poor dear," she clucked, her voice soft and gentle. "Jedidiah, get him a blanket. He's soaked to the bone." This was Martha, Jed's wife. Her presence amplified the sense of safety, of having stumbled into a sanctuary. 2 others were in the room, seated at a simple wooden table in the corner. They rose as I entered, and I saw they were teenage boys, perhaps 16 or 17. They had the same tall, sturdy build as their father, but where Jed was open and boisterous, the boys were unnervingly still. They moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that seemed out of place for their age. They had the same dark hair and watchful eyes. Jed introduced them as Caleb and Silas. They nodded at me in unison, their faces blank and unreadable, and then returned to their seats, their gaze fixed on me. There was no hostility in their stare, but there was an intensity, a focused curiosity that was subtly unsettling. I dismissed it as the shyness of youth, the caution of people unaccustomed to strangers. Martha bustled around me, wrapping a thick, scratchy wool blanket around my shoulders and pressing a steaming bowl of stew into my trembling hands. "Eat up," she urged. "It'll put the warmth back in you." The stew was divine, the best thing I had ever tasted. It was rich and hearty, filled with tender meat and root vegetables in a thick, savory broth. Each spoonful was a balm, chasing away the deep, gnawing cold in my bones. Jed sat me in a large armchair by the fire and began to fill a pipe with tobacco, his movements slow and methodical. "We don't get many visitors out this way," he said, tamping the tobacco down with his thumb. He struck a match and puffed, the sweet, smelling smoke mingling with the scent of the fire. "It's a real pleasure to have the company. Most folks who wander this deep into the woods aren't looking to be found." He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "Or they're just plain lost, like you." I felt a wave of overwhelming gratitude. These people had taken me in without a second thought, offering me warmth, food, and shelter from a storm that could have easily killed me. I explained my situation, the divorce, the hike, the stupid mistake that led me here. They listened patiently, nodding in all the right places. "The woods can be unforgiving," Martha said softly, refilling my bowl before I'd even realized I'd finished it. "It's good you found us." As my body warmed and my stomach filled, my exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. My eyelids felt like they were lined with lead. Noticing my drooping head, Jed smiled. "Looks like you're about done in, Tom. We've got a spare room. It's small, but the bed is comfortable. You can stay the night. And I'll help you find the trail again in the morning, when the storm's passed." The offer was more than I could have hoped for. I thanked them profusely, my words slurring with fatigue. Martha led me to a small room off the main living area. It was just as Jed described. Small and cozy, with a simple wooden bed frame, a thick quilt, and a single small window. I barely noticed anything else. I mumbled my thanks one last time, shed my wet clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. The world dissolved into a dreamless, heavy sleep, the sound of the rain on the roof a distant, comforting lullaby. I felt safe. I felt saved. I couldn't have been more wrong. It wasn't a nightmare that woke me, but a simple, mundane need. A pressure in my bladder that cut through the deep fog of exhaustion. For a few disoriented seconds, I didn't know where I was. The room was pitch black, the only sound the steady, drumming rhythm of rain on the roof. Then it came back to me, the storm, the cabin, Jed and Martha. Safety. I sighed, a breath of pure relief, and swung my legs out of the warm cocoon of the quilt. The floorboards were cold against my bare feet. They had told me the outhouse was just behind the cabin. I felt around in the dark for my boots, my fingers brushing against the damp, rough wool of my hiking socks laid out beside them. I pulled the boots on, not bothering with the laces, and quietly turned the wooden handle of my bedroom door. It opened with a low groan that sounded deafening in the oppressive silence of the cabin. The main room was bathed in a faint, hellish red glow. The roaring fire that had been so welcoming earlier had burned down to a bed of pulsing, malevolent embers. They cast long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced on the walls, making the familiar shapes of chairs and a table seem monstrous and alien. The air was still and heavy, thick with the smell of cold smoke and the lingering scent of the stew. The cabin was utterly silent. The comforting sounds of a sleeping family, the gentle snores, the rustle of blankets, were conspicuously absent. It felt less like a home and more like a stage, the actors waiting just out of sight for their cue. I tiptoed across the floor, my eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. My path to the main door took me directly past the fireplace. As I drew level with it, the faint light of the embers caught something on the wall above the mantelpiece. It wasn't the dark, grainy wood I remembered. The surface was cluttered, reflecting the red light in dozens of small, rectangular patches. I paused, my curiosity piqued. Family photos, I assumed. A shrine to a life lived in these woods. I took a half step closer, squinting in the dim light to make out the images. My blood didn't just run cold, it turned ice. They weren't photos. They were driver's licenses. At least a dozen of them, maybe more. Nailed directly to the wooden wall in a neat, overlapping grid, like the scales of some grotesque reptile. I could see the familiar holographic emblems of Washington, Oregon, and California shimmering in the firelight. I could see the faces. A young woman with a bright, hopeful smile. A middle-aged man with a tired, wary expression. A college-age kid with a cocky grin. Men and women, young and old, all staring out from their plastic rectangles, their last official portraits displayed like hunting trophies. Each one was a silent testament to a journey that ended right here, in this cozy, welcoming cabin. A wave of nausea washed over me, and my breath hitched in my throat. This was a gallery of the lost. The other visitors, Jed had mentioned. My gaze fell to the stone mantelpiece itself. Sitting there, next to a dusty kerosene lamp and a stack of old books, was my wallet. It was lying open. The small, clear plastic window where my driver's license should have been was empty. The air rushed out of my lungs. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic trapped bird. This wasn't a sanctuary, it was a slaughterhouse. I backed away from the fireplace, my eyes darting around the now terrifying room, re-evaluating everything I had seen. The kindness, the warmth, the delicious stew. It was all a lie, a carefully constructed trap for the desperate and the lost. My gaze landed on my hiking pack, slumped in the corner where I'd left it. It was unbuckled, its contents spilling slightly onto the floor. I could see from where I stood that my GPS unit was gone. My emergency beacon was gone. My sheath knife, which I always kept strapped to the side, was also missing. They had stripped me of everything. My connection to the outside world, my ability to defend myself, all of it gone. I was utterly, completely alone. I had to get out. Now, I spun around, my eyes fixed on the heavy wooden door, the only exit I knew. It was my only chance. I took one step, then another, my movements clumsy with terror. And then I stopped. A shape detached itself from the deepest shadows near the door. A large, hulking silhouette, standing so still and quiet I hadn't seen it. It was Jed. He was standing there, blocking my escape, a wide, friendly smile plastered on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. In the dying light of the fire, they were no longer warm and crinkling. They were cold, flat, and utterly devoid of emotion, like the eyes of a shark. The rustic hospitality had evaporated, leaving behind something ancient and predatory. "Woke up, did you?" he said. His voice was the same warm, welcoming baritone, but now it was laced with a chilling undercurrent of amusement. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. "The stew sitting all right with you?" He took a slow step towards me, and I took an involuntary step back. Martha uses a special recipe, passed down through the generations. We find it really tenderizes the meat. As if summoned by his words, another figure appeared in the dark doorway to the kitchen. It was Martha. Her rosy cheeks and motherly smile seemed gress in the dim, red light. Then, behind her, The two boys, Caleb and Silas, materialized from the shadows. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their quiet stillness now radiating a palpable menace. They were all smiling the exact same empty, predatory smile as their father, and they were all holding knives. Not small kitchen knives, but long, sharp, wicked-looking butcher knives that gleamed in the faint light from the embers. "It's been so long since we had fresh company," Martha said, her soft voice now oozing a sickly sweetness that made my skin crawl. "We were so happy to see you come out of the rain." My mind screamed, "Run!"
Fight. Do something.
But my body was paralyzed with a terror so profound it felt like a physical weight. I was unarmed, facing 4 people who had clearly done this many times before. I was just the latest in a long line of wary travelers who had mistaken a predator's lure for a safe harbor. Then, my panicked eyes caught something. A dark square on the floor near the kitchen entrance that I hadn't noticed before. A handle. A trapdoor. It wasn't a choice, it was an instinct. As Jed took another step forward, I broke from my paralysis. I finted to my left, and as they shifted their weight, I lunged for the door, my fingers fumbling for the iron ring. I yanked it open, revealing a black, gaping hole that smelled of damp earth and rot. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself into the darkness, tumbling down a short flight of rough wooden stairs and landing hard on a cold dirt floor. Above me, I heard a shout of surprise, then laughter. I scrambled back to the base of the stairs and slammed the heavy wooden door shut, just as a heavy boot thumped against it. My hands searched frantically in the dark and found a thick wooden crossbar. With trembling, clumsy fingers, I managed to slide it into the heavy iron brackets on the door and frame. It wouldn't hold them for long, but it was something. I collapsed against the damp earth wall, my body shaking uncontrollably, and listened. They weren't trying to break the door down. There was no pounding, no yelling. After a moment of silence, I heard their footsteps on the floorboards directly above my head. Then, a scraping sound. The sound of a knife being sharpened against a stone. It was slow, rhythmic, and patient. They weren't in a hurry. They knew I had nowhere to go. Then I heard them talking, their voices muffled but clear. It was Jed. "No need to rush it," he said, his voice calm and conversational. "Let him marinate in the dark for a bit. Hope he hasn't spoiled." And then I heard Martha laugh. A high, cheerful sound that echoed in the darkness of my tomb. The darkness in the root cellar was absolute. It was a physical presence, a thick, cold blanket that smothered my senses. The only thing that pierced it was the sound from above, Martha's cheerful, incongruous laughter. It was the sound of a predator delighting in the fear of its cornered prey. I scrambled away from the door, crab walking backward until my shoulders hit the damp, unyielding earth of the far wall. I slid down to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible, as if I could somehow shrink out of existence. My body was racked with violent, uncontrollable shudders that had nothing to do with the cold. Time ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes. Minutes bled into an eternity of terror. I was trapped in a sensory deprivation chamber of my own fear, with the muffled sounds from the cabin floorboards above serving as my tormentors. I heard their footsteps, casual and unhurried, pacing back and forth. I heard the rhythmic scrape, scrape of a knife being sharpened, a sound that seemed to be honing itself directly on my nerve endings. I heard their voices, calm and conversational, discussing me as if I were a cut of meat. They were deciding how to prepare. Always better when they're a bit frightened. Martha's voice drifted down, syrupy and sweet. The adrenaline tenderizes them. He's a big one. Ma, one of the boys said, his voice a flat monotone. Lots of muscle. Might be tough. That's what the stew is for. Silas. Jed's baritone rumbled, followed by a low chuckle. A long, slow simmer. Nothing to worry about. He'll be falling off the bone by morning. Bile rose in my throat, hot and acidic. The memory of the delicious, savory stew I had so gratefully devoured just hours before now felt like a violation, a poison working its way through my system. What, or who, had I eaten? Was that the fate of the smiling woman from the Oregon driver's license? The college kid with the cocky grin? My stomach heaved, but there was nothing in it to bring up. I couldn't just sit here and wait for them to come for me. The primal, desperate need to survive, an instinct I thought had been dulled by years of civilized living, roared back to life. I had to do something. I had to find a way out. Pushing myself off the wall, I began to explore my prison. I kept one hand on the earthen wall, shuffling my feet through the dirt, my arms outstretched into the suffocating blackness. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. Glass. I felt my way along a row of shelves, encountering dozens of mason jars, their contents a mystery in the dark. They were filled with what felt like preserved vegetables and fruits, the bounty of a homesteader's harvest. But among them, my fingers traced the outline of shapes that were disturbingly unfamiliar, things that felt too large and oddly curved to be pickles or peaches. I snatched my hand back, a fresh wave of horror washing over me. I didn't want to know what Martha preserved in her larder. I moved on, my hands sweeping through the darkness. I found a pile of rotting burlap sacks in one corner, a stack of old wooden crates in another. Nothing. No tools, no weapons, nothing but dirt and decay. Above me, the scraping stopped. A chair scraped against the floor. Footsteps approached the trapdoor. I froze, my heart seizing in my chest. Think he's ready yet? Caleb's voice was directly overhead. Give him a little longer, Jed replied. Let him think about it. The fear is the best spice. Their footsteps receded. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, my lungs burning. They were toying with me. This was a game to them. The realization sent a jolt of pure, white-hot rage through my terror. I was not an animal. I was not meat. My name was Tom Harding, and I was not going to die in this hole. Fueled by this new anger, I renewed my search with a desperate frenzy. I ran my hands along the foundation of the cabin, the rough, hewn logs that rested on a base of fieldstone. My fingers searched every crack, every seam, and then I found it. A section of the stone wall that felt different. One of the stones was loose, shifting slightly under the pressure of my fingers. I dug my nails into the dirt around it, pulling and scraping, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stone was heavy, but it moved. I worked it, grunting with effort, my muscles screaming in protest. Finally, with a low grinding sound, it came free, tumbling onto the dirt floor with a heavy thud. Behind it was a hole. A rush of cold, clean air, smelling of rain and wet pine, washed over my face. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. The hole was small, barely wider than my shoulders, but it led outside. It was a way out. Hope, fierce and brilliant, exploded in my chest. I didn't waste a second. I shoved my head and shoulders into the opening, wriggling and pushing, the rough edges of the stones scraping my skin raw. It was a tight fit. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought I was stuck. But a final, desperate shove sent me tumbling out into the mud and wet leaves behind the cabin. I was free. But I wasn't safe. I was in the blackness of the forest, the rain still falling, lighter now but cold and persistent. The warm, yellow light of the cabin windows glowed just a few yards away. I could hear them inside, still talking. I had to run. I scrambled to my feet and plunged into the woods, away from the light, away from the sounds of that house of horrors. I ran blindly, recklessly, fueled by adrenaline and terror. Branches whipped my face, roots and rocks threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't care. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for. It could have been 10 minutes or an hour. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead. But the fear of what was behind me was a relentless whip, driving me onward. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing and collapsed at the base of a massive fir tree, gasping for air, my body screaming in protest. As I lay there, the sounds of the forest began to filter back in. The drip of water from the leaves, the sigh of the wind through the high branches, and something else, a new sound, a low, mournful howl that rose and fell in the distance. It wasn't a wolf. It was human, a signal. My blood turned to ice once more. From another direction, an answering howl echoed through the trees. They were hunting me. The quiet, watchful boys. They were in their element now. This was their forest, their hunting ground. I was just another animal, lost and running in the dark. I pushed myself to my feet. My brief moment of hope had been extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard certainty of my situation. I was barefoot, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans in the cold, wet night. I had no map, no compass, no light. And I was being hunted by people who knew this wilderness like the back of their hand. I started running again, but my flight was no longer mindless. It was the desperate, calculated flight of prey. I could hear them now, not just the howls, but the snap of a twig to my left, the rustle of leaves to my right. They were flanking me, hurting me. They weren't in a rush. They were enjoying this. I am still running. The first hints of a bleak, gray dawn are beginning to filter through the canopy, turning the world from black to shades of gray. It doesn't bring hope. It only means they can see me better now. I can hear them closer than ever before. They aren't laughing or talking anymore. There is only the sound of their steady, patient footsteps through the undergrowth, the sounds of the hunters closing in on their prize. They know I have nowhere to go. My name is Ryan Mitchell. That is a fact I have to cling to now, a smooth, worn stone in the churning river of my consciousness. Before the river, I was a senior project manager for a software development firm in the city. My life was a meticulously organized symphony of deadlines, conference calls, and color-coded spreadsheets. I managed a team of 20, and my primary function was to absorb pressure, to be the calm, unflappable center of a storm of competing interests and impossible timelines. I was good at it. But the cost of that calm was a slow, grinding erosion of my own peace. The pressure didn't vanish, I just buried it, packing it down day after day, until my foundations began to crack. My therapist, a kind woman with an arsenal of calming watercolor paintings in her office, suggested a complete disconnect. No phones, no laptops, no deadlines, Ryan, she'd said. Go somewhere where the only schedule is the sun, and the only notifications are the birds. That's how I found myself at Blackwood Creek. It wasn't just a random pin on a map. I'd researched it for weeks, seeking the perfect intersection of isolation and accessibility. It was remote enough to promise true solitude, but had a well-marked trail system that appealed to the project manager in me. I planned the trip with the same precision I applied to a product launch. I had the best gear: a lightweight, one-man tent that could withstand a gale, a sub-zero sleeping bag, a water filter, and enough dehydrated meals to last a month. Though I only planned for a week. I packed a satellite phone for true emergencies, but my real phone, an iPhone that felt like a phantom limb, was meant to be used only as a camera and an alarm clock. The drive out was a decompression. With every mile, the concrete towers of the city shrank in my rearview mirror, replaced by rolling hills and dense green forests. By the time I pulled into the gravel parking lot at the trailhead, the air itself felt different. It was clean, crisp, and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. I shouldered my pack, locked the car, and stepped onto the trail. The first footstep into the woods felt like a boundary being crossed, leaving one world for another. It was a Tuesday. I remember that with perfect, agonizing clarity. The sun was warm but not hot, filtering through the thick canopy of leaves and dappled, shifting patterns on the forest floor. The hike to my chosen campsite was 6 miles, a journey that took me deeper into the heart of the wilderness. The only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of on the trail, the chatter of a distant squirrel, and the whisper of the wind through the trees. I felt the tension in my shoulders, a knot I'd been carrying for years, begin to slowly unwind. My campsite was perfect. A small clearing nestled in a grove of hemlocks, just a stone's throw from the babbling waters of Blackwood Creek. I set up my tent with practiced efficiency, laid out my sleeping bag, and organized my small camp kitchen. The rest of the afternoon was spent in a state of blissful emptiness. I didn't do anything. I sat on a fallen log and watched the creek flow, its endless, gentle movement a balm to my overstimulated mind. As evening approached, I took my collapsible fishing rod and walked to the water's edge. The art of fly fishing is a form of meditation. The repetitive motion of the cast, the delicate dance of the fly on the water's surface, the intense focus required. It leaves no room for thoughts of work or worry. For an hour, my world was reduced to the line, the water, and the hunt. Then, a flash of silver, a tug on the line. I reeled in a beautiful rainbow trout, its sides shimmering with iridescent color in the fading light. It felt like a gift from the forest. I cooked it over a small, crackling fire, seasoned simply with salt and pepper I'd packed. It was, without exaggeration, the best meal I had ever eaten. As darkness fell, a profound and absolute silence descended, broken only by the pop and hiss of the fire. I leaned back against my log, my belly full, and watched the stars emerge. Free from the city's light pollution, the sky was a breathtaking spectacle. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a spill of diamond dust. I watched for hours, tracing constellations I hadn't seen since I was a boy, feeling a sense of connection to the vast, silent universe. At 10 p.m., feeling more peaceful and more myself than I had in a decade, I crawled into my tent and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The shrill, digital chirp of my phone's alarm dragged me from oblivion. I fumbled for it, silencing the noise. The screen glowed 7 a.m. Tuesday. I frowned, a flicker of confusion in my groggy mind. Tuesday. I must have set the alarm wrong, forgetting to switch it to Wednesday. A simple mistake. I unzipped the tent. The morning was identical to the one before, cool, misty, and filled with the scent of pine. I made coffee, the ritual grounding me. The day stretched before me, a clean slate. I decided to hike the same 6-mile loop again. It was so beautiful the first time, why not? The hike was just as pleasant. The light fell through the trees in the same patterns. The same squirrel chattered from the same branch as I passed. It felt familiar. Of course it did, I told myself. I was just here yesterday. But the familiarity was deeper, more specific. It was the feeling of reading a page in a book you just finished. In the afternoon, I went to the creek. I cast my line into the same pool, and within the hour, I had a fish. It was another rainbow trout, a bit bigger this time, but with the same shimmering colors. The sense of déjà vu washed over me, stronger now, a strange and unsettling current. I built my fire in the same stone ring. I cooked the fish. As night fell, I looked up. The stars were sliding into the same positions, the constellations appearing in the sky in the same order. It wasn't just similar, it was a carbon copy. The profound peace of the previous night was gone, replaced by a creeping unease. I went to sleep at 10 p.m., trying to shake off the feeling that I was living a memory. The alarm blared. 7 a.m. Tuesday. I sat bolt upright in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a feeling, it was a physical sensation. A slush of ice water pouring through my veins. I snatched the phone. The date was displayed clearly beneath the time. Tuesday. Again. This wasn't possible. It was a dream. A nightmare. I pinched the back of my hand hard. Pain, sharp and real, flared. I wasn't asleep. I scrambled out of the tent. The campsite was exactly as I had left it. The fire pit was cold, filled with the gray ash of last night's fire. The creek babbled. The sun was rising. Everything was normal, except for the one central, reality-shattering fact. Time had not moved forward. I was trapped in the same day. Panic is a poor project manager. It has no timeline, no deliverables, no logical sequence of operations. It is simply a consuming fire. For the first hour of that third Tuesday, I was useless. I paced the small clearing of my campsite like a caged animal, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind, the meticulously organized tool that had defined my entire adult life, was a frantic mess of broken thoughts and raw terror. A glitch. A prank. A dream. I cycled through a dozen impossible explanations, each one more flimsy than the last. Finally, the project manager in me clawed his way to the surface, gasping for air. A problem, however impossible, had to be analyzed. Variables had to be tested. The loop had a sequence: wake up, coffee, hike, fish, fire, sleep. These were the parameters. To break the loop, I had to change the parameters. It was a simple logical hypothesis. My first act of rebellion was to deny myself coffee. I kicked over my small camp stove, scattering the grounds on the pine needles. The defiance felt good, a small victory. Next, the hike. I would not hike. I sat down hard on the log by the cold fire pit, crossing my arms like a stubborn child. I would stay here all day. I would read my book. I would watch the creek. I would do anything but walk that 6-mile trail. The morning hours crawled by. The sun climbed higher, casting the same shadows through the hemlocks. The squirrel chattered. The wind whispered. It was agonizingly boring, but I held firm. I was in control. But as the sun reached its zenith, a strange restlessness began to stir in my limbs. My legs ached with the need to move. My mind, unbidden, pictured the trail, the gentle incline after the first mile, the fallen log that looked like a sleeping bear, the cluster of white birch trees near the halfway point. I tried to fight it. I dug my fingers into the rough bark of the log, focusing on the sensation. I recited the names of my team members from work, trying to anchor myself in a reality that felt a million miles away. But the urge was a physical thing, a rising tide. It felt as if my own muscles were betraying me. My legs straightened. I stood up, my movements feeling stiff and foreign. My hand reached for my day pack, my fingers closing around the worn straps. No, I screamed in my head. Stop. But my body walked. It was the most terrifying sensation I have ever experienced. A complete and total loss of agency. I was a passenger in my own skeleton, watching through my eyes as my feet carried me to the trailhead and began the 6-mile loop. The rest of the day unfolded in a haze of horrified dissociation. I watched myself hike. I watched myself walk to the creek, assemble my fishing rod, and cast a line. I watched myself reel in a trout. I watched myself build a fire, cook the fish, and eat it. I did it all on autopilot, my conscious mind a screaming prisoner in the back of my skull. When 10 p.m. came, my body crawled into the tent and my eyes closed. The alarm, 7 a.m., Tuesday. This time the panic was different. It was colder, sharper. The logical project manager was gone, replaced by a cornered animal. Escape. That was the only thought. I didn't bother with changing the parameters. I was going to get out of the system entirely. I burst from the tent and began stuffing my gear into my pack with frantic, clumsy hands. Sleeping bag, stove, tent. Everything was jammed inside in a chaotic mess. I shouldered the heavy, unbalanced pack and ran. I sprinted down the trail that led back to the parking lot, back to my car, back to the world. Adrenaline fueled me. I ignored the burning in my lungs and the stitch in my side. The forest flew by in a green and brown blur. I ran for what felt like hours, but a sickening realization began to dawn on me. I had passed that oddly shaped boulder before, and that fallen log, the one that looked like a sleeping bear. And there up ahead was the same cluster of white birch trees. The scenery was repeating. The trail was not a line, it was a circle. A tiny, maddening circle. I was running in place, the landscape scrolling past me like a cheap theatrical backdrop. The hope that had fueled my flight curdled into despair. I finally collapsed, my legs giving out from under me. I lay on the trail, sobbing, the heavy pack pinning me to the earth. When I finally found the strength to stand, I looked around. I was standing in my own campsite. The fire pit was a few feet away. My tent was gone because it was still crammed, impossibly, into the pack on my back. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire, a hollowed-out shell of a man, and let the loop play out. I fished. I ate. I watched the stars. But this time, a new plan was forming, born not of logic or panic, but of pure, destructive rage. If I couldn't escape the loop, I would destroy it. The next 7 a.m. alarm was met with violence. I grabbed my phone and smashed it against a rock until the screen was a spiderweb of cracks and the case was splintered plastic. I took my knife and shredded my tent, slicing through the delicate fabric until it was nothing but a pile of green ribbons. I snapped my fishing rod over my knee and hurled the pieces into the creek. I threw my pack, with all my food and gear, into the deepest part of the water, watching it sink into the murky depths. I stood in the wrecked campsite, panting, a grim satisfaction warring with my terror. There, let's see you repeat the day now. I spent the day cold, hungry, and exposed, but I felt a sliver of hope. I had changed the board. The pieces were broken. I fell into an exhausted, shivering sleep on the bare ground around midnight. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. 7 a.m., Tuesday. I was in my tent. It was perfectly assembled. Not a tear in its fabric. My sleeping bag was zipped up to my chin. And next to me, on the nylon floor, was my phone, its screen pristine, buzzing with the incessant alarm. My pack was leaning against the tent wall, dry and fully packed. Everything was reset. Everything was new. The universe, or whatever malevolent force governed this patch of woods, didn't just reset time. It reset reality. It was on that day, the 5th or 6th Tuesday, I was already losing count, that I first heard the scream. It happened at exactly 3:15 p.m. I know the time because I was staring at my phone, watching the minutes tick by, a prisoner watching his clock. It was a woman's scream, high, pitched, filled with terror, and then cut off abruptly. It came from the woods to the north. Every instinct in my body screamed help her. For the first time in days, I had a purpose beyond myself. I charged into the woods, in the direction of the sound, shouting, "Hello. Is anyone there?" I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. "I'm coming," I yelled. But the woods were a disorienting maze. There was no trail here. The trees were too thick, the ground too uneven. The scream had sounded so close, but after 20 minutes of frantic searching, I seemed no nearer to its source. The forest felt wrong. The space between trees seemed to shift and change. I would push past a thicket of ferns only to find myself in a part of the woods I had just left. After an hour, defeated and covered in scratches, I stumbled back into my own campsite. The scream became the newest, most terrible part of the schedule. Every day at 3:15 p.m., it would tear through the forest. For the first few loops, I tried to find her. Now, I don't. I know it's pointless. It's just another part of the day. Part of the loop. A ghost in the machine. I just cover my ears and wait for it to be over. My heart pounding in time with a horror I can do nothing about. How long has it been? The question is meaningless now. My phone, my perfect, malevolent jailer, always says it's Tuesday. But I know time is passing. I feel it in the wariness of my soul, a deep, grinding erosion that has worn me down to something primal. Weeks, months, it could be years. The seasons never change here. It is always this pleasant, mild, late, summer day. The leaves on the birch trees are always the same shade of green, never turning, never falling. The repetition had become a strange sort of comfort. The initial terror has long since faded, boiled away by the sheer, monotonous persistence of it all. Now, there is only a dull, hollow ache of despair, a permanent resident in the cavity of my chest. I know the script of the day by heart. I wake at 7 a.m. I make the coffee, not out of desire, but because my body will eventually make it for me if I resist. I hike the 6 miles, my feet knowing every root and rock. I catch the trout. I hear the scream at 3:15 p.m. I build the fire. I watch the stars. I sleep at 10 p.m. It is the liturgy of my damnation. My mind is fraying. The memories of the world before the loop, the world of spreadsheets and conference calls, are becoming thin and transparent, like old photographs left in the sun. I remember having a job, but I can no longer recall what it felt like to sit at a desk. I have a vague sense that I had a family, but their faces are smudges of watercolor in my memory. Their names whispers on the edge of hearing. Was I ever anyone other than the man who camps at Blackwood Creek? The question haunts me in the quiet moments. Sometimes, I look at my reflection in the still water of the creek, and I don't recognize the man staring back. His eyes are too old, his face too gaunt. One morning, something was different. Tucked into a side pocket of my miraculously reset backpack was a small leather bound journal and a pen. I have no memory of packing them. I've emptied this pack 100 times in rage and desperation. I know its contents better than I know my own fading past. It was not there on the previous Tuesdays. It was new. A spark of something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope, fierce and painful, ignited in my chest. This was a change, a new variable. If something could be added, then perhaps something could be taken away. Perhaps the loop could be broken. That evening, by the light of the fire, I opened it. The pages were crisp, blank, and smelled of paper and leather. My hand was shaking as I started to write. I wrote down everything. My name, my job, the reason I came here. I described the first perfect day and the horror of the first repetition. I wrote about my failed attempts to escape, the smashing of the phone, the destruction of the camp. I wrote about the scream. I filled page after page, my handwriting growing more frantic. I was writing a letter to myself. A message in a bottle thrown against the tide of the reset. I wrote until the fire burned down to embers. It was well past my 10 p.m. curfew, but I didn't care. I finally placed the journal on the ground next to my sleeping bag, my heart pounding with a desperate prayer. Please be there in the morning. Please be there. I woke up to the sound of my alarm, 7 a.m., Tuesday. I didn't dare to breathe. I slowly reached my hand out of my sleeping bag. My fingers brushed against the smooth leather cover. It was there. The journal was still there. For a moment, I felt a dizzying wave of triumph. I had done it. I had created something that survived the reset. I snatched it up and opened it. The pages were blank. Every single word I had written was gone. The ink had vanished. The pages as pristine and empty as they had been the night before. The hope that had soared so high crashed into a million pieces. It was a crueler trick than any that had come before. The loop hadn't just reset my camp, it had reset my words, my very thoughts, erasing my attempt at permanence. But I am a project manager, or I was, and if a process fails, you don't abandon it. You refine it. You try again. So now, I have a new ritual. Every evening, I write this same entry. I tell the story from the beginning. I write down my name, Ryan Mitchell, to remind myself. I describe the loop, the scream, the blank pages. It is an act of defiance, an act of faith. Maybe one day, the code of this place will glitch. Maybe one day, I'll wake up and the words will still be here. Maybe that will be the key. The one thing that changes, that proves I am real, and this is not just a dream. Or maybe not. I have started to wonder about the scream. For so long, it was just a sound, a piece of the daily schedule. But lately, I've been listening more closely. It's not just terror. There's a note of surprise in it. The sound of someone who has just realized the horror of their situation. A sound of sudden, shocking entrapment. It sounds familiar. It's getting dark now. The fire is lit, its flames dancing in the twilight. The trout is cooking, its skin crisping over the coals. The stars are beginning to appear in the darkening sky, the same constellations in the same eternal dance. It's almost 10 p.m. Time to go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow will be Wednesday, but it never is. My name is Amelia Grant. If you're reading this, it means I either made it out or my phone was found. A final digital testament to a night that logic refuses to accept. It's important you know that I am, by nature, a sensible person. I check my tire pressure, I pay my bills on time, and I don't believe in ghosts, monsters, or things that go bump in the night. My boyfriend, Ben, was the opposite. He didn't just believe in pushing the envelope. He wanted to tear it to shreds and scatter the pieces from a great height. Ben was an adrenaline junkie, a term that feels too casual for the way he courted death. He saw the world as a playground of vertical challenges and gravitational opportunities. Rock climbing, bass, jumping, wingsuit flying. If it involved a significant chance of not surviving, Ben was not only interested, he was obsessed. His latest fixation was cliff edge camping. He spoke of it with a poet's reverence, describing the profound feeling of sleeping suspended between the earth and the stars, 1,000 feet of empty air your mattress. To me, it sounded like a meticulously planned nightmare. But I loved him. I loved the wild, untamable light in his eyes when he talked about his passions, and that love was a current strong enough to pull me far from the safe shores of my own comfort zone. So I went along. Our destination was a remote gorge in the sprawling, ancient mountains of West Virginia. The drive itself felt like a descent into another world. Paved highways gave way to gravel roads, which in turn narrowed into dirt tracks that clung precariously to the mountain sides. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the canopy of trees overhead was so dense it blotted out the afternoon sun, plunging us into a premature twilight. Ben was electric, tapping a rhythm on the steering wheel, his face lit with anticipation. I, on the other hand, felt a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach with every mile that took us further from civilization. The final leg of the journey was a grueling 2-hour hike. We carried heavy packs filled with ropes, harnesses, and the specialized gear for our aerial campsite. The gorge, when we finally reached its edge, was breathtaking and terrifying in equal measure. It was a colossal wound in the earth, a sheer drop of stone and shadow that seemed to fall away forever. Far below, a river snaked through the valley floor like a silver thread. "Isn't she a beauty, Ames?" Ben breathed, dropping his pack and stretching his arms, wide as if to embrace the terrifying emptiness. I could only manage a weak nod, my throat too tight to speak. My gaze kept snagging on the opposite cliff face, a dark and brooding wall of rock that seemed to watch us with a silent, stony indifference. Setting up was a masterclass in Ben's unique brand of insanity. He expertly drilled anchors into the rock face, his movements fluid and confident as he dangled from his harness. I was his reluctant assistant, passing him gear, my own harness clipped to a separate anchor line that felt terrifyingly flimsy. Our home for the night was a portalage, a hanging tent system with a collapsible frame and a sturdy fabric base, anchored directly to the cliff. As Ben secured the final strap and the tent hung suspended over the abyss, he beamed with pride. "Home sweet home," he declared. I just tried not to look down. The view from inside the portalage was, I had to admit, incredible. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and the vast expanse of the gorge was bathed in a soft, ethereal light. For a moment, watching the world from that impossible perch, I almost understood Ben's obsession. It was beautiful, a side of the world few people ever get to see. But the beauty was edged with a profound and persistent fear. Every gust of wind that rattled the tent fabric was a reminder of our precarity, of the 1,000-foot drop that lay just beyond the thin nylon floor. As true night fell, a strange quality settled over the gorge. The familiar, comforting sounds of the forest below. The chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth were conspicuously absent. The world was draped in an eerie, expectant silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, like the air before a storm. The silence felt unnatural, as if the entire valley was holding its breath. "It's too quiet," I whispered, my voice sounding loud in the stillness. Ben, who was already snuggling into his sleeping bag, mumbled, "It's called peace, Ames. Soak it in." But I couldn't. My senses were on high alert, straining to catch any sound that might break the oppressive silence. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, a high-pitched, chittering sound, like a bat's cry but lower, more guttural. It seemed to echo from the far side of the gorge, a brief, unsettling disturbance in the quiet. It was followed by what I could only describe as a flutter of movement in the darkness, a soft whoosh of displaced air that suggested something large was moving through the sky. "Did you hear that?" I whispered again, nudging him. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything, baby." He was already half asleep. Probably just an owl or a nighthawk. The sound plays tricks out here. I tried to accept his explanation. He was the expert, after all. He knew this world of wind and rock. I was just a tourist in his kingdom of fear. I lay awake for what felt like hours, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, my fear a cold, solid knot in my chest. The silence returned deeper and more unnerving than before. Then the chittering sound came again. This time it was closer, much closer. It wasn't an echo from across the gorge. It was a distinct sound, seemingly coming from just a few hundred yards away, somewhere out in the black emptiness in front of our tent. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind, just my overactive imagination. That's when I saw it. Through my closed eyelids, the faint light of the moon and stars suddenly vanished, as if eclipsed by a vast and sudden shadow. My eyes snapped open. For a fraction of a second, a massive, dark shape blotted out the cosmos as it soared past our ledge. It was impossibly fast and utterly silent. It wasn't a bird, and it wasn't a plane. The shape was vaguely man-like, but it possessed huge, tattered wings that stretched out into the night, like the wings of a colossal moth. And for one heart-stopping instant, as it passed, I saw 2 points of faint, glowing red light. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I scrambled over to Ben, shaking him with a frantic energy I didn't know I possessed. "Ben!"
Wake up! There's something out there!
He woke with a groan, pushing my hands away. "Ames, what is it?" "It was a dream. Go back to sleep."
No, it wasn't a dream. I saw it.
I was babbling, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. It was huge, it had wings, and red eyes. Ben, it had glowing red eyes. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his face, his expression a mixture of grogginess and profound annoyance. "A giant moth with red eyes. Come on. You're letting this place get to you." To prove his point, to shatter my delusion with his unshakable logic, he shuffled towards the entrance of the portalage. "I'll show you. There is nothing out there." He unzipped the tent flap, the sound deafeningly loud in the silence, and stuck his head and shoulders out, shining his powerful headlamp into the infinite darkness. "See." His voice echoed slightly against the rock face. Nothing but a whole lot of empty sp. He never finished the sentence. His words were sliced off, replaced by a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. A choked, gurgling noise, like a man trying to scream through a throat full of water. It was a wet, final sound. Then silence. Not the heavy, expectant silence from before, but a dead, absolute void. The beam from his headlamp, which had been cutting a steady swath through the darkness, jerked violently upwards and then vanished, plunging the world outside back into impenetrable black. "Ben," I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy thint. "Ben, what is it? What did you see?" There was no answer. Only the gentle creak of the portalage straps and the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears. A cold dread, far colder and sharper than the simple fear I'd felt before, began to snake its way up my spine. I crawled forward on trembling hands and knees, the nylon floor of the tent crinkling beneath me. "Ben, this isn't funny," I said, my voice cracking. "Answer me." I reached the zippered opening. He was still there, a dead weight hanging halfway out of the tent. I grabbed his leg. It was rigid with tension. "Ben," I screamed, my voice swallowed by the vastness of the gorge. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled desperation, I scrambled to the opening and pushed my head out into the cold night air. The first thing I saw was Ben. He was hanging limply from the waist, his head and torso outside the tent, his arms dangling uselessly into the void. His eyes were wide open, locked in a rictus of pure, undiluted terror, staring not out into the gorge, but straight up. I followed his lifeless gaze, and then my world ended. Perched on the cliff face, no more than 15 feet above us, was the creature from my fleeting glimpse. But seeing it fully was 1,000 times worse than my imagination could have conjured. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, clinging to the sheer rock with long, spindly limbs that ended in wicked looking black talons. Its body was covered in a matted, dark gray fur that looked filthy and ancient. Great, tattered wings, like those of a moth but leathery and veined, were folded against its back. Its head was a nightmarish fusion of insect and human, with a flattened, vaguely humanoid face, but no discernible nose or mouth. Just a dark, twitching patch of sensory organs. But the eyes were the epicenter of the horror. They were two enormous, glowing red orbs that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, like the dying embers of a malevolent star. They weren't just animal eyes. They radiated a terrifying, cold intelligence. They were looking down at us, and in their crimson depths, I saw a bottomless well of ancient hunger and utter contempt. It was the Mothman, the creature from local legend, the Dark Omen, the harbinger of disaster. And it was real. A low, chittering sound vibrated from its chest, and it shifted its weight on the cliff face, dislodging a small shower of pebbles that skittered past me into the darkness. I was frozen, paralyzed by a fear so absolute it felt like my very cells were screaming. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't tear my eyes away from those hypnotic, glowing horrors. The creature let out another high, pitched shriek, a sound that drilled into my skull, and before I could process what was happening, it dropped. It didn't fly, it simply let go of the cliff face, a 7-foot nightmare falling the short distance towards our fragile tent. Its muth like wings unfurled with a sound like tearing canvas, catching the air just enough to guide its descent. Its taloned feet extended. It grabbed Ben by the shoulders. The sound of the impact was sickening, a dull thud of unnatural weight hitting my boyfriend's body. The talons, long and sharp as knives, sank into his flesh with a wet, tearing sound. Ben's body convulsed. He was ripped from the tent with a force that nearly tore the entire portalage from its anchors. For one eternal second, He hung in the creature's grasp, a broken puppet in the claws of a god of nightmares. His scream, when it finally came, was not long. It was a single, piercing shriek of agony and terror that was abruptly cut off as the creature's wings beat once, twice, with powerful, silent strokes. They plunged together into the darkness of the gorge below. I watched them fall, a man and a monster, until they were swallowed by the abyss. Then there was nothing. The silence that followed was worse than the scream. I was alone, dangling 1,000 feet in the air, suspended over an endless black void, with the knowledge that I was sharing the sky with a monster. I scrambled back into the tent, zipping the flap shut with fumbling. Useless fingers, as if that thin layer of nylon could protect me. I spent the rest of the night in a state of catatonic terror. I curled into the tightest ball I could manage in the back corner of the tent, sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. Every gust of wind was the beat of its wings. Every creak of the straps was the sound of its talons on the rock above. I was convinced it would come back for me, that at any moment a claw would tear through the fabric of the tent and drag me out into the empty air. The hours crawled by with an agonizing slowness. The darkness outside the tent felt like a living entity, a conscious predator waiting for me to emerge. My mind replayed the image of its glowing red eyes over and over, a repeating loop of pure horror. I thought about the local legends Ben had laughed off, stories of a winged creature seen before bridges collapsed and mines caved in, the harbinger of disaster. It had brought disaster directly to us, when the first, faint hint of dawn finally began to bleed over the distant horizon. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The gray light crept into the gorge, slowly revealing the texture of the rock, the tops of the trees far below, the river a murky brown ribbon. The light was safety. The light was reason. Monsters, my logical mind tried to tell me, did not exist in the daylight. But the terror of the night was not so easily banished. I was still trapped. My phone had no signal. No one knew our exact location. I could scream until my lungs gave out, and the only thing that would hear me was the wind and the rock. My only way out was up. The thought of climbing, of leaving the relative us, and entirely illusory safety of the tent, and exposing myself on that open rock face, was almost as terrifying as the creature itself. That the thought of staying, of waiting for thirst and starvation to take me, or for the night to fall again, and for those eyes to reappear in the darkness, was infinitely worse. With movements that felt sluggish and dreamlike, I forced myself to prepare. My hands shook so badly, I could barely operate the clasps on my climbing harness. I packed a small bag with what was left of our water, a few energy bars, and my phone. I left everything else. I left Ben's sleeping bag, his gear, the ghost of his laughter. Steeling myself, I unzipped the tent flap and clipped my harness to the main climbing rope that led upwards. The morning air was cold and crisp. The world was achingly beautiful and utterly indifferent. I pulled myself out of the portalage, my feet finding purchase on the cold, hard reality of the cliff face. I didn't look down. I couldn't. I just looked up. The top of the gorge seemed an impossible distance away. I'm writing this on my phone now, resting on a small, precarious handhold about 200 feet from the top. My arms are burning. My hands are raw and bleeding. Every shadow cast by a passing cloud, every gust of wind that whistles past my ears, sends a fresh wave of ice, cold terror through me. I don't know if I'm going to make it. My body is screaming in protest, and my mind is a fractured mess of grief and fear. But I have to, because I can see something now. There's a bridge at the top of this gorge, an old steel truss bridge that spreads the chasm, and I can see a figure standing on it. It's too far to make out details, but it's tall and dark, with what looks like folded wings. It's just standing there, watching me, waiting. The sight of that figure on the bridge broke something inside me. The adrenaline that had fueled my climb curdled into pure, icy despair. It was waiting. It had killed Ben, and now it was waiting for me. There was no malice in its posture, no overt threat. Just a silent, patient vigil. That was the most terrifying part. It wasn't hunting me, it was simply anticipating my arrival. The certainty of my death was so absolute to it that it felt no need to hurry. My muscles screamed. My hands, slick with a mixture of sweat and blood, slipped on the rock. I cried out, my body swinging sickeningly out over the 1,000-foot drop. For a moment, I dangled by the strength of my remaining hand, the rope my only connection to the world. The gorge seemed to call to me, a whisper of wind promising an end to the pain and the fear. I could just let go. I could join Ben in the abyss. But then I looked up again. The figure hadn't moved. Its stillness was an insult. Its patient waiting was a challenge. A new fire, born not of hope but of pure, spiteful rage, ignited in my chest. I would not die dangling on this rope. I would not give it the satisfaction. If it was going to kill me, it would have to do it on solid ground. With a guttural roar, I found a strength I didn't know I possessed. I swung my body back towards the cliff, my boots scraping against the rock until they found a hold. Hand over hand, I pulled myself up, ignoring the searing pain. The last 200 feet were a blur of agony and fury. I didn't look down again. I didn't look anywhere but at the top edge of the cliff. My world narrowed to the next. Handled the next foothold, the rhythmic burn of my muscles, and the silent silhouette waiting for me at the end. I threw my arm over the precipice, my fingers clawing at the dirt and grass. I kicked and scrabbled, dragging my broken body onto level ground. For a full minute, I lay there face down, kissing the solid, unmoving earth. I was sobbing, gasping for air, my body a symphony of pain. But I was alive. I had made it. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself to my knees and then to my feet. The world swayed, my vision tunneling. I was standing at the edge of the gorge, the road just 100 yards away. Between me and the road was the bridge. And on the bridge, the creature stood. Now that I was closer, I could see it more clearly. It was exactly as I remembered from the night before: the matted gray fur, the impossibly tall frame, the huge, leathery wings folded behind it like a tattered cloak. It stood in the middle of the bridge, perfectly still, its glowing red eyes fixed on me. They didn't seem to blink. They just watched, two crimson portals in the morning light. My rage had evaporated, replaced by the familiar cold tendrils of fear. But beneath the fear was a profound and unsettling question. Why hadn't it come for me during the climb? I was exposed, helpless, a perfect target. Why had it simply watched? Why was it still just watching now? The old stories Ben had told me, the ones he'd laughed at, echoed in my mind. The Mothman only appears before a disaster. It was a harbinger, an omen. It wasn't the cause of the tragedy, it was a witness to it. But that didn't make sense. It had caused the tragedy last night. It had murdered Ben. It had ripped him from our tent and thrown him into the gorge. That wasn't the behavior of a passive observer. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. I had been writing my story, a final message to a world I didn't think I'd see again. Now, standing here, I realized the story wasn't over. The climax hadn't happened yet. There was no other way. The road, my car, and any hope of survival were on the other side of that bridge. Taking a deep breath, I put one foot in front of the other, my legs unsteady, and began to walk towards it. Towards him. The bridge was old, its steel frame rusted and peeling. A sign at its entrance read, WIGHT LAM93TOS, the letters faded and barely legible. With each step I took onto the wooden planks of the bridge deck, a low groan echoed through the structure. My eyes never left the creature. It remained motionless as I approached, a silent statue of impending doom. I was 20 feet away, then 10. I could see the twitching sensory organs on its face. I could feel a strange, low hum vibrating in the air around it. It wasn't threatening me. It was just there. And in its glowing red eyes, I didn't see hunger or malice anymore. I saw something else. Something ancient and sorrowful. It was pity. And then I understood. The legends were true. It was a harbinger. It had come to warn of a disaster. But I had misunderstood the timeline. Ben's death wasn't the disaster it had foretold. That was something else entirely. Ben, with his arrogance and his death, wish had gotten too close. He had shone a light in the face of a cosmic observer and had paid the price for his insolence. He wasn't the disaster, he was an interruption. The real disaster was the bridge. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. The groaning of the steel, the rusted supports, the years of neglect. This bridge was dying, and the creature had been standing here, watching it, waiting for the inevitable. It wasn't waiting for me. It had been watching me, yes, but only because my desperate climb had led me directly into the heart of the catastrophe it was here to witness. The old stories say the Mothman only appears before a disaster. I think the disaster is now. As if on cue, a sound like a gunshot rang out from beneath me. It wasn't a rock, it wasn't the creature. It was the sound of tortured metal finally giving up. A main support cable, thick as my arm, snapped from its mooring, the severed end whipping through the air with a terrifying hiss. The bridge lurched violently to one side. The wooden planks beneath my feet splintered and buckled. I was thrown against the railing, my fingers gripping the rusted metal as the entire structure began to sag towards the gorge. I looked up at the creature. For the first time, it moved. It slowly unfolded its massive wings, not to attack, but as if it were shrugging in resignation. Its purpose was fulfilled. The warning had been delivered, even if there was no one left to heed it. Another deafening crack, louder this time. The section of the bridge I was on tore away from the cliffside. The world tilted, and I was no longer standing but falling. My grip on the railing was ripped away, and for the second time in less than 12 hours, I was plunging into the empty air of the gorge. The fall was strangely peaceful. The terror was gone, replaced by a cold, clear certainty. The wind rushed past me, a final, deafening scream. I saw the river below, a silver ribbon rushing up to meet me. And the last thing I saw, as the world dissolved into a blur of rock and sky, was a tall, dark figure taking flight from the collapsing bridge, its tattered wings carrying it silently into the morning sun, leaving the disaster behind. My name is Heather Wallace. I know the rules because I've made it a point to study them. It started as a morbid fascination, a love for the controlled fear of watching horror movies from the safety of my couch. I've seen them all, from the grainy, low-budget classics to the glossy, modern remakes. I've dissected the tropes, debated the killer's motives in online forums, and mentally cataloged every mistake a character could possibly make. Don't have sex. Don't do drugs or drink to excess. Never, ever, under any circumstances, say, "I'll be right back." It's a checklist for survival, a Bible for the hunted. In every story, there's one who makes it to the end credits. The smart, resourceful virgin. The final girl. And as I sit here, staring into the flickering flames of our illegal campfire, I know he's coming for me. I just don't think he knows who I am yet. There were 8 of us when we first pulled up to the splintered, moss-eaten sign that read, "Welcome to Camp Crystal Hollow." The name itself was a cliché, so on the nose it was almost laughable. But no one was laughing. The 2-hour drive out from the city had slowly stripped away our bravado. The fading cell signal bars on our phones a countdown to complete isolation. The paved road had given way to gravel, and the gravel to a dirt path so overgrown it scraped menacingly against the sides of Tiffany's father's SUV. We were in the middle of nowhere, a perfect stage for a tragedy. The group was a textbook assembly of archetypes, as if cast by a lazy director. Leading the charge, of course, was Chad. He was the jock, a mountain of muscle and unearned confidence, with a quarterback's smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He'd been the one to find this place online, promising a weekend of epic, off-the-grid adventure. For Chad, off the grid meant a place where he could be loud, drink beer, and prove his masculinity by chopping firewood with more force than necessary. Clinging to his arm, as always, was Tiffany, the cheerleader. She was beautiful in that effortless, sun-kissed way that made other girls feel invisible. She had organized the trip with meticulous precision, packing everything from artisanal Archmores to a solar-powered phone charger. She didn't realize would be useless under the dense canopy of pine. She projected an air of sweet, natured perfection, but I'd seen the sharp, calculating glances she gave anyone who commanded Chad's attention for too long. She was the queen of her high school hive, and she was not prepared for a world where her popularity was irrelevant. Sprawled in the back, humming off key to a band no one else had heard of, was Kyle, the stoner. His contribution to the trip was a large duffel bag that smelled faintly of patchouli and weed, and a perpetually glazed over expression of serene detachment. Kyle wasn't dumb, he was just buffered. He used his laid-back persona as a shield, a way to float through life without friction. He saw the world through a soft, hazy filter, and I worried how he would cope when that filter was ripped away and he was forced to see reality in all its sharp, brutal detail. Next to him, trying to ignore the smell, was David, the nerd. He had a laminated map of the area, a military grade first aid kit, and had already informed us 3 times about the native species of poisonous mushrooms. David operated on a plane of logic and facts. He believed every problem had a rational solution, every mystery an explanation. He was here, I think, to prove that he could handle the logical chaos of nature. He saw the woods as a system to be understood, not a presence to be feared. His faith in reason was absolute, and I suspected it would be the first thing to break. Sitting alone, sketching in a leather-bound notebook, was Raven, the goth girl. She dressed in a uniform of black lace and silver jewelry, her dark makeup a stark contrast to the vibrant greens and browns of the forest. The others treated her with a mixture of suspicion and morbid curiosity. They whispered that she was creepy, but they didn't understand her. She wasn't trying to be intimidating. She was just comfortable with the darkness. They all tried so hard to keep at bay. She saw the beauty in decay, the poetry in silence. She and I were both observers, but while I watched the people, she watched the shadows that gathered around them. Trying to bridge the gap between all these disparate personalities was Leo, the funny guy. His humor was a constant. Rapid-fire barrage of movie quotes, bad puns, and self-deprecating jokes. He was a social chameleon, desperate to be liked by everyone. He used laughter as a currency, hoping to buy his way into every circle. But beneath the relentless stream of comedy was a deep-seated insecurity. He was terrified of silence, of being alone with his own thoughts. His greatest fear was not being the center of attention. And finally, there was the nice couple, Jen and Mike. They were the group's stable core, while Chad and Tiffany's relationship was a performance. Jen and Mike's was a quiet, comfortable reality. Mike was a steady, gentle presence. The kind of guy who'd offer you his jacket before you even realized you were cold. Jen had a warm, infectious laugh and a way of making everyone feel heard. They were genuinely good people, their affection for each other a small, warm light in our dysfunctional group. In the calculus of horror, that kind of pure, uncomplicated goodness makes you a prime target. They were the sacrificial lambs, destined to be the first to go to prove that the threat was real. And then there was me, the quiet one, the observer. The one who packed a knife not for protection, but because I knew every final girl eventually needs one. As night fell, the reality of our isolation began to sink in. The cheerful birdsong of the afternoon was replaced by the unsettling chirps of insects and the distant, mournful call of a loon across the dark water. Leo's jokes started to fall flat, and even Chad's bravado seemed to shrink in the encroaching darkness. We huddled around the fire, the flames pushing back the shadows, but also making them dance in grotesque, menacing ways at the edge of our camp. That's when Jen and Mike made their fatal error. "We're going to go for a little walk," Mike announced, taking Jen's hand. "Down by the lake. It's so beautiful with the stars out." A chorus of teasing followed. Chad gave Mike a knowing, obnoxious wink. Tiffany giggled. Kyle mumbled something about cosmic vibes. It was the oldest mistake in the book. The couple, driven by romance or lust, separating themselves from the relative safety of the group. I wanted to scream at them, to quote the rule book, to tell them that the path to the lake was a one-way street. But I said nothing. I just watched them go. Their silhouettes merging with the oppressive darkness. I watched as the small beam from their flashlight grew fainter and fainter, until it was swallowed whole by the night. The rest of the group fell into an uneasy silence, the crackle of the fire the only sound. They didn't feel it yet, but I did. A shift in the atmosphere, the feeling of being watched. The story had begun, and the first victims had just walked off the page. He pushed through the doors. We heard a clatter, a surprised, "Hey," and then a wet, sickening thud. It was a sound of finality, a sound of heavy impact and yielding flesh. Chad shoved the doors open, and we all saw it. Leo was slumped against a large stainless steel prep table. A heavy, bladed meat cleaver, the kind used for butchering, was buried deep in his chest. His eyes were wide open, his face a mask of shocked betrayal. His joke had been answered. The killer, it seemed, didn't appreciate his humor. That was it. The breaking point. Chad let out a roar of pure, undiluted fury. He dropped the skillet and looked around wildly, his eyes landing on the emergency fire, axe mounted in a glass case on the wall. He shattered the glass with his elbow, not even flinching at the pain, and pulled the heavy axe free. "I'll take this psycho down," he yelled, his face contorted in a mask of grief and rage. "Chad, no!" Tiffany screamed, but he was already gone, a man possessed. He stormed out the front door of the mess hall and into the darkness, screaming a primal battle cry into the silent woods. We stood frozen, listening. We heard him crashing through the underbrush, his voice a beacon of doomed machismo. And then we heard his scream get cut short, choked off into a wet, gurgling sound that was swallowed by the night. The axe is a classic slasher weapon, but it works both ways. That left 5 of us. Logic, humor, and heroism were all dead. Only fear remained. We ran blindly for the main cabin, the one with the sturdy store and a fireplace. We slammed the heavy oak door shut and jammed a heavy wooden chest against it. We were trapped. The 5 of us. Me, Tiffany, David, Raven, and Kyle. Huddled together in the center of the room, listening. Kyle was the first to completely break. His stoner calm had evaporated, leaving behind a raw, twitching paranoia.
This is bad, man. This is really bad.
He hyperventilated, his eyes darting around the room.
We're boxed in.
He's gonna get us. I gotta get out of here.
Before any of us could stop him, he scrambled toward a small window at the back of the cabin, fumbling with the latch. "Kyle, don't," I yelled, but it was too late. He slid the window open and started to hoist himself through. For a moment, he was silhouetted against the pale moonlight. Then, a shape emerged from the darkness outside. A hand, large, powerful, and covered in a dirty, worn leather glove, shot out, grabbing Kyle by the front of his shirt. He was yanked from the window with impossible speed and force. There was no struggle. We didn't even hear him scream. He was just gone. The group dynamic, already fractured, shattered completely. We turned on each other. "This is your fault," Tiffany shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Raven. "You and your creepy, morbid crap. You probably summoned him." "Don't be an idiot, Tiffany." Raven shot back, her voice laced with contempt. "This isn't a spell. This is a psychopath. There has to be a pattern," David insisted, pacing frantically. "He's picking us off one by one. Jock couple funny guy. Stoner?
It's the tropes. He's following the tropes.
If we can figure out the pattern, we can predict his next move." They were so consumed by their fear, their blame, their desperate search for a logic that didn't exist, that they didn't hear what I heard. A faint, rhythmic scraping sound from directly beneath our feet. The killer used their distraction. With a deafening crack, the floorboards in the center of the room exploded upward. A hulking figure rose from the crawl space below, a cloud of dust and dirt billowing around him. He was huge, far bigger than Chad, and his face was hidden behind a crude, terrifyingly blank white mask. He got Tiffany first, a single, brutal swing of a hooked hay scythe silencing her accusations forever. David, in a last futile act of reason, tried to fight back with a fireplace poker. The killer simply swatted it away and grabbed him. Amid the chaos, Raven managed to get the front door on, barricaded and bolted out into the night. I saw her through the open doorway. She was running, a frantic, desperate to sprint for the trees. And then I saw her foot catch on an exposed root. A rookie mistake. You never, ever run in the woods at night. She went down hard. I didn't see him get her, but I knew he would. So now it's just me. The cabin is a slaughterhouse. Silence save for the sound of my own ragged breathing. The script has played out exactly as I knew it would. All the other players have left the stage. It's time for the final act. Just me, the final girl. The silence in the cabin was a physical weight. It was thick with the coppery smell of blood, and the final, shocked exhalations of my friends. I stood in the wreckage, my heart hammering against my ribs not with fear, but with a cold, surging adrenaline. This was it. The moment every horror movie builds towards. The final girl alone against the monster. The script says I should be crying. It says I should be huddled in a corner, clutching a flimsy weapon, waiting for the final jump scare. But the script is wrong. I'm not hiding. I'm waiting. I stepped carefully over what was left of David, my eyes scanning the room, cataloging the scene. This wasn't just a slaughter, it was a performance. Each kill was designed to dismantle our group, to break us down psychologically before breaking us physically. He'd fed on our panic, our predictable reactions, the jock's rage, the nerd's logic, the stoner's paranoia. He'd used it all against them. He thinks he knows me, too. He thinks I'm the quiet one, the scared rabbit who will bolt and lead him on a thrilling chase through the woods. He's about to find out how wrong he is. I didn't run out the front door. I slipped out the same back window that Kyle had tried to escape through. But unlike him, I didn't try to flee into the open. I melted into the deep shadows hugging the cabin wall, my dark clothes making me just another patch of night. I moved with a practiced silence, my feet finding purchase on soft pine needles instead of brittle twigs. All those nights spent watching, studying, and taking notes weren't just for fun. They were for this. I knew the killer's patterns better than he did. He would expect me to run for the road, for the illusion of safety. He wouldn't expect me to run toward his heart, and I knew where his heart was. Earlier in the day, while the others were setting up tents and starting the fire, I had done my own reconnaissance. I'd walked the perimeter of the camp, mapping it out in my head, looking for the places a predator would hide. And I'd found it an old, dilapidated groundskeeper's shed, tucked away behind the overgrown archery range, almost completely consumed by the forest. It was isolated, forgotten. The perfect place for a workshop. My journey through the woods was a calculated dance with the darkness. I kept to the thickest parts of the forest, using the massive trunks of ancient oaks as cover. The moon was a sliver of bone overhead, providing just enough light to see the path, but not enough to expose me. I could feel him out there, somewhere in the trees. I could feel his presence, a cold spot in the mild night air. He was hunting, sweeping the woods for his final prize. Let him hunt. I knew where I was going. The shed was even more menacing up close. The wood was rotten and gray, and a single, grimy window stared out like a cataract-filmed eye. The door hung crookedly on a single rusty hinge. I didn't touch it. I went around the back, where the foundation had crumbled, leaving a gap just large enough for me to squeeze through. The air inside was thick with the smell of rust, oil, and something else. Something metallic and sour that I knew was old blood. My eyes adjusted to the gloom, and I saw that I was right. This was his sanctuary, his stage. Tools of his trade hung from the walls in a grotesque, orderly display. Machetes of varying lengths, wicked-looking hooks, a pair of rusted hedge clippers, and in the corner, a gleaming, well-oiled chainsaw. And then there were the masks, dozens of them mounted on crude wooden pegs, hockey masks, scarecrow masks with stitched smiles, blank white masks like the one he'd worn in the cabin, and even a few twisted, monstrous latex creations. He wasn't one killer, he was an aficionado, a collector of horror personas. He chose a new identity for each hunt. I knew how this was supposed to end. The final confrontation. There would be a chase through this very shed. I'd stumble, but I wouldn't fall. I'd find a weapon, something unexpected like the chainsaw. I'd fight back. It would look like I'd won. I'd stand over his motionless body, catching my breath, thinking it was all over. But then his eyes would open, or his hand would twitch, for one last scare before the credits rolled. I've seen it 100 times. But here's the thing he doesn't understand. This isn't a movie. I'm not just a character following a script. I am real, and I am so tired of playing by the rules. I went to work. From my backpack, the one David had mocked for being too heavy, I pulled my supplies. Not a knife for defense, but tools for an ambush. I found several full cans of gasoline and kerosene in the corner, likely for a generator. I began to pour them liberally over the wooden floor, the workbench, the collection of masks. The fumes were dizzying, but my focus was absolute. I took the spools of high, tensile tripwire I'd packed and began stringing them across the entrance and between the legs of the workbench, creating an invisible web of traps. The door of the shed creaked open. He was here. He moved with a slow, deliberate confidence, his massive frame filling the doorway. He was wearing a different mask now, a crude burlap sack with jagged holes cut for eyes. A classic choice. In his hand, he held a long, curved, rust-pocked sickle. He saw me standing in the center of the room, and I could feel his satisfaction, the thrill of the cornered prey. He's expecting me to run. He's expecting me to scream. He's expecting me to be the victim who barely survives. He took a step inside, and I saw his boot snag on the first tripwire. He stumbled, surprised by the resistance. It was the first unexpected thing that had happened to him all night. He looked down, confused. And that's when I raised my own weapon. He doesn't know that I've rigged his entire sanctuary to be a funeral pyre. He doesn't know that I'm not holding a knife or an axe. He doesn't know that I'm holding a flare gun, its bright red cartridge already loaded. The rules are for the movies. I said, my voice clear and steady in the suffocating silence. His head snapped up, the dark holes of his mask fixing on me. For the first time, I felt a flicker of uncertainty from him. It was all I needed. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot out with a deafening whoosh, a comet of brilliant magnesium fire that struck a gasoline-soaked pile of rags on his workbench. The world erupted in flame. The fumes ignited with a concussive fume that threw me back against the far wall. The fire didn't just burn, it devoured. It roared up the walls, consuming the masks, turning his collection of identities into melting, screaming faces of plastic and latex. He bellowed, a sound of pure animal rage and pain as the flakes licked at his clothes. He thrashed wildly, trying to escape, but he was caught in my web of tripwires. He crashed to the floor, his massive body tangled and helpless as the fire rolled over him. I didn't stay to watch him burn. I scrambled out through the gap in the foundation as the roof of the shed began to groan and sag. I didn't look back. I walked away from the inferno, the heat a scorching wave against my back, the roaring of the flames a triumphant symphony in my ears. The light from the fire painted the trees in dancing shades of orange and red. chasing away the shadows for the first time. All night. I reached the edge of the woods as the first hint of dawn began to bruise the eastern sky. The long, dark night of Camp Crystal Hollow was over. I had survived. But I was not the same girl who had arrived here. The script had called for a victim, a survivor who would be forever haunted. But I had refused the part. I had taken the story and ripped out the final pages. I am Heather Wallace. I know the rules. And I am the one who rewrites the ending. My name is Daniel Kim. This is not a confession, nor is it a plea for understanding. It is simply a record of events. I believe in logic, in systems, in the elegant certainty of a well-written line of code. My world is one of climate control, ergonomic chairs, and the soft, steady glow of dual monitors that filter out the harsh, unpredictable light of the sun. I am a programmer. I build self-contained universes governed by rules I create, where every problem has a solution, and every outcome can be predicted, traced, and debugged. The natural world, in my opinion, is the universe's prime example of buggy code. It's a chaotic, inefficient, and frankly, dangerous system with no discernible logic. It is, in short, everything I am not. My girlfriend, Sarah, is the antithesis of this. Where I see chaos, she sees beauty. Where I feel the oppressive, humid breath of the wild, she feels a sense of freedom. She speaks of the forest as if it were a cathedral, of the stars as a language she understands. Her love for the outdoors is a fundamental part of her, a vibrant, passionate force that I have always admired from a safe, comfortable distance. Our apartment is a testament to our differences. My sleek, minimalist tech setup on one side of the living room, her collection of pressed flowers, smooth river stones, and sprawling potted plants on the other. We are a walking, talking Venn diagram with the barest sliver of overlap, and for the most part it works. Our love is the bridge between two very different worlds. For our third anniversary, however, she wanted to drag me across that bridge. Just one night, Dan, she'd said, her eyes wide and hopeful, her hands clasped around her favorite earthenware mug. That's all I'm asking. A real camping trip. Under the stars. It'll be romantic. I shuddered internally. My idea of a romantic night involved a 7-course tasting menu. Not 7 billion insects trying to taste me. Sarah, you know how I feel about nature. The lack of Wi-Fi. The dirt. The things with teeth. It's a state park, not the Amazon rainforest. She countered, her smile unwavering. There are rangers, and trails, and other people. It's perfectly safe. I'll handle everything. The tent, the food, the fire. You just have to show up and let me share something I love with you. For one night. The plea was expertly crafted. It was for our anniversary. It was something she loved. It was just one night. To refuse would have been an act of profound selfishness. My logical mind processed the variables. Her happiness was the primary objective. The cost was 24 hours of profound discomfort. The outcome was a stronger relationship. The math, however unpleasant, was sound. Okay, I sighed, the word feeling like a betrayal of my core principles. One night. Her answering smile was radiant, and for a moment it was almost worth it. Almost. The hike-in was, as predicted, miserable. Sarah had assured me it was a moderate trail, a term I now believe is a euphemism for relentless, vertical torment designed by sadists. The backpack, which Sarah had packed with what felt like a collection of small anvils, dug into the soft, uncalloused flesh of my shoulders. I'd worn my best running shoes, engineered for pristine pavement and climate-controlled gyms, which proved laughably inadequate against the gnarled roots and sharp, edged rocks that littered the path. Within the first hour, a fine layer of grit had worked its way inside, abrading my skin with every agonizing step. Sweat plastered my shirt to my back, and a cloud of gnats, seemingly drawn to my specific brand of misery, formed a halo around my head. Sarah, of course, moved with the easy grace of a woodland creature. She pointed out different types of ferns, identified bird calls, and spoke of the beautiful silence of the woods. I heard no silence. I heard the buzzing of insects, the frantic thumping of my own heart, and the internal monologue screaming about the superiority of central air conditioning. When we finally reached the designated campsite, a small, dusty clearing that offered little respite from the oppressive canopy of trees, I dropped my pack with a groan and collapsed onto a log. Setting up the tent was the next trial. It was a chaotic mess of nylon fabric, tangled guy lines, and poles that seemed designed to resist any form of logical assembly. My attempts to help resulted in me getting tangled in the rainfly and nearly impaling myself on a pole. Sarah, with the patience of a saint dealing with a particularly dim-witted child, gently extricated me and had the structure up in 10 minutes. The fire was my final humiliation. I, a man who could debug 1,000 lines of Python before his first cup of coffee, could not coax a flame from a pile of wood. I tried arranging the kindling in a log cabin formation, then a teepee, then a complex lattice structure that I was sure was architecturally sound. The result was a pathetic plume of acrid smoke that stung my eyes and achieved nothing. Sarah, after watching my efforts with a sympathetic smile, took the flint and steel and, with a few deft strikes, conjured a cheerful, crackling fire. I sat defeated, my ego as bruised as my feet, and watched the flames dance. By the time we finally settled into our sleeping bags, the sun had long since vanished, and the forest had transformed. The darkness was absolute, a thick, inky blackness that our small fire seemed to push back only a few feet. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, was amplified in the profound quiet. I was acutely aware of just how thin the walls of our nylon shelter were. I lay there, rigid with a low-grade, simmering anxiety, counting the minutes until the sun would rise, and we could begin the long retreat back to civilization. Exhaustion eventually won the war against my anxiety, and I fell into a tense, dreamless sleep. But I was woken sometime later by a sound. It was a quiet sound, so subtle that at first I thought it was part of a dream. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from outside the tent. The sound so close it seemed to be originating right beside my head. It was a dry, rhythmic sound. Precise, measured, like fingernails being drawn slowly, deliberately, across the taut canvas of the tent. It was not the frantic, clumsy scrabbling of some nocturnal animal foraging for food. This was different. This had a cadence, a purpose. My breath caught in my throat. My entire body went rigid, every muscle tensed. I strained my ears, trying to parse the sound, to fit it into a logical framework. Animal. A branch rubbing against the tent. But the rhythm was too steady, too consistent. "Sarah, are you awake?" I whispered, my voice a dry rasp. She stirred beside me, a soft, sleepy sound. "Muff what?" She mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "There's a sound outside," I repeated, my whisper more urgent. Scratch. Scratch. The sound continued unwavering. 3 distinct, drawn out scrapes, a pause, and then again. Sarah let out a sigh, the sound of someone being dragged from a pleasant dream. "It's just a raccoon, Dan," she said, rolling over so her back was to me. "They're always getting into the trash cans at the trailheads. Go to sleep." But it didn't sound like a raccoon. I had heard raccoons before, back in the city. Noisy, chaotic creatures that knocked over garbage cans with a clatter. This was silent, stealthy, and unnervingly patient. I lay there, my ears straining in the suffocating darkness, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. The sound was an anomaly, a piece of data that didn't fit the established parameters of normal woodland noises. Then, as suddenly as it began, the scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening to the ringing silence that replaced it. The only sound was Sarah's soft, even breathing and the distant chirping of a lone cricket. I waited, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 30. A full minute passed. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was just an animal that had been spooked and moved on. I was just about to relax, to let the tension drain from my limbs, when the sound started again, and my blood ran cold. This time, it was on the other side of the tent, right next to Sarah's head. The logical part of my brain, the part that had governed my entire life, simply shut down. It was like a server abruptly going offline. There was no processing, no debugging, no attempt to formulate a rational explanation. The sound had moved. It hadn't just wandered or scurried. It had relocated with a clear, intelligent purpose from one specific point on our perimeter to another. Animals don't do that. Animals are driven by instinct, by the search for food or the scent of a mate. They don't engage in systematic, psychological torment. The sound was no longer just an anomaly. It was an active threat. My mouth was as dry as dust. I sat bolt upright, the thin material of my sleeping bag, feeling as restrictive as a straitjacket. Every nerve ending was on fire. I reached out a trembling hand in the picks, fumbling for Sarah. My fingers brushed against her shoulder. "Sarah," I whispered. And the name came out as a choked, desperate croak. She was already sitting up. I couldn't see her, but I could feel the sudden, rigid tension in her body. The casual, sleepy annoyance was gone from her voice, replaced by a sharp edge of fear. "Okay," she whispered back, her voice tight. That's weird." "Weird," I hissed, my own voice barely audible. "Sarah, it was right next to my head, and now it's right next to yours. Raccoons don't play games." "I know," she said, and the fear in that simple admission from her, the seasoned outdoorswoman, the one who was comfortable in this chaotic world, terrified me more than the sound itself. We sat there together in the suffocating, absolute darkness of the tent. The air was thick and heavy, each breath a conscious effort. Our world had shrunk to the fragile, 9-by-7-foot rectangle of nylon that separated us from the thing outside. Every sense was heightened. I could hear the frantic, rapid, quick beat of my own heart, the sound of Sarah's shallow breathing. I could smell the faint, earthy scent of the forest floor through the tent's fabric, mixed with the lingering smokiness from our failed fire. The scratching continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than a minute. The same deliberate, patient rhythm. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was a sound that seemed designed to grate on the nerves, to slowly, methodically unravel one's sanity. It was the sound of something testing a boundary, feeling for a weakness. And then, once again, it stopped. The silence that descended was a physical weight. It pressed in on us, heavy and pregnant with menace. We didn't move. We barely breathed. We were two statues carved from fear, our ears straining for the slightest noise. I found myself imagining what was out there, my mind, starved of data, conjuring up horrific images. Long, spindly limbs, jagged, broken fingernails, eyes that had adapted to this profound darkness. My mind raced through a catalog of possibilities. A bear. No, a bear would be loud, destructive, driven by hunger. A coyote, a bobcat. Their sounds were distinct. Yips, howls, growls. This was silent, save for the scratching. It was something else. Something that didn't belong in the neat categories of a state park's fauna. Then, the sound moved again. This time, to the foot of the tent. Scratch. 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 A choked sob escaped Sarah's lips. It was a small, terrified sound, and she quickly stifled it with her hand. The thing was circling us. Slowly, methodically. It was examining our flimsy shelter from all angles. It was treating our tent not as an inanimate object, but as a container. And it was curious about what was inside. "What is that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling so badly the words were barely coherent. "Dan, what is that?" "I don't know." I managed to say, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. The truth was, I was starting to think it wasn't an AOL. It was a who. The deliberate nature of its actions, the patient exploration. It felt personal. It felt intelligent. The scratching at the foot of the tent stopped. The silence returned, more terrifying than before. We were trapped in this thin nylon shell, completely blind to whatever was now just inches away from our feet. Every second stretched into an eternity. My programmer's brain, in a desperate bid to regain control, started counting. It was a simple, repetitive task, a way to impose order on the chaos. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. I reached 27 when a new sound began. It was a soft, wet, dragging noise. A help sound that spoke of immense effort, of something heavy and saturated being pulled across the dry leaves and dirt of the forest floor. It was a sickening, visceral sound, and it was moving from the foot of the tent towards the front, towards the only way in or out, towards the zipper. I could feel Sarah's hand find mine in the dark, her fingers icy cold, her grip crushingly tight. We both stared into the blackness in the direction of the tent's door, our bodies rigid with a terror so profound. It was paralyzing. The dragging sound stopped directly in front of the entrance. For a moment, there was nothing but the frantic drumming of our own hearts. And then, we saw it. The small metal tab of the zipper, silhouetted faintly against the slightly less black fabric of the door, began to lift. It didn't jiggle or rattle, as it would if an animal were pawing at it. It rose slowly, smoothly, deliberately. It was being pulled up from the outside by something with dexterity, something with fingers. I don't know what came over me. All logic, all reason, all my lifelong instincts to analyze and hesitate evaporated in a flash of pure, primal terror. I wasn't thinking. I just reacted. A surge of adrenaline, cold and electric, shot through me. I lunged forward, scrambling on my hands and knees, and slammed my open palm against the inside of the tent door, right where the zipper was being pulled. The fabric was shockingly cold and damp beneath my hand. "Jeek, oat, off her," I screamed, my voice tearing from my throat, raw and unrecognizable with a fury born of absolute fear.
LEAUSL on.
The response was immediate and horrifying. From the other side of the fabric, right against my hand, came a sudden, sharp hiss. It wasn't the hiss of a cat or a snake. It was a wet, guttural, explosive sound, like steam escaping a ruptured pipe, filled with a malevolence that was chillingly, undeniably intelligent. The upward pressure on the zipper vanished. The metal tab dropped with a faint clink. For a split second, there was silence. Then we heard it, a frantic, chaotic scrambling sound. It was no longer slow or methodical. It was a sound of pure panic. The wet, dragging noise was gone, replaced by a clumsy, powerful crashing as it fled, breaking branches and tearing through the undergrowth. The sound of its retreat, echoing through the silent forest as it disappeared into the oppressive darkness. The echo of the crashing retreat faded into the oppressive silence of the forest. But the terror it left behind did not. It hung in the air inside the tent, a thick, suffocating presence. My hand was still pressed against the cold, damp nylon, my palm tingling where the hiss had erupted. I could feel the phantom vibration of that malevolent sound, a deep, cellular memory that would never fade. I stayed frozen like that for a long time, my mind a complete blank, a system crash from which there was no reboot. It was Sarah who moved first. She let go of my hand and fumbled in the darkness. The frantic rustling of her sleeping bag, a jarring sound in the stillness. A moment later, a weak, yellow beam of light cut through the blackness. The flashlight, its batteries were clearly dying, the light flickering and pathetic, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like living things on the walls of our nylon prison. In its feeble glow, I saw her face. It was pale, streaked with tears, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. We didn't speak. There were no words for what had just happened. What could we possibly say? That a creature of impossible stealth and intelligent malice had just tried to get into our tent. That it had been foiled by a scream and a slap. It sounded insane. A shared delusion brought on by fear and the unfamiliar darkness. But we both knew it was real. The cold dread that had settled deep in my bones was more real than anything I had ever experienced. I finally peeled my hand away from the tent wall. My palm was slick with a cold, slimy residue that had seeped through the fabric. I stared at my hand in the flickering light, my stomach churning. I didn't want to know what it was. I wiped it furiously on my sleeping bag, but the clammy, unclean feeling remained. The rest of the night was the purest form of torture I have ever endured. We didn't sleep. We didn't even try. We huddled together in the center of the tent, as far from the thin walls as we could get. The dying flashlight clutched in Sarah's white, knuckled grip. She aimed it at the zippered door, a useless, symbolic ward against the darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, every hoot of a distant owl sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. The forest was no longer a neutral space. It was an actively hostile entity, and we were trespassers in a place we did not belong. The silence between the sounds was worse, filled with the terrifying potential of its return. My mind, in its desperate search for a logical foothold, kept replaying the events. The methodical scratching, the intelligent relocation, the dexterity to work a zipper, the wet, dragging sound, the furious, intelligent hiss. None of it fit. It was a data set that broke every known rule. I, Daniel Kim, the programmer who believed every problem had a logical solution, was faced with the absolute, terrifying certainty that I had encountered something that defied all logic. My world, with its neat lines of code and predictable outcomes, had been irrevocably shattered. Hours passed. The flashlight beam grew dimmer and dimmer. the yellow light turning a sickly orange, before finally sputtering out, plunging us back into absolute blackness. The loss of that tiny, pathetic light felt like a final surrender. We were completely blind, left with nothing but our hearing and the frantic, terrifying creations of our own imaginations. We sat in that darkness, our arms wrapped around each other. Two terrified animals waiting for the dawn. When the first hint of light finally appeared, it wasn't the warm, hopeful glow of sunrise. It was a slow, creeping gray that seeped into the tent, turning the blackness into a murky, indistinct gloom. It offered no comfort. It only served to illuminate our prison, revealing the condensation that clung to the walls, like sweat and the pale, haggard faces of our shared terror. "We're leaving," Sarah whispered, her voice a raw, broken thing. Now. We moved with a frantic, desperate energy. There was no thought of packing neatly. We shoved the sleeping bags, the clothes, the useless cooking gear into our packs, with trembling hands, our movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I ripped the tent stakes from the ground with a savage force, not caring if I bent them. As I collapsed the tent, my eyes scanned the ground around our campsite. I saw nothing. No footprints, no broken branches beyond what we had disturbed. No sign of the frantic retreat we had heard. But where the thing had dragged itself towards our door, the dry leaves and dirt were disturbed. There was a wide, shallow trough, as if something heavy and wet had been pulled through. And glistening on the leaves within that trough was the same slimy, clear residue that I had wiped from my palm. We didn't investigate. We didn't take pictures. A primal, instinctual part of my brain screamed at me to get away, to not look too closely, to not know any more than I already did. We practically ran back to the car. The hike that had been a miserable, agonizing slog the day before was now a panicked, breathless flight. We didn't speak. The only sounds were our gasping breaths and the pounding of our feet on the trail. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every gust of wind through the trees sounded like a whisper. The beautiful, silent cathedral Sarah had spoken of now felt like a vast, ancient tomb. And we were the desecrators who had disturbed something that should have been left alone. The sight of my car, my beautiful, climate-controlled, metal and glass box of logic and safety, was the most wonderful thing I have ever seen. We threw our packs in the trunk and scrambled inside, locking the doors with a simultaneous, resounding thud. I didn't look in the rearview mirror as I sped away from the park entrance, leaving a cloud of dust and gravel in my wake. We never figured out what it was. We never went back. We never spoke of it again. The subject is a black hole in our relationship. We both know it's there, we feel its gravitational pull. But we never, ever acknowledge it directly. To speak its name would be to give it a power it already possesses. Sarah's love for the outdoors died that night. Her hiking boots gather dust in the back of the closet, and her potted plants have slowly withered, one by one. My world of logic and order returned, but it's a fragile construct now. I know what lies beyond the neatly compiled code and the firewalls. I know that the world is not a predictable system. I know there are bugs in the code of reality, ancient, terrifying things that move in the darkness, just beyond the glow of our screens. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, in the quiet safety of our apartment on the 17th floor, I think I can hear it. It's a faint, dry, scratching sound. And it's coming from the other side of the bedroom door. My name is Frank Powell, If you want to understand this story, you first have to understand the water. You have to know that a lake isn't just a body of water, it's a place of memory, a keeper of secrets. For 60 years, I've fished the lakes and rivers of northern Maine, from the Allagash down to the Saco. I've learned their moods, their tempers. I've seen the morning mist rise off them, like steam from a witch's cauldron, and I've felt the bone, deep chill of a winter squall that can blow in from nowhere and turn the surface to a churning gray fury. In all that time, I've seen some strange things. Unexplained lights in the deep woods, shadows that move against the tree line, whispers on the wind that sound almost like a name. But I'm a practical man. I've always found a way to explain them away. A trick of the light, the wind in the pines, an old man's mind playing games on him. But what happened to my friend Charlie is different. There's no explaining Charlie. There's no explaining what he became. Charlie was, without exaggeration, the finest fisherman I ever knew. He wasn't a man who fished for a hobby. He was a man who lived to fish. It was in his blood, a current that ran deeper and stronger than in anyone else I've ever met. He was born and raised on the shores of Sebago Lake, and he knew it better than most men know their own homes. He knew every cove where the base hid from the summer sun, every deep, cold hole where the lake trout lurked, every secret, weed, choked spot that the weekend tourists with their fancy fish finders would never discover. He had a map of that lake in his head, a three-dimensional living chart that told him not just where the fish were, but where they were going to be. He wasn't a big man, Charlie. He was wiry and weathered. His face a roadmap of lines carved by 60 odd years of sun and wind. His hands were gnarled and calloused, but they were gentle with a fishing line, able to feel the slightest, most hesitant nibble from 100 feet down. But his eyes, that's what you noticed about him. They were a pale, watery blue, and they were always looking out at the lake, even when he was miles inland. It was like a part of him was always out there, on the water. His boat was as much a part of him as his own skin. It was an old Lund, 16 feet of dented and scratched aluminum that he'd named the Lunker. Nothing fancy, but it was his kingdom. He was out in it every chance he got, day or night. But he especially loved the night. He swore the biggest fish, the old, smart ones, only came out to feed after midnight. They're shy Frank, he'd tell me, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. They don't like all the noise and the commotion. You gotta go out when the lake is quiet, when it's just you and them and the dark. I went with him a few times on those midnight excursions. There was a magic to it, I'll admit. The world shrinks down to the small circle of light cast by your lantern. The water turns to black ink, and the only sounds are the gentle lapping and against the hull and the hum of insects on the shore. It felt like you were the only person on Earth. But there was an edge to it, too. A feeling that you were trespassing in a world that wasn't meant for you. The darkness on that lake is a different kind of darkness. It's heavy. It feels like it's watching you. I never felt entirely comfortable out there, but Charlie, he thrived on it. He was home. The night he disappeared, a squall blew in off the White Mountains. It was a vicious, unseasonable thing for late summer. One minute the sky was clear and littered with stars. The next the wind was screaming, and the rain was coming down in sheets so thick you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. Charlie was out on the lake alone. He'd gone out around 10, telling his wife he'd be back by dawn with breakfast. He never came back. They found the lunker the next morning. A couple of guys from the marina spotted it. It was capsized, drifting in the reeds on the far side of the lake, miles from where he usually fished. The hull was scraped up bad on one side, and his favorite rod, the one his father had given him, was gone. Of Charlie, there was no sign. The search went on for a week. The Maine Warden's Service brought in their best divers. They dragged the bottom. They used sonar. Local folks, myself included, took our boats out every day, from sunrise to sunset, crisscrossing the lake, our eyes scanning the water until they burned. We called his name until our throats were raw, the sound swallowed by the vast, indifferent silence of the lake. We found nothing, not a single trace. After 7 days, they called off the official search. We all figured he'd drowned. The storm must have caught him by surprise, flipped the boat. Maybe he hit his head. Maybe the cold water just took him. His body, we reasoned, must have gotten snagged on an old log or tangled in the weeds at the bottom of one of the deep holes he loved so much. Sebago is a deep, cold lake. It doesn't always give back what it takes. We held a memorial service at the little community church. The whole town came. We shared stories about Charlie, about his kindness, his laugh, his uncanny ability to pull a fish out of water that everyone else swore was empty. We mourned him. We tried our best to comfort his wife. And then, slowly, painfully, we began to move on. Life has a way of doing that. The seasons change. The world keeps turning. The sharp edges of grief begin to dull. About a month went by. The leaves were just starting to hint at the autumn to come, their edges tinged with yellow and red. The nights were getting cooler. The ache of losing Charlie was still there, a hollow spot in my chest. But it wasn't the all-consuming pain it had been at first. One Friday evening, I found myself loading my gear into my own boat. I hadn't been out since the search. I told myself I just needed to get back out there, to not let the lake become a place of fear for me. But I knew, deep down, I was going out there to feel close to him again. I motored out to a spot near the northern shore, a place he'd shown me years ago, a place he called the Trophy Room. It was a perfect night for it. Calm, still, and moonless. The kind of night Charlie would have loved. The sky was a blanket of stars, so clear and bright they looked like spilled diamonds. I cut the engine and let the boat drift. The silence settled in, broken only by the chirping of crickets from the shore and the soft plop of my lure hitting the water. For a few hours, it was peaceful. I almost felt him there with me, a comfortable presence in the darkness. I was just about to pack it in, to call it a night, when I saw it. Far out across the water, towards the center of the lake, a light appeared. A single, flickering light, like an old oil lantern, bobbing gently in the distance. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was a Friday night, after all. Even on a moonless night like this one, it wasn't unheard of to see another soul out on the water, chasing the same dream of a trophy fish. I figured it was just another fisherman. Someone like me, drawn out by the calm and the quiet. I watched the light for a moment, a small, lonely spark in the immense, breathing darkness of the lake. It bobbed with a gentle, hypnotic rhythm, and I turned my attention back to my own line, content to share the silence. But something kept drawing my eyes back to it. The light was moving, I realized, not just bobbing in place. It was coming closer, tracing a slow, deliberate path across the water's surface. Still, I wasn't alarmed. My mind, always looking for the logical explanation, supplied one readily. The other boat was simply drifting on the same subtle current as mine. I reeled in my line and recast it, the soft plop of the lure the only sound to break the stillness. I waited for the familiar, comforting sound of a small outboard motor, the quiet hum that would signal the other boat's approach. I waited for the rhythmic splash and creak of oars dipping into the water. The sound never came. The silence began to press in on me, thick and heavy. The only sounds were the ones I was making, the soft whir of my reel, the slight creak of my seat, the sound of my own breathing, which suddenly seemed loud and ragged in the quiet. The light kept coming, closer and closer, but it was accompanied by an unnerving, absolute lack of sound. It wasn't drifting. It was moving with purpose, gliding silently across the black, glassy surface of the lake like a phantom. A chill, entirely separate from the cool night air, began to creep up my spine. Every instinct I had, honed by 60 years on the water, was screaming at me that something was profoundly wrong. Boats don't move like that. Nothing moves like that. I set my rod down and reached for the powerful flashlight I kept in my tackle box. My hand was trembling slightly as I flicked the switch. A bright, solid beam cut through the darkness, and I aimed it at the approaching light. The beam hit the other vessel, and my blood turned to ice. My heart gave a painful lurch in my chest, a frantic, trapped bird beating against my ribs. It was a boat, a small aluminum fishing boat, but it was horribly battered and scarred. Long, deep gouges ran along its side, and the bow was dented inwards. It sat low in the water, looking heavy and waterlogged, as if it had been submerged for a long time. And then I saw the name, faded but still legible on the stern in Charlie's own clumsy hand, painting, the Lunker. It was Charlie's boat, the one they'd pulled from the reeds a month ago. The one that was supposed to be sitting in the impound lot at the Warden Service Headquarters. Panic seized me, cold and sharp. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible sight before me. Had someone stolen it? Was this some kind of sick, cruel prank? But who would do such a thing? And how were they making it move without a sound? As it drew nearer, I saw that the lantern, an old brass one that had been Charlie's pride and joy, was sitting on the middle seat, its flame flickering weakly, casting long, dancing shadows. And then I saw that there was someone standing in the boat. A figure, tall and gaunt, stood near the bow, their back to me. They were perfectly still, a dark silhouette against the lantern's glow. My flashlight beam wavered as I tried to hold it steady on the person. "Hey!" I called out, my voice cracking. "Who's out there? What are you doing with that boat?" The figure didn't move. They didn't seem to have heard me. The boat continued its silent, inexorable glide towards mine. It was maybe 50 feet away now. 40. I could hear the soft, almost imperceptible sound of water sloshing inside its hull. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of wet, decaying leaves and stagnant bottom mud. The boat drifted into the edge of the light from my own boat's running lamps. The silhouette turned, slowly, with a stiffness that was deeply unnatural. The flashlight beam found the figure's face, and a strangled cry died in my throat. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Every rational thought I possessed fled, replaced by a primal, mind-shattering terror. It was Charlie. But it was a version of Charlie that had been dredged up from a nightmare. He was soaking wet, from his matted hair to his bare feet. His familiar flannel shirt and jeans were torn and ragged, draped with long, slimy strands of lake weed that clung to him like a shroud. His skin, the skin that had been so weathered and tanned by the sun, was now a pale, translucent, bluish, gray, the color of a fish's belly. It looked soft and puffy, as if it had been in the water for a very long time. But his eyes, dear God, his eyes, they were wide and staring, fixed on me with a glassy, unblinking intensity. They were Charlie's pale blue eyes, but they were devoid of all life, all recognition. They were the dead, vacant eyes of a trout on a stringer. He was holding his favorite fishing rod, the old bamboo one his father had given him, the one that was supposed to have been lost at the bottom of the lake. My mind simply refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. This was a ghost, a hallucination, a product of grief and loneliness, and too many hours spent staring into the dark. It had to be, but it was so real. I could see the water, dripping from the hem of his jeans, forming a small puddle at his feet in the bottom of the boat. I could see the way the weeds swayed with the boat's gentle rocking. Then he spoke. "Frank," he said. The voice was a wet, gurgling whisper, a horrific parody of my friend's familiar gravelly tone. It sounded like water being squeezed from a sponge, like a man trying to speak from the bottom of a well. "They're biting tonight." I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My entire being was frozen in a state of pure, undiluted horror. I just stared at him, at the impossible, waterlogged thing that wore my dead friend's face. He turned away from me then, his movements jerky and puppet-like. With a stiff, unnatural motion, he raised the bamboo rod and cast his line out into the dark water. The lure, a silver spoon that glinted in the lantern light, hit the surface with a soft plop. He began to reel it in slowly, methodically, his arm moving with a mechanical, inhuman rhythm. He didn't seem to be breathing. He just stood there, a drowned statue, reeling his line in from the black depths. A minute passed. An eternity. The only sound was the faint click, click, click of his ancient reel. "You should get your line in the water, Frank," he gurgled, without turning to look at me. His voice was a dead, flat thing. "Big ones down there, in the dark. They're hungry." He turned his head to face me again, and then he smiled. It was the most terrible thing I have ever seen. It was not a smile of warmth or friendship. It was a vacant, empty stretching of the lips, a rictus of dead flesh. As his mouth opened, a trickle of dark, silty water, black as crude water, ran from the corner of his mouth and down his chin. That broke the spell. The sight of that dead smile, and the filthy lake water spilling from his lips, shattered my paralysis. A wave of pure, animal terror washed over me, so powerful it almost made me black out. I scrambled backwards, falling over my own feet, my hands fumbling blindly for the cord on my outboard motor. I yanked it once, twice. It sputtered, coughed, and then roared to life. The sound of violent, welcome explosion in the suffocating silence. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I threw the throttle to full, and the boat leapt forward, its bow rising out of the water. I sped towards the distant, welcoming lights of the shore, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I flew across the black water, the wind screaming in my ears. But it couldn't drown out the sound of that gurgling voice, or the image of that terrible, dead smile. I don't remember much about the ride back to the launch. It's a blur of raw, screaming panic. I know I never once eased up on the throttle. The little outboard motor on my boat, a reliable old Johnson, whined at a pitch I'd never heard before, protesting the strain, but I didn't care. I just needed the shore. I needed solid ground under my feet. I refused to look back, terrified that I would see that single, bobbing lantern keeping pace with me, gliding silently over my wake. The wind tore at my face, and the cold spray of the water felt like icy needles, but I barely noticed. Every shadow on the water was a threat, every ripple a sign of something rising from the depths. The familiar, comforting sounds of the lake at night, the call of a loon, the splash of a jumping fish, were gone, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the roar of the engine. The darkness that I had known my whole life, a darkness that had once felt like a peaceful blanket, now felt alive and malevolent, pressing in on me from all sides. When the bow of my boat finally scraped against the gravel of the boat launch, the sound was so jarring it felt like a physical blow. I stumbled out into the shallow water, not even bothering to cut the engine or tie up the boat. I scrambled up the ramp on my hands and knees, my legs shaking so violently I couldn't stand. I left everything behind, my rods, my tackle box, a cooler full of sandwiches and coffee. Hundreds of dollars of gear, abandoned without a second thought. All that mattered was getting away. I fumbled for my truck keys, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages. The beam of my truck's headlights, cutting through the darkness of the empty parking lot, was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and peeled out of there, leaving my boat to bob in the shallows with its engine still sputtering. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in my kitchen with all the lights on, a bottle of whiskey I hadn't touched in years on the table in front of me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. I saw the pale, waterlogged skin, the dead, staring fish eyes, the slimy weeds clinging to his torn clothes. I saw that terrible, empty smile, and the trickle of black, silty water running from his mouth. I could hear his voice in my head, that wet, gurgling whisper, over and over again. "They're hungry, Frank. In the dark, they're hungry." The sound was more terrifying than any scream. It was the sound of the grave. The sound of the cold, silent bottom of the lake. The next morning, looking like a ghost myself, I went to the town sheriff. Bill Hanratty was a good man, a few years younger than me. We'd fished together a dozen times. I sat in his office, the smell of stale coffee and paperwork filling the air, and I told him everything. I told him about the light, the silent boat, the impossible sight of Charlie. I watched his face as I spoke, and I saw the concern there slowly curdle into pity. He listened patiently, nodding in all the right places, but his eyes told me everything I needed to know. He didn't believe me. Not a word of it. "Frank," he said, his voice gentle, the way you'd speak to a spooked child. "You've been through a lot. Losing Charlie, it hit this whole town hard. But it hit you the hardest. The mind can play tricks on you when you're grieving. It was a moonless night. It was probably just some kids playing a prank, and your mind filled in the rest. He suggested I talk to a doctor, maybe get something to help me sleep." I walked out of his office feeling more alone than I had out on that lake. I tried telling a few of the other old timers down at the marina. These were men I'd known for 40, 50 years. Men who had known Charlie just as long. They listened to my story, their faces grim. But then they started offering explanations. Just like the sheriff. "Must have been a reflection off the water," one said. "You know how the mist can play with the light." Another suggested, "Maybe some fella from out of state bought a boat that looked like Charlie's a coincidence. They were trying to be kind, trying to anchor my story in the world of the sane and the logical. But all they did was push me further away. They looked at me differently after that. I was no longer just Frank Powell, the fisherman. I was Frank Powell, the old man who'd started seeing things. I knew then that I could never make them understand. They hadn't seen it. They hadn't smelled the rot and the decay. They hadn't heard that voice. I never went back to the lake after dark again. A week after it happened, I sold my boat and all my gear for a fraction of what it was worth. The thought of being out on that water again, especially at night, filled me with a cold, paralyzing dread. My connection to the place I had loved most in the world was broken, severed completely. The lake was no longer my sanctuary. It was a tomb. Years have passed. I'm an old man now, even older than I was then. I live in a small house a few towns over, far from the shore of Sebago Lake. But I still hear things. Fishermen are a superstitious and talkative bunch, and stories travel. They say there's a ghost on the lake now, a local legend. They talk about it in hushed tones at the bait shops and in the bars. They say that on the darkest, most moonless nights, you can sometimes see a single lantern out on the water, moving without a sound. A silent boat gliding across the black surface. A lone, gaunt figure standing in the bow, casting a line into the deep. Most people dismiss it as a spooky story, something to tell the tourists to give them a little thrill. But the ones who have been fishing that lake their whole lives, they know better. They treat the story with a quiet respect. They give the deep holes a wide berth after the sun goes down. They say that if you're out there on a calm night and you see that light, you should pull anchor and head for shore as fast as you can. They say if the figure in the boat calls out to you, you must not answer. You must not engage. Because, they whisper, he's not fishing for trout or for bass anymore. He's fishing for company. My name is Leo Armstrong. To say I'm a landscape photographer is an understatement. It's more accurate to say that I am a devotee of the desolate and the beautiful, a worshiper at the altar of light and shadow. I don't just take pictures. I pursue moments of transient perfection, the fleeting alchemy of a storm cloud, breaking over a mountain peak, the way a sunset bleeds across a desert sky, or the cold, silent glitter of the Milky Way in a place untouched by city lights. It's a solitary profession, one that often takes me to the forgotten corners of the world, far from the noise and clutter of human existence. I've always found more comfort in the vast, indifferent silence of nature than in the company of people. The wilderness doesn't judge, it simply is. And my purpose, as I see it, is to capture a fraction of that existence. My latest pilgrimage had brought me to the Great Sand Dunes National Park in Colorado. It's a surreal landscape, an ocean of sand landlocked in a valley of rugged, snow-capped mountains. The plan was to spend a week there, documenting the dunes under the stark, clarifying light of a full moon. It was a project I'd been dreaming of for years. A chance to capture the ethereal, almost alien beauty of the sand sculpted by moonlight, to create images that felt both timeless and otherworldly. For this particular trip, I had a new piece of equipment with me, a recent acquisition that felt more like a relic than a tool. I'd found it in a cramped, dusty antique shop in a small town, tucked away on a shelf behind a stack of faded postcards. It was a vintage large format film camera, a beautiful, cumbersome thing made of dark cherry wood and gleaming brass. Its lens was a simple, elegant piece of polished glass, and its bellows, the folded, light-proof chamber, was crafted from worn, cracked leather that smelled of dust and time. It was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship from an era when photography was as much an art of patience as it was a vision. The shop owner, a wary old man with eyes that seemed to hold a century of stories, had noticed my fascination. "That's a special one," he'd rasped, wiping his hands on a grimy rag. "Belonged to a fellow named Elias Thorne. A photographer like you. Back in the 30s. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "They say he got lost chasing a picture. Went into the wilderness and never came back. Found his truck and his gear, but not him. Some folks reckon he finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have, and it took him. At the time, I dismissed it as a fanciful sales pitch, a bit of local folklore to make a sale. But the story stuck with me, and the camera itself felt like it had a soul. It was heavy, both in weight and in history. Holding it felt like shaking hands with the past. I bought it along with a few boxes of old, expired film plates the owner threw in for free. I was intrigued by the challenge of using such a primitive device, of slowing down and embracing the deliberate, methodical process it demanded. The first night on the dunes was nothing short of magical. After parking my van, a customized camper that served as my home, transport, and mobile darkroom, I hiked for over an hour into the heart of the sand sea. The sun had set, and the world was painted in shades of deep indigo and violet. Then the moon began to rise, a perfect, luminous disk, and the landscape transformed. It was brighter than I could have imagined. The moonlight was so intense, it scarred the color from the world, leaving a monochrome panorama of brilliant white sand and deep, razor-sharp shadows. The silence was absolute, broken only by the whisper of the wind, skittering across the dune crests. I was utterly alone, a single, insignificant speck in an immense, silent cathedral of sand and stars. I found my spot, a massive, gracefully curving dune, its spine a perfect, sinuous line against the star-dusted sky. I carefully set up the old wooden camera on its heavy tripod, sinking its legs deep into the sand for stability. The process was a meditation. I opened the shutter, draped a black cloth over my head and the back of the camera, and peered at the upside down image projected onto the ground glass. I adjusted the focus with a delicate turn of a brass knob, composed the shot with meticulous care, and then slid a film plate into place. With a deep breath, I took the exposure, a long 10-minute capture to soak in every available photon of moonlight. I felt a profound sense of peace and connection, a feeling that I was capturing not just an image, but the very essence of the night. For comparison, I also took a few shots with my high-end digital camera, a habit born of practicality. The next day, the sun beat down on the van, turning it into a sweltering metal box. I waited until the afternoon heat subsided before retreating into the back to develop the film. I loved this part of the process. In the dim ruby glow of the safe light, the world outside ceased to exist. There was only the gentle sloshing of chemicals and the anticipation of seeing an image emerge from nothingness. It was a kind of magic, a tangible connection to the moment I had captured. I slid the exposed plate into the developer tray, rocking it gently back and forth. Slowly, shapes began to ghost onto the slick surface. The brilliant white of the moonlit sand emerged first, followed by the deep, velvety black of the sky. the elegant curve of the dune I had framed so carefully solidified. It was beautiful. The grain of the old film adding a timeless texture that my digital camera could never replicate. But as the details sharpened, my satisfaction curdled into confusion and then into a cold, prickling dread. Something was wrong. Standing on the crest of the dune, exactly where I had focused my composition, was a figure. It was a silhouette, stark and black against the bright sand. A woman, it seemed, wearing a long, old-fashioned dress that reached her ankles. Her form was unnervingly clear. She wasn't moving, she was simply standing there, perfectly still, as if posing for the portrait. And though I couldn't see her face, I could feel it, an instinctual certainty that chilled me to the bone as she was looking directly at the camera. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. It was impossible. I had been alone. I would have seen her. I would have heard her. The dunes are an open expanse. There is nowhere to hide. My mind raced, searching for a rational explanation. A double exposure. A flaw in the old film plate. A chemical stain that just happened to look exactly like a person. With trembling hands, I placed the developed plate into the stop bath, and then the fixer, my eyes never leaving the tiny, dark figure. Once it was safe to expose to light, I snatched it up and held it close. It was no illusion. It was a woman. My breath hitched. I scrambled for my laptop, my movements clumsy and panicked. I powered it on and immediately pulled up the digital photos I had taken from the exact same spot, at the exact same time. I clicked through them. One by one, they were empty. There was nothing but the sweeping, majestic curve of the dune against the night sky. Just sand and moonlight and silence. Just the scene exactly as I remembered it. The woman was not there. She was only in the photograph from the old camera. A camera that had belonged to a man who disappeared while chasing a picture. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as the shopkeeper's words echoed in my mind. He finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have. I was alone in the vast, silent desert with a picture of a ghost. Sleep did not come that night. It couldn't. The photograph lay on the small fold, out table in my van, a tiny monochrome portal to an impossible reality. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's silhouette burned onto the back of my eyelids. The vast, profound silence of the dunes, which had felt like a comforting blanket the night before, now pressed in on me with a suffocating weight. It felt watchful. I turned on all the battery, power lights in the van, creating a small, defiant bubble of illumination against the immense darkness outside. But it did little to dispel the chill that had taken root deep in my bones. My mind, a machine built on logic and the predictable physics of light and chemistry, was frantically trying to grind its way to a rational explanation. I got up and paced the cramped confines of the van, running through the possibilities again and again. A light leak in the old bellows. No, that would create a flare or a washed. Ausk, not a perfectly formed human figure. A flaw in the glass plate itself. An imperfection in the emulsion. I'd inspected the unused plates. They were pristine, milky voids. A double exposure. Impossible. The process with this camera was too deliberate. Each shot was a singular, methodical act. There was no room for such an error. I picked up the camera itself. In the warm electric light, it was just an object. Beautifully crafted, yes, but ultimately just wood, brass, and glass. I ran my fingers over the dovetail joints, the cool metal of the lens housing. It offered no answers. It felt inert, a silent witness. The story from the shopkeeper. which I had so easily dismissed as a charming piece of salesmanship, now played in my head on a continuous, horrifying loop. He finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have, and it took him. Was this camera a key? A conduit to whatever he had found? Was I now looking through the same cursed lens? When the first hints of dawn finally broke, painting the eastern sky in pale shades of rose and gray, I felt a wave of exhaustion so profound it was nauseating. The sane, logical part of my brain, the part that had kept me safe on solo trips in grisly country and through treacherous mountain passes, was screaming at me, pack, drive, leave, do not look back. It was the only sensible course of action. I could be on the highway in an hour, back in civilization by noon. And this whole nightmarish episode could be chalked up to exhaustion, isolation, and a trick of the light. But another part of me, the photographer, was paralyzed with a terrible, magnetic fascination. I've spent my entire life chasing fleeting, elusive moments. I have pursued images that others would never see, enduring hardship and loneliness for the chance to capture something unique, something true. And now I had done it. I had captured the impossible. The photograph on my table was, without a doubt, the most extraordinary, terrifying, and compelling image I had ever created. To run from it felt like a betrayal of my own purpose. Who was she? Why could only this camera see her? The questions were hooks that had sunk deep into my psyche. The fear was a roaring fire, but my curiosity was a moth, and it was determined to fly into the flames. I spent the day in a state of suspended animation, a ghost in my own life. I tried to eat, but the food tasted like ash. I attempted to read, but the words on the page were a meaningless jumble. My gaze kept returning to the photograph. I scanned it with a magnifying loupe, desperate for more detail, but the grainy emulsion held its secrets close. The figure remained a stark, featureless silhouette. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the sand, I made my choice. I wasn't running. I was going back out. This time, I chose a different spot, a wide, shallow basin several miles from my previous location. It felt more exposed, more vulnerable. The hike out was an exercise in controlled terror. Every gust of wind whistling over the dunes sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a lurking shape in my peripheral vision. The familiar weight of the camera and tripod on my back was not comforting. It felt like I was carrying a coffin. I set up the camera as the last light of dusk faded and the moon, a day past its peak but still overwhelmingly bright, began to assert its dominance over the landscape. My hands shook as I attached the lens and focused the image on the ground glass. The world rendered in that ethereal, upside down view was the same as the night before. A landscape of stark and silent beauty, but I couldn't appreciate it. I felt like a trespasser, an intruder in a place governed by unseen rules. I felt watched. The feeling was so intense, so palpable, that I kept spinning around, my heart leaping into my throat, convinced I would see someone standing right behind me. But there was only the empty, undulating sand, stretching out in every direction under the cold, white gaze of the moon. I slid a fresh film plate into the camera, took a deep, shuddering breath, and removed the lens cap. The 10-minute exposure began. It was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I didn't retreat from the camera this time. I stood beside it, a sentry guarding a haunted machine, my eyes scanning the darkness. I was half convinced she would simply appear, stepping out from behind a dune. But nothing moved. The world was as still and silent as a tomb. When the time was up, I replaced the lens cap with a snap that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I didn't bother taking a digital comparison shot. I knew what it would show. I packed the gear with frantic, clumsy movements, and all but ran back to the van, the tripod legs banging against my shoulder, back in the sanctuary of my mobile darkroom. The red safe light seemed to throb with a malevolent pulse. My hands were slick with sweat. I fumbled with the film plate, nearly dropping it twice. The chemical baths, normally a source of calm anticipation, now looked like cauldrons filled with some arcane potion. I slid the plate into the developer, my breath held tight in my chest, and began to rock the tray. The image appeared just as before. The pale, ghostly shapes of the dunes hardening into reality. My eyes were locked on the center of the frame. For a few seconds, there was nothing. A wild, desperate hope surged through me. Maybe it was a one-time fluke. Maybe I was crazy, and then she appeared. A strangled cry escaped my lips. She was there again. But it was so much worse this time. She was no longer a distant, static silhouette. The photograph had captured her at the base of a dune, much closer to my position. Her form was clearer, less of a shadow and more of a presence. And she wasn't standing still. One foot was forward, her body angled as if she were in the middle of taking a step, walking slowly, deliberately, out of the shadows and toward the spot where I had been standing. I could see details now that made my blood run cold. I could discern the cut of her old-fashioned dress, the way her long hair was loosely tied back, and her face, though still hazy and indistinct, was turned toward the lens. It was pale, and I could just make out the dark hollows of her eyes. Her expression, even through the ghostly grain of the film, was one of unmistakable and profound sorrow, a deep, ancient sadness that seemed to radiate from the image itself. I stumbled back, knocking over a bottle of Stop Bath that crashed to the floor. The terror was a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest. But as I stared at her face, a new emotion began to flicker within the inferno of my fear, a strange, unnerving flicker of empathy. This wasn't a monster. This was a tragedy. This was a soul trapped in a loop of sorrow. The photographer in me, the obsessive artist, took over. I was terrified, yes, but I was also captivated. I had to get a clearer picture. I had to understand what she wanted. The fear was no longer a reason to run. It was a challenge. A new, terrifying thought began to form in my mind, a plan so reckless and insane that it felt like a premonition. I wasn't just going to take her picture again. I was going to try and communicate. The decision, once made, settled in my stomach like a block of ice. It wasn't a choice born of courage, but of a compulsion I couldn't articulate or control. The artist in me had overthrown the survivalist. The need to see, to know, to capture the perfect, impossible image had become more potent than the instinct to flee. I was no longer just a photographer. I was a parapsychologist with a lens, a ghost hunter with a dark cloth and a wooden box. The third night would be different. I wouldn't be a passive observer. I would be a participant. I didn't sleep. Instead, I spent the hours before moonrise preparing, my actions driven by a strange, fatalistic calm. I cleaned the camera, polished the brass lens until it gleamed, and carefully selected what I knew would be the last unused glass plate from the antique box. Every action was deliberate, imbued with the weight of ritual. I was preparing for a séance. This time, I didn't hike deep into the dunes. The thought of being miles from the relative safety of my van was unbearable. I chose a spot only 100 yards away, a small, flat expanse of sand nestled between two low, slung dunes. It felt intimate, like a stage. The moon climbed the sky, bathing the scene in its cold, clinical light. The wind had died down completely, and the silence was so absolute it felt like a pressure against my eardrums. I set up the tripod, my movements slow and precise. I mounted the camera, pointing it not at some grand, sweeping vista, but at the empty patch of sand directly in front of me, about 15 feet away. I was composing a portrait of an invisible subject. I draped the dark cloth over my head and focused the lens on the vacant space, the grains of sand sharp and clear on the ground glass. It was the most absurd, most terrifying composition of my life. With everything in place, I slid the final film plate into its housing. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, each beat a countdown. I took a step back from the camera, standing beside it, facing the empty space it was aimed at. I took off the lens cap, the soft click echoing in the profound stillness. The exposure had begun. I cleared my throat, the sound raw and alien in the silence. My voice, when it came, was a reedy, trembling thing, a pale imitation of my own. "Who are you?" I asked the darkness. The words felt foolish, inadequate, swallowed immediately by the vast emptiness. "What do you want?" I stood there for the full 10 minutes, my body rigid, my senses stretched to their breaking point. I listened for a reply, for a whisper on the non-existent wind, a footstep in the sand. I watched the empty space, expecting her to shimmer into existence before my very eyes. But there was nothing, only the cold, indifferent light of the moon on the sand. The silence remained unbroken. The space remained empty. When the 10 minutes had crawled by, I replaced the lens cap, my hand shaking so violently I could barely fit it over the brass ring. I didn't pack up. I grabbed the film plate holder from the back of the camera and sprinted back to the van, leaving the antique camera and tripod standing alone on the sand like a lonely, skeletal sentinel. Inside, the red glow of the safe light felt less like the sanctuary and more like the fires of hell. My hands were slick, uncooperative. I nearly dropped the plate as I fumbled it out of its holder. I slid it into the developer tray, the chemical solution feeling icy against my skin. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I rocked the tray, my eyes glued to the milky surface, waiting. The image began to form, emerging from the chemical fog. Not a landscape, not a distant figure. It was a face. A gasp tore from my throat, a raw, animal sound of pure terror. It was a close-up. Her face filled the entire frame, as if she had been standing inches from the lens. She was beautiful, in a haunting, classical way, with high cheekbones and a strong jaw. But her eyes were pits of ancient, bottomless sorrow. They were fixed on me, a look of profound, pleading despair that transcended the monochrome image and pierced right through me. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she had been captured mid-sentence, in the very act of speaking the answer to my question. And then I saw it. Below her face, etched into the very emotion a photograph, were faint, ghostly letters. They looked as though they had been scratched into the surface of the film with a pin. I held the plate closer, my hands trembling uncontrollably, and squinted in the dim red light to read the spidery script. HELPME, I dropped the photograph. It clattered into the developing tray, splashing chemicals onto the floor. That was it, the final straw. The artist was gone, the curiosity extinguished, replaced by a primal, all-consuming need to survive. I had to get out, now. I lunged for the front of the van, throwing my gear with reckless abandon into the passenger seat. My darkroom equipment, my cameras, my supplies. None of it mattered. I shoved the keys into the ignition, my mind a screaming chaos of pure panic. That's when I heard it. A sound from outside. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the frantic thumping of my own heart. A soft, mournful sound. A woman sobbing. My blood turned to ice. Slowly, as if moving through water, I forced myself to look out the driver's side window. And I saw her. She was standing there, not 20 feet away, caught perfectly in the beam of my van's headlights, which I had left on in my haste. She was no longer a ghost on film, a chemical anomaly. She was real, or as real as a ghost could be. Her form was translucent, shimmering and indistinct at the edges, the dunes visible through her long, old-fashioned dress. It was her, the woman from the photograph. Her face, pale and luminous in the harsh light, was a mask of grief, tears tracing shimmering paths down her cheeks. She raised a hand, her fingers long and ethereal, and beckoned to me, a silent, desperate invitation into the darkness. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a knot of pure terror. My body acted on its own. I slammed the van into reverse, the engine roaring to life. The tires spun in the soft sand, kicking up a plume of dust before they found purchase. I wrenched the wheel, the van lurching backward and away from her. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I couldn't. I floored the accelerator and sped away into the night, leaving the vintage camera, the tripod, and the final terrible photograph sitting alone on the sand. I drove all night, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes burning from staring into the endless ribbon of asphalt. I didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky and the dunes were hundreds of miles behind me. I never went back. I sold the van and most of my gear. I tried to forget, but I can't. Because in my panicked flight, in that final, frantic clearing of my table, I had accidentally thrown one of the photographs into my bag. The last one. The close-up. I still have it. I keep it locked in a box, but sometimes, in the dead of night when the fear feels distant, I take it out. I don't know why. A morbid need to remember, perhaps. Her face is still there, her beautiful, tragic eyes still pleading. But the message has changed. The faint, ghostly letters are no longer scratched and haphazard. They are clearer now, sharper, as if they have resolved themselves into a final, undeniable part of the image itself. It doesn't help him anymore. It says, "Y-O-U, left team M-E." My name is Marcus Thorne. For the past 7 years, without fail, the last weekend of August has been reserved for what we've come to call the annual pilgrimage. It's a tradition forged in the fires of late adolescence and carried into our early 20s with a fierce, almost religious devotion. The destination is always the same, a secluded clearing deep within the sprawling Blackwood State Forest, a place so removed from civilization that the night sky becomes a tapestry of impossible, glittering light. And every year, on the first night, we play a game of manhunt. It's the heart of the tradition, a ritual as ingrained as the campfire stories and cheap beer. The game is simple, a primal version of hide and seek played out under the cloak of darkness. One person is designated the hunter, the rest of us are the runners. The hunter is armed with a single, powerful flashlight, a beacon of authority in the oppressive dark. The runners are given nothing but their wits in the shadows of the ancient woods. The objective is to navigate the treacherous terrain, evade the hunter's sweeping beam of light, and make it back to the relative safety of the campfire. It's a test of nerve, a dance with the adrenaline that only comes from being pursued in the pitch-black wilderness. This year, our fellowship numbered 6. There was me, the reluctant leader and self-appointed keeper of traditions. Then there was Sarah, whose infectious laughter could usually cut through any tension, though her bravery was often inversely proportional to the ambient light level. She was a city girl through and through, viewing the woods as a beautiful but vaguely hostile entity. David, or Dave as we all called him, was the group's gentle giant. He was fiercely loyal and built like a linebacker, but possessed a coordination that could best be described as catastrophic. If there was a root to trip over or a branch to walk into, Dave would find it with unerring accuracy. His presence was a comforting, if clumsy, constant. Liam was the quiet one, the observer. He spoke less than the rest of us combined, but when he did, it was with a thoughtful precision that made everyone listen. He was a pragmatist, the one who always remembered to pack the first aid kit and check the weather forecast. He approached manhunt with the same quiet intensity he applied to everything else, making him a surprisingly difficult target to catch. Finally, there were Chloe and Ben. They were the undisputed champions of the game. Chloe was agile and light on her feet, a former track star who moved through the undergrowth with a grace that bordered on supernatural. Ben, on the other hand, was a strategist. He understood the woods, the patterns of the shadows, the way sound traveled on the night air. He didn't just hide. He used the environment as a weapon, a tool of misdirection. They were a formidable pair, their friendly rivalry pushing the game to a new level of intensity each year. It was my turn to be the hunter, a role I secretly savored. There's a unique power in being the one with the light, the one who controls the fear. As the others prepared to scatter, I stood by the crackling fire, the heavy, cylindrical bulk of the mag light feeling cool and solid in my hand. All right, you know the rules, I announced, my voice carrying in the still night air. No leaving the designated area. The creek is the north boundary. The old logging trail is the south. Get back to the fire without my light hitting you. You've got a 5-minute head start. Go. They vanished. One moment they were familiar faces, illuminated by the flickering firelight. The next, they were just rustling leaves and snapping twigs, swallowed whole by the immense darkness that pressed in on our small circle of light. The woods at night are a different world. The familiar trees become looming skeletal figures, and the silence is a living thing, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the whisper of the wind through the pines. I clicked my watch and waited, letting the 5 minutes crawl by. I listened to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish the retreat of my friends from the natural nocturnal symphony. The fire popped and hissed, casting dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. It was a perfect night for the game. The moon was a mere sliver, obscured by a thick blanket of clouds that promised a profound, disorienting blackness beyond the reach of my flashlight. When the time was up, I took a deep breath, clicked on the mag light, and a brilliant, focused beam of white light cut a path into the waiting darkness. The hunt had begun. I started my patrol, moving in a slow, deliberate sweep of the area closest to the camp. The key was to be patient, to listen. Most people, When they're hiding, can't stand the silence. They fidget. They shift their weight. They give themselves away. I found Sarah first, just as I expected. She had chosen a hiding spot with all the strategic acumen of a startled squirrel, crouching behind a pine tree, so thin it barely concealed her shoulders. I could see the faint outline of her jacket, even before I brought the light around. I let the beam pass over her once, just for dramatic effect, before swinging it back and pinning her in the glare. "Caught you," I said, the words sounding unnaturally loud. She let out a theatrical yelp, shielding her eyes.
Marcus!
"You jerk, you scared me to death." She grumbled good-naturedly as she got up, brushing pine needles from her jeans, and began the walk of shame back to the campfire. One down. Next was Dave. I didn't find him so much as I heard him. A loud curse, followed by a crashing sound that could only have been made by a human body colliding with a significant amount of foliage. I followed the noise and found him hopelessly tangled in a thicket of thorny bushes, one foot caught on a gnarled root. He looked up at me, a sheepish grin on his face as the light found him. "A little help?" he asked, trying and failing to extricate his leg. I laughed, helping him untangle himself from the bush's clutches. "You've got to be more careful, man. You're going to break an ankle one of these years." Yeah, he grumbled, limping slightly as he headed back to the fire. 2 down, 3 to go. It was then, as I watched Dave's retreating form disappear, that the feeling of the woods began to change. The familiar, playful atmosphere started to curdle, replaced by something colder, something watchful. I heard a twig snap sharply to my left. It was a distinct, deliberate sound, not the scuttling of a raccoon or the gentle tread of a deer. It was the sound of a footstep. Instinctively, I swung the heavy flashlight in that direction, the powerful beam slicing through the darkness and illuminating a dense grove of ferns. I expected to catch Liam, or maybe Ben, to see the brief, startled white of their eyes before they bolted. But there was nothing there. Just the ferns, swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. "Nice try," I called out into the blackness, my voice a little too loud, a little too forced. "But you'll have to be quicker than that." Silence was my only reply. I stood still for a long moment listening. The crickets seemed to have gone quiet. The only sound was the faint, distant crackle of the campfire and the blood pounding in my ears. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint it was almost a trick of the wind. A sibilant breath just at the very edge of my hearing. It was impossible to make out the words, but it sounded chillingly like my name. "Marcus," I shook my head, a cold shiver tracing a path down my spine. It was just my friends. It had to be. They were working together, trying to psych me out. It was a classic manhunt tactic. Annoyed at my own jumpiness, I pushed the feeling down and continued my search, moving with a renewed sense of purpose. I found Liam's hiding spot by pure chance. I was scanning the base of a large, fallen oak tree when my light passed over a dark opening I'd never noticed before. A hollow log, almost completely obscured by moss and shadow. On a hunch, I focused the beam inside. 2 eyes reflected it back at me. "Gotcha," I said, a triumphant grin spreading across my face. He didn't answer. He just scrambled out of the log with a frantic energy that was completely unlike him. He didn't even look at me. His face, caught for a second in the flashlight's halo, was shockingly pale. His eyes wide with something that looked less like the disappointment of being caught and more like genuine terror. Without a single word, He turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, in a blind panic back towards the camp. I watched him go, my grin fading. The cold knot of fear in my stomach returning, tighter this time. What had he seen in the dark? Liam's panicked flight had shattered the last remnants of the game's playful atmosphere. The woods no longer felt like a familiar playground. They felt alien, predatory. The silence he left in his wake was heavier, charged with a tension that pricked at my skin. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, unnerving quiet. What had he seen? What had sent the calmest, most level-headed member of our group running like his life depended on it? Now it was just me, Chloe, and Ben left in the vast, oppressive darkness. The masters of the game. But the thought of finding them no longer brought a thrill of competition. A primal, urgent need to gather my friends and get back to the safety of the fire had taken its place. The game was over, whether they knew it or not. I pushed deeper into the woods, my movements now hurried and clumsy. My flashlight beam, which had once been a tool of methodical searching, was now a frantic, desperate slash of light, cutting jagged patterns through the trees. I swept it back and forth, left and right, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chloe's red jacket or the familiar silhouette of Ben. The shadows danced and writhed at the edge of the light, twisting into monstrous shapes that dissolved as I focused on them. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch in the wind, sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. "Chloe, Ben," I called out, my voice sounding thin and strained.
Game's over!
Time to head back. The only answer was the echo of my own voice, swallowed by the immense, indifferent wilderness. A profound sense of isolation washed over me. The campfire, which couldn't have been more than a few hundred yards away, felt like it was on another planet. I was alone out here, with two missing friends and a growing certainty that something was terribly wrong. I tried to retrace my steps, to follow the path Liam had taken, but in my haste, I had become disoriented. The trees all looked the same, skeletal and menacing in the stark beam of my flashlight. I was navigating by instinct, pushing through thick underbrush that clawed at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. That's when I saw it. In a small, damp patch of earth near a trickling stream, my light fell upon a footprint. My first reaction was relief, a surge of hope that I was on their trail. But as I leaned in for a closer look, the relief curdled into ice, cold dread. The print was clear and deep in the soft mud. It was unmistakably human, and it was barefoot. I stared at it, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. The print was slender, with long, defined toes pressed deep into the mud. It was fresh. None of us, not even Dave on his clumsiest day, would be foolish enough to run around these woods barefoot. The ground was a minefield of sharp rocks, thorny vines, and broken branches. A cold knot of pure terror formed in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a prank. We weren't alone out here. The whisper I'd heard earlier, the snapping twig, Liam's terrified face. It all coalesced into a single, horrifying realization. The feeling of being watched wasn't just paranoia. There was someone else in these woods with us.
Okay, guys, this isn't funny anymore.
I yelled, my voice cracking with a fear I could no longer conceal. Game over. I mean it. Let's head back to the fire. Right now, the silence that answered me was absolute. It was a dead silence. A void where the chirping of crickets and the rustling of small animals should have been. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. I was about to turn and make a blind run for the camp when a sound tore through the night, ripping the silence to shreds. It was a scream. It was high, pitched, filled with a raw, undiluted terror that went straight to my bones. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was Chloe. The sound was cut off abruptly, as if a hand had been clamped over her mouth, but the echo of it seemed to hang in the air, a ghostly testament to her fear. It had come from the north, from the direction of the creek, near the old, abandoned ranger cabin that we always used as a landmark. Adrenaline obliterated my fear. I didn't think, I just ran. I crashed through the woods, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, illuminating a chaotic, lurching world of tangled branches and looming tree trunks. I shouted their names, my voice raw and hoarse. Chloe. The cabin was a place we actively avoided. It was a relic from a time when park rangers still patrolled these woods on foot. Now it was a dilapidated, rotting structure, its roof sagging and its windows long since shattered. Local legend claimed it was haunted, a story we'd always laughed off as we told ghost stories around the fire. It didn't seem so funny now. I burst through a final line of trees and stumbled into the clearing where the cabin stood. It looked even more menacing up close, a dark, skeletal shape against the black sky. The front door was hanging open on a single, rusted hinge, a gaping maw leading into the darkness within.
Chloe!
I screamed, my light sweeping across the front of the decrepit building. Ben, are you in there? I reached the doorway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I shone my light inside, the beam cutting through decades of dust and decay. The interior was a wreck. A single room, furnished with a rotten wooden table and a couple of overturned chairs. Cobwebs hung from the rafters like funeral shrouds. My light found Ben first. He was huddled in the far corner of the room, his back pressed against the damp, mildewed wall. His face was a mask of pure, abject terror, as white as bone. His eyes were wide and unseeing, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He was pointing a trembling finger towards the other side of the room. My hand, slick with sweat, tightened on the maglite. I forced myself to move the beam, to follow the direction of his shaking finger, dreading what I would find. And then I saw her. Chloe was there, backed against the opposite wall, her hands held up in a futile defensive gesture. She was alive. But her face was streaked with tears, her eyes locked on something in front of her. Standing between her and the center of the room was another person. He was tall, unnaturally so, and rail-thin, his frame draped in dark, ragged clothes that seemed to absorb the light. For a split second, I thought it was a stranger, a hiker who had stumbled upon our game. But that thought evaporated as he turned, slowly, deliberately, to face me. My flashlight beam hit his face, and my world stopped. My breath hitched in my throat, and a strangled noise escaped my lips. He wasn't wearing a mask. Where his face should have been, there was nothing. Just a smooth, pale, unbroken expanse of skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no features at all. It was a perfect, horrifying blank. I was frozen. My feet rooted to the floor, my mind screaming in denial at the impossible thing I was seeing. It was a waking nightmare. A monster torn from the pages of a madman's sketchbook. This was what Liam had seen. This was what had made Chloe scream. The faceless man took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its head tilted slightly, as if it were listening to the frantic, terrified hammering of my heart. It paid no attention to Chloe, who was sobbing uncontrollably against the wall. Its focus, its entire unnerving presence, was fixed solely on me, the one with the light. The moment stretched into an eternity. The three of us, me, Ben, and Chloe, were trapped in a tableau of pure horror, pinned in place by the impossible creature that stood in the center of the room. My flashlight beam remained fixed on its blank face, the smooth, featureless skin seeming to drink in the light, reflecting nothing. My mind, which had been racing with adrenaline and fear, was now eerily blank, unable to process, unable to command my limbs to move. All I could do was stare at the abomination before me. It was Ben who broke the spell. A choked, guttural sob escaped his throat. A sound of a mind pushed past its breaking point. With a final, desperate scream that was more animal than human, he bolted. He scrambled to his feet and flung himself towards the open doorway, crashing into the rotten frame as he fled into the all-consuming darkness of the woods. He didn't look back. I expected the creature to turn, to pursue him, to react in some way to the sudden noise and movement. It didn't even flinch. Its blank head remained tilted, fixed on me. It was as if Ben, in his terror, had ceased to exist for it. Its attention was absolute, its focus unwavering. It was interested in me, the one holding the light, the one who had been the hunter. Then, with a horrifyingly fluid motion, it moved. It took a long, silent step, not towards me, but towards Chloe. She let out a weak, pleading cry. Pressing herself so hard against the wall, it seemed she was trying to merge with the wood. The creature reached out a long, slender arm, its fingers unnaturally long and thin, like the branches of a dead tree. It didn't grab her violently. It simply placed its hand on her shoulder. Chloe went rigid. Her sobbing stopped. Her eyes, wide with a terror I couldn't begin to comprehend, were locked on the creature's blank face. A single tear traced a path through the dirt on her cheek. The creature's other hand came up and gently, almost tenderly, covered her mouth. And then it began to pull her away from the wall. She didn't fight. She couldn't. It was as if its touch had paralyzed her, stolen her will. She moved like a sleepwalker, her feet shuffling listlessly across the dusty floorboards. The creature began to drag her towards the door, its movements slow and deliberate, its blank face still turned towards me, watching me, daring me to intervene. That was what finally broke my own paralysis. The sight of Chloe being led away, like a lamb to the slaughter, sent a surge of desperate, useless courage through me. I raised the heavy maglite, my knuckles white.
Get away from her!
I yelled, my voice a pathetic, trembling croak. The creature paused for a single, chilling moment. It tilted its head again, a gesture of curiosity, of amusement. It was listening to my fear. It knew I was powerless. And then it turned and continued out the door, pulling Chloe with it into the night. The beam of my flashlight followed them for a step, illuminating Chloe's terrified, tear-streaked face for one last, heartbreaking moment before they were swallowed by the darkness. I was alone in the cabin. The silence that descended was more terrifying than the screams. It was a silence filled with the certainty of what had just happened. A silence that confirmed I was now completely, utterly alone with that thing in the woods. My mind finally kicked into gear, screaming a single, coherent thought hide. My eyes darted around the dilapidated room. There was nowhere to go. The windows were shattered holes. The door was a gaping maw. Then I looked up. In the far corner of the cabin, a crude wooden ladder was nailed to the wall, leading up to a small, dark loft space. It was my only chance. My legs felt like lead, but I forced them to move. I stumbled across the room, my flashlight beam dancing frantically. I half expected the faceless thing to reappear in the doorway at any moment. Every shadow seemed to hold its form. Every gust of wind sounded like its footstep. I reached the ladder and scrambled up, not daring to look back. The rungs were slick with mildew and felt like they would break under my weight, but they held. I pulled myself into the loft, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. It was a small, cramped space, filled with old, rotting crates and discarded equipment. I crawled on my hands and knees to the edge of the loft, positioning myself behind a stack of boxes so I could peer down through a gap in the floorboards into the room below. My heart was a wild animal trapped in my chest. I switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into near total darkness. The faint, ambient light from the clouded sky was just enough to make out the dark square of the doorway below. I waited, listening, every nerve ending screaming. For a long time, there was nothing. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my blood. I began to wonder if it had gone, if it had taken Chloe and simply left. A sliver of insane hope began to dawn. Then I heard it. A soft, scraping sound from outside. The sound of something dragging along the cabin's exterior wall. It was slow, methodical, deliberate. It was circling the cabin. I held my breath, my body rigid with terror. The sound moved along the side of the cabin, then the back, then the other side. It was inspecting its trap. It knew I was in here. It was taking its time, savoring the hunt. Through the gap in the floorboards, I saw a shadow fall across the doorway. It was long and thin, a stark, black shape against the slightly less black night. The creature stood there for a long moment, its blank face pointed into the cabin. It was listening. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it couldn't hear the frantic beating of my heart. It took a step inside, its movements unnervingly silent on the dusty floor. It stood in the center of the room, directly below my hiding spot, and slowly, it tilted its head back, its blank face aimed directly at the loft. It knew. I am hiding in the loft of this godforsaken cabin. Chloe is gone. The faceless thing took her, just dragged her out into the woods to an unimaginable fate. I can hear it, still just outside. It's not circling anymore. It's waiting. It's not just looking for me. It's hunting. And I think it's my turn to be the runner. But this isn't a game anymore. The sun is hours away, and I don't think I'm going to make it back to the fire. My name is Grace O'Connor, and I am writing this because I need someone to know the truth. Not the sanitized, logical truth that the authorities settled on, but the chilling, unbelievable reality of what happened to my husband, Michael. It's a truth rooted in stories I once dismissed as childhood fears, whispers from a world I never thought existed. To understand what happened at the lake, you must first understand the stories my grandmother told me. Stories about a silent observer who comes for the hopeless. You have to understand Walking Sam. My grandmother was a Lakota woman, raised on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. She was a woman of quiet strength, her face a beautiful map of wrinkles that deepened when she smiled and held a universe of stories in their lines. During the hot, sticky summer nights of my childhood visits, when thunderstorms rolled across the plains and the wind howled like a mourning animal, she would tell me the old tales. These weren't the comforting fables other children heard. They were warnings, meant to instill a healthy fear of the world, beyond what our eyes could see. Her most terrifying story was about him. "He is not a spirit of violence, Gracie," she would say, her voice low and raspy, barely a whisper above the storm. "He does not carry a knife or a weapon. His power is far more insidious. He is a collector of sad souls." She called him Walking Sam. He was an entity, an omen drawn to profound despair. She described him as a tall, impossibly thin figure, as if his form were stretched and pulled by some unseen force. He wore a dark suit, the kind an old-fashioned undertaker might wear, but it seemed to be woven from shadows themselves. He had no face, she'd insist, her dark eyes locking onto mine. Where a face should be, there was only a smooth, pale, and terrifying blankness. He wouldn't chase you. He wouldn't speak. He would simply appear at the edge of your vision, a silent sentinel in the periphery. He came only to those who had lost all hope, those whose hearts were so heavy with sorrow that they were ready to let go of the world. He would stand and watch, patient and still, his presence a constant, oppressive weight. He would follow them, a shadow they couldn't shake, until the despair he fed upon finally consumed them. He was there to witness the end, to ensure the soul was truly ready for collection. He was, my grandmother believed, a harbinger of self-destruction. As a child, the story terrified me. I'd have nightmares of a faceless man standing in the corner of my room. But as I grew older, logic and reason scrubbed the fear away. It became just another spooky story, a piece of folklore designed to keep children from wandering off or giving in to melancholy. I loved my grandmother, but I filed Walking Sam away with the boogeymen and other monsters of the dark. I never believed. I should have. I met Michael in college. He was the opposite of despair. He was life itself, a whirlwind of bright energy, infectious laughter, and boundless optimism. He saw the good in everything and everyone. When we got married, I felt like the luckiest person on earth. We built a life together, filled with love, adventure, and the simple, everyday joys that constitute true happiness. For 15 years, my world was a fortress of light, and the shadows of my grandmother's tales couldn't find a single crack to seep through. Then the diagnosis came: pancreatic cancer. The words from the oncologist were cold, clinical, and absolute. They hung in the sterile air of the examination room like a death sentence. 6 months, they said. Maybe less. Michael, my fighter, my eternal optimist, promised me he would beat it. And he tried. Lord, how he tried. He endured the brutal onslaught of chemotherapy, the endless nausea, the crushing fatigue, and the relentless pain. I watched, helpless, as the disease and its cure waged a war that ravaged his body. The vibrant man I loved began to disappear, replaced by a frail, skeletal stranger. The weight fell off him. His hair came out in clumps, and the light in his brilliant blue eyes dimmed until it was just a flicker. The worst part wasn't the physical deterioration. It was the slow, agonizing death of his hope. Each failed treatment, each grim-faced doctor, each day of pain chipped away at his spirit. The laughter stopped. The optimism curdled into a bitter, silent resignation. He was hollowed out by the inside, and the despair my grandmother had spoken of began to fill the void. It was a palpable thing, a cold presence that settled over our home. Our fortress of light had been breached. It was my idea to take one last camping trip. We had a favorite spot, a secluded cove, by a Syrian lake nestled deep in the Black Hills, not far from where my grandmother had grown up. We had so many happy memories there. I thought, perhaps foolishly, that if I could just get him back there, surrounded by the beauty of the natural world he loved, so much I might be able to rekindle that last flicker of his spirit. I wanted one more good memory, one final image of him smiling to hold on to. He agreed, but his compliance was listless. There was no excitement, no anticipation. Packing the gear, once a joyful ritual, felt like preparing for a funeral. The drive was mostly silent, the beautiful, rugged landscape passing by unnoticed by the man in the passenger seat, who just stared blankly out the window. When we arrived, the place was as beautiful as ever. The late summer sun filtered through the tall pines, dappling the forest floor in gold. The lake was a sheet of glass, reflecting the deep blue sky. But the beauty felt mocking. Michael barely seemed to register it. He moved slowly, mechanically, as I set up the tent and arranged our campsite. He spent the rest of the day in a camp chair, facing the water, a statue carved from grief. The first night was cold and unnervingly quiet. I lay awake for hours, listening to Michael's shallow, ragged breathing, my own heart aching with a grief so profound it felt like a physical weight on my chest. Sometime after midnight, I woke with a full bladder. Unzipping the tent as quietly as I could, I stepped out into the frigid night air. The moon was nearly full, casting a silvery, ethereal glow over the landscape. And then I froze. At the edge of the lake, about 50 yards from our tent, a figure was standing. It was a man, tall and thin, perfectly silhouetted against the shimmering water. He was wearing what looked like a dark, formal suit, which seemed utterly bizarre for the middle of the woods. He was standing perfectly still, his posture rigid, and he was looking directly at our tent. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature snaked its way down my spine. The woods, which had felt peaceful moments before, now seemed menacing, the shadows between the trees full of watchful eyes. "Hello," I called out. My voice was thin, wavering in the vast silence. It sounded small and pathetic. "Can I help you?" There was no response. Not a twitch. Not a shift in weight. Not a single sign that he had heard me. He just stood there, staring. A wave of pure, primal fear washed over me, cold and sickening. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was something else. Something wrong. I didn't dare call out again. I scrambled back inside the tent, my fingers fumbling with the zipper, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Michael," I whispered, shaking his shoulder with a trembling hand. "Michael, wake up. There's someone outside. There's a man by the lake." He just groaned. A pained sound deep in his throat, and rolled onto his other side, facing away from me. He was lost in a fog of medication and misery. I was completely, utterly alone. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, rigid with fear, straining my ears for any sound. A footstep, a snapping twig, anything. But there was only silence. A heavy, waiting silence. I didn't dare look outside again. I just lay in the dark, wide awake until the first gray light of dawn, thinking of my grandmother's stories. Thinking of a tall, shadowy man who comes to watch. Sleep did not come again that night. I lay on my sleeping bag, a prisoner of the thin nylon walls of the tent, every nerve ending alight with adrenaline. The absolute silence of the forest pressed in, no longer peaceful but predatory. I imagined the tall man still standing by the water's edge, a motionless statue of ill intent. Was he watching the tent? Was he waiting for me to come out again? The questions circled in my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear the slightest sound over the frantic thumping of my own heart. I thought of my grandmother's stories, the words echoing in the dark confines of the tent. He just came to watch. When the first weak, gray light of dawn finally filtered through the fabric, it felt less like a rescue and more like a temporary reprieve. I was exhausted, my body heavy with a fatigue that went bone deep, my eyes gritty and sore. In the light of day, the fear from the night before seemed almost foolish, a product of an overactive imagination fueled by grief and stress. It was probably just a late night fisherman, I told myself, or a hiker who had lost his way. There had to be a rational explanation. There always was. But when I looked at Michael, the fragile bubble of my rationalizations burst. He was even worse than the day before. He hadn't moved from the position he'd been in when I'd tried to wake him. There were dark, bruised looking circles under his eyes, and his skin had a pale, waxy sheen to it. He seemed to have shrunk during the night, collapsing further into himself. When I finally coaxed him to sit up, his movements were slow and agonizing. He wouldn't eat the breakfast I prepared. He wouldn't speak. He just took the cup of coffee I offered, his hands trembling, and stared into it as if it held the secrets to some terrible universe. The despair rolling off him was a physical force, a cold wave that extinguished any warmth from the morning sun. I tried to act normal. I chattered about the weather, about the birds I could hear in the trees, about anything and everything, hoping to fill the suffocating silence. He offered no response, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the lake. It was like talking to a ghost. The vibrant, loving man I had shared my life with was gone. In his place was this hollowed out shell, and I was terrified that I was losing him not just to the cancer, but to the crushing weight of his own sorrow. That afternoon, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the campsite, I decided to gather more firewood. I told Michael I'd be back in a few minutes. A cheerful, brittle lie, and he gave no indication that he'd even heard me. I grabbed the small hatchet and walked towards the thicker woods that bordered our clearing. The forest floor was a soft carpet of pine needles, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. For a few moments, the simple, physical task soothed me. The rhythmic crunch of my boots, the sharp crack of dry branches, it was normal. It was real. I had gathered an armful of wood and was turning to head back when a flicker of movement, or rather, a lack of it, caught my eye. My blood ran cold. There, standing among the dense shadows of the pines at the very edge of our campsite, was the man from the night before. He was partially obscured by the trunk of a massive ponderosa, but there was no mistaking the tall, unnaturally thin silhouette or the dark, funereal suit. In the daylight, his presence was even more jarring, more profoundly wrong. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing there, watching. I dropped the firewood. The clatter of the logs hitting the ground seemed deafeningly loud. He didn't react. A scream lodged itself in my throat, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the woods or the hatchet. I just ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, my lungs burning, my mind screaming one single, frantic thought. He's here. He's real. I burst back into the clearing, gasping for breath, my eyes wild with panic. Michael was still in his chair, unmoved, his back to the woods.
Michael.
I cried, my voice a ragged gasp to leave. Now. We have to go now. I grabbed his arm, my fingers digging into his thin bicep.
There's a man watching us.
He's in the trees. For the first time all day, he turned his head and looked at me. But there was no alarm in his eyes. No concern. There was nothing. Just a dull, empty flatness that terrified me more than the figure in the woods. His gaze drifted past me, towards the trees where I had seen the man. He stared for a long moment, his expression unchanging. "There's no one there, Grace," he said, and his voice was a monotone, devoid of any emotion. "You're just tired. You're not sleeping."
No! Michael, you don't understand! He was right there!
A tall man in a suit, the same man from last night. My voice was rising, bordering on hysterical. I knew how I must sound, but I couldn't stop myself. "Why can't you see him?" "Because there is nothing to see," he said, with a tone of finality that shut down all argument. He turned his head and resumed his vigil, staring out at the placid, unblinking eye of the lake. I stood there, trembling, my frantic pleas dying in my throat. I looked back at the woods, my heart pounding. The spot where the man had been standing was empty. He was gone. But I knew what I had seen. He was real. The horrifying realization began to dawn on me. It wasn't that Michael couldn't see him. It was that the man wasn't there for me to see. He was there for Michael. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. As dusk bled across the sky, painting it in shades of bruised purple and orange, I built up the campfire until it was a roaring blaze, a desperate circle of light to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. I sat on a log, clutching a heavy iron skillet from our cook set, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of our camp. Michael had retired to the tent early, swallowing his pain medication with apathetic resolve, before zipping himself into his sleeping bag. I was alone again, a solitary guard on a hopeless watch. The moon rose, fat and white, but its light seemed unable to penetrate the oppressive darkness that clung to the trees. Hours passed. The fire crackled and spat, the only sound in a world that seemed to be holding its breath. And then he was there. He wasn't in the woods this time. He wasn't by the lake. He was standing just at the edge of the firelight, a place that had been empty seconds before. He was closer, so much closer, and I could see him clearly. My grandmother's descriptions had not done him justice. The reality was infinitely more terrifying. He was impossibly tall, his limbs too long and slender for his body, giving him a grotesque, insect-like appearance. His black suit was not made of cloth. It seemed to shift and wreathe, a piece of living shadow that absorbed the firelight. And his face, my God. His face. My grandmother was right. He had no face. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, there was only a smooth, pale, ovoid blankness, like an unpainted mannequin's head. It was the most obscene thing I had ever seen. The skillet fell from my numb fingers and landed in the dirt with a soft thud. I was paralyzed, frozen by a fear so absolute it felt like my heart had stopped beating. He wasn't looking at me. His featureless face was turned towards the tent, where Michael was sleeping. There was an unmistakable sense of purpose in his stillness, an air of profound patience. He was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that swept away every last vestige of doubt and rationalization, who he was. This was not a hiker. This was not a figment of my imagination. This was the collector of sad souls. This was Walking Sam. And he had come for my husband. Time ceased to have meaning. I was a statue of flesh and bone, my gaze locked on the faceless horror, standing at the edge of the firelight. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to do something. but my muscles were disconnected from my brain, locked down by a fear so profound it was like a physical paralysis. The crackling of the fire was the only sound in the universe. He stood there, his featureless head tilted ever so slightly towards the tent, a silent and patient predator. He wasn't there for me. I was just an obstacle, a piece of scenery in the final, tragic act of my husband's life. A surge of rage, hot and fierce, finally broke through the ice of my fear. It was a primal, protective fury for the man I loved, the man this thing had come to claim. With a guttural cry that ripped itself from my throat, I snatched a burning log from the fire pit. It was heavy and awkward, showering sparks onto my arms and hands, but I didn't feel the pain. Get away from him, I shrieked, my voice raw and broken.
Leave him alone.
I hurled the burning log with all my strength. It tumbled end over end through the air and landed in the dirt a few feet in front of him, scattering embers that glowed like angry red eyes in the darkness. He didn't flinch, he didn't move. He didn't acknowledge my existence in any way. The smooth, pale blankness of his face remained fixed on the tent. My act of defiance was as meaningless as a child throwing a stone at the moon. He was an inevitability, a force of nature, and I was nothing. Defeated, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it had appeared, I stumbled backward. Tears streamed down my face, hot and useless. There was only one thing left to do. I scrambled into the tent, zipping it shut as if the flimsy sheet of nylon could offer any real protection. Inside, the air was cold and still. Michael was asleep, his breathing a shallow, almost imperceptible whisper. In the faint moonlight filtering through the tent's fabric, his face looked like a waxen mask, peaceful and distant. He was already gone. I knew it then. He had already slipped away to a place where my voice and my love could no longer reach him. Walking Sam wasn't here to take him. He was just here to witness the departure. I spent the rest of the night huddled at Michael's side, my arms wrapped around his frail body, as if I could physically anchor him to this world. I didn't sleep. I watched his chest for the tiny rise and fall that told me he was still alive. I listened to the oppressive silence outside, my entire being focused on the presence I knew was standing just beyond the firelight. I prayed. I begged. I made silent, frantic bargains with God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore. I promised anything and everything if he would just make the sun come up and prove this was all a nightmare. Sometime in the deepest, darkest hour before dawn, my body betrayed me. My eyelids, heavy as lead weights, finally drifted shut. I fell into a black, dreamless pit of exhaustion for what couldn't have been more than an hour. But it was enough. I woke with a violent jolt, a sudden, sickening certainty that something was wrong. The tent was filled with the cold, gray light of early morning, and I was alone. Michael was gone. His sleeping bag was empty, the indentation of his body already cooling. His shoes, which had been by the door of the tent, were also gone. Michael, I called out, my voice a panicked croak. Michael. I scrambled out of the tent. The campfire was a pile of gray ash. The clearing was empty. There was no sign of the tall man. A thin, wispy fog was rising off the lake, clinging to the surface of the water like a shroud. A terrible, cold dread coiled in the pit of my stomach. I knew where he had gone. I ran towards the lake, my bare feet slipping on the damp, cold earth. And then I saw him. He was about 20 feet out, standing in the water up to his waist. His back was to me. He was perfectly still, just staring out at the center of the lake, as if waiting for a boat to arrive.
Michael, no.
I screamed, splashing into the frigid water.
Come back.
Please, Michael, come back. The icy shock of the water took my breath away, but I pushed forward, the muddy lake bed sucking at my feet. He didn't turn. He didn't respond. He just took another slow, deliberate step forward, the water rising to his chest. And then, with a quiet, final grace, he let his legs go out from under him and disappeared beneath the surface. There was no struggle, just a ripple that spread outward and then was gone. I am writing this in the car. It's been hours. The police have come and gone. They were kind, in a detached, professional way. A park ranger recovered Michael's body. They called it a suicide. A tragic but understandable consequence of his terminal illness and depression. They took my statement, their pens scratching on their notepads as I told them my frantic, unbelievable story. I could see the pity in their eyes, the quiet assumption that grief had made me hysterical, that I was hallucinating. They didn't see what I saw. Or if they did, they explained it away. Before they'd arrived, I had stood on the muddy shore, shivering and broken, and I saw the footprints. They were clear as day in the soft earth at the water's edge. 2 sets of them, leading into the lake. One set was the distinct tread of Michael's hiking boots. The other set was long, narrow, and barefoot. They walked side by side into the water until they vanished. He wasn't alone. The police said the barefoot prints were probably from another camper, or that I had made them myself in my panic and forgotten. They said the mind plays tricks on you in times of trauma. They closed their notebooks and told me they were sorry for my loss. I know what happened. The walker came for him. He didn't take him. Michael went willingly. He was just the silent escort, the collector of another sad soul. I'm driving away from that lake as fast as my shaking hands will allow. I've thrown our camping gear in the back, unable to leave it but desperate to get away. I can't stop looking in my rearview mirror. The winding mountain road is empty, but every so often, in the shimmering heat rising from the asphalt, I think I see him. A tall, thin figure in a dark suit, standing on the side of the road, his featureless face turned in my direction, watching me go. And I have a terrible, sinking feeling that he knows he'll be seeing me again one day. My own despair is a cold, heavy stone in my heart, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that he can sense it. My name is Daniel Everett, and before I recount the story of that fateful summer night, I believe it is only proper to introduce myself, as though I were presenting testimony before a silent jury. I was 24 years old at the time, freshly graduated from university, and searching for that elusive sense of freedom that adulthood promises but seldom delivers. I had always been a man who found comfort in books rather than parties, yet I agreed, against my better judgment, to accompany 3 friends on a camping trip deep in the northern woods. The invitation seemed harmless, even charming. At first, an escape from the gray routine of city life. Little did I know it would become the most terrifying night of my life. My companions were individuals who, at least on the surface, could not have been more different. Jonathan Hale, who had been my roommate during my senior year, was the natural leader of the group. He carried himself with the easy confidence of someone who believed the world bent for him alone. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and fond of laughing too loudly. But there was also a streak of recklessness in him, a tendency to chase experiences with little regard for consequence. Then there was Emily Ward. Emily had been my friend since childhood, and though she had grown into a woman of striking beauty, I still saw in her the freckle-faced girl who had shared her toys with me in kindergarten. She was thoughtful, intelligent, and occasionally too curious for her own good. Her camera rarely left her side, as she delighted in capturing the world through her lens. I trusted her more than anyone else in the group, though her fascination with the unknown often led us down strange paths. The final member of our company was Michael Anders. Michael was the quietest of us, though his silence was rarely awkward. He possessed a dry wit that emerged in carefully chosen words, and I sometimes suspected he saw more than he ever admitted. He studied anthropology, and his interest in folklore was profound. His backpack always carried at least one tattered book of myths, stories he claimed held truths that modern minds dismissed too easily. We set out on a Friday afternoon in the heat of late July, when the air clung to the skin and the roads shimmered like molten glass. Jonathan drove his old station wagon, a vehicle that rattled and groaned with every mile, though he assured us it was indestructible. The car smelled faintly of gasoline and sun-baked leather, but none of us complained. Spirits were high, and even I allowed myself to believe this would be nothing more than a pleasant weekend away. Our destination was a place known simply as Blackwood Forest, a stretch of wilderness untouched by towns or highways. According to Michael, it had been the subject of unsettling legends among the indigenous tribes centuries ago. Tales spoke of figures who moved between the trees, voices that lured travelers deeper into the woods, and shadows that carried the memory of those who had vanished. Naturally, Jonathan dismissed these stories as spooky bedtime nonsense, while Emily insisted they would make excellent photographs. I, on the other hand, kept my silence. I did not wish to encourage superstition. Yet I also could not entirely suppress the unease that stirred in me as Michael described the forest's reputation. By the time we reached the edge of Blackwood, the sun had begun to lower itself toward the horizon, staining the sky with shades of amber and crimson. The forest loomed before us, dark and dense, as though it disapproved of our arrival. We parked the car on a gravel path that led no further than a rusted metal gate. From there, we carried our supplies on foot: tents, sleeping bags, lanterns, and enough food to last the weekend. The path swallowed us quickly. Within minutes, the sound of the road had vanished, replaced by the drone of cicadas and the occasional rustle of unseen animals. The canopy above was so thick that even in daylight the forest seemed dim. The air was cooler here, heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth. Emily stopped more than once to photograph the shadows between the trees, claiming the place had a beauty that was difficult to describe. After nearly an hour of walking, we reached a clearing by a small lake. Its waters were still and black, mirroring the trees that crowded its edge. Perfect, Jonathan declared, clapping his hands together as though he had discovered the place himself. We set about constructing our camp. 2 tents pitched near the tree line, a fire pit dug at the center of the clearing, and logs pulled into a circle for seating. The work was simple, and within an hour the fire crackled merrily, its smoke curling upward into the twilight sky. We cooked sausages over the flames and passed around bottles of beer. Conversation was light and cheerful at first, filled with teasing and laughter. Yet as the night deepened, the mood shifted almost imperceptibly. The forest grew quieter. The cicadas ceased their song, and even the breeze seemed to vanish. It was then that Michael began to speak of the legends again, his face illuminated by the fire's glow. He told us of hunters who had disappeared in these woods, their bodies never recovered. He described voices that called in familiar tones, luring wanderers from their camps. He spoke of the Blackwood Watcher, a figure cloaked in shadow said to roam the forest, neither spirit nor man, who fed on fear itself. Jonathan, predictably, laughed. "You're trying to scare us." "That's all," he said, tossing a twig into the fire. "But it won't work. Ghost stories are just that, stories." Emily, however, leaned forward, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Do you think there's any truth in them?" she asked quietly. Michael shrugged. "Every legend begins somewhere. Whether it's fact or imagination, I cannot say. But the forest does have a presence. Can you not feel it?" I did feel it. I had felt it since the moment we entered. A subtle but undeniable weight, as though unseen eyes observed our every movement. I had hoped the feeling would fade with laughter and firelight, but instead it grew stronger. Later, as the fire dwindled, and we prepared for sleep, Emily pulled me aside. "Daniel," she whispered, "do you hear it?" I listened. At first, all I noticed was the usual stillness of the forest. But then, faintly, I detected something else. A sound like distant humming, low and rhythmic, drifting through the trees. It was too deliberate to be the wind. "Yes," I admitted, my throat dry. She looked at me with unease. "It's coming from across the lake." I glanced toward the water. Its surface was dark and smooth. Yet I could not shake the impression that something moved beneath it, just out of sight. We said nothing more. Instead, we returned to the tents. Jonathan was already snoring, while Michael sat reading by the dim light of a lantern. Emily joined him, perhaps for comfort, and I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the canvas ceiling. The humming persisted, rising and falling like a chant carried by invisible voices. Sleep did not come easily. When at last my eyelids grew heavy, I dreamed of tall figures standing between the trees, their faces hidden in shadow, their heads tilting as though they were listening. I awoke sometime later to silence. The forest was utterly still. For a moment, I thought perhaps I had only imagined the sound. Then, without warning, a sharp snap echoed from the tree line, as if a branch had broken underfoot. I froze, my heart pounding. Another snap followed, closer this time. Someone, or something, was moving just beyond the clearing. I sat up, straining to listen, and the air in the tent grew, colder, heavy with dread. The night was only beginning. When I think back on that night, I often wonder if I might have prevented what followed had I spoken up sooner. Fear, however, is a silencer more powerful than reason. Instead of waking the others when I first heard those footsteps, I remained frozen in my sleeping bag, convincing myself it must have been an animal. A deer, perhaps, or a raccoon searching for scraps. Yet the sound did not belong to any animal I knew. It was deliberate. One step, a pause, then another. Each movement pressed down on the earth, with slow precision as though whoever, or whatever, walked there wanted to be heard. I forced myself to lie back to steady my breathing, but my body betrayed me. My hands trembled, and every muscle screamed at me to run. When the noise ceased, replaced once again by that dreadful silence, I thought perhaps it had passed. I was wrong. A voice broke the stillness. "Daniel." It was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it carried clearly through the canvas walls of the tent. My blood turned to ice. The voice was unmistakable. It belonged to my mother. She had been dead for 3 years. I sat upright in horror, my pulse pounding in my ears. The voice came again, closer this time. "Daniel, come here." I clutched the lantern beside me, fumbling with the switch until a weak glow filled the tent. Michael stirred from his reading, glancing up with wary eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice hoarse with sleep. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He frowned. "Hear what?" Before I could answer, Emily's voice called from the other tent. "Daniel, why are you outside?" The words stabbed me with confusion. "I'm not outside," I said quickly. "I'm here, in my tent." Silence followed. Then came the sound of her tent unzipping. I rushed to stop her, but by the time I stumbled into the clearing, Emily was already standing in the moonlight, her hair disheveled, her expression dazed. "I thought I heard you," she murmured. Jonathan groaned from where he lay. "What the hell are you two doing?" "Some of us are trying to sleep." "Someone's out there," Emily insisted, her eyes fixed on the tree line. I heard Daniel calling me. Michael emerged beside me, his lantern casting a fragile halo of light. "That's not possible," he said flatly. Daniel was with me. Jonathan sat up now, his annoyance fading into unease. "Maybe it was another camper," he suggested, though his voice carried no conviction. "There's no one else here," Michael replied. "We're miles from the nearest road." We stood in uneasy silence. The forest loomed, darker than ever, every shadow a threat. I could still feel the echo of my mother's voice, curling inside my skull like smoke. Then it came again. Not my mother this time, but Emily's own voice. "Emily," it whispered from the trees. "Come here." Her face drained of color. She took an involuntary step forward, her body pulled as though by invisible strings. Michael grabbed her arm, holding her back. "Don't," he said firmly. Jonathan swore under his breath. "All right, this isn't funny anymore. Whoever's out there, you'd better knock it off," he shouted into the forest. His words rang hollow in the still air. No answer came. Only the reflection of the moon on the lake, the silent trees, and the pounding of my own heart. We argued quietly about what to do next. Jonathan insisted it was a prank, though even he seemed rattled. Emily was shaken, and Michael spoke of the legends again, reminding us of voices that lured travelers away. I hated to admit he was right, but what else could explain it? In the end, we agreed to take turns keeping watch. Jonathan volunteered first, more to prove his bravado than from any genuine desire. Emily and I returned reluctantly to our tent, while Michael kept his lantern burning beside him. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake, listening for every rustle, every breath of wind. The forest seemed alive with unseen movement, though the fire had dwindled to embers. Emily whispered beside me, her voice trembling. "Daniel, what if it's true? What if there's something out there?" I wanted to reassure her, but words failed me. All I could do was reach for her hand in the darkness. Sometime later, I must have dozed. When I awoke, the tent was bathed in an eerie glow. At first, I thought it was dawn, but the light was wrong. Too pale, too cold. Emily was gone. I scrambled outside in panic. The clearing was empty except for Jonathan, who sat motionless on a log, his face blank. The fire was nearly dead, reduced to faint coals. Michael was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Emily?" I demanded. Jonathan turned his head slowly, his eyes glassy as though he were half asleep. "She went into the woods," he said. "What?" Why didn't you stop her? She heard something, he muttered. Said she had to go. I shook him violently.
Jonathan, wake up!
This isn't a game. But he only blinked at me, dazed. I grabbed the lantern and dashed toward the tree line. The pale glow deepened as I ran, spreading between the trees like mist. My lungs burned, my legs heavy, but I pressed on, calling Emily's name. The forest answered. Daniel? The voice was hers, clear and desperate, echoing between the trunks. I followed it, stumbling over roots and rocks, my lantern swinging wildly. Branches tore at my arms, shadows danced at the corner of my vision. At last I found her, or thought I did. A figure stood ahead, bathed in that unnatural light. It was Emily's form, her hair falling around her shoulders, her hand reaching toward me. "Help me," she whispered. I rushed forward, but as I drew closer, the figure dissolved into mist, fading like smoke in the wind. The light flickered and vanished, plunging the forest into suffocating darkness. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. My lantern sputtered, threatening to die. When it flared back to life, I saw Michael crouched nearby, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't follow it," he hissed. "It's not her." I stared at him in disbelief.
But she's gone!
He shook his head violently. "That thing wants us to chase it. That's how it takes people." I wanted to argue, but the conviction in his voice stopped me. He helped me to my feet, urging me back toward the camp. We stumbled through the trees, the lantern our only anchor against the swallowing dark. When we returned, Jonathan was still seated on the log, but now his head was bent forward, his chin resting on his chest. I feared the worst, but when Michael shook him, he stirred groggily. "What happened?" he asked, his voice slurred. "You tell us." Michael snapped. "Where's Emily?" Jonathan looked around in confusion, realization dawning slowly. She left. I told her not to, but she said she heard her name." We argued again, desperation rising like floodwater. Emily was gone, taken by something we could not understand. I wanted to go after her, but Michael insisted we wait until daylight. "The forest isn't ours at night," he said grimly. "If we chase her now, we'll join her." So we waited. Hours stretched like centuries. The fire burned low, our lanterns flickered, and every sound from the woods set our nerves on edge. Jonathan cursed under his breath, blaming himself, blaming Michael, blaming the legends. I sat in silence, clutching the lantern, my thoughts consumed by Emily's face, her voice, her outstretched hand. When dawn finally broke, it came without warmth. The light was pale and weak, as though the sun itself feared this place. We rose, exhausted, and prepared to search for her. The forest awaited, silent and watchful. And though the daylight offered some comfort, I could not shake the certainty that it was only an illusion. The true horror of Blackwood had yet to reveal itself. When morning came, it brought no sense of relief. The sunlight did little to warm us, and the forest felt no less hostile in daylight than it had under the moon. The three of us, Jonathan, Michael, and I, stood at the edge of the clearing, staring into the trees where Emily had vanished only hours before. None of us spoke for several minutes, each waiting for the others to decide what must be done. It was Jonathan who broke the silence. "We can't just sit here," he said, his voice unsteady. "She's out there. She could be hurt." Michael shook his head grimly. "If she is out there, then she isn't alone. You saw it, Daniel. That light, that thing. We need to be careful. The forest doesn't want us here." I wanted to believe Jonathan's reckless optimism, but Michael's words rang truer. I remembered the way Emily's figure had dissolved into mist, how her voice had carried from nowhere. Still, the thought of abandoning her was unthinkable. "We have to try," I said, my voice quieter than I intended. "We can't leave her." And so we set out, packing what little supplies we could carry. Lanterns, water, and a length of rope Jonathan insisted we might need. We left the tent standing, the fire cold, and stepped into the woods as though stepping into the mouth of a great beast. The forest was eerily silent. No birds sang, no insects stirred. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the occasional snap of a branch. The air was heavy, thick with a dampness that clung to the lungs. As we pressed deeper, the trees seemed to close around us, their trunks leaning inward, as if conspiring to keep us trapped. Jonathan led the way, his bravado dimmed but not extinguished. He called Emily's name repeatedly, each shout echoing into the stillness with no reply. Michael followed close behind, his eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. I walked last, my gaze fixed on the spaces between the trees, half expecting to see figures watching us. After what felt like hours, we reached a narrow ravine. A thin stream trickled at the bottom, its water dark and sluggish. On the opposite bank, I noticed something that made my heart lurch. A scrap of fabric caught on a branch. It was pale blue, the same color as Emily's shirt. "She came this way," I whispered. Jonathan immediately started down the ravine, but Michael grabbed his arm. "Wait. Look." At first, I saw nothing. Then I noticed them, prints in the mud. But they were not Emily's footprints. They were too large, too deep, and shaped in a way that was not quite human. The toes were long, almost claw-like, and the stride between them was unnaturally wide. "What the hell is that?" Jonathan muttered. Michael's face was pale. "The Watcher," he said softly. "The one from the stories. It's real." Jonathan swore, shaking free of Michael's grip. "She's stories don't matter. She came this way, and we're going after her." Before we could argue further, a sound drifted through the trees. It was faint but unmistakable, the sound of someone crying. "Emily," I breathed. We followed the sound, climbing the opposite bank and pushing through the undergrowth. The crying grew louder, more desperate, until at last we stumbled into a clearing unlike any we had seen. It was a circle, perfectly formed, the ground within it bare of vegetation. At the center stood Emily. She faced away from us, her shoulders trembling as she wept. "Emily," Jonathan shouted, rushing forward. I tried to stop him, but he was too quick. He reached her and laid a hand on her shoulder. She turned slowly, and the sight of her face nearly made me collapse. It was Emily, yet it wasn't. Her eyes were black voids, her skin pale as ash. Her mouth stretched too wide in a smile that was not her own. Jonathan staggered back, horror etched on his features. What is this?" The thing wearing Emily's face tilted its head, studying us with an expression both curious and cruel. Then it spoke, and though the voice was hers, the words were not. "You came when I called," it whispered, "just as they always do." The shadows at the edge of the clearing shifted, and I saw them. Tall, slender figures moving silently between the trees. Their forms were indistinct, as though made of smoke and shadow, but their eyes glowed faintly with cold light. Michael raised the lantern high, his voice trembling as he recited something from memory. Words in a language I did not know. The figures hesitated, their movements slowing, But the creature before us only laughed. "You think words will save you," it hissed. "This place is mine. All who enter belong to me." Suddenly, Emily, or the thing that wore her, lunged at Jonathan with unnatural speed. He cried out, stumbling backward as its claws raked across his chest. Blood blossomed on his shirt, and he fell to the ground, gasping. I rushed to his side, dragging him away, while Michael thrust the lantern toward the creature. Its light flared, and for an instant, the thing recoiled, its form flickering like a flame in the wind. "Back!" Michael shouted. "Stay in the light." We huddled together, the lantern our only protection, as the figures closed in. The circle around us grew tighter, their shapes shifting, whispering, their voices a chorus of stolen tones. I heard my mother's voice again, my father's, even Emily's laughter. All twisted, all wrong. Jonathan groaned, clutching his chest, his strength fading. "We can't fight this," he rasped. "We have to run." "But where?" I demanded. "We're surrounded." Michael's eyes darted around, frantic. Then he pointed toward the stream we had crossed. Water. The old stories said water can break their hold, if we can reach it. There was no time to argue. Together, we made a desperate dash toward the edge of the clearing. The figures surged forward, their whispers rising to a scream. The creature that wore Emily shrieked in fury, its voice 1,000 voices in one. We ran blindly, branches tearing at our skin, roots clawing at our feet. The lantern flickered wildly, threatening to die, but somehow it held. Behind us, the forest roared with sound, as though the trees themselves cried out in anger. At last, we burst from the trees onto the bank of the stream. Without hesitation, we plunged into the water, the icy current dragging at our legs. The lantern hissed and died, plunging us into near darkness. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then I realized the whispers had stopped. The forest was silent once more. We collapsed on the far bank, gasping, shivering, too exhausted to speak. Jonathan lay pale and weak, his wound deep but not immediately fatal. Michael tore a strip of cloth from his shirt to staunch the bleeding. When we finally looked back, the figures were gone. The clearing was empty. Only the trees remained, silent and watchful. We did not wait to see if they would return. With the weak light of dawn as our guide, we stumbled through the forest, until at last we reached the road where Jonathan's car awaited us. We never spoke of what we had seen, not in the days that followed, nor in the years since. Jonathan survived, though he bore the scar across his chest for the rest of his life. Michael withdrew into himself, his fascination with folklore replaced by a quiet dread. And Emily was gone. We never found her, not a trace, as though she had been swallowed whole by the forest. As for me, I left Blackwood with the certainty that some legends are true. There are places in this world that do not belong to us, places that wait with patient hunger for those foolish enough to enter. And sometimes, when the night is still and the wind falls silent, I hear my name whispered from the dark. I do not answer. My name is Amara Singh, and I trade in ghosts. Not the spectral chain, rattling kind that haunt Gothic manors, but the far more tangible specters of accountability, the phantoms of corporate responsibility that vanish the moment a tragedy is buried by the next news cycle. I am an investigative journalist, and my beat is the graveyard of industry. The forgotten towns where the skeletons of factories and plants stand as monuments to broken promises and poisoned earth. My work is to give those ghosts a voice, to prove they were ever there at all. This particular ghost hunt led me to the bruised heart of Appalachia, a place where the mountains themselves bear the scars of a brutal excavation. The story was supposed to be about the legacy of mountaintop removal mining in West Virginia, a practice as delicate as it sounds. Coal companies had used explosives to shear the tops off ancient peaks to get at the seams within, dumping the leftover rock and debris, what they call overburden, into the surrounding valleys. They choked the streams, flattened the landscape, and left behind a chemical blight that seeped into the groundwater and, eventually, into the people. My investigation was focused on the downstream consequences. The poisoned water that ran cloudy from the taps, the inexplicable cancers that bloomed like malignant flowers in towns nestled in the valleys, and the slurry ponds. These were the most damning evidence. Gargantuan, unholy lakes of coal sludge, heavy metals, and chemical waste, held back from the towns below by nothing more than earthen dams that were themselves dissolving under the chemical assault. My specific target, the nexus of my story, was the abandoned Black Creek processing plant and its associated mine. The plant had been shuttered for nearly 30 years, a relic of a boom that had long since gone bust. The company that owned it, Titan Mineral, had been absorbed by a larger conglomerate, which in turn had been bought out twice over. The ownership was a labyrinth of shell corporations designed to diffuse liability until it simply disappeared. But the slurry pond remained, a ticking time bomb of toxicity looming over the town of Havenwood. The locals spoke of the place in hushed, fearful tones. They said it was haunted, a claim I'd heard 1,000 times in places like this. They spoke of the ghosts of miners who had died not in collapses or explosions, but slowly, from the inside out, their lungs coated in dust and their bodies riddled with cancers from the chemical exposure. They said you could still hear their coughing on the wind, see their gaunt figures walking the rusted catwalks at dusk. I was sympathetic, but I was looking for a different kind of ghost. I was looking for proof, for the paper trail that would lead back to the boardroom, where the decision was made to sacrifice a generation for profit. I was hunting the ghost of a conscience. The drive to Black Creek was a journey into a slow motion apocalypse. The highway wound through hills that looked like they'd been scalped, their green tops replaced by barren, gray plateaus. The towns I passed through were withering on the vine, their main streets lined with boarded up storefronts and fading murals of proud, suit-faced miners. The people who remained watched my car pass with a deep, seated wariness in their eyes, the look of a community that had been promised the world and given a poisoned well. When I finally turned onto the old access road for the Black Creek plant, the pavement gave way to gravel, and the forest closed in. The trees themselves looked sick, their leaves tinged with a faint, coppery rust. A rusted chain link fence, topped with withered coils of barbed wire, sagged between concrete posts. The main gate was chained shut, a faded, bullet-riddled "Neno ti respessengi" sign hanging from it like a forgotten epitaph. I parked my car a quarter-mile down the road, hidden in a thicket of sickly-looking pines, and began the process of suiting up. The hazmat suit was a cumbersome, alien skin. I pulled the thick, rubberized fabric over my clothes, the material stiff and cold. Then came the heavy boots, the triple-layer gloves, and finally, the respirator and face shield. The world was suddenly muffled, my own breathing a loud, rhythmic hiss in my ears. the sound of artificial life. It was a profoundly isolating experience, sealing me off from the world, a necessary barrier against the poison I was willingly walking into. Alone, I pushed through a gap in the fence and stepped onto the grounds of the Black Creek processing plant. The air, even through the filters of my respirator, was thick with a chemical stench that defied description. A layered assault of sulfur, ammonia, and something acridly metallic, all underscored by the damp, cloying smell of decay. It was the smell of the slurry pond, a miasma that clung to everything. The plant itself was a skeleton of rust and ruin, a cathedral of corrosion. Conveyor belts drooped from their supports, like the broken spines of colossal beasts. The corrugated metal walls of the processing buildings were stained with a diseased rainbow of chemical spills. Lurid streaks of orange, green, and an unnatural, shimmering purple. Leaking barrels, their labels long since dissolved, lay on their sides, their toxic contents having bled into the cracked concrete and scorched earth years ago. I moved with methodical purpose, my camera clicking and whirring, documenting the nightmare. Every leaking drum, every stained patch of ground, every sign of blatant criminal neglect was a piece of the story. My Geiger counter chattered nervously as I passed certain areas, a frantic, invisible warning. This place wasn't just polluted, it was radioactive. My primary focus, the reason I had come, was a large diameter drainage pipe I'd identified on the plant's original schematics. It was an anomaly, a feature that made no engineering sense. It ran from the deepest, oldest section of the coal mine, a part of the tunnels that had been sealed off decades ago, and fed directly into the slurry pond. There was no legitimate reason for its existence. No mine drainage system would be designed to pump water into a toxic waste pond. My hypothesis was simple and horrifying. Titan Mineral hadn't just been dumping their processing waste into the pond. They had been using the abandoned mine itself as a secret. Illegal landfill, pumping waste directly into the earth, and this pipe was the evidence, an overflow valve for their sins. I found the access hatch for the pipe, tucked away, behind a collapsed section of a loading dock. Half buried under rubble and overgrown with thorny, mutated-looking weeds. It was a heavy, circular piece of cast iron, bolted shut and fused with rust. It took me the better part of an hour with a crowbar and a heavy wrench, my muscles screaming in protest inside the restrictive suit. To break the seal, the final bolt gave way with a percussive crack that echoed across the silent grounds. With a final, grunting heave, I pried the heavy hatch open. The stench that billowed out was a physical blow. It was a foul, organic wave of putrescence and chemicals. A smell so potent, it seemed to bypass my respirator's filters and coat the inside of my throat. It was the smell of rot on an industrial scale. The smell of something that had been sealed in darkness and left to fester for a generation. My eyes watered, and a reflexive gag tightened in my chest. This was it. This was the throat of the monster. Peering into the oppressive, black maw of the pipe, I readied the small, remote-controlled camera drone that would be my eyes in the darkness below. The drone was a compact, ruggedized unit, no bigger than my hand, equipped with a powerful LD spotlight and a high-resolution camera. I called it my canary, a modern-day stand-in for the birds miners once carried into the depths to detect poison gas. The irony was not lost on me. I placed it at the lip of the pipe, its rotors whirring to life with a sound like an angry hornet. A stark, mechanical noise in the oppressive silence of the ruined plant. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the steady hiss of my respirator. With a gentle nudge of the controls on my wrist, mounted monitor, the cannery dipped into the darkness. The world resolved into a circle of harsh, white light on the small screen. The initial feed was a nauseating, chaotic tumble as the drone stabilized itself within the pipe. Then the image steadied, and I got my first clear look into the artery of this poisoned place. The pipe, at least 4 feet in diameter, was coated in a thick, viscous, black sludge. It wasn't just a layer of grime, it was a lining, an internal skin that seemed to pulse with a slow, sickening rhythm in the drone's light. It looked hideously organic, like the inside of some colossal, diseased gullet. Strange, iridescent sheens, like oil on a puddle, swirled across its surface, catching the light in hypnotic, rainbow patterns of pure toxicity. I pushed the drone forward. It moved sluggishly, the air thick and heavy, resisting the small machine's progress. The signal was surprisingly strong, likely due to the pipe being a straight shot into the mine, a direct conduit. As it traveled deeper, I began to notice things embedded in the pulsating sludge on the walls. At first, they were just indeterminate shapes, lumps and strands of debris. But then the camera passed over something horribly familiar. The tattered sleeve of a work shirt, the fabric a ghostly white against the black ooze. A little further on, a steel-toed boot, the leather warped and bloated, jutted from the wall like a grotesque fungus. These were the remnants of the men who had worked here, fragments of their lives swallowed by the toxic mire. The journey felt endless. The only sounds were the drone's determined buzz, transmitted faintly through the controls, and my own ragged breathing. The stench from the open hatch seemed to intensify, a phantom smell that my mind conjured, even though my respirator should have blocked it. It was a smell of profound and ancient rottenness, a chemical and biological decay that spoke of things that should never have been combined. The pipe began to slope downwards more steeply, and the drone picked up speed. I could hear a low, wet, gurgling sound through the drone's microphone, a sound that grew steadily louder. I was getting close to the end. After what felt like an eternity of black, glistening tunnel, the view on my monitor changed. The pipe opened up, and the cannery emerged into a vast, open space. The drone's light cut a sharp beam through an inky blackness, revealing a massive, flooded chamber. This was the mine. I could make out the skeletal remains of wooden support beams, thick as telephone poles, their surfaces slick with the same black sludge. Sections of the ceiling had collapsed, creating monstrous piles of rock and debris from the depths like islands in a subterranean sea. And the water that filled the chamber was not water at all. It was the slurry itself, a vast, underground lake of the same toxic, semi-liquid waste from the pond above. The company had filled the heart of the mountain with its poison. I maneuvered the drone higher, its light sweeping across the cavernous space. The scale of it was staggering. It was a man-made hell. A tomb filled with a chemical brew so volatile that it had preserved this place in a state of perfect decay. The air must be unbreathable, a cocktail of methane and chemical vapors. And in the center of this toxic lake, something was moving. At first, it was just a disturbance on the surface, a slow, thick ripple that didn't seem to have a source. I guided the cannery closer, my fingers tight on the controls. The drone's spotlight hit the center of the chamber, and the surface of the sludge began to heave. It rose, impossibly, forming a mound, a hillock of black ooze that grew and grew. This was no mere current. It was a solid mass, an island of filth taking shape before my eyes. And then I saw them. As the massive, amorphous creature rose from the sludge, the drone's light caught on something pale within its shifting, black form. It was a face. A human face, contorted in a silent, eternal scream. Its features warped by pressure and chemical corrosion, but still recognizably human. Then I saw another, and another. I saw limbs, arms, legs, torsos, trapped within the creature, their bodies fused and melted together by the chemical waste. I saw skulls, their empty sockets staring out from the black mass, a mosaic of death. It was a horrifying, moving sculpture of human agony. It was the miners, the ones the locals whispered about. The ones who had died from the exposure, their bodies likely tossed into the mine shafts to hide the evidence, to be dissolved and forgotten by the illegal dumping. But they weren't gone. They weren't dead, not in any way I understood. The unique, radioactive, and chemical cocktail of the slurry had done something monstrous. It hadn't just preserved their bodies, it had merged them. It had broken them down to their constituent parts and reassembled them into a single, grotesque, sentient entity. A collective consciousness of pain and rage, born from industrial poison and corporate greed. The slurry's child. The legends were true, in the most twisted way imaginable. The mine wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was haunted by a living, breathing monument to corporate sin, a body, horror nightmare given life by a polluted environment. The creature sensed the drone. The light, the noise, the intrusion into its dark, silent world. It registered the cannery's presence. From its vast, heaving body, a dozen sludge-caked arms, formed from the fused limbs of the dead, rose from the ooze. They reached, blindly at first, then with a terrifying, coordinated purpose, for the small, buzzing machine. The silent screams on the faces embedded in its flesh seemed to grow louder in my mind, a chorus of pure, undiluted rage. A primal fear, cold and sharp, cut through my journalistic detachment. I jammed the controls, reversing the drone, pulling it back towards the pipe. The creature surged forward, its movement shockingly fast, displacing a great wave of the black sludge. The entire chamber began to flood with more of the foul liquid, pouring in from deeper tunnels, as if the monster itself was the heart of this toxic circulatory system. The canary shot back into the relative safety of the pipe, just as the wave of filth crashed against the opening. I didn't wait to see more. I pulled it back, the image on my monitor, a dizzying retreat through the glistening black tunnel. I heard a sickening, wet slap from the hatch behind me. I scrambled back, yanking the drone out of the pipe, just as a final gout of the foul liquid sloshed out onto the concrete. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled strength, I slammed the heavy iron hatch shut, the sound of its impact final and absolute. I fumbled with the bolts, my gloved hands shaking, sealing the horror back in its tomb. I fell back against the rubble, my mind reeling. The horrific images from the monitor burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The faces, the silent, screaming faces. For a long time, I just sat there in the dirt and rubble, my back pressed against the collapsed wall of the loading dock. The world was a muffled, distorted blur through my face shield. The only sound was the frantic, rasping thunder of my own breathing inside the respirator. A desperate rhythm that did nothing to calm the chaos in my mind. The images from the drone's camera played on a loop behind my eyes. The heaving black mass, the pale, screaming faces, the grasping, sludge, caked arms. It was a vision from a madman's fever dream, an impossibility that I had just documented with a high-resolution camera. My training, my instincts as a journalist, screamed at me to maintain composure, to analyze, to document my own reaction. But the primal, animal part of my brain had taken over. It screamed one simple, undeniable command to flee. Scrambling to my feet, I fumbled to secure the small drone to my utility belt, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages in the thick gloves. Every second I remained on these grounds felt like an eternity. The silence of the plant, which had earlier felt merely desolate, now felt charged and predatory. I kept glancing back at the iron hatch, half expecting to see it buckle outwards, to see the black, toxic sludge begin to seep from its edges. The thought of that creature, that composite nightmare of flesh and poison, being so close was a physical weight, pressing down on me, suffocating me even within my sealed suit. My retreat was anything but methodical. I stumbled through the chemical wasteland, my heavy boots catching on cracked concrete and twisted rebar. The rusting skeletons of the processing buildings no longer looked like industrial ruins. They were the ribcages of long, dead leviathans, and I was a trespasser in their graveyard. The slurry pond, visible through a gap in the buildings, had transformed in my perception. It was no longer just a static environmental disaster. It was a womb, a breathing, sentient thing, and the monster in the mountain was its heart. Was it contained? Could the pressure of its growth, its rage, breach the crumbling earthen dam? The image of that black tide, washing over the town of Havenwood below, of the creature surging forth to claim the living, flashed in my mind, and I pushed myself faster. Reaching the sagging fence line felt like breaking the surface after being held underwater for too long. I squeezed through the gap and didn't stop running until I reached the relative sanctuary of my car, hidden in the sickly pines. My hands shook so violently that it took 3 tries to get the key in the door. I threw my gear into the passenger seat, tore off the face shield and respirator, and sucked in a deep lungful of the Appalachian air. It was tinged with the faint, sour smell of the distant pond, and I gagged, the scent now inextricably linked to the horror I had witnessed. The drive back to my motel in Havenwood was surreal. I passed the same dying towns, the same wary faces, but now I saw them through a different lens. They were living on the edge of an abyss, utterly oblivious to the abomination festering in the mountain that loomed over their homes. They feared ghosts, the harmless echoes of the dead. They had no idea that the real horror was a living, breathing thing, a monument to the very corporate sins that had stolen their health and prosperity. The weight of that knowledge was a crushing burden. Back in the sterile anonymity of my motel room, I initiated the decontamination protocol. I stripped off the hazmat suit, bagging it and the rest of my gear for professional disposal. I scrubbed my skin raw in the shower, trying to wash away a contamination that was more than chemical. But the images remained seared into my memory. Hours passed. The sun went down, and the neon sign of the motel cast a flickering, lurid glow into my room. I hadn't eaten. I hadn't slept. I had just sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the laptop that contained the cannery's footage. The ghost I had come here to find was on that memory card. This was the proof. The undeniable, monstrous proof that went far beyond falsified environmental reports and illegal dumping. This was a crime against nature, against humanity itself. With a trembling hand, I plugged the card into my laptop, I had to see it again. I had to be sure. The footage was even worse the second time. Stripped of the adrenaline and immediate terror, I could see the details more clearly. The resolution was chillingly perfect. I could pause, zoom in on the faces trapped in the sludge. I saw the agony in their warped features, the despair in their empty eyes. These weren't just parts of a monster, they were individuals. Men who had once had names, families, lives. Men who had gone to work in the mine and had never come home, their disappearances written off as accidents or simply ignored. Their silent screams were the only testimony they had left. The creature wasn't just a monster born of poison. It was a mass grave, a moving, sentient tomb. A cold, hard fury began to replace the fear. The ghost of corporate responsibility I had hunting now had a face. 100 faces. Titan Mineral hadn't just poisoned the land and the water. They hadn't just buried their dead. They had created an eternal, living hell for them. I'm publishing this story. I have the footage, the sample analyses, the schematics, and the testimony of a dozen whistleblowers and victims. But the centerpiece, the smoking gun, is the video of what festers in the dark heart of Black Creek Mine. People need to know. They need to see the true face of what unchecked greed and inhuman indifference can create. There will be consequences. The corporation, with its army of lawyers and PR specialists, will try to discredit me. They will call the footage a hoax, call me a liar, a fraud. They will try to bury this story just as they buried those men. But I have the truth. They gave birth to a monster, a child of slurry and sin. And it's still down there in the flooded toxic darkness. It's growing, feeding on the chemical waste that continues to seep from the pond into the mountain. It is a chorus of silent screams, trapped within a single, toxic body waiting. And I will not rest until every one of those screams is heard. My name is Calvin Mercer, and for the better part of 3 decades, I have served as a park ranger in the Pisgah National Forest. It's not merely a job, it's a lineage. My father was a ranger before me, and his father worked the logging crews that carved some of these trails out of the raw wilderness. The mountains are in my blood. They're granite and gneiss, forming the very marrow of my bones. I've spent a lifetime learning their moods, from the soft, hazy blue of a summer afternoon to the stark, skeletal gray of a winter dawn. I know the scent of pine after a rainstorm, the feel of moss-covered rock beneath my boots, and the particular silence that falls just before the first snowfall. And I know the lights, the brown mountain lights. I've seen them more times than I can count. A silent ballad of glowing orbs that materializes over the ridge on clear nights. They dance and hover, swell and fade. A phenomenon that has been a fixture of this landscape for centuries. Science has offered its theories. Swamp gas, refracted headlights, ball lightning. But none have ever stuck. The Cherokee, whose ancestors walked these hills, long before any Mercer, have their own explanation. They say the lights are the spirits of their women, eternally searching for the warriors who fell in a great battle long ago. In the 70s, a different kind of folklore took root, with whispers of UFOs and extraterrestrial visitors using the mountains as a waypoint. I never subscribed to any of it. To me, the lights were simply a part of the mountain's mystery. A beautiful and inexplicable feature of the natural world, like the synchronous fireflies of Elkmont, or the elusive shadow of a black panther. They were a spectacle to be observed, not a puzzle to be solved. They were a reminder that no matter how well you think you know a place, it always holds something back, a secret it keeps for itself. I was a man of practicality, of soil and stone and observable fact. The lights were a beautiful anomaly, and I was content to leave it at that. That perspective, that comfortable distance, was shattered one winter. It was a season that had already been unusually harsh, laying a deep and stubborn foundation of snow across the higher elevations. A new storm was forecast, but the predictions were moderate. A few more inches, nothing a seasoned ranger with a V8 engine and a set of snow chains couldn't handle. I was on a remote patrol loop, a long, winding route that took me deep into the park's backcountry to check on trail conditions and ensure no late seasoned hikers had gotten themselves into trouble. The first flakes began to fall around midday, soft and fat and lazy. There was a deceptive piece to it, the world slowly being wrapped in a blanket of white. But as the afternoon wore on, the pace quickened. The wind began to howl, a low moan that grew into a piercing shriek as it tore through the hemlocks. The lazy flakes turned into a blinding, horizontal torrent of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. This wasn't the storm they had predicted. This was a blizzard, a full-throated, white-knuckled assault. My truck, a trusty Ford that had seen me through countless rough seasons, began to struggle. The tires spun, searching for purchase on the rapidly deepening snowpack. I was miles from the nearest paved road, further still from the ranger station. The radio, my lifeline to the outside world, crackled with static before falling into a dead, hopeless silence. Then came the lurch and the final, sickening stop. The engine whined in protest, but it was no use. I was buried in a snowdrift. The world outside my windshield a swirling vortex of white. A cold, sharp tendril of fear pierced the professional calm I always tried to maintain. I knew the protocol. Stay with the vehicle, conserve energy, wait for rescue. But I also knew these mountains. I knew how long it could take for a search party to even begin looking, let alone find me in a storm of this magnitude. The truck's heater would run for a few hours, but the gas tank wasn't full. When it died, the cab would become a metal coffin. The cold would seep in, relentless and lethal. I'd fall asleep, and I wouldn't wake up. Staying put wasn't an option. It was a death sentence. My mind raced, flipping through a mental map of the area I had built over 30 years. Roads were impassable. Trails were invisible. Shelter, was there any shelter? Then a memory surfaced, dredged up from a conversation years ago with an old-timer who had worked in the area before it was a national park. He'd spoken of the old mines that dotted the mountains, relics of a brief but frantic rush for Mecca in the early 20th century. Most were collapsed or flooded, but he'd mentioned one in particular, not far from my current position. The Widow's Maw, he'd called it. A simple, straight shaft dug into the side of the ridge. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only one I had. Pulling on every layer of gear I had in the truck, I stepped out into the tempest. The force of the wind was staggering. It stole the breath from my lungs and drove ice crystals into my exposed skin like tiny needles. Visibility was near zero. I was navigating by instinct, by the feel of the slope under my feet and the vague outline of the ridgeline against the churning gray sky. Every step was a battle. The snow was waist deep in places, a thick, heavy powder that fought my every move. My body screamed in protest. The brutal cold, a physical weight pressing down on me. I don't know how long I walked. Time lost all meaning in the disorienting chaos of the storm. It could have been an hour, it could have been 3. Just as my strength was beginning to fail, just as the insidious warmth of advanced hypothermia began to feel like a welcome invitation to lie down and rest, I saw it. A dark smudge against the wall of white. A shadow where no shadow should be. The mine entrance. It was little more than a jagged hole in the rock face, partially obscured by snowdrifts and frozen vines. I clawed my way toward it, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I stumbled through the opening and collapsed just inside, escaping the wind's relentless assault. The sudden silence was deafening. My body was a riot of sensation, uncontrollable shivering, the painful sting of thawing extremities, the ragged burn of air in my frozen lungs. But I was alive. The mine had saved me. For a long time, I just lay there on the cold, stone floor, my body slowly winning its war against the cold. As the shivering subsided and coherent thought returned, I sat up and took stock of my surroundings. I switched on my heavy-duty flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a perfect, unwavering circle into the absolute darkness. The mine was just as the old timer had described it, a simple, straight tunnel, about 10 feet high and just as wide, blasted directly into the heart of the mountain. The air was frigid, but still, it smelled of damp earth, of wet stone, and of a deep, ancient stillness. The entrance was still dangerously exposed to the cold, a gaping mouth breathing in the frigid air of the blizzard. My survival depended on getting deeper, on finding a place where the mountain's ambient temperature could offer a more stable, less lethal environment. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs felt like lead, but I forced them to move. I walked deeper into the black, my flashlight beam the only point of reference in a world devoid of light. The sound of my boots crunching on the gravelly floor echoed unnervingly in the profound silence. 10 minutes passed, maybe 15. The air grew noticeably less cold, the chill less biting. I was in the heart of the mountain now, safe from the storm. That's when I saw the first one. It hung suspended in the absolute blackness ahead of me, a perfect, self-contained sphere of light. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, felt weak and intrusive in its presence. I clicked it off, plunging the tunnel into a darkness so complete it felt solid, save for that single, impossible star. It was about the size of my fist, hovering in the middle of the tunnel, maybe 20 yards away. The light it cast was a soft, warm, golden color, like honeyed whiskey, and it pulsed with a slow, gentle, silent rhythm like a sleeping heart. It was, without a doubt, a brown mountain light. But it was here, deep in the belly of the mountain, a place where no light should be. My first reaction was not fear, but a profound, paralyzing astonishment. My ranger's mind, trained to identify, to categorize, to explain, went into overdrive. Swamp gas, impossible. There was no decaying organic matter, no swamp for miles. A reflection from some phosphorescent mineral seam. I swept the walls with my flashlight again. Nothing but damp, gray rock, flecked with the dull, silvery sheen of mica that gave the mine its purpose. There was nothing for the light to be reflecting from. It was its own source. Ball lightning. I'd read the reports, seen the grainy photographs. This was different. It was too stable, too serene. It wasn't a chaotic burst of atmospheric energy. It was composed. I stood there for a long time, mesmerized, the exhaustion and the lingering cold forgotten. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As I watched, a second orb emerged. not from deeper, in the tunnel, but directly from the solid rock wall to the right of the first. It didn't break the rock. It simply phased through it, like a ghost passing through a wall, coalescing out of the stone itself. It was slightly smaller than the first, its light a paler shade of gold, and it began to drift in a slow, lazy orbit around its companion. Then another appeared, this time from the ceiling, and another from the floor. Soon, they were emerging from all directions, seeping through the very fabric of the mountain. Within minutes, the tunnel ahead of me was no longer a black void but a silent, swirling galaxy of light. There were dozens of them, perhaps 100, all varying in size and hue, from small, intense points of white, gold to larger, more diffuse orbs of soft amber. They filled the space before me, a silent, dancing constellation, each one moving with an unhurried, independent grace, yet clearly part of a cohesive whole. The fear that should have been screaming through my veins was absent, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe. They didn't feel threatening. They felt curious. The initial swarm had stayed at a distance, but now, a few of the smaller lights broke away from the main group and began to drift slowly toward me. They swirled around me, their movements fluid and inquisitive. I could feel a faint, pleasant warmth radiating from them, a gentle heat that pushed back the last of the mind's chill and soothed my aching muscles. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known since I was a child, a profound and inexplicable feeling of being in the presence of something ancient and sacred. Slowly, cautiously, I raised my hand, palm up, an instinctive gesture of peace. I wasn't trying to touch one. It was more of a question, an offering. One of the closest orbs, a bright, fist-sized sphere, responded. It ceased its gentle swirling and drifted directly toward my outstretched hand, stopping to hover just an inch above my palm. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel its warmth more distinctly now, a clean, dry heat and a subtle, low-frequency vibration that seemed to hum directly into my bones. It felt alive. Then the impossible happened. The light in my hand flared, its soft glow intensifying in a sudden, brilliant flash. It wasn't a painful brightness, but it was absolute, consuming my vision until the entire universe was nothing but pure white light. A jolt far more powerful than any static shock shot up my arm and detonated in the center of my brain. My physical senses vanished, and my consciousness was torn loose, flooded with images, sounds, and feelings that were not my own. I saw the world not through human eyes, but from a perspective of immense, geologic age. I witnessed the violent, fiery birth of the mountains, the slow, grinding collision of tectonic plates, forcing the land upward in a monumental upheaval. I felt the uns of rain and wind that followed, patiently sculpting the raw peaks into the familiar, rolling shapes I knew. I watched primeval forests rise and fall, saw rivers carve their paths through solid rock, and witnessed the slow, inexorable creep of ice ages and the vibrant return of life in their wake. The consciousness I was experiencing was not singular. It was a vast, collective intelligence, a symphony of awareness composed of every stone, every tree, every drop of water, and every living creature that had ever been a part of the mountain. It was the mountain's life force, its memory, its spirit, made manifest in the orbs of light. They weren't ghosts of Cherokee women or alien spacecraft. They were the mountain itself looking back at me, and they were aware. They had been aware for longer than the human mind could possibly comprehend. The vision, the connection, ended as abruptly as it had begun. I found myself on my knees, on the gravelly floor of the tunnel, gasping for air, my arm tingling as if it had fallen asleep. The blinding light had receded, and the orbs were still there, filling the tunnel before me. But everything had changed. Their slow, peaceful dance was gone. Now they moved with a frantic, agitated energy, zipping back and forth, colliding with one another in sharp, angry bursts of light. The gentle warmth they had radiated was gone, replaced by a prickling, intense heat that made the air shimmer. And I understood. In that single, overwhelming moment of contact, they hadn't just been showing me who they were. They had been showing me what they felt. And what they felt was pain. The mine, this tunnel that I had seen as my salvation, was a wound. A crude, violent gash carved into their ancient living being. The drill bits, the dynamite, the relentless chipping away of their substance. It had been an agony, a source of constant, grating irritation that had festered for a century. My presence, another foreign body, another piece of the same invasive species that had inflicted the wound, was like salt being rubbed into it. They hadn't been curious about me. They had been inspecting an infection, a parasite that had burrowed its way into their flesh. The realization struck me not as a thought, but as a physical blow. The peace and awe I had felt were stripped away, replaced by the raw, primal terror of a mouse realizing it has cornered itself in the den of a lion. The air in the tunnel grew thick and heavy, the heat no longer a comforting warmth but a searing, suffocating blanket. The soft, honeyed glow of the orbs became a blinding, furious glare, their colors shifting to a harsh, angry white that bleached all detail from the rock walls. The silent, graceful dance had become a furious, swarming vortex of light, a hornet's nest of pure energy that had just been kicked. My body reacted before my mind could process the command. I scrambled backward, crab walking over the loose rock, my eyes wide with a terror I had never known. The swarm surged forward, not as individual points of light, but as a cohesive, unified wave of incandescent rage. They weren't trying to kill me, I don't think. It was something more impersonal, more instinctual. They were trying to eject me, to purge the infection, to push the foreign body out of their system with overwhelming force. A wall of heat slammed into me, so intense it felt solid. It was like standing in front of an open blast furnace. The fabric of my jacket began to smoke, and the exposed skin on my face and hands screamed in protest, blistering almost instantly. I turned and ran, a clumsy, stumbling flight back the way I had come. I didn't need my flashlight. The tunnel behind me was illuminated by a pulsating, wrathful light brighter than the midday sun. The shadows it cast of my own flailing form were monstrous and elongated, dancing grotesquely on the walls in front of me. They were on me, around me, a torrent of searing light. They didn't strike me in a physical sense, but they battered me with waves of energy. Each pulse that washed over me was a concussive force, accompanied by a high, pitched, keening sound that wasn't sound at all, but a vibration that resonated deep inside my skull, rattling my teeth. My mind, still reeling from the geologic timescale of the vision, was now being assaulted, overloaded with the raw, unfiltered agony of the being I had invaded. I felt its pain, its irritation, its deep, abiding desire for me to simply be gone. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my only thought to get out, to escape the suffocating confines of the tunnel and the relentless pressure of the swarm. I could feel them nipping at my heels, their heat scorching the back of my neck. One of the smaller, brighter orbs shot past my head, and as it passed, the world dissolved again for a split second into that same white, hot static. A jolt of pure information that left me dizzy and nauseous. They were shouting at me in a language I couldn't speak, but could suddenly, terrifyingly understand. Get out. You do not belong. This is not for you. My boots slipped on the uneven floor, and I went down hard, my shoulder crashing against the rock wall. I rolled onto my back and saw them halt, hovering in a dense, agitated cloud just a few yards away. They pulsed in unison, a single, massive, glaring eye in the darkness, and the heat they projected was unbearable. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me, more than the blizzard ever could, that if I stayed on the ground, they would simply incinerate me. Not out of malice, but as a matter of course, the way a fever burns away a virus. Adrenaline surged through me, a chemical scream for survival. I pushed myself up, ignoring the sharp pain in my shoulder, and staggered on. The entrance had to be close. I could feel a subtle shift in the air, a hint of the outside worlds, frigid breath cutting through the mind's intense heat. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The swarm was advancing again, more slowly this time, but with a terrible, inexorable purpose. They were hurting me, driving me from their sanctuary. Then I saw it, a pale, gray rectangle in the absolute blackness ahead. The entrance. Hope, fierce and desperate, flooded my chest. I poured every last ounce of my remaining strength into a final, lung-bursting sprint. I burst out of the widow's maw and back into the blizzard, collapsing headfirst into a deep snowdrift. The shock was instantaneous and brutal. My superheated skin met the sub-zero air and snow, and my entire nervous system screamed in agony. For a moment, the world went black. When I came to, I was lying half, buried in snow, my body shaking violently. The storm, as if its fury had been tied to the mountain's own, was breaking. The wind had died down, and a thick curtain of snow was thinning to a few scattered flakes. Patches of night sky were visible, studded with cold, indifferent stars. I pushed myself into a sitting position, my mind a chaotic swirl of pain, confusion, and lingering terror. My jacket was scorched. My face and hands were a mess of angry red burns, but I was alive. I was out. I looked back at the mine entrance. It was just a dark, silent hole in the mountainside once more. The light was gone. Slowly, painfully, I got to my feet and began the long, agonizing trek back toward my truck. The blizzard had passed completely now, leaving behind a world of pristine, sculpted white under a clearing sky, and as I crested a small rise, I looked across the valley toward Brown Mountain, and I saw them. They were dancing. Glowing orbs of light, hovering and swirling over the ridge, just as I had seen them 1,000 times before. They were as beautiful, as mysterious, as enchanting as ever. But I knew their secret now. I knew what I was looking at. It wasn't a phenomenon to be studied or a fatale to be told around a campfire. It was a being, a vast, ancient consciousness that I had trespassed against. The beautiful dance over the mountain wasn't for show. It was the visible pulse of a life form, beyond our comprehension, and tonight, it was a dance of agitation, of pain, of a fever that had just successfully expelled an intruder. I no longer work at the Pisgah National Forest. I couldn't. I can't look at those mountains anymore without feeling the memory of that searing heat, without feeling the echo of that ancient, agonizing consciousness. I live in a small town on the coast now, as far from the Appalachian Range as I can get. But some nights, When the sky is clear, I find myself looking west, toward the distant, unseen peaks. And I remember, the lights are not a mystery to be solved. They are a warning to be heeded. The mountains are alive, and they don't like it when we dig into their home. They don't like it when we trespass. My name is Judah Kane, though I suspect that name means very little to anyone who might find this account. It's a name I myself tried to forget for the better part of a decade. A name I buried under a mountain of chemical haze and self-deception. To put it plainly, I was an addict. That's not a confession offered for sympathy. It is a clinical fact, a necessary starting point to understand how I found myself shivering in the cold, silent guts of the earth, waiting for a monster that I was convinced couldn't possibly be real. It all began with a debt, as these stories so often do. The man I owed was named Silas, a creature of the city's underbelly who operated with the cold, reptilian efficiency of a predator that has never known fear. He wasn't a man of idle threats. The promises he made were etched in the scars and broken bones of those who had failed to heed them. My debt had grown beyond a simple financial obligation. It had metastasized into a personal insult, a mark of disrespect he was keen to erase. The last time I saw him, his voice was a low, gravelly whisper that cut through my drug-addled fog with chilling clarity. "Judah," he'd said, his eyes like chips of obsidian. "The next time I see you, your legs are mine. I'm going to make it so you can't even crawl away." Panic, cold and sharp, finally pierced the thick numbness that had become my constant companion. It wasn't just the physical threat, it was the sudden, horrifying realization of the corner I had backed myself into. I had no money, no allies, and no more lies to sell. My world had shrunk to the size of a single, desperate imperative run. I stole what little cash I could from the lockbox of the Gremmy diner, where I occasionally washed dishes, filled a tattered backpack with a few bottles of water, a half-eaten bag of stale chips, and, most importantly, the last of my stash, a dangerous cocktail of whatever I'd been able to procure. It was my emergency kit, a parachute I hoped I wouldn't have to pull, but one I couldn't bear to leave behind. My car, a rust bucket sedan that wheezed and complained with every mile, became my sanctuary and my prison. I drove with no destination in mind, only a frantic need to put distance between myself and Silas's reach. I drove east, pushing the groaning engine through the night, my gaze flitting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the glint of headlights from Silas's black muscle car tailing me. The city lights bled into the endless dark of the interstate, and as the hours crawled by, the landscape began to change. The flat, urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills that grew into the ancient, slumbering mountains of Appalachia. I was heading into the heart of West Virginia, a place of deep woods, forgotten towns, and whispered legends. It was in a greasy spoon off a 2-lane highway, the air thick with the smell of fried bacon and stale coffee, that I first heard the story. Two old-timers were hunched over the counter, their voices a low murmur. I was only half listening, my mind preoccupied with the tremors starting in my hands, the first sign of the chemical storm brewing inside me. But then I caught a few words that snagged my attention. 10 feet tall, glowing orange eyes. I leaned in, pretending to study the faded menu. They were talking about Flatwoods, a small town just a few miles from where I was. They spoke of a night back in the 50s, when something had fallen from the sky, a ball of fire that streaked across the evening and crashed into the hills. They talked about the thing that had emerged from the wreckage, a creature of impossible height, with a head shaped like the ace of spades, a dark, pleated skirt like body, and long, spindly arms that ended in claws. It had glided toward the witnesses, hissing, its eyes burning like hot coals, leaving behind a sickeningly sweet, metallic odor that clung to the air for hours. The men spoke of it as a historical fact, a piece of local lore as real as the mountains themselves. They called it the Flatwoods Monster. One of them mentioned the old clay mine on the outskirts of town, a place that had been abandoned not long after the incident. "No one goes up there," he said, shaking his head. "Not since. Place ain't right." A seed of an idea, born of desperation and encroaching madness, began to sprout in my mind. A place no one goes. A place with a story so bizarre, it would keep even the most determined pursuer at bay. It was perfect. It was a hole to crawl into. A place to ride out the coming tempest of withdrawal and fear. A place where Silas would never think to look. The monster was just a ghost story. A campfire tale to scare children. The real monster was the one hunting me, and the ones I carried inside my own bloodstream. Finding the mine was easier and more unsettling than I'd anticipated. Their dirt road, choked with weeds, branched off the main highway and wound its way up into the dense, silent woods. My car scraped and bounced over the ruts, the branches of overgrown trees, clawing at the windows like skeletal fingers. The road ended abruptly in a clearing littered with the ghosts of industry, a rusted out-or cart lying on its side, the skeletal remains of a wooden sluice, and a crumbling brick smokestack veiled in ivy. And there, carved into the face of the hillside, was the entrance to the mine. It was not a grand opening, but a jagged, dark wound in the earth, framed by rotting timbers. A faded, bullet-riddled sign nailed to one of the beams, Green GR, KPOU. The air flowing from the opening was cool, and carried the scent of damp soil, of deep, undisturbed darkness. My body was already beginning its rebellion. A fine tremor ran through my limbs, and a cold sweat slicked my skin. The edges of my vision were starting to shimmer, the vibrant green of the forest floor, seeming to pulse with an unnatural light. The storm was coming. I knew I didn't have much time. With my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the profound silence of the woods, I grabbed my backpack and scrambled out of the car. The darkness of the mine's entrance was absolute, a solid wall of black that seemed to absorb the afternoon light. It felt like a living thing, a throat waiting to swallow me whole. For a moment, I hesitated. The old-timers' story echoed in my head, 10-foot tall thing with glowing orange eyes. But then I thought of Silas's cold whisper, the promise of shattered bone and searing pain. The choice was clear. I would take my chances with the ghosts. I crawled into the mine. The temperature dropped instantly, the air growing heavy and still. The light from the entrance vanished behind me after the first turn, plunging me into a darkness so complete it felt like a physical weight. I fumbled for the small, cheap flashlight in my pack, its beam a weak, trembling spear against the oppressive black. It revealed a narrow, rough-hewn tunnel, the walls slick with moisture that trickled down in slow, steady drips. The sound of each drop echoed, creating the unnerving illusion of footsteps following me, just beyond the reach of my light. I pushed deeper, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cocktail of chemicals I'd ingested hours before was now fully taking hold. twisting my perceptions. The damp rock walls seemed to shift and breathe in the wavering beam of my flashlight. Shadows danced and coalesced, forming fleeting, grotesque faces that vanished the moment I tried to focus on them. I knew it was a hallucination. I'd been through this before. It was just a ride, a terrifying, mind-bending ride that I had to endure until it was over. I found a small side chamber, a hollowed-out space just off the main tunnel. It was drier than the passage, and the floor was covered in a fine, soft dust. This would be my sanctuary. I huddled in the far corner, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. I switched off the flashlight to conserve its battery, and the absolute darkness returned, a suffocating blanket. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sound of my own frantic breathing, and waited for the storm in my head to pass. But the storm was only just beginning. Time, in that subterranean blackness, ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into agonizing eternities, and minutes compressed into fleeting moments of terror. The storm I had been waiting for arrived, not as a gentle rain but as a biblical deluge. And my mind was the floodplain. The familiar, almost comforting, first waves of the trip began to wash over me. The darkness behind my eyelids bloomed with kaleidoscopic patterns, intricate and beautiful in their own right, but I knew they were just the prelude. Soon the hallucinations bled out into the perceived world. With my eyes wide open in the pitch-black chamber, I began to see. Phosphenes danced in my vision, coalescing into faint, shimmering outlines of impossible geometries. The steady, rhythmic dripping of water from somewhere down the tunnel began to sound like a language. A series of clicks and pops that felt laden with sinister intent. I could feel the rock at my back, cold and solid, yet it seemed to pulse with a slow, deep, organic rhythm, like the beating of a colossal heart, buried deep within the mountain. The very air grew thick, soupy, and I had the suffocating sensation that I was inhaling not oxygen, but the fine, gritty dust of ages. I'd been here before, mentally speaking. I knew the landscape of this particular hell. The key was not to fight it. You had to surrender, to become a piece of driftwood on the chemical tide, and let it carry you until it deposited you, trembling and raw, back on the shores of reality. I curled tighter, a mantra of, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real," looping in my thoughts, a flimsy shield against the encroaching chaos. But then, something new. It started with a sound that cut through the cacophony of my internal storm with the clean, sharp edge of a razor. It was a hiss. Not the organic hiss of a snake or the slow leak of a tire, but a loud, mechanical, and unnervingly regular sound, like the sharp release of compressed air from a pneumatic valve. Pesesist, shun-ke. Pesesist, shishin-ke. It was rhythmic, methodical, and it came from the direction of the main tunnel. My mantra faltered. My trips had sounds, of course. Distorted voices, ethereal music, impossible whispers, but never anything like this. This sound was industrial. It was real. It had a weight and a texture that my addled brain couldn't have simply fabricated. It was the sound of something working. Accompanying the hiss was a smell equally alien. It slithered into my small chamber, an insidious vapor that bypassed my nose and seemed to manifest directly at the back of my throat. It was sickeningly sweet, a cloying odor like burnt sugar, mixed with the acrid tang of hot metal and ozone. It was the smell of a machine overheating, of circuits frying. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, latched onto the idea of old, decaying mining equipment. some forgotten generator, miraculously sputtering to life. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that no machine left to rot for half a century would make these sounds or smells. My paranoia, which had been a dull, throbbing H, now sharpened into a blade of pure, unadulterated fear. I was not alone. The certainty of it was absolute. Someone, or something, was in the mine with me. Was it Silas? Had he somehow tracked me here? The thought was absurd. Silas was a creature of asphalt and concrete. He wouldn't be caught dead in a place like this. It had to be someone else. A local, maybe. A fellow squatter. Then the light began. It wasn't a sudden flood, but a gradual, creeping illumination that seemed to bleed from the main tunnel. It was a deep, pulsing crimson, the color of an open wound. The light painted the entrance to my chamber, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. The rough, hewn walls of the mine were transformed into a living throat, the pulsing, red glow mimicking the slow, rhythmic contraction of a gullet. I pressed myself so hard against the back wall of my alcove that I felt the sharp edges of the rock dig into my spine. I held my breath, praying that the shadows would conceal me. The hissing grew louder, closer. Possessest, Shion-K. Possessest, Shion-K. And with it, the silhouette appeared. It stood framed in the crimson, lit entrance to my chamber, a figure of impossible proportions. It was tall. Not just tall like a basketball player, but unnaturally, disturbingly tall, its head nearly scraping the top of the tunnel entrance. A space a good 10 feet high. The shape of its head was bizarre, a sharp, pointed cowl that flared out at the bottom, exactly like the ace of spades from a deck of cards. Its body was a dark, shifting mass, draped in what looked like a pleated, metallic dress that shimmered in the red light. But the most terrifying features were its eyes. They were not eyes in a conventional sense, but two large, glowing orange ovals that burned with a steady, internal fire. They were like the embers of a dying star, ancient and cold and utterly devoid of any emotion I could recognize. The creature didn't stand on the ground. It levitated, hovering a few inches above the dusty floor, its movement not a walk but a smooth, silent glide, an effortless drift that defied all logic. The Flatwoods monster. My mind fractured.
One half screamed, hallucination!
It was the perfect drug-fueled nightmare. My brain latching onto the ghost story I'd heard at the diner and projecting it into the darkness. It was a waking dream, a chemical phantasm given form by fear and local folklore. But my senses, my raw, terrified senses, screamed back,
Real!
The sweet, metallic smell was now overpowering, making my eyes water and my stomach churn. The rhythmic hissing was deafening, a physical pressure against my eardrums. And I could feel the heat from its glowing orange eyes on my skin, a palpable warmth that had nothing to do with my own feverish state. I was trapped in the nexus, the horrifying, razor-thin line between a chemical nightmare and a real, life monster. I couldn't tell what was a symptom of my withdrawal and what was a genuine, external threat. And in that moment of profound, soul-shattering confusion, it didn't matter. The terror was absolute. It glided into my chamber. The red light from the tunnel spilled in behind it, casting its colossal shadow over me, swallowing me whole. It moved with a serene, unhurried grace that was somehow more frightening than any sudden, aggressive movement. It was like a surgeon approaching a patient on an operating table, confident and methodical. Its arms, long and spindly, emerged from the folds of its metallic garment. They ended not in hands, but in long, gnarled, greenish claws, talons that looked capable of rending rock. They reached for me, slowly, deliberately. I was paralyzed. Every muscle in my body was locked, frozen by a fear so profound it had circuited my entire nervous system. I couldn't scream. I couldn't run. I couldn't even close my eyes. I could only watch as this impossible being, this creature from a forgotten headline, drifted closer, its burning orange eyes fixed on mine, its metallic claws reaching for my head. The tips of its metallic claws, cold as cryo fluid, touched my temples. I flinched, a pathetic full body twitch, my mind bracing for a pain I could not imagine. A spike through the skull, a psychic evisceration, the boiling of my brain. I expected a scream to be torn from my throat, a final, agonized shriek that would be swallowed by the ancient rock. But there was no pain. There was no physical sensation at all beyond that initial, shocking cold. Instead, there was a sudden, violent, and overwhelming torrent of everything. It was not a thought or a sound, but a direct, unfiltered data stream pouring into the deepest parts of my consciousness. My own identity, my sense of self, Judah Kane, the junkie, the coward, was instantly submerged, a single drop of rain falling into an infinite ocean. I saw stars. Not the pinpricks of light you see from Earth, but brilliant, raging suns of impossible color, vast nebulae of swirling, incandescent gas, and the cold, hard glitter of galaxies wheeling in the cosmic dark. I felt the crushing silence of the void, the patient, unending emptiness between worlds. Then, an image, sharp and clear, a craft, a vessel of elegant, biomechanical design, tumbling through the upper atmosphere of a blue-green world. I felt the jolt of an impact, the shriek of tortured metal, and the sickening lurch of a catastrophic system failure. I saw the desperate, analytical mind of its pilot fighting for control, a mind not of panic, but of pure, focused problem solving. The crash was not a fiery explosion, but a controlled descent, a desperate attempt to minimize damage, ending in a violent collision with the wooded hills of West Virginia. I saw this creature, not a monster, but a pilot, a scientist, perhaps a cartographer, emerging from the wounded shell of its ship. I felt its solitude, its isolation on a world teeming with strange, chaotic life. It wasn't malevolent, it was stranded, and I saw what it was doing here in this mine. The hissing, the pulsing red light, they weren't signs of aggression. They were the sounds and lights of its tools. The clay in this specific mine, I understood with a clarity that was not my own, possessed unique piezoelectric and mineralogical properties. It was a rare, essential component needed to synthesize the materials to repair its craft's damaged energy conduits. This mine wasn't a lair, it was a workshop. This creature wasn't hiding. It was working a castaway on a desolate island, patiently trying to rebuild its ship. This flood of information, this shared consciousness, lasted for what could have been a nanosecond or 1,000 years. And then, just as I was beginning to drown in this vast, alien perspective, the focus shifted. The lens of its perception turned inward, focusing on me, and that was when the true horror began. I felt its curiosity. It was a pure, cold, and deeply impersonal thing, the way a biologist might be curious about a new species of insect discovered under a rock. It had sensed my presence, not as a threat, but as an anomaly. It had been drawn to the chaotic, erratic energy of my mind, a mind thrown wide open and made vulnerable by a cocktail of potent neurotoxins. It began to study me. It sifted through my memories, my emotions, my fears, not with malice, but with a detached, scientific interest. It saw Silas. It saw the needle. It saw the endless, looping cycle of shame, desperation, and self-destruction that had become my life. It perceived the chemical storm raging through my synapses, analyzing the data with a chilling efficiency. I was not a person to it. I was a specimen. A strange, damaged piece of local fauna it had stumbled upon in its laboratory. The most terrifying part was the complete absence of judgment. It didn't see me as evil or weak or pathetic. It simply saw me as broken. A biological machine malfunctioning in a fascinatingly complex way. There was no empathy, no pity, only a profound and unnerving analytical detachment. In the face of its ancient, cosmic perspective, my entire existence, my pain, my addiction, my fear of a petty thug named Silas, was rendered utterly and completely insignificant. I was a bug under a microscope, a fleeting, twitching curiosity. The contact broke. The pressure in my head vanished as abruptly as it had begun. The creature retracted its long, metallic claws, its orange eyes blinking slowly, as if processing the data it had just downloaded. It had learned what it needed to know. My purpose as a subject of study was complete. Without a backward glance, it turned and glided out of my chamber, a silent, ghostly shape against the pulsing crimson glow. It floated back down the main tunnel, the methodical process, suing of its tools in the eerie red light, slowly fading into the distance, until I was once again left alone in the cold, the silence and the absolute, suffocating darkness. I didn't move for a long time. I remained huddled in the corner, my body racked with the violent, convulsive aftershocks of the trip, now compounded by the psychic trauma of the encounter. My mind was a battlefield of warring questions. Was it real? Was any of it real? Or was it the most profound and terrifying drug-fueled nightmare ever conceived? My subconscious latching onto a local legend to give a face to my own internal demons. Had my brain, in its desperate attempt to process my self-loathing, simply fabricated a cosmic mirror to show me how broken I truly was? I don't know. I never will. The line between the hallucination and the reality had been so thoroughly erased that trying to distinguish one from the other was a fool's errand. But as the first faint hint of dawn began to filter into the mind's entrance, painting the distant darkness in shades of gray, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. It didn't matter if it was real or not. The effect was the same. I crawled out of that mind the next morning, blinking in the bright, clean light of a world that seemed both alien and achingly familiar. I was hollowed out, scarred clean by a terror so fundamental it had burned away everything else. The fear of Silas, the craving for the needle, the endless, knowing anxiety. It was all gone. It had been replaced by the chilling memory of being seen, truly seen, and understood, not as a man, but as a broken specimen. I didn't go back to my car. I left it there, a monument to a life I was leaving behind. I walked down the dirt road, onto the 2-lane highway, and straight to the nearest town. I found a payphone and made a call I had been too scared and too proud to make for years. I checked into a rehab center that afternoon. I've been clean ever since. Because whether it was a creature from the stars or a demon from inside my own head, it doesn't matter. I looked into the vast, indifferent eyes of the incomprehensible, and it showed me, with perfect, clinical clarity, exactly how small and broken I was. And sometimes that's the only thing that can scare you straight. My name is Theresa Linwood. A year ago, the media gave me a title I never asked for. a label seared into my identity like a brand. The final girl. It's what the local papers and the sensationalist online blogs called me after I emerged, alone and incoherent, from the Red River mine. I was the sole survivor of what they officially designated the Red River Mine tragedy. A neat, palatable term for an event that tore my world apart and shredded my sanity. There were 5 of us when we went in. We were a unit. A self-contained universe of ambition and shared dreams. We called ourselves Uncharted Truth, a slightly pretentious name for our burgeoning urban exploration documentary series. Our goal was to peel back the layers of local legends, to find the kernel of truth buried beneath years of folklore and ghost stories. We weren't just thrill seekers. We were storytellers, armed with cameras and a belief that some tales were too potent to be mere fiction. Mark was the heart of our group, and he was the heart of my life. My boyfriend. He was the director, the visionary with an infectious passion that could convince you to follow him into the darkest of places. He saw the world through a camera lens, framing life into compelling narratives. He believed the Red River Mine was our masterpiece, the story that would put us on the map. His creative partner was Sarah, our meticulous researcher and historian. She was the one who unearthed the legend in the first place, spending weeks buried in county archives and dusty library basements. Sarah could trace the lineage of a ghost story, the way a genealogist traces a bloodline. She found the thread that connected the infamous Bell witch haunting of the 1820s to the abandoned mine. The legend claimed that after the Bell family was finally freed from their tormentor, the entity didn't vanish. It migrated, latching onto a new family, the Taylors, who had purchased the land and opened the Red River Mine. It was Sarah who found the coroner's report from 1888, the one describing in chillingly sterile detail how the entire Taylor family, father, mother, and 2 children, were found dead inside the mine. Their bodies, the report noted, were mangled in a manner inconsistent with any known mining accident or animal attack. Ben was our tech guru, the master of gear. He could coax a clear audio signal from the deepest cavern and rig a camera to see in near total darkness. He was the pragmatist, the skeptic who grounded us. He'd scoff at the ghost stories, tapping his light meter and muttering about atmospheric pressure and geological anomalies. But even he couldn't deny the grim history of the place. He was there to capture the facts, to document reality, and in a way, his skepticism was a comforting anchor against the tide of superstition. Rounding out our crew was Chloe, my best friend since childhood and our social media manager. She was the voice of our project, the one who built our online following with tantalizing teasers, and behind the scenes clips. She had a vibrant, magnetic energy, but beneath it was a deep, seated fear of the dark, of enclosed spaces, of everything the mine represented. Yet, her loyalty to the group, and to me, was stronger than her fear. She trusted us. She trusted Mark. We all did. We went into that mine to find the truth, to film a documentary that would separate fact from fiction. 5 of us went in. Only I came out. The official report is a study in clinical detachment. It speaks of a rare, unexpected flash flood that surged through the mine's lower tunnels. It states that my friends drowned, their deaths tragic but explainable. My own condition, the memory loss, the hypothermia, the deep scratches on my arms and back, was attributed to the trauma of survival, the mind's self-defense mechanism against an unbearable reality. They gave me therapy, medication, and sympathetic platitudes. They told me I was lucky. But I don't feel lucky. I feel like a loose end in a story that refuses to end. My memory isn't a complete blank. It's a shattered mirror, and in the shards, I see things the official report conveniently ignores. I have flashes, nightmarish fragments that jolt me from sleep, drenched in a cold sweat. I remember a voice, a high, sibilant whisper that slithered through the darkness, a voice that knew all our names, all our deepest secrets, the ones we never spoke aloud. It knew of Chloe's crippling debt, of Ben's jealousy toward Mark, of Sarah's secret ambition to leave the group and take the credit for her research. It knew everything. I remember the physical violations, the sharp, stinging pinches on my skin, the hard slap across my face in the pitch black, the terrifying sensation of being dragged backward by an invisible, impossibly strong force. Most vividly, I remember the sound of Mark screaming my name, a desperate, final cry that was abruptly cut short by a sickening, wet crunch. That sound is the metronome of my nightmares. They told me I was found near the entrance, half frozen and delirious. They said I was lucky the floodwaters had receded, leaving me on a muddy bank instead of sweeping me away. But I know it wasn't a flood. A flood doesn't whisper your secrets. A flood doesn't laugh. So today, 1 year to the day, I'm going back. I have to. The not knowing is a cancer, eating me from the inside out. I'm standing at the entrance to the Red River mine now, a professional grade digital audio recorder clutched in my hand. This is my testimony. If I don't come back, this is the truth. Let the world know what really happened here. The entrance is a dark, gaping wound in the Tennessee hillside, exhaling a stale, cold breath. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth, of wet, decaying leaves, and something else. Something metallic and acrid, like old blood. Underneath it all is an almost imperceptible scent, something that smells like old, spiteful hatred. I flick on my headlamp, its powerful LED beam, cutting a stark white path into the oppressive blackness. I take a deep breath and step inside. It's just as I remember from the nightmares. The main tunnel stretches forward, a perfect man, made cylinder supported by rotting timbers. The narrow, gauge cart tracks, rusted and brown, glisten wetly in my light, disappearing into the infinite dark ahead. The silence is the first thing that hits you. It's not just an absence of sound, it's a presence. It's heavy, suffocating, pressing in on you from all sides, making the blood pound in your ears. It feels like the silence of a predator, waiting patiently. Mark, my voice is a pathetic tremor, instantly swallowed by the void. Sarah, Ben, Chloe. Only my own echo answers, a thin, ghostly imitation of my fear. But it feels like something is listening. I can feel eyes on me, a malevolent attention from the impenetrable shadows, just beyond the reach of my light. It's cold in here, colder than it should be for an autumn day. It's a deep, penetrating cold that seems to emanate from the rock itself, seeping into my bones. I walk deeper, my boots making soft, squelching sounds in the mud. I reach the junction, the fork in the tunnel that sealed our fate. A year ago, we made a decision here. Ben and Chloe took the right tunnel to set up stationary cameras, while Sarah stayed behind to document the entrance area. Mark and I went left. That was our mistake. I shine my light on the walls of the left tunnel. They are covered in scratches. The official report dismissed them as tool marks from the original miners, but I know better. They aren't uniform. They are frantic, chaotic, and clustered in desperate patterns. They look like they were made by fingernails. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, a testament to unimaginable agony. And then I hear it. It's faint at first, just on the very edge of hearing, like the sigh of a distant wind. But there is no wind in here. It's a woman's voice, high and thin. It's a whisper, and it's saying my name. Theresa. My blood turns to ice. It knows I'm back. The whisper of my name hangs in the dead air, a venomous thread weaving through the silence. Theresa. It's not a memory. It's real. My heart stutters, hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct screams at me to turn, to flee back into the light. But my feet are rooted to the muddy floor. I am a statue of ice and terror. The beam from my headlamp trembles, dancing across the scarred rock walls. I am not alone. I was never alone. Who's there? The words are a fool's errand, a child's plea to a monster under the bed. The only response is a soft, chilling chuckle that seems to come from inside my own head. Then, the whispers multiply. It's no longer just my name. The voice, still thin and female, begins to speak of my friends, but it uses their own voices, twisted into cruel parodies. She never appreciated you, you know. It whispers, and suddenly the voice is Chloe's, laced with a bitter resentment I never heard in life. Always talking about her perfect relationship with Mark, her perfect future. While I was drowning in debt, she was planning a documentary. So easy for her. My stomach churns. Chloe had confided in me about her student loans, the crushing weight of them. I had tried to help, offered to lend her money, but she had refused, her pride too strong. To hear her private anxieties weaponized, twisted into an accusation, is a profound violation. He always picked you. Another voice hisses, and this time it's Ben's, dripping with a jealousy he had always kept carefully hidden. Mark's little prodigy. He never saw my talent. I was just the gear mule. He would have held me back forever. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the poisonous words. No, I whisper to the darkness. Ben wasn't like that. A sharp sting, like a flung pebble, hits my cheek. I cry out, stumbling back. My headlamp beam sweeps the tunnel. Nothing, just empty, dripping darkness. The primary voice returns, the high, spiteful whisper of the entity itself. Oh, but they were Theresa. They smiled at you, but their hearts were full of secrets. Just like Sarah's. Sarah's voice, crisp and academic, fills the void. This story was mine, my research, my discovery. They were just the camera crew. Once we had the footage, I was going to write the definitive account. Alone. Uncharted truth was a stepping stone, and they were all too naive to see it. It's a psychological assault, a calculated campaign to poison my memories, to isolate me even from the dead. It wants me to believe I was always alone, that their love and friendship were a lie. It feeds on misery, on doubt, on betrayal. It's trying to break me down before it tears me apart. You're lying, I say, my voice gaining a sliver of strength from a surge of anger. You killed them. Something yanks my hair, hard, snapping my head back. I scream, spinning around, swinging my arms wildly at the empty air. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. And then the laughter starts. It's not the soft chuckle from before. It's a high, cackling shriek that echoes from every direction at once, a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. It's the sound of a predator enjoying its prey's terror. You shouldn't have come back, little survivor. It whispers. The voice now right beside my ear, so close I can almost feel a cold, dead breath on my skin. I let you go for a reason. You were the messenger. To go out into the world and tell the story, to spread the fear. That is your purpose. But now you've broken the rules. You've come back to my house uninvited. Fueled by a cocktail of terror and adrenaline, I push forward, deeper into the left tunnel. My mission hasn't changed. I need proof. I need something tangible to take back to the world. Something that can't be dismissed as trauma, induced delusion. The whispering follows me, a constant. Tormenting litany of my friend's darkest thoughts, real or imagined. The tunnel floor becomes soupier, the mud sucking at my boots with every step. My headlamp beam catches something ahead, a shape half buried in the muck. It's metallic, rectangular. My breath catches in my throat. It's Mark's main camera. The professional one he never let out of his sight. I fall to my knees in the cold mud, my hands scrabbling at the object. I pull it free with a wet, sucking sound. The casing is cracked, and the advanced lens is a spiderweb of shattered glass. It's ruined. But my heart leaps when I see it, the small, rubber-sealed flap on the side, the one protecting the memory card slot, is still closed. This is it. The footage. The last moments. The proof. With trembling fingers, I pry open the flap. The tiny memory card is nestled safely inside. I pull it out, clutching it in my palm like a holy relic. It feels warm, or maybe that's just the heat of my own desperate blood. I shove it deep into the zippered pocket of my jacket. I have it. Now I just have to get it out of here. The second the zipper closes, the atmosphere in the mind changes. The playful, canned mouse torment vanishes, replaced by a palpable wave of incandescent rage. The whispering stops. In its place, a shriek erupts from the darkness ahead, a sound so full of hate and fury that it feels like a physical blow. It's not one voice anymore, it's a chorus, a legion of the damned, all screaming at once. Then I hear a new sound. A heavy, wet, dragging sound. It's coming from further down the tunnel. The direction Mark and I were heading that night. It's the sound of something heavy and inert being pulled through the thick mud. It's getting closer. I scramble to my feet and run. I don't look back. I sprint back the way I came, my boots splashing through the mire, my breath coming in ragged, panicked sobs. The junction should be right ahead. I should be able to see the main tunnel. But it's not there. The tunnel continues onward, a straight, unrelenting tube of darkness. I must have gotten turned around in my panic. I stop, panting, and shine my light behind me. The tunnel is empty, but the dragging sound is louder now, closer. I turn and run again, but the geography of the mine makes no sense. The walls seem to press in. The ceiling feels lower. This isn't a mine, it's a labyrinth. It's her playground, and she's changing the rules. My headlamp flickers. Once, twice. The beam weakens, turning a sickly yellow. The batteries were brand new. I slam the side of the lamp with my palm, and the bright white light returns, but only for a moment before it flickers again. In the strobing effect of the failing light, my eyes play tricks on me. For a split second, in one of the flashes, I think I see a shape down the tunnel behind me, a tall, impossibly thin silhouette of a woman, her limbs bent at unnatural angles. The light flickers again, and she's gone. The dragging sound is right behind me now. The whispering returns, no longer a chorus, but a single, intimate voice, right in my ear. Your friends are waiting for you, Theresa. They're all waiting. We're going to have a proper family reunion. My light flickers one last time, and then it's gone. Total, absolute darkness. A blackness so complete it feels solid. It's so cold. I can feel its breath on the back of my neck. It smells like the grave. The darkness is a physical weight, a smothering blanket woven from cold and silence. The grave smell fills my lungs, a scent of rot and ancient earth. Its breath on my neck is not a whisper of air, but a void, a patch of absolute cold that leaches the warmth from my very soul. My body is paralyzed, every muscle locked in a rictus of pure terror. My mind is a frantic storm, but my limbs refuse to obey. Now you understand. The voice whispers, no longer in my ear but inside my skull, a direct transmission of its thoughts into mine. This isn't a haunting. This is a home. The Taylors are still here. Your friends are still here. And now you will be too. A hand colder than frozen stone closes around my arm. The grip is like iron. It's not the hand of a human. The fingers are too long. The joints bending in ways that feel sickeningly wrong. It begins to pull me, dragging me deeper into the suffocating blackness. The wet, dragging sound I heard before is right beside me now, and I understand with a fresh wave of nausea what it was. It was dragging one of them, one of my friends, bringing them to the reunion. The touch breaks my paralysis. A primal scream tears from my throat, and I begin to fight. I thrash, kick, and swing my fists into the empty air. My hand connects with something solid but yielding, like striking cold, damp clay. A shriek of fury answers me, and the grip on my arm tightens, threatening to snap the bone. I'm being pulled off my feet, my boots losing purchase in the thick mud. My free hand scrabbles at my jacket, my mind seizing on a desperate, insane idea. The audio recorder. This is my testimony. I had started it when I entered the mine. Is it still running? My fingers find the small, rectangular device in my pocket. I pull it out, my thumb fumbling for the controls. I can't see anything, but I can feel the raised circle of the main button. I press it, hoping to stop the recording, to save what I have. A tiny, impossibly bright red light blinks on, illuminating a horrifying tableau for a fraction of a second. In the brief flash, I see it. It's not a woman. It's a thing that wears the shape of one, a tall, emaciated figure of mottled gray skin, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Its limbs are long and spindly, and its head is tooted at an impossible angle, a mass of tangled black hair hiding its face. And at its feet, half submerged in the mud, is a body. It's Ben, his face a pale, slack mask of terror, his eyes wide and staring at nothing. The light from the recorder dies, plunging me back into darkness, but the image is burned onto the backs of my eyelids. The entity lets out another shriek, this one of pain and anger, and its grip on my arm loosens for a second. It recoils from the tiny red light. The technology, the act of recording, of witnessing, it hurts it. That's all the chance I need. I wrench my arm free and scramble away, crawling on my hands and knees through the freezing mud. I don't know which way is out, but I move away from the shriek.
You cannot leave!
It screams, its voice losing its composure, becoming a raw, bestial roar.
You are part of the story! You belong to me!
I get to my feet and run, holding the recorder in front of me like a crucifix. I keep my thumb on the button, pulsing it on and off. Each time the red light blinks, the thing shrieks, and I get a fleeting, strobe-like glimpse of the tunnel. The walls are moving, shifting, the tunnel ahead elongating 1 second and shrinking the next. It's a nightmare landscape, a hell of its own making. The voices of my friends return, no longer whispering but screaming my name, begging me to stop, to come back, to join them. Theresa, don't leave us again. It's Mark's voice, full of anguish and betrayal.
We can be together!
Forever. Tears stream down my face, freezing on my cheeks. You're not him. I sob, my voice raw. You're not them. I stumble. my foot catching on one of the rusted cart tracks. I fall hard, the recorder flying from my grasp and skittering across the rocky floor. The tiny red light goes out. The shrieking stops, and expectant silence falls. The game is over. I crawl frantically, my hands sweeping through the mud, searching for the recorder. The dragging sound starts again, fast, slithering, coming right for me. My fingers brush against the cool plastic of the recorder, just as the icy hand clamps down on my ankle. It yanks me backward, my body plowing a furrow through the mud. I scream, holding onto the recorder, and jam my thumb on the button. The red light flashes. The entity howls, its grip faltering. I kick out with my free foot, connecting with something that cracks like dry wood. The hand releases me. I don't wait. I walk backward, away from the enraged howls, never taking my eyes off the darkness ahead. I can feel a change in the air, a slight shift in the pressure, a draft. Faintly, so faintly I think I'm imagining it, I see a lessening of the blackness ahead. A patch of dark gray in a sea of absolute black. The entrance. I turn and run toward it, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The entity is in full pursuit now. The entire mine seems to come alive with its rage. The timbers groan, and rocks clatter down from the ceiling. The whispers are a deafening roar from 1,000 throats, all promising agony, all demanding my return. The gray patch grows, resolving into the square outline of the mine entrance. I can see the silhouettes of trees against a pre-dawn sky. Freedom. I am almost there. I burst out of the mine, collapsing onto the damp, leaf-strewn ground, gasping the clean, cold morning air. I roll over and look back. For a moment, standing just inside the shadows of the entrance, I see the tall, thin silhouette, a figure of pure hatred against the darkness. It doesn't step into the light. A long, spindly arm reaches out, its unnaturally long fingers seeming to grasp at the air, before it retreats back into the depths. The sun begins to rise, its first rays spilling over the Tennessee hills, and the mine is just a dark, silent hole in the ground again. I lie there for a long time, shaking, crying, clutching the muddy audio recorder and the memory card in my pocket. This is the truth. This is my testimony. I survived again. But I know this isn't the end. I broke the rules. I went back into her house and I stole her secrets. I didn't just survive this time. I fought back. And I know, with a certainty that chills me more than the memory of its touch, that it will not let that stand. I am the final girl, the one who got away. But for how long? The story isn't finished. It has just begun. My name is Ranger Thomas Keegan, and I have been stationed at Yellowstone National Park for almost 15 years. That is a considerable amount of time for anyone to spend in the backcountry. Long enough to memorize the landscape as if it were the lines on your own hand. I know the rhythm of the seasons here, the way the wildflowers break through the thawing soil in May, the particular calls of coyotes as they raise pups in early summer, and the bone, deep silence that comes with the first snowstorm in November. I know every sound this place produces, every coyote yip, every elk boogle, every owl call, even the strange groan of trees, swaying against one another in the wind. That knowledge has always been a source of comfort, a sense of belonging in an environment where most people feel small and out of place. Yet despite all of my familiarity, there was one sound I could not place, and it has stayed with me ever since. It happened in late October, a night that was colder than usual, with the sort of brittle chill that creeps into your jacket no matter how tightly you pull it around yourself. I had been patrolling a stretch of trail that bordered one of the larger valleys, an area that tends to draw a lot of wildlife when the herds are moving down from higher elevations. Around midnight, I heard the first sound. A bugle, unmistakable in tone, the haunting call of a bull elk echoing across the valley. I have heard thousands of elk bugles in my career, and though they can sound otherworldly to a newcomer, they are as familiar to me as a human whistle. But this one was different. The first time it carried across the ridge, I thought nothing of it. I made a note in my head of the direction and kept walking. Yet as I listened, I realized it wasn't ending. The call went on, longer than any elk should have breath for, stretching into an unbroken note that rose higher and higher in pitch. I stopped where I stood, boots crunching into the frost, bitten dirt of the trail, and I waited. The sound warped, climbing past the register of an elk bugle until it became something else entirely. A scream, hollow and jagged, cutting off in mid-note with a violence that made me flinch. I have always prided myself on being steady in strange situations. Rangers encounter all sorts of things: hikers screaming for help, animals caught in traps, tourists testing the limits of their own stupidity. But this was different, not merely unusual, but wrong. I felt it in my chest, the way you feel thunder before you hear it. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound. The valley floor was washed in moonlight when I emerged into the clearing. That is where I saw it. At first, I thought it was just an elk standing alone. In the silver grass, massive antlers, casting long shadows in the pale light. But then I noticed its legs. They were too thin, too elongated, like stilts rather than the sturdy limbs of an elk. The longer I looked, the more unnatural they appeared, as though someone had stretched them out of proportion. My breath caught in my throat, and the instinct to step back pulled at me, though I forced myself to remain still. Then it turned its head. Slowly, deliberately, the animal rotated its skull until its eyes fixed on me. Normally, elk eyes glow a dull yellow in reflected light. These did not. They glowed a deep, unsettling red, like coals in a dying fire. The clearing seemed to darken around it, as though the very light of the moon resisted falling on its body. I whispered to myself that it was a trick of the light, that fatigue was making me see things strangely. My hand brushed against the radio at my hip, but for reasons I could not explain, I didn't reach for it. A sense of stillness had gripped me, as though making a sound would trigger something I wasn't prepared for. The elk, or whatever it was, opened its mouth. What came out was not the sound of an animal. It was my voice. Clear, precise, unmistakable, as though a recording had been played back to me. Thomas. The sound carried across the clearing with unnatural clarity, and every hair on my body stood on end. I cannot convey the violation of hearing your own name, spoken aloud in your own voice, not by your own lips, but by something else entirely. My knees locked in place, and I could not move. could not think of what to do. The creature closed its mouth again, never breaking eye contact, and then it did something even more impossible. It smiled. The mouth, stretched wider than it should have, teeth glinting in the moonlight. I had never imagined an elk could smile. But this was a deliberate, human-like expression dripping with intent. That was when instinct finally returned to me. I stepped back, slowly at first, then with quickened pace until I was nearly running. I didn't look back into the clearing. Not once, though I could feel its eyes burning into my back as surely, as if a spotlight had followed me. When I reached the tree line, I nearly tripped over my own boots in my haste to escape. By the time I reached the ranger station, I was trembling so violently that I spilled half the coffee I tried to pour into a mug. I didn't radio it in, didn't tell a soul what I had seen. I just sat there, wide-eyed and sleepless, replaying the sound of my own voice, echoing back at me from that thing's mouth. And the strangest part, the next morning, when I worked up the nerve to return to that clearing, there were no tracks, no sign that any elk, or anything else, had ever stood there. The frost on the grass was undisturbed. The earth was untouched. But I know what I saw, and I know it knew my name. I did not file a report that morning. I wrote up a harmless note about frost damage, near a culvert and a reminder to replace a missing mile marker. Then I sat at my desk and watched the wall clock chew through minutes. Every time the second hand clicked, I felt that clearing open under me again like thin ice. My coffee went cold. I poured another and it went the same way. Around 10, I left the station and took a slow drive toward the valley, telling myself I was checking a trail for windfall. It was a bright, colorless day, the kind that makes every shadow look too sharp. The clearing was there, of course, grass silvered by the sun, lodgepoles standing like a crowd with their backs turned. No tracks, no churned soil, nothing broken. I walked the edge in a widening spiral, eyes on the ground. Nothing. The stillness felt staged. I stayed long enough to feel foolish. Then I moved on. That should have been the end of it. Work fills a day if you let it. I helped a couple from Nebraska find the Hot Springs Loop, checked a trailhead box, picked up a bag of snack wrappers at a pullout where the ravens gossip. In the afternoon, I took the long route back, windows open to the cold. Somewhere in the pines, a woodpecker hammered a steady rhythm. A squirrel scolded me. Wind hissed through dead grass. Every sound fell into place the way a good map does. For the first time since the night before, I breathed a little easier. At the station, I found Ranger Paytall leaning over the duty log, chewing on a pen cap. She glanced up. "You look like you slept in your truck." "I didn't sleep," I said, realizing it was too direct. "Long night." She gestured at the logbook. "Weird calls last night. 3 separate reports of a siren. Sound near the valley. I'm guessing elk have been practicing." She smiled to show she meant it as a joke. I forced one back. Probably a bull feeling poetic. She went back to the page. One report said it went on for 5 minutes. That's some breath control. I signed my initials and turned away, before I could ask her to play me the recordings. I told myself I didn't want the noise in my head. The truth was smaller and uglier. I didn't want confirmation. I wanted a bad dream with clean edges. That night, the temperature dropped hard. Frost dusted the porch rail of my cabin, like sifted sugar. I made soup and ate it standing at the sink, watching my breath fog the window. The radio on the counter hissed with routine chatter. Voices of people who existed as long as the battery did. When I switched it off, the silence landed heavy. I set the bowl in the sink and reached for the radio again, then stopped and walked away from it like it could bite me. Sleep didn't come. I read a book about birds and forgot each paragraph as I turned it. I checked the lock on the door twice, then a third time because the second felt flimsy. Around 2, the cabin shifted with a gust, and I sat up, heart beat like a fist in my throat. I told myself to lie back down. I told myself I was embarrassing. Then I heard the first note. The bugle came thin through the glass, distant enough to be safe. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. An elk. Just that. Except it didn't end. It kept going past where the lungs should stop, past where the throat should want air, past the shape of an animal sound into something stretched too tight. I stood in the middle of the cabin, with my hands at my sides like a child at attention. The note climbed and shook the window, a little, and died all at once. I didn't move. You can live in a place for 15 years and not know how dark it can get until the light goes out inside your chest. I counted to 10. Then I picked up the radio and thumbed the power on and held it close to my mouth, not to speak, but to feel the rectangle of it, the weight, the fact of something that worked, because it was built to. Static breathed in my ear like wind through dry needles. A voice came through, clear as bell metal. My voice. Thomas. I clicked the radio off so hard my thumb hurt. The cabin held its breath. A second passed, then 2. The radio, unpowered, spoke again. Thomas. The word did not come from the speaker this time. It came from the door. I have faced cuggers at dusk, and bison in a bad mood, and tourists who believed the rules were for other people. I have moved slow when I wanted to run, and calm when my heart wanted to gallop. Nothing teaches you how to walk to your own door when your name is standing on the other side of it. I lifted the latch. The cold came in like a hand. The porch stood empty. Frost glimmered, unmarked. The pines kept their counsel. Far down the hill, at the edge of the meadow, the sound began again. Not a bugle, a laugh. Mine. I slept in the chair with the lamp on and woke feeling older. Morning was clean and ordinary. I made coffee and burned my tongue and took the long road to the station because the short one cut closer to the meadow than I liked. The dispatcher waved me over before I had my hat off. Hey, Keegan. 5 calls about a weird call last night. People said they heard a person yelling their own name. Some kind of prank. Probably kids with a Bluetooth speaker. I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone who didn't want to know the punchline. Maybe set a patrol near the valley tonight. Just to show the flag, she said. Sure, I said, and the word felt like signing a contract I hadn't read. before noon. I signed out 2 trail cams and an audio recorder. Gear is a good refuge. It requires decisions, angle, height, line of sight, memory capacity, timestamps. I drove to the valley and hiked in, moving careful on frozen soil. I placed the first camera on a lodgepole at the southern edge, pointed toward the center of the clearing. I mounted the second at the western side, angled to catch anything entering from the tree line. I staked the recorder on a small tripod halfway between them, the way you might set a plate at an empty chair. On the way back, I cut through a stand of aspen and saw a shape that lifted the hair along my arms. It was only a windfall birch, peeled by elk teeth into ribbons. But the scoring in the wood ran in parallel lines, too neat and even, like writing rendered in a script I almost recognized. I reached out and touched one groove. The cold bit deep. For a moment, without warning, I remembered my father bending to tie my boots before my first day of school, his fingers chapped and careful. The memory left me dizzy, like stepping off a curb you didn't see. I took my hand away and stood until the world steadied. I told myself a story on the walk out. It went like this: some smug kid with a speaker was enjoying the echo in the valley. Elk get weird in the rut. Cold air does strange things to sound. You can fit almost anything into the frame if you cut off the parts that don't fit. I reached the truck and held that story in my head like a talisman. The afternoon moved like any other. A school group came through, and I reminded them not to approach bison even if the animals looked gentle. An elderly man asked me the name of a bird, and I told him it was a Clark's nutcracker. I ate a sandwich at my desk, and the radio hummed and flirted and argued around me. By dusk, the sky went the flat leaden color. That means the cold has plans. I signed out the keys to a spare truck and drove back to the valley. I took up a position on the ridge above the clearing, with the truck parked under a screen of trees and the headlights off. I had a thermos of coffee and the radio on my collar and the camera monitor in my lap. The air smelled like penny iron. The first stars came out in a scattered handful. The recorder's red LED winked like an insect. I sat and listened to the dark. The bugle began at 9. This time it started the way it should, a clean sound thrown across distance. It lulled me, just for a second, into thinking the world was back on its rails. Then it stretched. It climbed and lifted and kept climbing until it carried a texture like tearing metal. I watched the monitor. The clearing lay empty and clean infrared. "Thomas," my voice said behind me, soft as advice. I turned slow. The ridge was bare. My breath looked like a ghost trying to escape. I faced forward again, and the monitor jumped. A white smear crossing from left to right, too fast to be an animal. I rewound 4 seconds and stepped through frame by frame. On the 5th frame, the clearing held a tall shape at its edge. In the 6th, it was closer, limbs spider, long, head tilted at an angle that would break a spine. In the 7th, nothing. My hands had gone slick. I keyed the radio, meaning to whisper that I was on site, that everything was under control, that I was exactly the kind of professional who could be trusted with a bad feeling. Static hissed. and then my voice came back to me through the speaker, calm and official. Unit 12 at Valley Ridge. Subject in sight. Requesting backup. I had not said those words. I swore and snapped the volume down. The speaker kept going. Copy that. Dispatch. Subject approaching. Repeat, approaching. I killed the power. The voice kept going, now not the radio at all, but the air around my head, the trees at my back, the ground under my boots. Approaching. Down in the clearing, something moved like a sheet being pulled across a bed. The monitor's IR washed the grass in pale. A shadow that had no source crept toward the recorder and paused, as if reading the small red light, the way my eyes had. My name spoke from behind my teeth. I realized I'd been clenching, my jaw so hard my molars ached. I stood because sitting made me feel like prey. My legs were heavy, and I had to tell each one to move. I made it 5 steps along the ridge before a second voice rose from the valley. It was my father's voice, the exact timbre of a man who had been gone 8 years. Tummy, he called, a name I had not heard since I was a boy. Shame flushed hot and quick, because part of me wanted to answer. Tommy, don't run. I made the mistake of looking up. Moonlight brushed the clearing in a way that liked edges. The thing stood where the recorder winked. It had the outline of an elk, but too tall, its legs too long by a third. Its head cocked like it was undecided about gravity. The red of its eyes was not a color an animal carries. It was a color from a stove coil, from a cigarette lighter, from a warning you only have to learn once. It opened its mouth. I did not hear an elk. I heard the dispatcher, crisp and competent. All units, respond to Valley Ridge for officer assistance. Then, layered under that, my own breath. Then, laughter I remembered from a kitchen 20 years ago. Then the cough my father had the winter before he died. It was making a nest out of sounds. I recognized and building itself a home there. I took another step along the ridge, and something answered me in the brush to my left. A rustle. Quick, close. I swung the flashlight, and the beam found nothing but winter grass. When I panned back toward the clearing, the thing was gone. The monitor showed an empty meadow, and a recorder blinking to itself. The bugle started again, wrong from the first second. Headlights swept the far hill. A truck bounced onto the service road and stopped. My stomach turned. I had not called anyone. But here we were. The truck's door opened and a man's shape climbed out. He cupped his hands and called into the dark. "Keegan, you out there?" His voice was almost right. Almost. A hair too clean. A hair too much like a recording dropped into the world instead of a person spending it on breath. I raised my hand and did not wave. The shape on the road did not move like a person. It moved the way a puppet does when the strings want to show off. It took 3 smooth steps forward, and his head turned too far, checking the tree line in a sweep. No neck should allow. The red at the edge of the clearing brightened, like coals teased. For a moment, the simple solution tempted me. Call out. Make contact. Bring a real person into the frame and let reality stick to him. Then the thing on the road cocked its head the way the elk had. Somewhere between us, In the trees, something laughed again in my voice. I put 2 fingers in my mouth and whistled once. The sharp note we use on the trail to say stop now. The figure paused. I backed toward the truck, slow, hands in view for the benefit of anything that might think I was presenting a reason not to follow. My boot heel slid on frost. The radio on my collar clicked to life, though it had no power. "Thomas," it said, and then, in a whisper not shaped by any human throat, a word I didn't want. "Stay." I reached the truck and opened the door without looking away from the ridge. The thing on the road stood entirely still, as if waiting for a cue I could not hear. Down in the clearing, the recorder's light went out. The monitor went to a gray field of dead pixels, then came back for one frame, in which the clearing held nothing but grass, and a second frame, in which something tall moved close enough to the lens to blacken half the view, with what might have been the inside of a mouth. I got into the truck and started the engine and sat there with my hands on the wheel until I could name them as mine. The headlights washed the trees and showed me a world I recognized: bark, needles, snow at the bases of trunks. I put the truck in gear and eased it around, the way you'd move a boat away from a dock you didn't trust. I drove out slow and didn't look in the mirrors until the road bent and I had an excuse. Back at the station, I wrote one sentence in the log. Observe suspicious activity near Valley Ridge. Will review footage in daylight. I turned the page and let my hand rest on the paper until the heat from my skin made a faint oval of darker white. Then I closed the book. The room smelled like coffee in winter. Everyone else had gone home. The building settled around me, like an old animal choosing a place to sleep. We soon discovered why. I told myself I would come back with the cameras and listen to the recorder in a room with walls and lights and the ordinary weight other people moving in and out. I told myself the day would explain the night, if I gave it the chance. I locked the station door and stepped out under a sky that had been hanging over this place before any of us gave it names. Somewhere out in the dark, a boogle started and curled up into itself too fast. I went home by the long road again and didn't turn on the radio. Morning did not arrive with clarity, the way I had promised myself it would. The sun was a dull coin in a sky the color of tin. I sat in my cabin chair with my boots, already laced, waiting for courage to come in the shape of daylight. It didn't. Instead, it came in the form of routine. When you work the backcountry long enough, duty is a tether, check equipment, write the log, patrol the valley. The mind obeys the habit even when the heart revolts. I drove back out with the windows cracked, letting in the sharp air, hoping the cold would bite me awake. The trees stood quiet, frost whitening their lower trunks. I told myself it was only gear retrieval, nothing more. A pair of cameras, a recorder, a routine check. I repeated the phrase until it became less of a comfort and more of a charm. Something whispered to keep shadows at bay. The clearing greeted me as if nothing had happened. Grass silvered by frost, a thin mist clinging close to the ground. Lodgepoles forming a ring like guards at attention. My breath came visible and shallow. I moved first to the western edge, unclipping the trail camera from the tree. The strap was stiff with cold, and my fingers clumsy. I slipped it into the pack without checking the screen. Denial is easy. When you convince yourself there will be time later. The second camera was harder. The tree it was mounted to was scored, not with random elk rubs, but with gouges deliberate and parallel, as though something had dragged too many fingers down the bark in one long stroke. I forced myself not to linger. I worked the buckle free, shoved the camera into my bag, and moved quickly toward the tripod in the center of the clearing. That was when I stopped. The recorder was gone. In its place was a mark pressed into the frozen earth, the outline of a hoof, but too long, too narrow, toes splayed like a human hand forced into the wrong shape. The frost around it had melted, leaving a dark patch of damp soil. I crouched and touched it with one finger. The cold shot through me like ice water poured straight into my veins. I jerked back and nearly fell. Something moved at the tree line. Not much, just enough. A branch lifting without wind. A shadow bending forward, as if craning to see me. My throat tightened. I reached for the recorder out of habit, forgetting it wasn't there. My voice, when it finally came, sounded thin. "Who's there?" Silence answered. Then, faint but unmistakable, a laugh. My laugh. I turned and walked out of that clearing faster than I had meant to. The way you walk when you know running will break you. I didn't breathe properly until I was back at the truck, fingers white on the steering wheel. Back at the station. I carried the cameras into the equipment room and set them down like contraband. I should have reviewed the footage with another ranger present, filed a report, followed protocol. Instead, I waited until the others were gone, a station quiet except for the hum of the heater. I locked the door, pulled the shades, and turned the first camera on. The screen flickered to life, showing the clearing bathed in infrared. Hours of stillness passed in seconds as I fast-forwarded. Occasional rabbit, the shadow of an owl, nothing more. Then, near midnight, the frame warped. Not movement exactly, but a ripple, like heat haze across asphalt. The shape coalesced into something tall at the edge of the meadow. Legs far too long. A head that seemed to tilt until it was nearly upside down. The eyes glowed like two coals struck to life. I froze the frame. My own name whispered through the speakers, distorted, layered over itself, echoing from every direction. I muted the volume and sat back hard in my chair. The second camera confirmed it, frame by frame. It showed the same shape, moving closer to the recorder, bending over it. One frame caught its mouth wide open. The inside of it was not black. It was filled with faces. Dozens, maybe hundreds, faint outlines of mouths and eyes. Human features swirling like smoke. Some of them looked like people I knew. One of them looked like me. I powered the camera off and stared at the blank screen until my own reflection wavered back at me. For the next week, I avoided the valley. I buried myself in paperwork, in trail maintenance, in guiding lost hikers back to their cars. At night, I slept with the lamp on, the radio beside me though I never switched it on. I told myself it had been enough. I had seen what I had seen. I had evidence. Nothing required me to return. Then came the hiker, a young man, late 20s, red jacket, wide eyes. He stumbled into the station pale as chalk, saying he had heard something in the valley. A bugle that had turned into a scream. His voice cracked as he described it, and my stomach sank as if pulled by a rope. I wanted to tell him he was mistaken. That sounds carry strangely in the cold, that he should go home and forget it. But the truth was in his face. He had heard it. He had brushed against the same nightmare that had touched me. That night, lying in my bed, I understood something simple and brutal. Whatever it was out there, it wasn't finished with me. The next evening, against every instinct, I went back. The sky was bruised purple, the moon swollen and low. I parked at the ridge and walked down into the clearing with nothing but a flashlight and a sidearm I knew would mean nothing. The frost cracked under my boots. The air smelled faintly of copper. I stood in the center and said my own name out loud. The silence that followed was absolute, the kind of silence that devours. My breath plumed in front of me, fading like smoke. Then, slowly, the sound began. Not a bugle this time, not even a scream. It was the sound of my own voice, reciting my own life. Word for word, memory for memory. My first day on patrol, my father teaching me to fish. The argument I had with my brother, the year before he stopped speaking to me. It spilled out of the tree line, surrounding me, weaving my history into the night. I wanted to cover my ears, but I couldn't move. The thing stepped into the clearing, taller than before, thinner, its legs bending wrong. Its mouth moved in time with the words, my life. When it reached the part where it spoke my name, for the first time it stopped. Silence closed around us like a fist. Then, softly, it spoke one new word. Not borrowed, not stolen. A word that belonged only to it. Stay. The ground seemed to tilt. My knees buckled. The flashlight dropped and rolled, its beam catching the twisted shine of antlers that spread wider than any crown. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw faces caught in them. Dozens of them, each one frozen mid-cry. I don't remember how I left the clearing. I don't remember reaching the truck. I only remember the sound of the door slamming and the engine roaring to life. My own breath loud enough to drown everything else. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door and leaned against it, chest heaving. I tell myself I will leave, that I will transfer out, hand in my resignation, go anywhere but here. Yet I don't. Each morning, I lace my boots and go back. Because this is my post, my ground, my woods. 15 years of knowing every call, every track, every shadow. I am supposed to belong here. But at night, when the bugle starts and carries too long into the dark, I know the truth. The forest does not belong to me. It never did. And now something else knows my name. My name is Ranger Emily Vargas, and I have been stationed at Glacier National Park for nearly a decade. I am 36 years old, originally from Arizona, and I joined the national park service because the wilderness always called to me louder than cities ever could. For most of my life, I have felt at home in places where the trees press close, and the mountains rise like silent watchmen. In my years here I have seen wolves moving across the ridges, grizzlies with cubs, and moose large enough to dwarf any vehicle on the road. I know the signs they leave behind in the snow, the sounds of their calls, and the rules of respect that keep both humans and animals alive. I am not a woman easily unsettled. Yet one winter night, during the deepest snow of the season, I encountered something that tore at the edges of my reason, something I have not spoken of until now. It was mid-January, the type of night when the cold is so sharp it feels like glass against the skin. The snow lay deep along the trails, and most visitors had long since gone home or moved closer to the lodges. I was conducting a perimeter check, following the service road that curved around the western ridge, my boots crunching into the hard crust of snow with every step. The air was still and dry, carrying sound like a bell. That is why the first noise I heard stopped me dead in my tracks. They were wolf tracks, large and clear in the snow. At first glance, I thought nothing of it. Wolves are not uncommon in Glacier, and their prints are as familiar to me as my own. But as I knelt to study them, a frown tugged at my face. The impressions were deep, unnaturally deep, as though whatever had left them weighed far more than a wolf should. And the stride was long, too long, each step spaced further apart than even the largest alpha could manage. I followed them, curiosity outweighing unease, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. For nearly half a mile, I tracked those prints through the snow, my flashlight beam bouncing across drifts and branches heavy with frost. At first they looked right: 4 toes, claws, the padded oval of a wolf's paw. But as the trail continued, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The prints began to change. The shape narrowed, the claws shortened, and the weight distribution shifted. It was subtle at first, but undeniable. The animal had begun walking on 2 legs. I stared down at the line of tracks, my breath clouding in the beam of my light. 2 legged strides, long and even, as though a man with enormous feet had simply risen from the ground and walked away. A rational part of me whispered, possibilis a prankster, a misinterpretation of overlapping tracks, snow distortion. Yet the deeper part of me, the one that has lived in these woods and knows their moods, rejected them. Something was wrong. I wanted to turn back. I should have turned back, but my training urged me forward, insisting I confirm what I saw, that I gather evidence and resolve the question. I tightened my gloves, adjusted the strap of my pack, and pressed onward. The night pressed close, heavy and silent, my footsteps muffled in the snow. The further I went, the more my skin prickled. The ancient animal part of me, whispering that I was being watched. Then, without warning, I noticed something else. A second set of tracks had appeared. Not ahead of me, not trailing behind. They ran parallel to mine, as though someone had been walking beside me the whole time. I froze, heart hammering in my chest, the breath catching in my throat. The snow was undisturbed, except for those prints mine, and the ones that mirrored them exactly. I swung my flashlight in a wide arc. but the trees stood quiet, unmoving, shadows falling in strange patterns across the ground. I forced myself to keep walking, though now each step felt heavier, deliberate, as though moving too quickly would invite pursuit. My ears strained for any sound, but there was nothing. Not a breath of wind, not the crack of a branch, not the distant call of an owl. The silence was complete, suffocating, unnatural. Every few yards I glanced down. The prints were still there, perfectly aligned, with mine pacing me like a shadow given weight. When I reached the bend in the trail, I made the mistake of stopping. My light flicked across the snow, back and forth, until it landed on the place just beside me. The tracks ended abruptly, as though the walker had stepped out of existence mid-stride. No scatter, no fade, just gone. My mouth went dry, my throat tight. Slowly, I lifted the beam of the flashlight toward the trees. And that is when I saw it. Standing between the trunks was a shape, tall and lean, the snow reaching nearly to its knees. Its posture was wrong, too straight, too rigid, like a man forcing himself into stillness. But its head caught the light, and in that instant I knew it was no man. Two pale eyes glowed, reflecting like an animal's, but wider, unblinking, fixed directly on me. My breath came short, clouding in front of my face, and for a moment neither of us moved. Then, impossibly, it bent forward, lowering itself onto four limbs, and without sound it slipped into the dark of the forest. I stood paralyzed, the beam of my flashlight shaking in my hand, heart pounding so loud it drowned every other thought. The snow around me lay, undisturbed except for my own tracks, and the silence pressed back with crushing weight. I knew I had to leave, but I could not bring myself to turn my back. Slowly, step by step, I walked backward along the trail, flashlight fixed on the trees. The shadow of that thing lingered in every branch, every drift of snow. When at last the service road opened into the lot, where my truck was parked, I nearly collapsed against the door. My fingers fumbled the keys, my breath ragged in the still night. I forced the engine to life and drove with the headlights cutting sharp paths through the dark. Too fast for the icy roads, but not fast enough to escape the image burned into my mind. Even as I reached the safety of the station, locked the doors, and sat trembling in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, I could still see it. The prints beside mine, the glowing eyes in the trees, the silence that followed me like a shroud. I told no one that night. Some things lie heavier in memory when spoken aloud, and I was not ready to give it more weight. But the forest remembers, and I fear it is not finished with me yet. The following morning, I stood at the station's window and stared at the trail map pinned against the corkboard. My coffee went untouched, steam curling faintly in the air before dissolving. The red line that marked the service road wound straight into the western ridge, and every time my eyes traced it, my chest tightened. I had written a routine report, nothing more than a note about snowpack depth and trail access. Nowhere in the document did I mention tracks that turned from paws to footprints. Nowhere did I mention glowing eyes or the silence that felt too deliberate. The truth was that I wanted to bury it, to let the night dissolve into the fog of memory. But memory has sharp edges, and mine cut every time I blinked. By midday, I was restless. The ranger in me, the professional who has spent years cataloging scat and fir tufts and broken branches, wanted proof. If it was an animal, the snow would hold its story. Tracks never lie. And so I armed myself with rational thought, strapped on snowshoes, and went back toward the ridge. The sun sat pale and low, casting thin shadows across the drifts. Every crunch of my steps echoed too loudly, as though the forest was listening. The first mile revealed nothing unusual. A rabbit crossed ahead, its bounding prints soft in the powder. A raven croaked from above. Normal things, grounding things. But as I approached the bend, where the tracks had shifted the night before, unease coiled again in my stomach. I slowed, scanning the ground. The snow was clean smooth, as if erased. No prints, no sign. Only silence so complete I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I told myself the night had played tricks on me. Shadows, overlapping animal trails, exhaustion. Yet as I turned to leave, I noticed something that froze me in place. On the trunk of a nearby pine, just above my eye level, were 4 long gouges. They ran parallel, deep enough to strip bark down to raw wood. They were fresh. The shavings still clung to the snow below. Flecks of red, brown against the white. I reached out a gloved hand and stopped short. The grooves were too far apart for any wolf, too deliberate for wind damage. They looked like claws, only longer, more precise, as though something had written its mark across the tree. I backed away slowly, my breath catching in the cold air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to walk, to keep my posture controlled. Predators chase what flees. I repeated that mantra all the way back to the station, where I locked the door behind me and sat in the chair until my legs stopped trembling. That night, the first call came in. A couple staying at one of the lodges reported hearing something strange on the ridge. A scream, they called it, though they admitted it sounded part animal, part human. I told the dispatcher I would check it in the morning. When the second call came, this one from a who swore he had seen a man-shaped figure running on all fours near the trail. I found myself gripping the radio so tightly my knuckles ached. I lied and said it was likely a moose startling in deep snow. My voice sounded calm, professional. Inside, I was unraveling. Sleep refused me. I lay awake in my cabin, staring at the wooden beams above me, the silence pressing against my ears until I could hear the faint hum of my own blood. At 2 a.m, I gave up, wrapped myself in a coat, and sat at the small table with the radio in front of me. I did not switch it on. I only listened to the stillness, waiting for a sound I didn't want. When it finally came, it was so soft I thought I imagined it. A footstep outside, slow and deliberate, crunching in the frost. Then another. Then silence. I held my breath. Eyes locked on the door, every muscle taut. The footsteps resumed, circling the cabin now, each one careful, patient, as though testing me. I reached for the radio, then froze when a voice drifted through the wood. My own voice. Emily. The syllables stretched in the night air heavy, wrong. It said my name again, softer, almost coaxing. My hands shook as I gripped the edge of the table. I wanted to shout, to demand it leave, but fear sealed my mouth. The steps continued for a while longer, then faded into nothing. I sat there until the first gray light seeped into the sky, unwilling to move. The next day, I told no one. Who would believe me? My colleagues would nod politely, then trade glances behind my back. Rangers pride themselves on logic, on evidence. But I could not ignore what I had heard. Instead, I set out a plan. I borrowed 2 trail cams from equipment, shed and packed an audio recorder. I told myself I was gathering proof. That sunlight would make me braver. By afternoon, I was back on the ridge, my boots sinking into softening snow. I placed 1 camera facing the bend, where the tracks had changed, another further down the slope, and set the recorder in the clearing itself. When I was finished, I looked at the trees and felt watched. Always watched. The following evening, as the sun bled out behind the mountains, I returned to collect the equipment. My breath caught as I approached the clearing. The recorder was no longer where I had left it. In its place lay a single footprint, pressed sharp into the snow. It was large, elongated, with 5 distinct toes ending in pointed gouges, the heel narrow and human-like. I crouched to study it, heart thundering, when a sound rippled through the trees. A low, guttural growl that climbed into a laugh. My laugh. Every muscle in my body stiffened. Slowly, I rose, eyes fixed on the tree line, but there was nothing. Only shadows and silence. I snatched the cameras and fled, not daring to glance behind me. At the station, I shut myself in the equipment room and reviewed the footage in shaking hands. The first camera showed hours of stillness. Then, near midnight, a distortion. The outline of a figure stepping into frame, tall, thin, its movements jerky, unnatural. For one moment its eyes caught the infrared, glowing like embers. I paused the video and felt bile rise in my throat. The second camera confirmed it. Something crawling on all 4s, its limbs too long, its body stretched in ways no body should be. Frame by frame it advanced toward the recorder, then turned, staring directly into the lens, as though it knew I would one day watch. The mouth opened wide, and there was no sound. I swore I could see the shape of a word forming on its lips. Emily. I slammed the laptop closed, my chest heaving, the silence around me suddenly deafening. I could not breathe. For the first time in my career, I wanted to run from this place, to abandon the trails and the valleys that had once felt like home. Yet I stayed, rooted by duty, or perhaps by something darker. A need to understand, even at the cost of my own sanity. For the next 3 nights, I avoided the ridge, throwing myself into busy work, clinging to normalcy. But the calls kept coming. Visitors hearing screams that stretched too long, voices repeating names in the dark, shadows moving against the snow. The reports all pointed to the same valley, the same ridge, my ridge. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the cold air, that whatever it was waiting for me. I tried to ignore the ridge. I told myself I could last until spring, when the snow would thaw, when the tourists would return and drown out the silence with laughter and questions about trail distances. I worked the lower routes, busied myself with paperwork, spoke in clipped tones on the radio. But the forest does not forget, and neither did I. On the fourth night after reviewing the footage, I was woken by the radio on my nightstand. It was switched off, yet static hissed into the room. I sat upright, the hair rising on my arms, staring at the dark rectangle as the sound sharpened. Then, through the crackle, came a voice. My voice. Emily. I shoved the radio off the table. It hit the floor and went silent. But by then I already knew I couldn't run from it anymore. It had followed me here, to the cabin, to the thin walls and the weak lock. The only way forward was to meet it where it lived. The ridge. The clearing. The next evening. I gathered my pack with hands that shook despite the weight of my decision. A flashlight, spare batteries, a flare gun, my sidearm. None of it felt like enough. The sky was bruised purple by the time I reached the trailhead, and the first stars pricked through the darkening blue. The cold was sharp, cutting into my lungs, but it steadied me. Each breath felt like a vow. I would face it, whatever it was. The service road wound higher, the snow crunching under my boots. At the bend, I slowed. The forest pressed in close, the silence oppressive, unnatural. I stepped into the clearing and felt the air change, heavy, electric, as though I had stepped across an unseen threshold. My breath fogged, hanging longer than it should, refusing to fade. I stood in the center and spoke my own name. Emily Vargas. My voice cracked against the trees. I know you're here. For a long moment, nothing answered. Only stillness, wide and suffocating. Then came the first sound, the low whistle of wind through branches. Only there was no wind. The whistle bent upward, stretching, unraveling into a sound I knew too well. A wolf's howl. Then another, and another. Layered together, circling me, though the snow remained unbroken in every direction. The howls twisted, rising into a chorus of voices. Not wolf, not human, something in between. They merged until the sound formed syllables, words. Leave. The ground seemed to pulse beneath my boots. The trees swayed though no breeze moved them. My heart hammered, my throat tight, but I forced myself to stand tall, to keep the light of my flashlight fixed on the tree line. No. I whispered, though the words sounded small. A laugh answered me. My laugh, warped and hollow, echoing from the shadows. Then, from the northern edge of the clearing, it stepped out. At first, it mimicked a wolf, its body long and low, moving on four limbs. But as it entered the light, it rose, uncoiling onto two legs, towering and thin, its limbs impossibly stretched. Its head tilted to the side, eyes glowing red, brighter than coals. The smile that split its face was deliberate, human in shape, wrong in meaning. Emily, it said, my own voice perfectly echoed. My grip tightened on the flashlight, on the sidearm at my hip. Logic screamed at me to run, but something deeper, primal, furious, rooted me in place. I raised the gun and fired into the air, the shot cracking like a whip. The sound should have echoed across the valley, but it didn't. It died as soon as it left the barrel, swallowed by the night. The thing laughed again, and this time it didn't sound like me. It sounded like my mother, soft and familiar, the voice I hadn't heard in years. "Come home, Emily." I shook my head, rage sparking through the terror. "You don't know me," I spat. "You don't get to wear their voices." Took a step forward, each movement wrong, joints bending too far, the snow untouched beneath its feet. "I know you," it whispered, layers of voices weaving together. My own, my mother's, the dispatcher's, strangers I could not name. "I know you." The air pressed down on me, heavy as water. I fumbled for the flare gun, raised it, and fired. The red light burst upward, bathing the clearing in fire, glow. For the first time, I saw it fully. Its body was stretched, skin tight across bones that bent at angles no skeleton should. The antlers branching from its head were twisted, jagged, dripping with frost. And within the cavern of its mouth, faces swirled like smoke, mouths open in endless screams. The flare fell, hissing into the snow. In the sudden darkness, it lunged. I stumbled back, firing blindly with the sidearm, my ears ringing. The muzzle flash illuminating flashes of that impossible grin. The bullets passed through it, punching holes in the trees beyond. It didn't bleed. It didn't falter. It only laughed, the sound drilling into my skull. Desperation drove me. I turned and ran, my boots sliding on the frozen ground, breath burning in my chest. Branches clawed at my arms, shadows shifting on every side. Behind me, the laughter chased, overlapping voices, rising in pitch until it was a scream. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The service road opened ahead, the faint glimmer of my truck a salvation. I hurled myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the dark. And there, at the edge of the beam, it stood. Still, smiling, antlers catching the light. It raised one long hand, splayed with too many fingers, and placed against the air as if against glass. My window fogged in the perfect shape of its palm. "Emily," it whispered, my voice muffled through the glass. I floored the accelerator. The truck jolted forward, headlights sweeping across empty snow. The thing was gone. I didn't slow until I reached the station. I sat in the lot with the engine idling, chest heaving, hands gripping the wheel until they ached. Around me, the world was quiet. Too quiet. I should have filed a report. I should have told someone, anyone, but I didn't. Instead, I locked the truck, stumbled into the station, and collapsed in the chair, my body trembling. I told myself the cameras would hold proof, that I could show others, that the burden would not rest solely on me. But when I returned to the ridge at dawn, the clearing was empty. The cameras were gone. Only a single set of footprints remained, leading from the tree line to the center of the meadow. 2-legged strides, long, even. They ended exactly where I had stood the night before. Since then, I have not slept more than an hour at a time. Each night, I hear it. Sometimes from the ridge, sometimes closer. Sometimes it is outside my cabin, circling slow, patient, waiting. Sometimes it speaks my name in the voices of those I love. Sometimes in my own. I am a ranger sworn to protect this land. But there are things in these woods that do not belong to us. Things older, hungrier, and crueler than we can imagine. I have seen one, and it has seen me. And now it will not let me go. My name is Ranger Caleb Whitmore. I am 42 years old, born and raised in Montana. And the Rockies have been my backyard for as long as I can remember. I joined the National Park Service because I never wanted to leave these mountains behind. Over the years, I've come to know the forest the way you might know the rooms of your own home. The smell of lodgepole pine carried on the wind. The difference between the crunch of elk hooves and the lighter tread of mule deer. The low grunt of a black bear echoing down a hollow. I've encountered aggressive bears sometimes far too close for comfort. But nothing in my training or my life prepared me for the night when the rules of the forest seemed to break, and I realized that something inside these woods wasn't bound to the laws of nature at all. It was late August, a warm evening with the kind of silence that falls over the valleys when the summer crowds have finally gone home. A report had come in just after dusk. A bear had been spotted rummaging through a campsite along one of the remote trails. Normally, that sort of call was routine. Bears wander into campgrounds for food all the time, especially near the end of summer when they're fattening up for winter. Most times, a loud noise, a flare, or some rubber bullets are enough to drive them back into the trees. I've done it dozens of times. The trail wound dark and quiet as I hiked toward the site, the beam of my flashlight cutting pale circles through the undergrowth. When I arrived, the place looked like a storm had torn through it. Tents shredded, sleeping bags ripped open, food wrappers scattered like dead leaves. The cooler had been dragged across the dirt and ripped apart, its contents smeared across the ground. Whoever had been camping there had already cleared out, and that was a relief. At least I didn't have to worry about a panicked family stumbling back into danger. Then I heard it, a sound from the trees. Heavy snuffling, claws raking wood. The sound of a bear, no mistaking it. I lifted the flare in my hand, thumb brushing the trigger, ready to send a streak of red light into the sky to startle it. My heart pounded steady but calm. This was routine. I'd done it before. That was when it spoke. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, a warped echo bouncing through the trees. But no. The sound was too clear, too deliberate. A single word, low and guttural, carried on a voice so deep it seemed to vibrate in my bones. Stay. The word froze me where I stood. My breath caught, my hand trembling on the flare. Bears growl, they grunt. They make sounds that can resemble speech if you want to hear it. But this wasn't resemblance. This was language. Clear English, deep as thunder. The flare almost slipped from my grasp. My mind reeled, every rational thought shouting that I had misheard. That exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But before I could move, the bear emerged from the tree line. Its fur was matted, clumped with burrs and dirt. Its shoulders hunched broad and massive as it lumbered into the clearing. But its eyes were what stopped me cold. They weren't the amber, brown of a black bear. They were black as coal, empty, gleaming like polished stone. The animal snorted, lifted its head, and spoke again. Stay. The sound was louder this time, rattling the air, a command more than a word. My muscles screamed to obey. Some primal part of me, older than thought, wanted to drop to my knees, to root my boots in the dirt, and never move again. The voice didn't just speak. It carried weight, like it was pushing into my skull, threading itself into my nerves. For a long, choking moment, I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. I just stared into those black eyes, the flare trembling in my fist. Then instinct took over. I ran. I don't remember making the choice. 1 second I was frozen in place. The next I was crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipping at my arms, my breath tearing ragged in my throat. Behind me I heard it. Not the crashing charge of a bear, but something else. Something slower, deliberate, pacing me just beyond sight. And every few seconds, carried through the night, the word repeated. Stay. Sometimes it was guttural and human. Sometimes it was clearer, shaped into something almost familiar. Like a man's voice deepened into a growl. Once, I swore I heard it in my father's voice, though he's been gone for years. The trail blurred under my feet. I don't know how I made it back to the truck without breaking an ankle or collapsing. When I burst into the clearing of the trailhead, I didn't stop running until I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles. My chest heaved, my hands shook, and in the silence of the cab, I realized I was still clutching the flare. I never fired it. For a long time, I sat there, headlights stabbing the trail, waiting for the bear to appear. The forest remained dark and still. No movement, no sound, just the echo of that word still ringing in my skull. Deeper than thought, heavier than memory. Stay. I drove back to the station in silence, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't tell anyone. What was I supposed to say? That a bear had spoken to me, clear as any man. That its eyes were black pits that tried to pin me in place. They'd have laughed me out of the service, or worse, sent me to mandatory evaluations until I lost my post. But I know what I heard. I can still hear it now, years later, when the nights grow too quiet, when the wind dies and the forest holds its breath. Sometimes, walking a trail alone, I feel the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my back. And sometimes, faint and low, drifting between the trees, I hear it. Stay. And I don't. The morning after that patrol, I sat at my kitchen table staring into a mug of cold coffee, my hands refusing to stop shaking. Sleep had been impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bear's black eyes, empty and gleaming like stones, and heard that voice pressing into me. Stay. It wasn't just memory. It was as though the sound had burrowed into me, replaying behind my ears, no matter how hard I tried to force it away. By noon, I decided I had to go back. That may sound reckless, but I've learned in this line of work that the longer you let fear fester, the deeper it digs in. Bears are real. They are flesh and blood. If I treated this like anything else, if I returned in daylight, collected evidence, looked with clearer eyes, maybe I could prove to myself that what I'd heard was just stress and exhaustion, twisting an ordinary encounter. The sun was pale when I parked the truck at the trailhead. Clouds rolled heavy over the peaks, carrying the threat of afternoon rain. I strapped on my pack, slung the camera around my neck, and hiked back toward the campsite. Each step felt heavier than the last. The site looked no less ruined in daylight. The tents were shredded, food wrappers scattered across the dirt. Coolers split open and dragged several yards away. But something about it felt off, even beyond the destruction. I'd seen bear damage before. Claw marks, teeth marks, paw prints scattered in the dirt. This wasn't quite that. The cooler had been torn open. Yes, but the claw marks were too neat, too deliberate, as if each line had been carved with precision. The tents weren't ripped in random shreds. They'd been sliced clean through. I crouched low, scanning for tracks. That was when I saw them. At first glance, they looked like normal bear prints. The broad pad, the 5 toes, the impression of claws. But when I leaned closer, my stomach turned. The shape wasn't right. The toes were too long, too narrow, almost finger-like. The claw marks dug deep, but the spacing was strange, unnatural. The prints led from the tree line, circled the campsite, and then trailed off back into the woods. I followed. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest grew. By the time I had gone 200 yards, the silence pressed hard against my ears again. The prints veered into a narrow hollow, damp and shadowed. There, wedged against a fallen log, I found something that froze me in place. A piece of fabric. It was torn, smeared with dirt. Stiff as though it had been left out in the elements for days. I picked it up, my throat tightening. It was the sleeve of a jacket. The kind hikers wore. The kind sold at every outfitter near the park. The color had faded, but stitched faintly inside the seam was a name tag. Ike. My stomach turned cold. I remember the missing persons bulletin from earlier that summer. A young man named Michael Reed. Last seen hiking near the western ridge. We had searched for him for days, found nothing. The search had eventually been called off. I stuffed the sleeve into my pack, my hands shaking, and turned back toward the trail. That was when I heard it. A sound low and guttural, rising from the trees around me. Stay, my blood froze. The word echoed through the hollow, deeper this time, carrying weight like the first time I'd heard it. My knees locked. I spun, flashlight beam sweeping though daylight still filtered faintly through the canopy. Nothing. Only trees, shadowed and silent. The word came again. Louder now. Stay. The voice wasn't just sound. It pressed against my chest, slid cold along my spine, made my muscles twitch as though they wanted to obey. My breath tore ragged in my throat. I ran. Branches whipped my arms. Roots caught at my boots. But I didn't stop. I sprinted back to the campsite, past the shredded tents, down the trail toward the truck. The voice followed, each repetition heavier, louder, until it seemed the forest itself was speaking with one tongue. Stay. 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 I burst into the clearing of the trailhead, gasping, sweat pouring down my neck. I slammed into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and fumbled the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt road, gravel spitting from the tires. The voice faded only when the forest thinned, replaced by the rattle of my own heartbeat in my ears. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and pulled the sleeve from my pack. The fabric looked ordinary in the harsh fluorescent light, but the name stitched inside glared at me. I should have taken it straight to my supervisor, but what could I say? That I'd found it near a campsite destroyed by a bear that spoke in human words. I shoved the sleeve into a drawer and sat with my head in my hands until the clock told me hours had passed. That night, I stayed in my cabin, every light blazing. I told myself the daylight encounter had been my mind tricking me. Exhaustion again, nerves. I told myself bears don't speak. But sometime after midnight, as I sat staring blankly at the ceiling, I heard it again. Not outside. Not in the trees. Inside. The voice slithered from the corner of the room, low and guttural, wrapping around me like smoke. Stay. I whipped the flashlight toward the sound, my chest hammering. The corner was empty. Only shadows pressed against the walls. The voice didn't repeat. The silence that followed was worse. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked outside to find the frost disturbed. Prints circled the cabin. Broad, heavy clawed. Some looked like bare prints, but others stretched too long, the toes narrowing into something almost human. They led up to the door, pressed deep into the soil, then vanished. I realized then that it wasn't bound to that campsite. It wasn't bound to one part of the forest. It knew me now. It had followed. And whatever it wasn't finished. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. How could I? I'd been a ranger for over a decade, and I prided myself on being steady, reliable, the one others looked to when things went wrong. If I admitted I thought a bear had spoken to me, they'd strip my badge before I finished the sentence. So I swallowed it down and carried the weight in silence. But silence only makes the fear louder. The nights that followed blurred together. I barely slept. Every time the wind rattled the eaves or a branch tapped against the cabin wall, my stomach clenched. Sometimes, just before dawn, I thought I heard it again. Low, guttural, dragging the word across the air. Stay. I told myself it was imagination, exhaustion. But the prints in the frost told me otherwise. I woke 3 mornings in a row to find them circling the cabin. Some were bare prints, wide and heavy. Others stretched into shapes that were wrong. Longer toes, gouged claws that cut too deep. They always led away into the forest. Never toward the road, always into the trees. By the 4th night, I understood that waiting would only break me. Whatever it wasn't leaving. It wanted me to come to it. The thought chilled me to the bone, but a darker truth pressed. Harder if I didn't face it. Sooner or later it would come inside. And I had no faith that locks or light could keep it out. So I prepared. I strapped on my pack with shaking hands. Inside a flare gun, sidearm, extra rounds, headlamp, spare batteries, an audio recorder. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. If I didn't come back, someone would find my truck at the trailhead eventually. But some part of me already suspected I wouldn't be found at all. The forest swallowed me as soon as I stepped onto the trail. The air was still, the silence thick, every crunch of my boots too loud. My headlamp beam jittered with every breath, casting jerking shadows across the trees. I retraced the route to the ruined campsite, the memory of shredded tents and claw marks pulling me forward. The sight looked worse in the dark. The torn nylon flapped faintly in the breeze. Wrappers skittered across the dirt like insects. I set the recorder on the stump at the center and whispered into it, my voice hoarse. August 29th, Ranger Caleb Whitmore. Unknown animal activity. My words shook. Possible threat. Then I waited. For a long while, nothing stirred. The silence pressed closer, the air heavy and metallic in my throat. Then, faintly, the sound came. Snuffling. Claws raking wood. The same sound that had lured me the first time. My pulse thudded against my ribs. I raised the flare gun, thumb tight on the trigger. The noise grew louder, closer, until it seemed to circle the site. I swung the beam left, right heart hammering. The undergrowth shifted. Then, slowly it stepped into the light. The bear, massive shoulders hunched, fur matted, eyes black and gleaming. It moved with the deliberate weight of a predator, claws scraping the earth. My throat tightened as it fixed its gaze on me. For a heartbeat, I almost believed it was just a bear. Then it opened its mouth. Stay. The word shook the clearing. My legs locked, breath seizing. The voice was deeper now, layered with something else, a chorus under the word. The flare shook in my hands. Stay. It took a step closer. Its body rippled strangely in the light, as if a fur didn't quite fit, as if something beneath it was stretching to the surface. For a second, I swore I saw fingers in the paws, curling and uncurling like hands. I fired the flare. The red light screamed upward, hissing, showering the clearing in fire, glow. The bear reared, bellowing, a sound so twisted it curdled my stomach. It wasn't just a roar. It was laughter, guttural and jagged, layered with voices that weren't its own. Some were men, some women, some children. And mine. I heard my own voice laughing back at me. I staggered, yanking the sidearm from its holster. I fired once, twice, 3 times. The bullets ripped through it, but the bear didn't fall. It staggered, then straightened, eyes burning red now, glowing like embers. Blood didn't spill. Instead, the holes in its body rippled and closed, as though the flesh were smoke being drawn back into itself. The recorder blinked red on the stump, capturing everything. The bear turned its head slowly toward it. Then, without moving its legs, it slid closer, its mouth opening. Caleb, my own name in my own voice. Terror snapped something in me. I screamed and charged forward, knife flashing in my grip. I slashed at its chest, felt the blade catch. Instead of tearing flesh, it sliced something dense, cold as ice. The bear shrieked, its body twisting unnaturally, limbs bending wrong, mouth gaping far too wide. The chorus of voices rose to a deafening pitch, rattling the trees, vibrating the ground beneath my boots. Faces rippled in its fur. Dozens, shifting, screaming. A man's face, a woman's, a child's, all hollow-eyed, mouths open. One of them was mine. I stumbled back, bile burning my throat. The bear lunged. Jaws splitting wider than bone should allow, teeth glinting in the red flare light. The word tore from its throat again, but now it was stretched, distorted, 1,000 voices at once. STY. I raised the knife again and drove it forward, screaming. The blade met resistance, sank into something solid. The voices broke into a shriek that split the clearing. Light flared around me, searing my eyes. I fell backward, the knife yanked from my hand. When I blinked through the pain, the bear was gone. Not dead, not fled. Gone. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked on the stump. My chest heaved as I staggered toward it, snatched it up, and ran. I didn't stop until I reached the truck, until I slammed the door shut and sped down the dirt road, with gravel spitting under the tires. Back at the station, I locked myself in the office and played the recorder. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. At first, the playback was normal, the sound of my breathing, the snap of branches, the flare firing. Then came the voices, my name, Lauter. The word, stay, repeated again and again, layered, distorted until the tape dissolved into static. I shut it off. I couldn't listen anymore. I never gave the recorder to anyone. It's still buried in the bottom of my locker. Batteries long dead. Sometimes I think about destroying it, but I can't bring myself to. Proof feels safer than denial, even if it's proof of something I wish I'd never seen. Weeks passed, but the fear never left. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. Walking alone on patrol, the forest too quiet, the silence pressing down. Sometimes, just on the edge of hearing, a voice slips through the trees. Stay. I never do. But I know one day it will be waiting. And when that day comes, I don't know if I'll be able to run. My name is Ranger Denise Holloway, and I have served as a park ranger at Shenandoah National Park for 11 years. I am 30, 9 years old, originally from Kentucky, and I have spent much of my adult life among forests, valleys, and ridges where the silence feels almost alive. My job has taken me into places where few people venture, and I have learned to read the woods as though they were a language. Broken branches, claw marks on bark, the shift of birds that signals a predator nearby. I have seen bears rear on their hind legs and bluff charge closer than I care to remember. I have startled bobcats in the undergrowth, and I have seen a timber rattlesnake slither so silently across the trail that my boots nearly brushed its scales. I am no stranger to animals, to their beauty and their danger. But one night I saw something that was neither beauty nor danger as I have known it. It was something wrong. Something that even now refuses to leave me. It was early spring when it happened, the type of evening when the last light of day lingers, painting the ridges in amber, before the forest swallows everything in blue shadow. I was assigned to a night patrol near one of the service roads, a stretch that curves along a ridge before, dippingward a valley known for its fox population. I had walked it dozens of times before and never thought of it as anything more than a quiet route, a place where you might catch a glimpse of Refer darting through the underbrush if you were lucky. That evening, however, luck took on a darker shape. The first time I noticed the fox, it sat near the edge of the tree line, no more than 20 feet from me. Its orange coat glowed faintly in the fading light. Its bushy tail curled around its body. At first, I thought nothing of it. Foxes are curious creatures, often lingering longer than deer or coyotes. But what unsettled me was the stillness. It did not move as I passed, did not flick its ears or tilt its head. It simply watched me. Its eyes caught the dim light in a way that made them appear glassy and unblinking. I continued along the trail, telling myself it was nothing unusual. A bold fox, that was all. But a few hundred yards later, when I lifted my flashlight to scan the ridge, the beam landed on the same fox. Same posture, same unblinking stare. The brush of its tail across the ground like a mark in the dirt. My breath caught, and I paused, scanning the trail behind me. I had walked steadily, without pause, and there was no way it could have moved ahead of me so quickly, without my hearing it. Yet there it was, exactly as before. I tried to shake it off. Animals can be unpredictable, I told myself. Perhaps there were two, and I had mistaken one for the other. I pressed on, boots crunching into the gravel, hands tight on the straps of my pack. But every few hundred yards, when I lifted my light, the fox appeared again. Always the same distance from me, always in the same position, as though waiting. My pace quickened. The air felt heavy, the forest strangely hushed, no chirp of insects, no flutter of night birds. Finally, after the fourth time I saw it, I stopped. My patience cracked under the weight of dread pressing down on me. I raised my flashlight and fixed it on the fox. Its fur gleamed orange, its eyes like polished stones, unblinking in the harsh light. I whispered to myself, "You're just an animal, that's all." But deep down, I knew it wasn't true. The fox shifted then, and my breath froze. Slowly, unnaturally, it rose onto its hind legs. Not the brief balancing act I had seen canids do when curious. No. This was deliberate, steady, a posture meant to mimic something it should not. Its back straightened, its forelegs hung like arms, its head cocked slightly to the side as though studying me. I felt every hair on my body rise with primal alarm. Then it opened its mouth. What came out was not a bark, not a cry, not the yip of a fox at dusk. It was a voice a human voice. And not just any human voice. It was my mother's. "Go home, Denise," it said. The words were perfect, the tone familiar and warm. Exactly as she had sounded when I was young and lingering outside after dark. But my mother had been dead for years. Her voice a memory I had not expected to hear again. The forest spun around me, the ground tilting under my boots. I wanted to run, to scream, to fire my flare into the night sky. But I could do nothing. I stood frozen, staring at the thing wearing the skin of a fox, listening to my dead mother's voice echo across the ridge. It didn't move. It only stared, standing upright in the beam of my flashlight. Mouth closed now, but eyes unblinking. I took a step back, then another. My boots slid against the gravel, the sound loud in the silence. The fox tilted its head slowly, as though disappointed. I turned and walked as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. The trail stretched long ahead of me, every shadow a threat, every sound magnified. I could feel eyes on me, hot against my back. When I finally reached the service road and the faint glimmer of my truck's headlights, I almost collapsed with relief. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and sat gripping the wheel until the tremor in my hands calmed. The forest outside was quiet, ordinary, as though nothing had happened. But the memory of that voice lingered, heavy in the air. That night, I lay awake in my cabin, staring at the ceiling, the darkness pressing down. I replayed the sound over and over in my head. My mother's voice, gentle, warning, impossible. I thought of the fox's eyes, the way it had risen on two legs, the tilt of its head. Sleep never came. In the morning, I told myself I would return, that I would search the trail for tracks, for evidence, for something tangible to prove to myself that what I had seen had been real. But when I stepped outside, the air carried a silence that sent a shiver through me. The birds were absent, the forest subdued. I knew then that whatever had happened was not finished with me. The next morning, I forced myself back onto the trail. Part of me hoped the daylight would strip the terror from the night before, reveal some rational truth. Fear has a way of exaggerating shadows, I told myself. Maybe the fox had been nothing more than an animal acting oddly. A trick of exhaustion and memory that made me hear my mother's voice where none existed. I had not slept, but I dressed in uniform, packed my field kit, and strapped on my boots anyway. Rangers are supposed to return to the scene, to face the woods no matter what lies in them. The service road was still dusted with frost. The sun hung pale and weak behind thin clouds, turning everything a muted gray. I walked steadily, my eyes sweeping the ground for sign. The place where I had first seen the fox looked ordinary, just pine needles, stones, and shadows between trees. Yet when I crouched to search for tracks, my stomach tightened. There were paw prints, clear as day. Too clear. Each one pressed perfectly into the dirt, equidistant, precise, leading along the tree line like a line of script. I followed them, and the deeper I went, the stranger they became. The spacing between prints lengthened, stretched far too wide for any fox's stride. Then, gradually, the shapes began to change. The front pads narrowed, the claws shortened, until finally they were no longer paw prints at all. They were footprints. Human footprints, bare, elongated, the toes sharp as though pressed by claws. They led deeper into the forest, vanishing into brush too thick to pass. I stood staring until the silence pressed too heavily against me. I turned back, heart thudding, unease settling deeper than before. That was when I saw something else. On the bark of a nearby oak, about shoulder height, were scratches. 4 long grooves running downward, straight and deliberate. They were too even for an animal, too purposeful to be accident. I reached out with my glove and traced one. The wood was fresh, splintered only hours before. My hand trembled. I left quickly after that, boots crunching too loudly in the dead quiet. The forest felt wrong, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. By the time I reached my truck, the tension in my chest had grown unbearable. I slammed the door, turned the key, and drove fast down the winding road, my eyes flicking constantly to the rearview mirror. Nothing followed, but the sense of being pursued never left me. Back at the station, I considered telling someone, maybe Pato, maybe our lead ranger, anyone. But what words would I use? That I saw a fox walk like a man and speak in my dead mother's voice. That its tracks became human prints in the dirt. They would nod politely and mark it down as fatigue, stress, maybe even a breakdown. I could not risk that. Instead, I filed a bland note about trail conditions and went home. That night, I checked the locks on my cabin doors and windows. I sat at the table with a mug of coffee and stared into the dark. I told myself I was being foolish. Nothing follows people from the woods into their homes. The woods have their borders. The night passed in silence, but not in peace. I barely slept. The following evening, another ranger, Morrison, mentioned something odd. A pair of hikers had come into the visitor center, claiming they saw a fox watching them from the ridge. They described it as too still, and said it seemed to follow them for nearly a mile. Morrison laughed it off, joked about foxes auditioning for sentry duty. I forced a smile, but dread twisted inside me. I knew it was the same one. It wasn't just me it had chosen to follow. Later, when I was alone, I asked quietly, why me? It was a foolish thing, speaking to empty air, but the words left my lips before I could stop them. There was no reply, but that night, I dreamed. In the dream, I stood on the service road again, moonlight painting the forest in silver. The fox sat by the tree line, its tail curled neatly around it. When I lifted my flashlight, it rose slowly onto 2 legs, eyes burning like coals. Its mouth opened, and my mother's voice spilled out, soft and sorrowful. Go home, Dinis. But then it changed. The voice deepened, distorted, dozens of voices layered together, some male, some female, some sounding like children. They all spoke in unison, repeating my name. Over and over, faster and faster, until the sound became a shriek. I woke drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming into the night. I did not sleep after that. The next day, I returned to the ridge with equipment. 2 trail cameras, a sound recorder. If this thing wanted to follow, then let it. I would catch it. Prove it was real. Prove I wasn't losing my mind. I strapped one camera to a tree facing the path, placed the other deeper at the bend, and set the recorder on a stump. The woods felt thick around me, shadows too dense for mid-afternoon. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something in the corner of my eye. Movement. I swung the flashlight. Nothing, only trees. But the stillness afterward was worse than seeing anything at all. That night, I forced myself to sleep, though rest did not come. I woke often, heart racing, convinced I heard footsteps outside. Once, I swore I heard a faint scratching at the window, but when I looked, there was only frost. By morning, I convinced myself it had been imagination. I gathered the cameras and the recorder. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room, my hands trembling as I powered up the first device. Hours of footage played across the screen. Nothing unusual at first. Wind moving branches, snow sliding from pines. Then, near midnight, the fox appeared. It sat at the edge of the path, perfectly still. It remained for 30 minutes without moving, eyes reflecting the infrared glow. Then, slowly, it rose onto its hind legs. Its front limbs stretched long, too long, the joints bending oddly as it straightened. It turned its head toward the camera, eyes burning. Its mouth opened wide. Though the camera had no sound, I could see the shape of the word on its lips. My name. Denise. I stopped the playback, bile rising in my throat. I forced myself to continue. The second camera caught it too. Closer this time, nearer the recorder. At one point, it stood directly in front of the lens. The face filled the frame, eyes like glowing embers, mouth opening too wide. For a split second, I swore I saw rows of human teeth behind the canines. Then it turned and slipped back into the trees, vanishing like smoke. I could not watch more. I shut the camera off and sat in the silence, my pulse drumming in my ears. Proof. I had proof. Yet instead of relief, dread consumed me. Because proof meant it was real. Proof meant was not imagination or fatigue. Proof meant it knew me, and it was not finished. That night, I did not dream. I did not sleep at all. I sat awake waiting, listening, and around 2 a.m, the silence broke. From the tree line beyond my cabin came a sound, soft at first. A voice, my mother's. Go home. Denise. The voice outside my cabin should have been impossible. My mother had been gone for nearly a decade, buried in a churchyard 2 states away. Yet the cadence, the tone, even the faint Kentucky lilt on the edges of her words. It was hers. I sat frozen at the table, my mug of coffee cooling in my hands. The voice came again, soft, coaxing, as though she were standing just beyond the porch. Go home, Denise. My first thought was that if I ignored it, it would vanish. That if I stayed silent long enough, the illusion would lose patience and retreat. But then came the scratching. Long, deliberate strokes against the wood siding, slow enough to mimic fingernails, dragging down a chalkboard. My body reacted before my mind could stop it. I stood, my chair clattering to the floor. I grabbed my flashlight, hesitated at the door, then forced myself to look through the small window in its frame. At first, all I saw was the frost, a delicate lace across the glass. Then, 2 eyes gleamed through it, reflecting back my light. They were too close, too high off the ground for a fox. My stomach turned. The scratching stopped. The silence was worse. I stepped back, heart thundering in my chest, and the voice came again. But now it was not just my mother's. It layered, multiplied, dozens of voices weaving together. Men, women, children, all speaking at once. Go home, Denise. Go home. My name bounced from wall to wall, not outside anymore, but inside, as though the cabin itself was speaking. I bolted to the radio, switched it on, and called into the static. This is Holloway at cabin 3, requesting assistance. My voice cracked. Nothing answered but a low hiss. Then, through the static, my own voice came back. This is Holloway at cabin 3, requesting assistance. It repeated, looping, a perfect mimic of myself, over and over, each time more distorted until the words were only growls. I tore the radio's cord from the wall. It went silent, but the echo of my voice lingered in my head. I pressed my back against the wall, gripping the flashlight until my knuckles ached. The cabin seemed smaller, the shadows deeper. Every creak of the wood magnified. Then I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I followed them with my light, though the walls blocked my view. They stopped at the back, then at the side, then finally at the door again. A soft knock. Something in me broke. I yanked the sidearm from my belt, aimed at the door, and shouted, "Leave me alone." My voice cracked like a child's. Silence followed. No more knocks, no more scratching. Only silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, the gun heavy in my hands. At some point, exhaustion claimed me, and I dozed in the chair. The light still clutched tight. When dawn bled into the sky, I staggered to the window. The clearing outside was ordinary, the trees painted in soft morning colors. But in the frost along the doorframe, carved deep into the wood, were claw marks. 4. Straight and deliberate, gouged down to raw timber. That morning, I made a decision. Whatever it was wanted me afraid, wanted me cornered. I would not give it that. I would meet it on its own ground, not wait for it to circle my home like a wolf testing a fence. I packed my gear: cameras, recorder, flare gun, extra batteries. I laced my boots with shaking hands, locked the cabin behind me, and hiked toward the ridge. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Even in the dead of winter, Shenandoah usually hums with sound: crows, woodpeckers, the rustle of squirrels. But now the silence was complete. My footsteps seemed too loud, echoing back at me as though the trees themselves were repeating them. When I reached the clearing, I placed the recorder on the same stump as before, set one camera facing the tree line, and held the other in my hand, ready. I stood in the center, every muscle trembling. "I know you're here," I called, my voice thin. "Come out." For a moment, nothing stirred. Then, between the trunks, the fox appeared. It sat neatly at the tree line, tail curled, eyes fixed on me. My breath caught. Slowly, it rose onto its hind legs. The sight of it standing upright in daylight was worse than anything I had seen in the dark. Its limbs stretched too long, its head cocked at an angle that made my stomach turn. It opened its mouth. "Go home, Denise," my mother's voice said. Then it shifted, the words layered with others. My colleagues, hikers I had spoken to, voices I didn't recognize. A chorus of sounds sculling from its throat. "Go home. Go home." I gripped the flare gun, raised it, and fired. The red light arced into the sky, hissing, casting the clearing in a bloody glow. For a heartbeat, the fox's true form was revealed. Not fur, not flesh, but something stretched thin across bone. Its face a mask that rippled like water, features changing with each blink. My mother's, mine strangers, a gallery of faces all screaming silently. It lunged. I stumbled back, drawing the sidearm, firing blindly. Bullets tore into trees, into earth. But the thing moved without sound, without resistance, as though the air itself carried it. It was on me in seconds, its eyes burning into mine. I felt my knees buckle, my body weaken. Its mouth opened wide, rows of human teeth gleaming, and the chorus of voices filled the clearing, deafening, overwhelming. "Go home, Denise." I screamed and fired again, this time at point blank. The flare gun cracked, light exploding between us. The creature recoiled, its body twisting unnaturally, the faces in its skin writhing. It let out a sound that was neither animal nor human, a tearing shriek that rattled my bones. Then, as quickly as it had come, it dissolved. Not vanished, not retreated. Dissolved, folding into the shadows of the trees, until only silence remained. I collapsed in the snow, gasping, the flare gun still smoking in my hand. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked red on the stump, but I could not bring myself to retrieve it. I stumbled back to the road, half blind, shaking, and drove to the station without looking in the mirrors. I never returned to that ridge. In the days after, I found claw marks on my cabin again. The cameras I had left recorded nothing but static. The recorder I abandoned was gone when I returned with colleagues in daylight. I told them it must have been stolen by pranksters, that the claw marks were a bear's, that the sounds people reported were coyotes. They nodded, accepted it, and moved on. But I knew better. Even now, years later, I hear it sometimes. A voice calling my name in the dark. Sometimes my mother's, sometimes my own. Once, I woke to find paw prints in the frost outside my window, leading up to the sill, then disappearing. I have spent my life believing that the woods could be read, that every sign could be understood if studied long enough. But some things in the forest are not meant to be understood. Some things wear familiar shapes and voices only to hollow them out, to remind us that the line between human and animal, between the living and the dead, is thinner than we want to admit. I am Ranger Denise Holloway, and I have walked those ridges longer than most. I know the language of foxes, of deer, of owls and bears. But I also know there is something else out there. Something that waits. Something that watches. And when the night is quiet enough, I still hear it whisper, "Go home, Denise." My name is Ranger Scott Delaney, and I have worked in Great Smoky Mountains National Park for nearly 12 years. I am 40, 2 years old, originally from North Carolina, and I grew up with the mountains practically in my backyard. The wilderness has always been part of me. The scent of pine sap, the whistle of wind through valleys, the hush of snow muffling a ridge in winter. I joined the National Park Service because I believed I understood the rhythm of the wild, the way animals move through it, the way the seasons dictate its moods. In my years here, I have seen bears rummage through campsites, elk biggle at dawn, and coyotes streak like shadows across the road. I know these woods as well as I know my own reflection. But one night, deep in autumn, I witnessed something that tore all that knowledge away and replaced it with dread I cannot shake. It had been an ordinary shift at first, the kind of patrol that dulls your senses with routine. The tourists were gone, the last cars had left the overlooks, and the roads were empty except for the occasional deer slipping across. The sky was ink black, no moon. Only stars spilled faintly between thin clouds. My duty was simple: a drive along the Blue Ridge stretch, then a short hike to check one of the backcountry shelters for signs of trespassing. I parked the truck at the trailhead and stepped into the woods with my flashlight cutting a pale circle ahead. The air was crisp, carrying the dry rustle of leaves, the faint chirp of crickets. The first sign that something was wrong came in the form of silence. It arrived suddenly, not gradually. One moment the woods carried their ordinary chorus. Crickets, night birds, the distant bark of a fox. The next, everything ceased, as though the forest had drawn in its breath and held it. I paused, listening. The silence pressed against my ears, heavy, unnatural. My instincts told me a predator was near, maybe a black bear moving close, but I saw nothing. I adjusted my grip on the flashlight and continued, though unease tugged at me. About a quarter mile in, I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, a metallic tang that made me think of blood. The deeper I walked, the stronger it grew until my stomach turned with it. I swept the beam of my light across the ground and froze. There, in the center of the trail, lay a deer. Its body was splayed awkwardly, legs twisted at odd angles, fur matted with dark patches. But there was no wound, no visible injury, nothing to explain why it was lying there. Its eyes were open, glassy, fixed on me, reflecting the beam in a way that made them look alive. I stepped closer, cautious, every muscle tense. Dead animals on the trail weren't unusual. Cars hit them, predators take them down. But this deer looked wrong. Its chest did not rise, but its mouth hung slightly open as though frozen mid-breath. I crouched, leaned in, my flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. That was when the eye blinked. I stumbled back, my heart seizing. The deer had not moved otherwise, but I had seen it, clear as day. The eye closed, then opened again, slow, deliberate. My mouth went dry. Logic tried to take over, maybe a spasm, maybe some last flicker of life. Though the body was stiff, the air around it cold with decay. I lifted the radio from my belt to call it in. But before I pressed the button, a sound split the silence. A laugh, not human, not animal. Something in between. High and sharp, but stretched, distorted. Echoing through the trees like it came from everywhere at once. I froze, the radio slipping slightly from my grip. The deer's mouth opened wider. The laugh spilled from it again, louder this time. My own laugh. The sound of myself chuckling echoed from the dead thing's throat, hollow and jagged, mocking. My legs nearly gave way beneath me. I forced myself backward, eyes locked on the carcass as the laugh grew, filling the air until it cut off abruptly, leaving the woods in suffocating silence again. I turned and fled, boots pounding the dirt, flashlight beam bouncing wildly. My breath came ragged, fogging in the cold air. Branches whipped at my arms as I ran, the trees pressing close, every shadow threatening to move. I didn't stop until I saw the faint gleam of the trailhead reflector. I burst into the clearing where my truck sat, threw myself into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. My chest heaved as I gripped the steering wheel, staring into the dark woods. Nothing moved. The silence stretched on, thick and impenetrable. I wanted to radio it in, to call someone, anyone, but my hand shook too hard. What would I even say? That a deer laughed with my voice? That I had seen death blink? No report would hold that kind of madness. Instead, I drove. My headlights cut through the trees, the road winding endlessly ahead. Every turn felt like it would reveal something standing there, waiting. When I reached the ranger station, the clock read just past midnight. I sat in the parking lot with the engine idling, unable to convince myself to step into the dark between the truck and the door. Finally, I forced my legs to move, each step a battle. Inside, I locked the station door and sat under the harsh fluorescent lights, breathing hard. I told myself it was exhaustion, imagination, a trick of the dark. I told myself anything to keep from believing. But when I closed my eyes, I saw the deer's mouth open, saw its glassy eyes blink, heard my own laugh echo back at me. And deep inside, I knew the forest had shown me something it was never meant to. I didn't sleep that night. And I knew, as sure as I know my own name, that it wasn't finished with me. The following morning, I sat at my desk staring at the logbook, the pen idle in my hand. The fluorescent light above hummed faintly. Yet even that ordinary sound grated against me. I was supposed to write down what I had seen the night before, but the words refused to fit. Deer carcass on trail was as far as I managed before my hand stalled. Anything more felt like an accusation against my own sanity. No one would believe that a dead thing had laughed in my voice. Instead, I left the line unfinished and poured another cup of bitter coffee. My reflection in the black liquid looked pale gaunt. I told myself I would go back to the trail. That daylight would prove I had imagined it. The morning was gray, clouds hanging low over the ridges, a dampness in the air that smelled faintly of rain. I drove the narrow road back toward the trailhead, each curve tightening the knot in my stomach. When I reached the start of the path, the world felt strangely hushed. A few birds flitted between branches, but their calls seemed faint, hesitant. I stepped out, adjusted my pack, and began the hike. Every crunch of my boots sounded too loud. The forest was damp, and the air pressed close, making each breath heavier. When I reached the bend where I had found the deer, my body stiffened. The ground was disturbed. Clumps of earth torn aside, leaves scattered. But the carcass was gone. I searched the trail, sweeping my flashlight across the undergrowth, though it was daylight. No blood, no drag marks, nothing. As if the deer had risen and walked away. I crouched to examine the soil more closely. Tracks littered the area, but they weren't clear. Some were hooved, as if from a deer. Others were elongated, misshapen, almost human but stretched, the toes ending in points like claws. My breath caught as I traced the outlines with my glove. The trail of those prints led deeper into the woods, away from the path, into dense thickets where no animal would willingly go. I stood frozen, staring into that wall of brush. The silence thickened, pressing against my ears, and for a moment I thought I heard something moving just beyond sight. Not footsteps, breathing, slow, heavy, deliberate. I forced myself to turn back. My legs shook as I walked away, refusing to break into a run, even though every nerve screamed at me to. Predators chase what runs. That thought repeated in my head until I reached the truck. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat gripping the wheel, sweat chilling my back despite the cool air. Back at the station, I told no one. I wrote a bland note about unusual scavenging, leaving out the truth. I tried to convince myself that maybe coyotes had dragged the carcass off. But coyotes don't leave human-like footprints in the soil. Coyotes don't make the air feel like it's pressing down on you, stealing the sound from the forest. That night, I stayed in my cabin, determined to get some sleep. I locked the doors, closed the curtains, set the radio on the nightstand. The hours crawled past in silence, my body restless, my thoughts replaying the deer's glassy eyes and the way its mouth had opened. Sometime after midnight, I drifted into a shallow doze. The sound that woke me was faint at first, a scrape against wood. My eyes opened to darkness, the red glow of the clock reading 20:17 a.m. The scrape came again, long and slow, from the wall just outside my bedroom. I held my breath, listening. Then came the knock. 3 sharp raps, deliberate, against the window frame. I sat upright, my heart pounding. The curtains fluttered slightly, though no breeze moved the air. I reached for the flashlight and flicked it on, the beam shaking as I pointed it toward the window. For a second, I saw nothing but frost. Then 2 eyes gleamed back at me, reflecting the light. They blinked. I froze. My throat went dry. Slowly the eyes lowered, and something long and thin pressed against the glass. A hoof, or what looked like one. But wrong, elongated, twisted. It scraped downward, leaving a streak on the frost. Then, from beyond the glass, came the sound. A laugh. My laugh. The flashlight slipped from my grip, clattering against the floorboards. By the time I scrambled to grab it, the window was empty. Only the streak in the frost remained, 4 long grooves sliding down like claw marks. I sat awake the rest of the night, lights blazing, the radio clutched in my hand though I didn't turn it on. When dawn finally came, I stumbled outside. The ground around my cabin was disturbed, marked with prints. Some were deer hooves, others stretched, elongated, warped as though the animal had walked wrong, forcing itself upright. They circled the cabin again and again, weaving closer toward the door, before vanishing into the trees. That day, I decided to set up cameras. If this thing wanted to stalk me, I would catch it. I borrowed 2 trail cams from the supply shed, strapped one to a pine facing my cabin, another near the service road. I checked the batteries twice, set the motion sensors, and tried to convince myself I was being rational. Proof would make it real. Proof would mean I wasn't losing my mind. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin set my nerves on edge. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I swore I heard the laugh again. Faint, distant, drifting on the air. But when I stepped to the window, the woods were still. I returned to bed, though I didn't close my eyes. The following afternoon, I retrieved the first camera. The memory card was nearly full from the shifting shadows of branches and the occasional raccoon. Then, around midnight, the footage changed. A deer walked into frame. Its movements were jerky wrong, as though its legs bent at unnatural angles. It stopped in front of the cabin, lifted its head, and stared directly into the lens. For minutes, it did nothing. Then, slowly, its mouth opened. I muted the audio, but I didn't need to hear it. I saw the shape of the word on its lips. My name, Scott. My stomach turned. I clicked through more frames, my hands trembling. The deer leaned closer, so close its eye filled the frame, glassy and unblinking. For one frozen second, the reflection in that eye was not the cabin. It was me, standing in the clearing, staring back. I slammed the laptop shut, bile burning my throat. I couldn't watch more. Proof wasn't relief. Proof was horror. Because now I knew, without doubt, that the thing wasn't finished with me. That night, I left every light in the cabin burning. But the shadows still pressed at the windows, and in the silence, I swore I heard the faintest sound. A laugh, low and hollow, waiting for me to step outside. The third night after reviewing the footage, I could not convince myself to stay inside. The cabin felt like a trap, walls too thin, windows too vulnerable. Every creak of the boards seemed to announce me, to tell whatever lurked outside exactly where I was. I sat with the sidearm in my lap, the flashlight beam cutting across the room, and realized that waiting to be hunted would kill me, faster than any set of claws. If this thing wanted me, then I had to face it where it lived. In the woods, on the trail, in the clearing where the silence first claimed me. The decision settled into me like a weight. I packed carefully, hands shaking but deliberate, spare batteries, flare gun, trail camera, audio recorder, extra rounds. I zipped my jacket to my throat and stepped into the cold night. The air was sharp, tasting of iron. The forest waiting like a held breath. The moon hung low, throwing pale light across the ridges. My boots crunched in the frost as I made my way toward the service road. The woods grew quieter the deeper I went, until only my steps and the rasp of my breath remained. The memory of the deer's glassy eyes and the warped footprints pressed close behind my thoughts. When I reached the bend where the carcass had first lain, the ground looked wrong. The soil was torn, gouged in uneven circles, as though something had spun there again and again. My light swept over it and caught on a scrap of fur snagged on a root. Orange, brown, coarse. but wrong in texture, like hide stretched too thin. I pocketed it without thinking. I set the recorder on a stump, aimed the trail camera toward the clearing, and stood waiting in the silence. For a long time, nothing happened. The woods seemed ordinary again, shadows shifting gently with the wind, the faint rustle of branches. I almost believed I had imagined it all. Then the laughter began. It was faint at first, drifting on the air like smoke, but it grew clearer with each heartbeat. My own laugh, hollow and jagged, echoing from every direction. My chest tightened as the sound layered. First one voice, then another, until a dozen versions of myself laughed together. The recorder's red light blinked steadily, catching every note. Then, from the tree line, it stepped out. At first it wore the shape of a deer, legs long and angular, eyes glowing like coals. But as it walked closer, the form shifted. Its back straightened, its hooves stretching into elongated hands, claws curling where fingers should be. The skin along its body rippled, faces swimming just beneath the surface, mouths open in silent screams. Its head tilted too far, snapping into place at an angle no neck should allow. And then it smiled. "Scott," it said, my mother's voice this time. Then my father's. Then my own, all layered together, echoing from its open mouth. The sound burrowed into my bones. My hand shook as I raised the sidearm. "Stay back," I whispered, though the words felt like smoke, insubstantial. It took another step, unhurried, as if savoring my fear. The camera clicked softly, its sensor triggered by the movement, and the sound seemed to amuse it. It turned its head toward the lens and whispered, "Scott." Again, lips stretching too wide, teeth glinting unnaturally human. I fired. The shot cracked through the clearing, but the bullet tore through it like mist. It staggered, then righted itself, still smiling. The laughter swelled, drowning the echo of the gunshot, until the air shook with it. I stumbled backward, fumbling for the flare gun. When I fired, the red light burst across the clearing, washing the trees in fire glow. For a heartbeat, the creature screamed. Not in my voice, but in dozens, hundreds, voices of strangers, of loved ones, of hikers who had gone missing over the years. Faces wreathed across its body, mouths opening wide in unison. The sound drove me to my knees, hands clamped over my ears. The flare sputtered and fell, and in the sudden dark, the creature loomed closer. Its hand reached out, claws splayed and pressed against the air between us. My flashlight beam caught the surface of its palm, and for a moment it looked like glass between us, like it was pressing from the other side of a window. Frost bloomed across the invisible barrier, spelling 4 long streaks like the marks I'd found on my cabin. I screamed and stumbled back, tripping over roots, scrambling blindly toward the trail. The laughter chased me, overlapping voices, weaving into a shriek that clawed at my skull. I ran until my lungs burned, until my vision blurred with tears. Only when the first glimmer of the trailhead reflectors appeared did the sound begin to fade, thinning into the distance, leaving only the pounding of my heart in my ears. I collapsed against the truck, heaving, shaking so violently I could barely fit the keys into the ignition. When the engine roared to life, I tore down the road, headlights cutting swaths of pale light through the trees. My eyes flicked constantly to the mirrors, half expecting to see glowing eyes chasing in the beam, but the road stayed empty. Back at the station, I locked the doors and sat in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, trying to steady my breath. The recorder blinked on the table, still running. I couldn't bring myself to play it. I left it there, the red light pulsing like a warning. When dawn came, I returned to the clearing with 2 colleagues under the guise of checking trail conditions. The ground was smooth, untouched. No gouges in the soil, no footprints. The stump where I had left the recorder was bare. The camera I'd strapped to the tree was gone. My colleagues shrugged it off as vandalism, kids messing around in the night. They didn't see the truth. They didn't hear the voices. I never found the recorder or the camera. Weeks passed, but I didn't sleep. Even now, years later, I can feel its presence when the nights grow too quiet. Sometimes I hear my own laugh echoing from the woods, soft at first, then louder. Sometimes I wake to find frost streaks. Down the glass of my window, 4 long lines, carved by something pressing from the other side. I am Ranger Scott Delaney, and I have given my life to these mountains. I thought I understood their language, thought I knew their dangers. But there are things in the Smokies that wear familiar shapes, that twist voices into weapons, that blur the line between the living and the dead. I have seen one, and it knows me. It is still out there, waiting, laughing in the dark. And when the silence falls too heavy across the ridges, I know it is listening for me. My name is Ranger Alan Mercer, and I have been serving in the National Park Service for close to 15 years. I am 40 years old, born and raised in Virginia, and I have always felt more at home beneath a canopy of trees than beneath a ceiling. From childhood, the forest felt like a second family to me, ancient, quiet, always watching. That familiarity led me here, to Shenandoah, where I now spend my days and nights, patrolling trails that twist along the ridges like veins through the mountains. I have faced down bears, redirected lost hikers, and weathered storms that split trees like matchsticks. I have learned the language of the forest, the sound of an owl warning, the silence that means a predator is near, the way deer scatter before a storm. For years, I believed there was no mystery in these woods I could not explain. But I was wrong. It began one evening in late September. The air was heavy with the scent of fallen leaves, and the trails were nearly deserted. I had been assigned to check a backcountry shelter near the base of one of the valleys. It was a routine hike, 3 miles in, 3 miles out. My flashlight cast a pale circle ahead as twilight deepened, the forest dimming into shadow. At first, everything was ordinary. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the chirp of crickets, the distant rustle of a squirrel in the brush. Then, slowly, the sounds began to fade. I didn't notice it right away. The shift was gradual, subtle. The crickets tapered off, the rustling ceased. Even the breeze seemed to die. It was as though the forest was holding its breath. I stopped and listened. My own breathing was the only sound. Instinct told me something was wrong. The silence was too complete, too heavy, pressing against my ears. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and pressed forward. Halfway to the shelter, I saw the eyes. They glowed faintly in the beam of my light, just off the trail. At first I thought it was a deer. The shape was right, tall, with antlers branching like pale limbs. But it didn't move as I drew closer. Its body was too still, its posture rigid, unnatural. My chest tightened as I realized the eyes were fixed directly on me, unblinking. Easy, I whispered, my voice sounding thin in the silence. I had dealt with deer often. They spook, they bolt. But this one didn't. It just stood there, watching. The longer I looked, the stranger it seemed. Its legs appeared too long, its frame stretched. its antlers twisted at odd angles as though broken and healed wrong. My stomach churned. Something in me screamed to turn back, but my feet refused to move. Then it opened its mouth. At first, no sound came, just the shape of jaws widening, teeth glinting pale in the light. Then, slowly, a voice emerged. Not a deer's cry, not an animal noise at all. It was a man's voice, my own. Alan, it said. The word hit me like a blow. Hearing my own name spoken in my exact tone from something that should not have been able to speak was wrong, in a way that pierced straight to my bones. My chest locked, my throat tightened. I stumbled back, the flashlight beam shaking across the trees. It stepped forward. Not a deer anymore. Not fully. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, shifting between 2 legs and 4, as though it could not decide what shape to hold. Its head tilted, eyes still locked on mine, glowing faintly red now, deeper, hungrier. I raised my sidearm, though my hands shook so violently I nearly dropped it.
Stay back!
My voice cracked, sounding pathetic in the silence. It didn't stop. The air thickened around me, every sound swallowed. I fired into the ground in front of it, the gunshot splitting the night. The noise should have echoed through the valley, but it didn't. The sound died instantly, absorbed by the silence, leaving nothing behind but ringing in my ears. The thing smiled then, its lips peeling back too far, revealing teeth that were not right, not animal, not human, but something between. I ran. The trail blurred under my boots, the beam of the flashlight bouncing wildly. Branches clawed at my jacket, stones turned underfoot, but I didn't stop. Behind me, I heard it move. Not running exactly, more like sliding, a shifting sound that followed without rhythm. My lungs burned, my heart hammered, and every step felt like running through water. Still, I ran until the glow of the shelter's roof came into view through the trees. I burst inside, slamming the wooden door shut behind me, chest heaving, sweat cold on my skin. The shelter was small, 1 room, a cot in the corner, a lantern on the table. I lit the lantern with trembling hands, desperate for light. The pale glow pushed back the shadows, but not enough. I pressed my back against the wall, listening. For a while, there was nothing. Then came the laugh. It started soft, distant, echoing from the trees. My laugh, low, hollow, mocking. It grew louder, circling the shelter, shifting from side to side, until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. My skin crawled, my stomach knotted. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't stop. The laugh wasn't outside anymore. It was inside my head. Then silence. I lowered my hands, chest tight, sweat dripping down my temples. The lantern flickered. I stared at the door, praying it would stay shut. And then, faintly, a whisper slid through the cracks in the wood. Alan. My knees buckled. I sank onto the cot, staring at the door as the voice came again, stronger this time, layered. Not just my voice, but others too. Men, women, children, all overlapping, all speaking my name. Alan. I don't remember falling asleep, but at some point exhaustion claimed me. When I woke, pale dawn light seeped through the cracks of the shelter. The forest outside was quiet, but not the wrong kind of quiet. Just ordinary, morning quiet. The thing was gone. I staggered out, my legs weak, my head pounding. The ground in front of the shelter was marked. Hoof prints, clear and deep, circling again and again, and mixed with them, footprints. Bare, elongated, toes ending in sharp points. They led into the trees and vanished. I returned to the station that morning, pale and hollow-eyed. I said nothing to anyone. How could I? I could barely believe it myself, but the forest knows. And deep inside, I knew it wasn't finished with me. The morning after that night in the shelter, I looked into the mirror above the sink at the ranger station and hardly recognized myself. My face was pale, my eyes shadowed and sunken, the faint tremor in my hands betraying the fear I had tried to bury. I should have written a detailed report, logged every strange sound, every print in the dirt, every voice that called my name. But I didn't. I wrote only that I had discovered unusual animal tracks near the shelter, and that further investigation was required. Anything else would have branded me unstable, and rangers don't last long when their judgment is called into question. But the truth gnawed at me. The image of that twisted deer shape, the sound of names spoken back at me in my own voice. It clung like a stain I couldn't scrub clean. I thought of staying silent, of avoiding that ridge entirely, but that option never truly existed. Because once something in the forest knows your name, you're never really free of it. That evening I returned. Not to the shelter. Not yet. I didn't think I could bring myself to sleep there again so soon. Instead, I walked the trail slowly, my flashlight sweeping the ground, my ears straining for any hint of movement. The forest was quiet, but this time it was an ordinary quiet. The rustle of branches in the breeze, the faint call of a night bird. I told myself I was safe, that whatever I had seen was some aberration that belonged to that one night only. Then I saw the first tree. Its bark was gouged 4 deep scratches running vertically down the trunk. Not bear marks. Those I know well. These were cleaner, narrower, too deliberate. I stepped closer, brushing the grooves with my glove. The wood was fresh, sap still oozing. My stomach tightened. I scanned the surrounding trees and my breath caught. More marks. Dozens of them scattered across trunks, circling the trail like a message, written in a language I could not read. I backed away slowly, my flashlight beam bouncing across the trunks. That was when I heard it, a footstep. Not behind me, not ahead, beside me in the brush. Slow, deliberate. I froze, breath shallow, every nerve screaming. The beam of my flashlight trembled as I swung it toward the sound. Nothing. Just undergrowth and shadows. Then the voice came. Alan. It was faint, drawn out, barely more than a whisper. But it was my voice. Not like someone imitating me. Not distorted. Exactly my voice, tone and cadence, as though I had spoken without opening my mouth. My legs threatened to buckle. I forced myself to take a step backward, then another. The voice came again, stronger this time, from the opposite side of the trail. Alan. I turned and fled, boots pounding the dirt, lungs burning. The laugh followed, high and jagged, weaving through the trees. Not just mine anymore, but others. Voices layered together, all wrong. Some sounded like men, some like women, some like children, all repeating my name. Alan. Alan. I didn't stop running until the faint glimmer of the station lights appeared through the trees. I slammed the door shut behind me and leaned against it, chest heaving, sweat dripping down my neck. The radio crackled on the desk. I hadn't touched it, but static hissed through the speaker. I froze, staring. Then, through the static, my voice spoke. This is Ranger Alan Mercer, requesting backup. It was me. Clear, calm, professional. But I hadn't spoken. The voice repeated, distorted now. Deeper, layered with others. Ranger Alan Mercer. Ranger Alan Mercer. I tore the cord from the wall. The radio died. But the echo of the words lingered in my skull. Sleep was impossible. I sat through the night with every light in the cabin blazing, my sidearm on the table, the silence pressing at the windows. Around 2 in the morning, I heard scratching. Long, deliberate strokes down the side of the cabin, just like the gouges in the trees. My body stiffened, heart hammering. I crept to the window, hand tight on the flashlight, and peeled the curtain back a sliver. Eyes, 2 of them, gleaming in the dark, too high off the ground, too steady. They blinked once, slowly, then vanished. By dawn, I was shaking from exhaustion. I knew I couldn't stay still any longer. If I kept hiding in my cabin, it would circle me until I broke. The only choice was to face it directly, to gather proof, to confront it before it decided to drag me into whatever place it came from. So I planned. That afternoon, I gathered gear. 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, extra batteries, flares. I checked everything twice, then drove to the service road. The sky was already dimming, clouds heavy with the threat of rain. I hiked quickly, nerves taut, until I reached the clearing near the shelter. I set the first camera on a pine facing the trail, the second on the opposite side, both angled toward the center. The recorder I placed on the stump where I had seen the twisted tracks. Its small red light blinked steadily, a fragile beacon in the growing dark. I stood there for a long moment, every instinct screaming at me to leave, to abandon the equipment, to run. But I forced myself to stay, to breathe, to listen. The forest grew quiet again. Too quiet. Then came the sound. At first it was distant, like wind threading through the trees. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became, a voice. My own, humming softly, tuneless. The hum grew louder, circling, echoing from every side. Then it broke into words. Alan. I spun, flashlight beams slicing across the clearing. Empty. My pulse thundered in my ears. I staggered back toward the shelter, panic clawing at me. As I reached the door, the laugh began. My laugh, sharp and hollow, joined by others until it became a chorus. The forest vibrated with it, the ground trembling beneath my boots. I slammed the shelter door shut, bolted it, and lit the lantern. The light flickered, weak against the shadows pressing at the walls. The laughter swelled, surrounding me, until suddenly it cut off, leaving silence so deep it roared in my skull. Then came the knock. 3 sharp raps against the wood, deliberate, patient. I stood frozen, staring at the door, my breath shallow. The knock came again, harder this time. Then a voice, inches from the wood. My voice. Let me in, Alan. My legs shook, my grip on the lantern slick with sweat. I backed into the corner, sidearm trembling in my hand, the lantern light flickering wildly. The voice came again, softer now, coaxing. Let me in. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The door rattled. Wood groaning under pressure. The lantern flickered lower, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. I whispered a prayer I hadn't spoken since childhood, my lips barely moving. The pressure on the door stopped. Silence returned, heavy and absolute. I sat there until dawn, unmoving, eyes locked on the door. When morning came, the door was intact, the forest quiet. But on the ground outside, pressed deep into the soil, were prints. Some were hooves. Some were feet. All circled the shelter over and over until they vanished into the trees. The morning after the knocking, I returned to the station hollow, eyed and silent. My colleagues asked if I had spent the night at the shelter, if I had seen anything unusual. I lied and said no. I didn't have the words for what had pressed against that door, for the sound of my own voice begging entry. How could I explain that the forest itself had begun to wear my face, my laugh, my name. But lying did not change the truth. I could feel it waiting. It was no longer content to circle the edges of my patrol routes or scratch at the walls of my cabin. Each night the silence grew heavier, the shadows longer, the sense of being observed stronger. I began to dread sunset, to dread the moment when the forest swallowed the light and left me alone with something that should not exist. By the third night, I understood that hiding would not protect me. If I waited, it would come to me. If I ran, it would follow. The only choice left was to face it on my terms, to look it in the eyes and demand to know what it wanted. Perhaps that was foolishness, born from exhaustion. But fear has a way of twisting into defiance when you've been cornered long enough. I prepared carefully. 2 flare guns, extra rounds for the sidearm, fresh batteries for the flashlight, and a knife strapped to my belt, though. I doubted it would matter. I left a note in the logbook that I was checking the ridge trail. I did not mention why. If I didn't come back, I didn't want anyone else walking blindly into what I knew was waiting. The sky was overcast as I set out, clouds heavy and low, the air sharp with the smell of coming rain. The forest was restless, every branch shifting in the wind. Yet beneath it all was that same suffocating silence. I hiked quickly, nerves taut, until I reached the clearing by the shelter. At first, it seemed empty. The trees loomed, the stump where I had left the recorder sat bare, the earth damp with old prints. I stood in the center, breath misting, hand tight on the flare gun. "I know you're here," I said, my voice trembling but steady enough. "Show yourself." The woods answered with laughter. Not one laugh, but many, layered together, circling the clearing. My laugh, twisted into 100 shapes. The laugh of a child, high and shrill. The laugh of a woman, low and cruel. They rose and fell in unison, rattling the leaves though no wind moved them. My stomach turned, bile burning the back of my throat. Then, from the tree line, it stepped out. It wore the shape of a deer at first. Tall, antlers branching wide, eyes glowing faintly. But as it moved into the open, the form unraveled. Its limbs lengthened, bent wrong, joints snapping into place with sickening cracks. The antlers twisted like roots, sprouting faces in their tangle, mouths open in silent screams. Its body stretched thin, skin rippling as if something pressed beneath it, trying to break free. And its eyes locked on mine, glowing red, unblinking. "Alan," it said. The voice was my own. Then my father's. Then my mother's. Then all of them at once, layered into a chorus that made my chest seize. I raised the flare gun and fired. The red light burst across the clearing, bathing the creature in fire. For a moment it shrieked, a sound so piercing I thought my eardrums would burst. The faces in its skin writhed, mouths opening and closing. I fired again, the second flare hissing into its chest. The light seared, but the thing did not fall. It staggered, then straightened, smiling wider. Teeth too many, too sharp. I drew the sidearm, emptied round after round. Bullets tore through it, shredding bark from the trees beyond. But the creature didn't bleed. The holes closed as quickly as they appeared, its body rippling like water disturbed. It took another step toward me, and the air grew heavy, pressing against my lungs until I could barely breathe. "Let me in," it whispered, lips stretching too far. "You're tired. Let me in." I stumbled back, my flashlight beam trembling across its face. For a heartbeat, I saw myself staring back. My own eyes, my own mouth grinning. Then the face shifted, becoming my father's, then a child's, then something else entirely, something without features at all. Desperation surged. I pulled the knife from my belt and slashed wildly. The blade met resistance. Not flesh, not bone, but something cold and dense, like ice. The creature shrieked, recoiling, its body twisting. I slashed again, screaming, and for the first time it faltered, stumbling back toward the tree line. The laughter cut off. Silence fell, deep and absolute. It stood there at the edge of the clearing, red eyes burning, body rippling. Then it smiled one last time, whispered my name in a dozen voices, and melted into the shadows. I collapsed, chest heaving, knife slick in my hand. The clearing was empty. The air was still. Only the stink of iron and rot lingered. I don't remember the walk back. I must have stumbled blindly through the trees, driven by instinct, until the glow of the station appeared. My colleagues said I looked pale as a corpse, my uniform torn, my hands shaking too badly to hold a pen. They asked what had happened. I told them only that I had startled a bear. They didn't press further. Perhaps they saw something in my face that warned them not to ask. Weeks have passed since that night. The forest has returned to its ordinary rhythms. Birds calling at dawn, coyotes yipping at dusk. But I know better. Sometimes, when the air grows too still, I hear it. A laugh faint and jagged, carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost streaked across my window in 4 long lines, as though a hand is pressed from the other side of the glass. I am Ranger Alan Mercer, and I have spent my life believing the forest was a place of order, a place where every sound and sign could be understood. But there are things here older than names, older than our maps and patrols. Things that wear our voices, our faces, our memories. Not because they are us, but because they want us to believe. I faced one. I drove it back. But I don't believe for a moment that it's gone. And on nights when the silence grows too heavy, I know it is still waiting in the trees, whispering my name. My name is Ranger Daniel Whittaker, and I have worked with the National Park Service for nearly 2 decades. I am 45 years old, originally from Pennsylvania, and I have spent most of my adult life walking trails that others fear to enter after dark. My assignments have carried me across Yellowstone, Glacier, and now the deep valleys of Olympic National Park in Washington. Over the years, I have seen things in the backcountry that most people will never know exist. Silent predators stalking through snow, storms that strike without warning, hikers who wander too far and never return. I have been trained to recognize the natural patterns of danger, to know which sounds are warnings and which are harmless. For most of my life, I have believed every noise, every shadow, every whisper of the forest could be explained. But I carry with me one memory that has never found an explanation, and it has followed me for years like a shadow. It began in early November, when the days were growing shorter and the tourists had thinned out. The sky hung low and gray, the air wet with mist. I had been tasked with checking a series of backcountry campsites along a trail that wound deep into the heart of the forest. It was a routine patrol, 8 miles round trip, the kind of assignment I could normally complete without a second thought. I strapped on my pack, tightened my jacket against the damp chill, and set off down the trail with the crunch of wet leaves beneath my boots. The forest was unusually still that day. The usual chatter of birds was faint, and even the wind seemed hesitant, moving the trees only slightly. As I walked, The mist thickened, curling low across the ground, wrapping around the trunks like fingers. My flashlight beam cut through it in a narrow cone of pale light. For a while, everything was ordinary. Quiet, yes, but nothing more than that. Then I noticed the first set of tracks. At first, I thought they belonged to a deer. The hooves were clear in the damp soil, sharp and fresh. But the spacing was wrong. Too wide, too long a stride, as though the animal had legs much longer than a deer should. I crouched, tracing one print with my glove. The soil was pressed deeper than expected, as though something heavy had passed. I rose slowly, scanning the trees, my throat tight. Nothing moved. I followed the prints for a quarter mile. The deeper I went, the more unsettling they became. Some shifted from hooves into elongated impressions, almost like human feet, but distorted. The toes stretched into points. The stride grew even longer, impossible for a normal animal. The mist seemed to thicken with each step, muffling sound, pressing close. Finally, I reached the first campsite. It should have been empty. No permits had been issued for that week. But as I approached, I saw the fire pit still smoldering faintly, thin smoke curling upward. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here recently. I circled the site cautiously, my hand on the radio at my shoulder. The tents were gone, but scraps remained. A torn sleeping bag, a boot half buried in the mud, a cooking pot overturned beside the pit. No people. No sign of struggle, at least not in the obvious sense. But the silence was suffocating. I knelt to examine the boot, turning it over. The sole was worn, the laces frayed, but what made my skin crawl was the fact that it was still warm, as though someone had worn it only moments before. That was when I heard it. A laugh. It came from the trees behind me, sharp and sudden, echoing through the mist. My body locked, every hair on my neck rising. The laugh was human but wrong. Too hollow, too jagged, like a recording played through broken speakers. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam slicing the mist. The forest stood empty. "Hello." My voice cracked in the silence. No reply. Only the drip of moisture from the branches. I took a step forward, my boots sinking slightly into the wet soil. Then it came again. The laugh. Closer this time, almost directly beside me. My stomach lurched, and I swung the light hard to the left. Empty space. I forced myself to move, circling the campsite quickly, my eyes scanning every shadow. The tracks reappeared at the edge of the clearing. The same distorted impressions leading back into the woods. I followed them, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. After a few hundred yards, the mist parted just enough to reveal a shape ahead. My light caught it. A figure standing between the trees. At first I thought it was a man, tall and thin, shoulders hunched. But as the beam steadied, I realized its limbs were too long, its posture unnatural, its head tilted sharply, as though its neck had bent at the wrong angle. "Sir," my voice wavered. The figure didn't move. It only watched, its face obscured in the shadows. My hand tightened on the radio, but before I could raise it, the figure opened its mouth. "Daniel." The sound froze me. It was my own voice, spoken perfectly, echoing back at me from its lips. My knees threatened to buckle. I stumbled back a step, my heart hammering so loud it drowned the silence. The figure tilted its head further, impossibly far, until it seemed its neck would snap. Then, slowly, it smiled. The teeth that gleamed in the light were too many, too sharp, not human at all. I turned and ran. The mist swallowed me, branches clawing at my arms as I tore through the woods. The laugh followed, high and jagged, weaving through the trees. Sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop until the trail widened and the faint glow of the ranger station lights flickered through the fog. I stumbled inside, slamming the door behind me, chest heaving. The silence of the office felt safer than the forest, but the memory of that voice, my own voice, echoed in my skull. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it smile, heard the laugh spilling from the trees. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, some trick of sound in the mist. But deep down, I knew the truth. The forest had spoken my name, and whatever it wasn't finished with me. The morning after that patrol, I sat at the ranger station with the logbook open in front of me, pen in hand, but the words refused to come. My report from the night before read only, unusual disturbance near backcountry campsite. No contact with visitors. It was a lie, or at least an omission, and I hated myself for it. But what else could I have written? Encountered something tall, unnatural, with too many teeth, wearing my own voice like a mask. The Park Service doesn't exactly train you to put that into words. I told myself I would return to the site in daylight and prove to myself it had been exhaustion and shadows. The human mind invents things in the dark. I repeated over and over. That mantra carried me through the day, though the memory of that laugh still cut across my thoughts like a knife. By mid-afternoon, I could no longer ignore the weight pressing on me. I strapped on my boots, packed my gear, and drove to the trailhead again. The forest in daylight should have comforted me. The sun shone pale through thinning clouds, the air damp but warmer than the night before. Birds called faintly in the distance, and somewhere higher up the ridge a woodpecker hammered against bark. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. Yet beneath it all, something still felt wrong, like a melody missing half its notes. When I reached the campsite, I stopped cold. The boot I had seen the night before was gone. So was the sleeping bag, the overturned pot. The fire pit was cold, the ashes scattered. It looked as though no one had ever been there. I circled the clearing slowly, scanning for any sign, but the ground was smooth, undisturbed. The only trace that remained was the set of elongated prints leading out into the woods. I crouched, tracing one with my glove. The print was deeper now, as though whatever left it had pressed harder into the soil. The toes gouged sharp lines into the mud, like claws. The stride was impossibly long. I followed them a short way, but after 50 yards they simply ended. No scatter, no fade, just gone, as if the thing had stepped out of the world mid-stride. I should have turned back then. But instead, I kept going, walking past the point where the tracks vanished. My boots sank into damp earth, the forest around me quiet. The deeper I went, the more my nerves frayed. Then, just as I convinced myself I would turn around, I found something else. A shirt. It hung from a low branch, torn, damp, one sleeve missing. I pulled it down, my stomach twisting. It was a hiker's shirt, flannel, faded red and gray. The fabric was stiff with dried mud, or something darker. I turned it over and froze. The name stitched inside the collar was one I recognized. Martin, a middle-aged man who had gone missing 3 months earlier. We'd searched for him for days. We'd found nothing. My hands trembled as I stuffed the shirt into my pack. I turned back toward the trail, suddenly desperate to be out of the woods. My pace quickened, my eyes flicking constantly to the trees. That was when I heard it again. A laugh. Faint at first, echoing from the direction of the campsite. My laugh low and hollow. I froze, my throat dry. It came again, closer this time, directly behind me. I spun, flashlight beam cutting across the trunks. Only mist curling low across the ground. I forced myself forward, walking faster now, nearly jogging. The laugh followed, weaving between the trees, always just behind me, never far. Once, it shifted, turning into the sound of a woman's laugh, high and sharp. Another time it deepened, jagged, the voice of a man I didn't recognize. By the time the trailhead came into view, I was nearly sprinting. I burst into the clearing, gasping, sweat chilling my back. The woods behind me were silent, the mist curling lazily as though nothing had disturbed it. But I knew better. Something had followed me. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and examined the shirt. The name stitched inside was clear: Martin. I wanted to take it straight to my supervisor, to admit that the missing hiker hadn't simply gotten lost. But fear stopped me. What could I say? That something wearing my laugh had left it hanging in the trees like bait. They would take my badge, my post, my career. So I folded the shirt, stuffed it deep in my locker, and told no one. That night I tried to convince myself I was safe in my cabin. I made coffee, turned on the radio for background noise, sat at the table pretending to read. But the air felt wrong, heavy, waiting. At 1:12 a.m., the radio crackled. I hadn't touched it. Static filled the cabin, sharp and loud. I froze, staring at it. Then, through the static, a voice spoke. My voice. "This is Ranger Daniel Whittaker, requesting backup." The words repeated, clear and calm, professional. Then they distorted, deepened, layered with other voices, until the sound was a chorus of Daniels all speaking at once. Ranger Whittaker, requesting backup. The pitch warped until it became a jagged laugh. My own laugh twisted into something unrecognizable. I yanked the cord from the wall. The radio died, but the laugh didn't. It came from outside the cabin now, circling slowly. I crept to the window, pulling the curtain back with shaking hands. Eyes, two of them, glowing faintly in the dark, too high off the ground. They blinked once, then vanished. The laugh followed, low and soft, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following morning, I checked the ground outside. Prints circled the cabin. Some hooved, some elongated like human feet, toes gouged sharp. They led to the window, then back into the woods. My breath caught when I saw the doorframe. Scratches ran down the wood, 4 long grooves, fresh, deep. I knew then that this thing wasn't confined to the trail or the campsite. It was following me, watching me, waiting for me. And no matter how much I tried to hide, I could feel it growing bolder. I spent the next 2 days pretending nothing was wrong. I showed up at the station, signed the logs, hiked the shorter trails in daylight. I smiled at my colleagues when they cracked jokes about the early November chill and the quiet season before winter. But underneath it all, I was unraveling. I barely slept, and when I did drift off, I woke with my heart pounding. Convinced I'd heard my name, whispered outside the cabin window. Sometimes I swore I heard my own laugh, echoing faintly in the silence. Too far away to be real, but too sharp to ignore. By the third night, I understood that avoiding it wasn't working. The scratches on the cabin door grew deeper, the prints in the frost more frequent. It wasn't losing interest, it was closing in. And I had the sickening feeling that, if I waited much longer, it would come inside whether I wanted it to or not. So I made a choice. If it wanted me, I would face it on my own terms. I would go back to the woods, back to the campsite where it had first spoken my name, and meet it there. Maybe I was mad with exhaustion. Maybe I wanted to die less afraid. Or maybe some part of me thought that confronting it might give me a chance to understand what it was. I packed carefully. Flare gun, sidearm, spare batteries, audio recorder, and 2 trail cameras. As dusk fell, I drove to the trailhead. The air was damp, thick with mist. The forest already sinking into shadow. My boots crunched softly on the path as I hiked, every sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. When I reached the campsite, my chest tightened. It was exactly as I remembered. Empty, silent, the fire pit cold, the trees looming like sentries. I set one camera facing the clearing, the other at the tree line, the recorder on the stump. Then I stood in the center and waited. The silence deepened as night fell. Crickets ceased, birds hushed. My breath plumed in the cold air. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. I almost convinced myself I had gone mad, that exhaustion had conjured the entire thing. Then, faintly, it began. A laugh. My laugh. It drifted from the tree line, low and jagged. Another laugh joined it, higher, sharper. The sound of a woman. Then a child's laugh, high, pitched and eerie. Within moments, the clearing echoed with dozens of voices, all laughing together, weaving into a chorus that made my skin crawl. My flashlight beam trembled as I swept it across the trees. Something moved. At first, I thought it was a deer stepping into the clearing. But its legs were too long, its stride too smooth, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. It stopped at the edge of the light, eyes glowing faintly red. "Daniel," it said. The voice was mine, perfectly mirrored. My chest seized. I raised the flavor gun, my hand trembling. "Stay back," I whispered, though my words sounded like smoke in the silence. It stepped closer. Its limbs bent wrong, joints snapping as it shifted from 4 legs to 2. Its antlers twisting. Sprouting faces in their tangle, faces I recognized. Martin's, a hiker who'd vanished last spring. A young woman who'd gone missing 2 summers ago. All staring with glassy eyes, mouths open in silent screams. I fired the flare. The red light burst, bathing the clearing in fire. For a moment, the creature shrieked, its body writhing, faces stretching and collapsing beneath its skin. The sound was deafening, layered with dozens of voices, my own among them. The flare sputtered and fell, and darkness rushed back. The creature loomed closer, smiling wide, teeth too many, too sharp. Its mouth opened, and my own voice spilled out. "Let me in, Daniel." I stumbled back, heart pounding, fumbling for the sidearm. I fired again and again. The shots deafening, the muzzle flash revealing glimpses of its face shifting through 100 forms. Mine, Martin's, my father's, strangers I'd never seen. The bullets passed through useless. The thing didn't bleed. The laughter swelled, so loud it rattled the trees, until I thought my skull would crack from the sound. Desperation surged. I grabbed the knife from my belt and slashed as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice. The creature shrieked, recoiling, its body twisting violently. Faces rippled across its skin, mouths opening in a chorus of screams. For a moment, I thought I had won. It staggered, limbs jerking, antlers snapping. Then, with a final laugh, it melted into the shadows, dissolving into the mist until only silence remained. I collapsed in the dirt, chest heaving, knife slick in my hand. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked red, capturing everything, though I didn't dare listen. I stumbled back to the trail. Half blind, running until the glow of the station lights appeared through the fog. I never retrieved the cameras. I never played the recorder. I told no one the truth. I wrote in the logbook that the campsite was clear, that the missing hiker evidence was inconclusive. My colleagues believed me. They had to. But I know what I saw. I know what spoke my name. It hasn't left me. Even now, years later. I hear it sometimes. A laugh drifting through the trees when the forest grows too quiet. A whisper of my name carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost on my window, streaked with 4 long lines like claws pressing from the other side. I am Ranger Daniel Whitaker. I have spent my life in the wilderness, teaching others to respect its dangers, to understand its language. But there are things in these woods that do not belong to us, things that wear our voices, our faces, our memories. I met one, and it is still waiting. My name is Ranger Nathan Caldwell, and I have been serving in the National Park Service for 14 years. I am 41 years old, originally from Oregon, and I have always found peace in the solitude of the woods. From my earliest memories, I preferred trees to crowds, silence to chatter, the endless mystery of trails to the cramped certainty of towns. That instinct shaped my life, carrying me through forestry school, seasonal jobs, and finally into a permanent post in the northern Rockies. I know these ridges and valleys, as well as I know my own reflection. I can tell black bear from grizzly by the curve of a track, elk from moose by the tone of a bugle, storm from wind by the way branches lean. My pride has always been that nothing in these woods could catch me unaware. But that pride was broken one autumn night, when I learned that not every shadow belongs to something I can name. It was late October when it began, a cold night with a moon so thin, it was hardly more than a scratch in the sky. I had been assigned a routine sweep of a trail that wound past an abandoned ranger outpost deep in the valley. The outpost had been shuttered for years, but occasionally transients tried to shelter there. My job was simple: hike in, check for signs of intrusion, and return before dawn. I strapped on my pack, tightened my jacket against the chill, and set out with my flashlight bobbing across the narrow path. The forest was still at first, my boots crunching softly through frost-coated leaves. Every breath puffed white in front of me, fading into the dark. I had walked the trail countless times before, and I expected nothing more than the creak of branches and the call of owls. But about halfway in, I realized something had changed. The ordinary night sounds, the crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, even the rush of wind through pine, had gone silent. The forest felt as though it had been wrapped in glass. I slowed, my throat tightening, ears straining for the slightest hint of movement. For a moment there was nothing, only the thump of my own heartbeat. Then, faintly, came the sound of footsteps. Not mine. They paced behind me, slow, steady, perfectly timed with my own. I stopped. The sound stopped too. I swung the flashlight back, the beam slicing through trunks and frost. Empty trail. My breath clouded the air as I stood frozen, waiting. Finally, forcing myself forward, I began walking again. The footsteps followed. By the time I reached the outpost clearing, my nerves were stretched thin. The building loomed in the dark, its windows boarded, roof sagging. I swept the light across it, expecting nothing more than peeling paint and broken shutters. Instead, the beam caught on something else. A figure. It stood near the porch, half in shadow. Tall, too tall, its head brushing the eaves. Its limbs looked wrong, too long, joints bent oddly. My stomach lurched. I raised the light higher and it vanished. Not walked away, not slipped into the trees. Gone, as if it had never been there. I forced myself toward the building, boots crunching loudly in the silence. The air smelled faintly metallic, like blood. I mounted the steps, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Dust coated the floor, undisturbed. No sleeping bags, no footprints. I swept the beam across the empty interior and felt the tension in my chest ease slightly. Maybe exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Maybe the footsteps had been echoes of my own. I turned to leave. That was when I heard it. A laugh. Low, hollow, jagged, spilling through the outpost walls. My breath froze in my chest. The laugh wasn't mine, but it was close. Like a recording of my voice, warped, broken, stretched. It came again, circling, filling the small space until the walls seemed to vibrate with it. Hello. My voice cracked as it left my throat. Silence answered. Then, softly, a whisper slithered through the dark. Nathan. The sound paralyzed me. My own name, spoken in my own voice, but distorted, too deep, layered with something else. My flashlight beam quivered across the walls, catching only dust and empty wood. I stumbled back out the door, heart hammering, breath tearing in my chest. The clearing was empty, but the silence pressed close, heavy and wrong. I forced my legs into motion, half running down the trail, the beam of my light bouncing wildly. The footsteps followed again, closer now, sharper, as though whatever was behind me had shed any pretense of hiding. I didn't look back. Every instinct screamed that if I turned, I would see something I wasn't meant to. I ran until the faint glow of the trailhead lanterns came into view, until the truck's metal frame reflected the light of my beam. I threw myself inside, slammed the doors, locked them with shaking hands. The forest stood quiet beyond the windshield, ordinary, still, but my name still echoed in my ears, the sound of it spoken in a voice that was almost my own. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at the table in my cabin with the lights on, the radio silent, my hands trembling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure by the porch, too tall, too wrong. I heard the whisper again, my name curling like smoke through the dark. I told myself it was a trick of exhaustion, of nerves, of isolation. I told myself anything to keep from believing. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something in the forest had spoken my name, and it wasn't finished with me. The following morning, I sat in the ranger station with a mug of coffee cooling untouched in my hands, staring at the logbook. The pen hovered above the page, but no words came. I should have recorded what I had seen and heard the night before. That was my duty. But how could I? No one would believe a word of it. Encountered tall figure at abandoned outpost. Heard my own name spoken in my own voice. It sounded insane even in my head. Instead, I wrote something brief and vague. Patrol completed. No trespassers. Outpost clear. A lie or maybe a half-truth, but it was safer than the alternative. Even so, I couldn't ignore what had happened. I couldn't just pretend the forest hadn't spoken my name. By mid-afternoon, I decided I would return. Not alone this time, or so I told myself. I would bring equipment. 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, fresh batteries. If I was losing my mind, then I needed proof, one way or another. And if I wasn't, then I needed evidence to show someone else. Before this thing decided to step further out of the shadows. The hike back to the outpost felt different in daylight. The sun was pale, filtered through thin clouds, But even that little light gave the illusion of safety. The forest breathed again. Birds chattered, squirrels skittered through branches. The wind stirred leaves across the path. But beneath it all was an unease I couldn't shake, a hum beneath the noise, like the woods were waiting. When I reached the clearing, I forced myself to pause, to breathe, to take it slow. The outpost stood quiet, boards sagging, roof patched with moss. In the brightness of day, it looked ordinary, abandoned, even harmless. But my skin prickled as if I were being watched. I set one camera facing the porch, another deeper into the tree line, both angled to cover the clearing. Then I placed the recorder on the same porch step where I'd first seen the figure. Its red light blinked steadily, fragile against the weight of the silence. I lingered longer than I should have, scanning the woods, but nothing stirred. Finally, with my nerves stretched taut, I turned and made my way back. The hike felt longer than usual, every shadow tugging at my attention. I reached the trailhead just as the light began to fade and drove straight to the station. That night, I couldn't resist checking the recorder. I sat alone in the equipment room, headphones clamped tight, laptop screen glowing pale in the dark. For the first half hour, there was nothing, just wind in the trees, the faint creak of the outpost boards. I leaned back, exhaling in relief. Then, at the 42-minute mark, the audio changed. It began as static, soft at first, then louder, jagged, like the tape itself was tearing. Through it came a sound that froze my blood. My laugh. Hollow, stretched, warped. It played once, then again, looping. Then it broke into words. Nathan. I ripped the headphones off, heart slamming in my chest. The word had been clear, sharp, unmistakable. My name, in my voice, spoken by something that wasn't me. I wanted to burn the recorder, to smash it against the floor. Instead, I shoved it into my locker and sat trembling until dawn. The following day, I retrieved the cameras. The first one, facing the porch, showed nothing unusual, just hours of still frames, the forest unmoving. But the second camera, the one aimed at the tree line, was different. For the first few hours, nothing. Then, near midnight, a shape flickered into frame. At first I thought it was a trick of light, but frame by frame, it became clear. A figure. Tall, too tall, limbs long and thin. It stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the trees. It didn't move for nearly 15 minutes. Just stood there, facing the camera, unblinking. Then, in a single frame, it was closer. No transition. No blur of movement. Just gone from one place and there in another, directly at the edge of the lens. Its head tilted sharply, eyes glowing faintly red in the infrared. Its mouth opened wide. Though the camera had no audio, I could see the shape of the word forming on its lips. My name. I slammed the laptop shut, bile rising in my throat. My hands trembled as I locked the camera back in the cabinet. Proof didn't feel like victory. Proof was worse. Because proof meant I wasn't imagining this. Proof meant it was real. That night, I sat awake in my cabin with every light blazing, my sidearm on the table. Midnight came and went in silence. By 2 a.m, my eyes were burning, my body heavy with exhaustion. I nearly drifted to sleep when the scratching began. Slow, deliberate, dragging claws across wood. It came from the side of the cabin, just beneath the window. I froze, breath locked in my chest. The sound grew louder, climbing the wall, raking against the frame. My pulse thundered as I reached for the flashlight and swung it toward the window. 2 eyes gleamed back. They hovered just beyond the glass, too high, unblinking, They blinked once, slow, deliberate, then vanished. The scratching ceased. Silence pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing. I sat in the chair until dawn, body rigid, heart aching with every beat. When I finally stepped outside, frost glittered across the ground. Prints circled the cabin, some hooved, some elongated like human feet, toes gouged sharp, and across the window pane, etched deep into the frost, were 4 long lines. That day, I told myself I would leave. Transfer requests weren't uncommon, and I had enough years to ask for one. But when I filled out the form, my hand froze. What if it followed me? What if leaving the valley didn't matter? The thought festered all day, gnawing at the edges of my reason. By evening, I knew what I had to do. Running wasn't an option. Hiding wasn't working. The only way forward was through. I would go back to the outpost, alone, at night, with recorder and flares and nothing but my own will to keep me steady. I would face it directly, whatever it was, because I could no longer stand the waiting, the circling, the laughter in the dark. That night, as the last light drained from the sky, I strapped on my pack, holstered the sidearm, and set off down the trail once more. The forest swallowed me, and with every step, I felt it listening. The trail to the outpost felt different under moonlight. The trees leaned closer, their bare branches clawing at the sky, the mist curling low around the ground like smoke from a dying fire. Each crunch of my boots sounded too sharp, too loud, as though the forest were amplifying my presence. My flashlight cut a trembling beam through the dark, but it felt weak, swallowed by the shadows before it reached the next bend. By the time I reached the clearing, my body was slick with cold sweat despite the night air. The outpost loomed like a skeleton, its boards sagging, its windows hollow black sockets. I stopped in the center of the clearing, my breath coming fast, my pack heavy with recorder, flares, and sidearm. My chest felt tight, my ribs aching with each inhale. The silence pressed in. I set the recorder on the porch step, its red light blinking steadily in the dark. The tiny pulse seemed defiant, fragile proof of my intent to document whatever came. I drew the flare gun and held it ready. Then I whispered into the emptiness, "I know you're here. I know you can hear me." For a long time, nothing stirred. The clearing remained still, the trees unmoving. My shoulders ached from the tension of holding still. Then, faintly, a laugh rippled across the clearing. My laugh, it started soft, stretched thin, hollow. Then another laugh joined it, higher, jagged. The voice of a woman. Then a child's laugh, shrill and sharp. Within moments the air was filled with sound, dozens of voices laughing together, weaving into a chorus that rattled the walls of the outpost. My stomach twisted as my flashlight beam shook across the trees. At the edge of the clearing, something moved. At first it wore the shape of a deer, antlers twisted like roots, body too tall, too thin. But as it stepped forward, the form unraveled. Limbs lengthened, joints bent backward with audible cracks, skin stretched too tight across bones. Faces rippled across its surface. Men, women, children, all with mouths open in silent screams. Its eyes glowed red, unblinking, fixed on me. Nathan. The words spilled from its mouth in my own voice. Then my father's. Then my mother's. Then strangers, all layered together, speaking in unison. My knees threatened to buckle. I raised the flare gun with trembling hands and fired. The red light burst across the clearing, bathing the creature in fire glow. It shrieked, a sound so piercing it rattled my bones. The faces writhed, mouths stretching, the screams deafening. For a moment it staggered, but then it straightened, smiling, rows of sharp teeth gleaming. The flare sputtered and died, darkness rushing back. "Let me in, Nathan," it whispered, lips peeling back too far, voice thick with layered tones. I fumbled for the sidearm and fired again, and again, the gunshots deafening, muzzle flash strobing its shifting face. Bullets ripped through it, but there was no blood, no resistance. The holes closed instantly, skin rippling like water disturbed. The laughter swelled again, dozens of voices, hundreds, until the sound filled every corner of the clearing. Desperation surged. I grabbed the knife from my belt and slashed wildly as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice, and the creature recoiled, shrieking. The ground vibrated beneath my feet as its body twisted violently, faces rippling, mouths opening in a chorus of screams. For a moment, I thought I had won. But then its head snapped back, antlers cracking, and it let out a sound that was neither laugh nor scream, but something older, something that made my vision blur and my ears ring. The red eyes locked on mine, unblinking, and for a heartbeat I saw myself staring back. My face, my eyes, my grin, wide and hollow. I stumbled back, terror boiling in my chest. The recorder's red light blinked steadily on the porch step, capturing everything. The creature's gaze flicked toward it, and then, in a blur of motion, it dissolved into the shadows, vanishing as though it had never been there. Silence slammed down, so heavy it roared in my ears. My knees gave way, and I collapsed in the dirt, chest heaving, sweat freezing against my skin. The clearing was empty. The recorder still blinked. I snatched it up and staggered down the trail, half running, half falling, my flashlight beam jerking wildly across the trees. Every shadow seemed alive, every branch reaching. I didn't stop until the glow of the trailhead lanterns appeared through the mist. Back at the station, I locked myself in the equipment room and played the recorder with shaking hands. At first, it was only static. Then the laugh began. My laugh, jagged and warped. Then the voices layered together, speaking my name, repeating it over and over, until the sound dissolved into a distorted shriek. I ripped the headphones off, bile rising in my throat. I never told anyone. I couldn't. The evidence was too strange, too impossible. I kept the recorder locked away, but sometimes when I passed the cabinet, I swore I heard faint laughter seeping from it, muffled, waiting. Weeks passed, but the fear never left me. At night, I still hear it, a laugh drifting faintly through the trees. A whisper of my name carried on no wind. Sometimes I wake to find frost streaked across the cabin window, 4 long lines etched into the glass, as though pressed from the other side. I know now that it was never about the outpost. That was only where it chose to reveal itself. Whatever it isn't tied to one place. It followed me home, and it hasn't stopped following. I am Ranger Nathan Caldwell, and I have spent my life reading the language of the forest. I believed I understood its dangers, that I could explain every sound, every shadow, every silence. But I was wrong. There are things in these woods that wear our voices, our faces, our names. They do not belong to us. They do not belong to this world. And once they know you, they never let you go. My name is Ranger Evelyn Caraway. I am 34 years old, born in Spokane, Washington, and I've worked with the National Park Service for nearly a decade. I have served posts in the Cascades, the Tetons, and now in Olympic National Park, where the forests grow thick and the air tastes of rain. I know the habits of the animals here, the rhythms of the tides, the way the fog drifts over the valleys like a living thing. Most nights on patrol, I can explain every sound, every shadow, every ripple of water. But one night in late summer, at a lake far off the main trails, I learned that not everything in the wilderness follows the rules we've written for it. It was near midnight when I reached the lake. I'd hiked nearly 6 miles into the backcountry to check a site where some campers claimed they'd heard strange noises. By the time I arrived, the forest was utterly still. No crickets, no frogs, not even the buzz of mosquitoes at my ears. The silence pressed hard against me, thick and unnatural. I have always trusted silence as a warning, the forest's way of saying a predator is near. But this silence was different. It didn't feel like caution. It felt like absence. The lake lay before me, round and smooth, reflecting the moon so perfectly that it looked like a second sky spread across the earth. Not a breeze stirred its surface. Not a single ripple broke the reflection. I stood at the shore, my flashlight dimmed, watching, uneasy. Then I saw it. Movement. A shape gliding across the surface, steady and slow. At first I thought it was a beaver, broad body, pointed head, moving with that familiar low glide. Relief pricked through me. Animals, I could handle. But as I watched, a knot of dread formed in my stomach. The water didn't move. The animal crossed the lake from one side to the other without disturbing the surface. No ripples, no wake, nothing. It was as though it was moving across glass, not water. I squinted, leaning forward, my breath shallow. It reached the middle of the lake and stopped. For a long moment it floated there, perfectly still. Then its head turned. Slowly, deliberately, toward me. The beam of moonlight caught its eyes, but they didn't shine like an animal's. They were flat, dark, depthless. I froze, my heart hammering. Then, without warning, its body began to sink. Not a splash, not a ripple. Just sliding down into the glassy surface, vanishing silently until nothing remained. The lake returned to perfect stillness, moonlight unmarred. I stood there for what felt like hours, my hands trembling, the silence wrapping tighter around me. Finally, I forced myself to turn back to the trail, every step heavier than the last. When dawn came, I returned. The sun painted the surface in gold, mist curling low across the water. Everything looked ordinary. Birds called faintly from the trees. Insects buzzed at the shoreline. Almost I could believe I had dreamed the whole thing. Then I saw the prints. In the mud at the water's edge, pressed deep and clear, were handprints. Not paw prints, not webbed beaver tracks. Hands small, child-sized. The sight made my blood run cold. The prints trailed down the shoreline, then vanished into the water, as though something had crawled in on hands and knees. I knelt, tracing one with my glove, my throat tight. The fingers were too long, the impressions too sharp, the nails gouging deeper than they should. I backed away, my breath ragged, the silence creeping back in around me. I should have radioed it in. I should have logged it, photographed it, reported it to my supervisor. But when I opened my mouth to speak, no words came. Because what could I say? That I had seen a beaver glide across water without a ripple. That handprints the size of a child's led into the lake and didn't come back out. Instead, I left. I hiked back down the trail, the weight of those prints pressing on me with every step. And all the while, one thought dug deeper and deeper into my mind. That wasn't a beaver. And whatever it was, it had looked at me. I spent the rest of that day trying to convince myself I had seen nothing more than a trick of light and exhaustion. My mind replayed the sight of that smooth water again and again, the way the animal had glided without disturbing the surface, the way it had turned its head to look directly at me. But memory has a cruel way of sharpening the details you wish would fade. No matter how I tried to frame it, the fact that the mud bore child-sized handprints refused to let me rest. By evening, I had decided to go back. Not alone this time in spirit, though I still went in person. I brought the kind of equipment I used for patrol documentation, 2 trail cameras, an audio recorder, and a flare gun strapped to my hip. If something was at that lake, something I couldn't explain, then I needed proof. Because the only thing worse than knowing what I'd seen would be wondering forever if it had only lived in my imagination. The trail felt different on the second hike. The forest was busier, the normal calls of birds flitting between branches, the occasional snap of a branch as deer bounded away from my footsteps. It should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. Everything sounded distant, hushed, as though it were happening behind a wall of glass. By the time I reached the lake, twilight had sunk over the trees, the air heavy with mist. The water was the same as before. Smooth, too smooth. Lakes breathe even when they look calm. Wind stirs them, fish rise, insects dance on the surface. This lake lay silent and still, a black mirror swallowing the sky. I set the cameras on trees flanking the shoreline, angled toward the water. The recorder I placed on a flat rock at the edge, its red light blinking steadily. Then I sat back, my boots sunk into the mud, my flashlight dimmed, and waited. The first hour passed in silence. I checked the recorder twice, my nerves tightening each time I saw the small light still flashing. Proof I wasn't only imagining my fear. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. Then, faintly, I heard it. A splash. Relief surged. Finally, something normal. I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the water. But the surface remained undisturbed, glassy and smooth beneath the fading moonlight. The sound came again, sharper, closer, like a body breaking the surface. Still no ripples. My throat tightened as a shape glided into view. Broad, low, like the beaver I had seen before. It moved slowly, steadily, cutting across the water toward the center. I raised the flashlight beam, but the surface reflected it back at me like polished stone. The animal moved without resistance, as though floating above the water rather than in it. Halfway across, it stopped. My breath caught. Its head turned, slow, deliberate, toward me. Again those eyes, flat and dark, without shine or reflection. I wanted to run, but my body refused to move. The thing began to sink. This time, I was close enough to see. Its body did not dip beneath the surface the way a creature dives. It melted. Its outline blurred as though dissolving into the lake itself, vanishing without so much as a ripple. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I stumbled back from the shoreline, my boots slipping in the mud. My flashlight beam shook wildly across the trees. Nothing. Just stillness. I forced myself to grab the recorder and turn it off. My hands slick with sweat. Then I caught sight of the ground where I had been sitting. New prints. The mud bore fresh impressions. Small hands. Pressed deep, the fingers long and sharp at the tips. They weren't there when I had first sat down. My breath tore from me in a ragged sob as I staggered back. The prints trailed toward the water, overlapping with the ones I had found the morning before. I yanked the cameras down, stuffed them into my pack, and fled the clearing. My boots pounded the trail, every snap of a branch, behind me twisting into the sound of pursuit. I didn't stop until the glow of my cabin windows broke through the trees. That night, I locked the doors and set the cameras and recorder on the table. My hands trembled as I plugged the first camera into my laptop. The screen lit with images of the lake, frame after frame of smooth water. For nearly an hour, nothing. Then, at 11:46 p.m., a shape appeared. The same broad body, low to the water, gliding across the surface. It froze mid-frame, head tilted toward the lens. The image pixelated strangely around its eyes, as though the camera itself struggled to render them. In the next frame, it was gone. No splash, no blur, just gone. The second camera caught something worse. Not the animal, the shoreline, at 11:48. As I sat there with my boots dug into the mud, the lens recorded impressions forming in the soil around me. No body, no shadow. Just prints sinking into the earth, as if invisible hands were crawling toward me. One set of prints pressed inches from where my boots rested. My stomach heaved. I snapped the laptop shut, bile burning the back of my throat. The recorder was worse. I forced myself to listen. Headphones clamped tight, hands shaking. At first, it was ordinary. Wind in the trees, my own breathing, the faint scrape of boots in the mud. Then came the splash, a hollow sound too sharp, echoing against silence. I leaned closer, every nerve taut, and then I heard it, a voice. Faint, high-pitched, childlike. I tore the headphones off and flung them across the room, heart hammering, breath tearing in my chest. My name, spoken in a voice no child should have in that place. I sat awake the rest of the night, every light in the cabin blazing. The equipment shoved into the closet. I tried to tell myself it was an artifact of the recording, a trick of sound, my name twisted from noise. But I knew better. Because when the forest finally fell silent outside my window, I heard it again. Not from the recorder, not from memory, from the lake. My name, carried on no breeze across miles of trees, whispering into my cabin like it had never let me leave. I did not want to go back to that lake. Every instinct in me screamed that returning would be suicide. But the truth is, once the wilderness gets its hooks in you, there's no escaping it. You can walk away from a trail, but you can't walk away from the memory of what you've seen. And after those handprints appeared around my boots, after I heard my own name whispered, in a child's voice on the recorder, I knew it wouldn't matter if I stayed away. The thing in that lake already knew me. It had marked me. 3 nights later, I stopped fighting the pull. The day had been gray and heavy with mist, the kind of weather that makes the forest smell of wet stone and moss. By sundown, the silence outside my cabin had grown unbearable, pressing against the windows, whispering for me to move. I strapped on my pack with trembling hands. Inside the flare gun, my sidearm, fresh batteries, the recorder, a hunting knife. Proof, I told myself. Proof that I wasn't mad. Proof that something unnatural lived in those waters. The trail was black beneath the trees, the moon only a faint blur behind clouds. My headlamp carved a narrow tunnel of light, bouncing with each ragged breath. The forest grew quieter. The closer I came, the silence pressing harder, until the sound of my own boots seemed like a violation. When the lake came into view, my chest locked. It was waiting for me. The water was smooth as glass, reflecting the sliver of moon like a blade laid across its surface. No breeze stirred it. No insect skimmed it. No frogs called from the reeds. Just silence, heavy and absolute. I set the recorder on the same flat rock where I'd placed it before. Its red light blinked faintly, fragile against the darkness. Then I stood at the shoreline, flare gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, and whispered hoarsely, "I'm here." At first, nothing. My voice seemed to vanish as soon as it left my lips, swallowed by the silence. Then, faintly, a ripple spread across the far side of the lake. My stomach lurched. Another ripple. Then another. But when I leaned forward, my blood ran cold. They weren't ripples at all. They were prints. Handprints. Pressed into the surface of the water as though it were soft mud, one after another, moving steadily toward the center. The surface didn't break. No splash. No wave. Just imprints, sinking and vanishing as new ones formed ahead. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the flare gun. The trail of handprints reached the center of the lake, then stopped. Silence. Stillness. My heart thudded painfully in my ribs. Then the surface bulged. A head broke the reflection. Not a beaver. Not any animal I'd ever seen. The head was too round. The eyes too dark and flat. The mouth stretched into a thin, wide line. Water should have cascaded off its shape, but none did. The lake remained perfect, glassy, unbroken. It stared at me, and I felt something inside me recoil. "Evelyn." The voice was faint, high-pitched, childlike. It crawled across the water, threaded into my ears, lodged in my chest. My knees wanted to buckle. I raised the flare gun and fired. The red light screamed upward, bursting across the sky, flooding the clearing in crimson. For a moment, the thing writhed. Its head split wider, the mouth opening far too far, revealing not teeth but endless black. The water beneath it churned, but only in reflection. When I looked directly at the surface, it remained smooth, perfect, unmoving. The recorder captured everything, its tiny red light blinking frantically. The creature sank slowly, silently, vanishing beneath the glass. Relief surged until the mud at my feet shifted. I looked down. Handprints, fresh ones, pressed into the mud between my boots. My chest seized. More prints formed, crawling toward me, invisible hands pressing deep into the earth. I stumbled back, nearly tripping, my flashlight beam jerking wildly. The prints kept coming, closer, closer, until they reached the edge of my boots. Then they stopped. Silence. The recorder hissed faintly, static rising. I grabbed it with shaking hands, stuffed it into my pack, and fled the shoreline. My boots pounded the trail, my breath tearing ragged in my throat, the trees clawing at my arms. Behind me, faint but sharp, I heard it. Not shouted. Whispered, over and over, drifting between the trunks. 100 voices. 1,000. All childlike, all wrong. I didn't stop until the cabin door slammed behind me. I locked it, shoved a chair against it, and sat on the floor with my back pressed, hard to the wood, gasping for breath. My entire body shook so violently I could barely hold the recorder. When I finally found the courage to press play, what I heard made my blood run colder than the lake itself. At first, silence. Then my own voice. "I'm here." A pause. Then the sound of water shifting, faint splashes that shouldn't have existed. And then, clear as if a child had been sitting right beside me, the voice. "Evelyn." The word repeated, growing distorted, layered, until the tape filled with hundreds of voices, speaking my name in unison. And beneath it, so faint, I almost missed it, another phrase. "Stay with us." I snapped the recorder off and hurled it across the room. It clattered against the wall and fell silent, the red light finally dying. That was weeks ago. I haven't been back to the lake. I can't. But I know it hasn't forgotten me. Some nights, when the air grows too still, I wake to find condensation streaked across the cabin window, and when I wipe it away, I see them. Handprints. Small, child-sized, pressed into the glass from the outside. I am Ranger Evelyn Caraway. I have spent my life believing that the wilderness is a place of beauty, danger, and order, its creatures bound by instincts I could learn and predict. But the lake with no ripples is not bound by any law of nature I know. It holds something older, something that wears innocence like a mask, something that calls names. Not because it knows you, but because it wants you to know it. It called mine. And one day, I fear, I will answer. My name is Ranger Scott Pruitt. I am 48 years old, and I've spent most of my life in and around the Smoky Mountains. These hills raised me. I was born in a small Tennessee town just outside the park boundary, and some of my earliest memories are of walking the ridges with my grandfather, who could name every tree, every bird, every holler. I joined the Park Service straight out of college, partly out of duty and partly out of love. For 20 years, I've hiked these trails, tended the campsites, rescued lost hikers, and stood watch over the bears, elk, and deer that call this place home. I've heard the local stories. Every ranger does. Ghost lights dancing on ridges, voices calling from the trees, and, most of all, the spirit deer. Hunters and hikers alike whisper about them white stags that appear without sound, with eyes like fire. Omens of death or change. I never gave the stories much weight. Folklore clings to mountains like moss, but most of it can be explained away. Animals are strange enough without needing ghosts to make them scarier. Or at least, that's what I thought until last fall. It was late October, the air sharp and clean, the trees blazing with color. I was on patrol along a less traveled ridge trail when I saw it. At first, I thought it was nothing more than luck. One of those rare moments where nature offers you a glimpse of something extraordinary. A deer stood just off the trail, half shadowed beneath an old oak. Its coat was pure white, gleaming faintly in the fading light. Its antlers tangled with moss like it had stepped out of some old painting. I froze, struck by its beauty. Albino deer exist, rare but real, and some native stories say they're sacred messengers. My instinct was to capture the moment, not with a rifle like a hunter, but with my camera. I lifted it slowly, careful not to spook the animal, and focused the lens. That was when the deer looked at me. Not just looked, locked eyes, as though it recognized me. Then, slowly, it stretched its lips back, and it smiled. The sight froze me in place. Deer don't smile. Their mouths aren't built for it. But this one pulled its lips back until its teeth gleamed in the dim light. Rows of teeth that didn't look like a deer's at all. Too flat. Too even, too human. My stomach lurched. My finger pressed the shutter almost on reflex, snapping a photo. The click echoed too loud in the silence. I glanced down at the screen. The image was nothing but a smear of white light, blurred and featureless. No deer, no trees. Just a streak like a burned-out bulb. My breath caught. I looked back up, and it was closer. The deer now stood in the center of the trail, no more than 10 feet away. Its eyes fixed on mine, lips stretched wider, teeth bared in a grotesque parody of a grin. My hands trembled on the camera. My instincts screamed that I was prey. I reached for my sidearm. I didn't want to shoot it. Not yet. Not unless it lunged. But I needed to break the moment. I fired a warning shot into the air, the cracks splitting the stillness. Birds exploded from the nearby branches. My ears rang. I blinked, and it was gone. Not fled, not bounding into the brush. Just gone. The trail was empty, the silence rushing back heavier than before. I stood frozen, ears ringing, chest heaving. The smell of gunpowder sharp in the air. I tried to tell myself it had bolted while I blinked. Deer can vanish fast, melting into trees like ghosts. But the way it had disappeared, without sound, without motion, felt wrong. I left the trail quickly, my boots crunching too loud on the leaves. The whole way back to the truck, I felt eyes on me, as though the forest itself was watching. I told no one at first. What would I say? That I'd seen a smiling deer. That my camera showed only a smear of light. My colleagues would have laughed it off, chalked it up to exhaustion or whiskey. But a week later, I returned to the same ridge. And that was when I found the marks. On a maple trunk, deep and fresh, were teeth marks. Rows of them gouged into the bark. At first glance, they looked like a beaver's work, except they were too high off the ground. 5 feet up, far above where any beaver could reach. I leaned closer, my throat tightening. The impressions were flat and even, not the ragged chiseling of animal teeth. They looked like human bites. I stepped back, bile rising in my throat. The pattern stretched wide, wider than a human mouth could open. It was as though something had gnawed at the tree not to eat, but to leave a mark. A message. The forest around me was silent again, heavy and watching. My hand twitched toward my sidearm, but nothing stirred. Still, I could not shake the image of the deer's grin. Those two, human teeth glinting in the fading light. I don't believe in folklore. I don't believe in omens. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in the Smoky Mountains, something wearing the shape of a white deer is still smiling. I didn't sleep much the week after finding those teeth marks. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grin. The white deer standing in the middle of the trail. Its lips stretched impossibly wide, its teeth lined too evenly, too human. I tried to tell myself it had been a trick of light and panic. Deer gnaw bark sometimes, especially in winter. Maybe the marks on the tree weren't what they looked like. Maybe I'd been alone too long. But deep down, I knew better. The following Saturday, I went back. Not on assignment, just because I couldn't leave it alone. Curiosity and fear are close cousins, and once they start gnawing at you, they never stop. I packed a camera, spare batteries, and my sidearm, and set off at dawn, mist still heavy on the ground. The forest was quiet in a way that set my teeth on edge. Birds sang faintly at first, but the higher I climbed toward the ridge, the more they hushed, as though even they knew not to break the silence. When I reached the maple tree, my stomach tightened. The marks were deeper. Not fresher, exactly. Deeper. As though something had returned in the night and bitten into the same place again and again. The gouges cut almost halfway through the trunk, the wood frayed and splintered. I crouched and touched the grooves with my glove. They were damp, as though saliva had mixed with sap. My throat clenched. I raised the camera and snapped a photo. The screen flickered once, then froze, the image blurring into a white smear, just like before. I cursed under my breath and shook the device until the screen returned. The photo was gone, replaced by a corrupted file. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I pushed deeper into the ridge, boots crunching over leaves, the silence pressing closer with each step. After a half mile, I found another tree. This one was a poplar, younger and thinner. The bark was shredded in the same strange pattern. But worse than that were the tracks in the dirt beneath it. Hoof prints. At first glance, they looked normal. But as I leaned closer, my stomach turned. The prints were too deep, as though whatever had made them weighed far more than any deer should. And the shape was wrong. Elongated, the edges sharp, almost like a split human foot. I straightened slowly, every nerve alight. The air felt heavier, colder, though the sun still burned pale through the trees. My ears strained for sound. Nothing. Then, faintly, came the crunch of leaves. Not mine. I froze, pulse hammering. The sound came from behind, steady, deliberate. I turned slowly, hand on my sidearm, and saw nothing but trees. Still, the crunch grew louder, closer. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it through the undergrowth. Then the smell hit me. Wet earth. Rotting leaves. And beneath it, the faint metallic tang of blood. I backed toward the trail, my boots slipping. The crunch of steps followed, always just out of sight. My heart thundered, my throat tight. Finally, I broke. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms, roots caught my boots. But I didn't stop until the trail widened and the faint shimmer of the road appeared through the trees. When I finally reached the truck, chest heaving, sweat chilling my skin, the forest fell silent again, as though nothing had moved at all. I slammed the doors, locked them, and sat gripping the wheel until the shaking stopped. That night, I dreamed of the deer. In the dream, it stood outside my cabin window, its white coat glowing in the moonlight, its face pressed against the glass, lips stretched, teeth bared. It didn't blink. It only grinned. And when I tried to move, I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. The deer whispered my name, soft and jagged, though its mouth never moved. I woke with a shout, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The window pane was fogged with condensation, streaked by 4 faint lines, like something had pressed against it from outside. The next morning, I told myself it was just a dream. Condensation makes strange shapes, but when I stepped outside, my stomach dropped. The ground beneath the window was disturbed. Hoofprints. Deep, sharp, edged, leading away into the trees. I should have left then. Put in for a transfer, driven until the mountains were a memory in the rearview mirror. But pride and fear are close cousins too, and I told myself I couldn't run from a deer. So I stayed. I kept patrolling. I kept pretending everything was fine. But the signs grew worse. Trees gnawed high up their trunks, gouges too neat, too deliberate. Tracks appearing in places they shouldn't, pressed into hard stone, as though weight alone had carved them. Twice I found scat that reeked of rot and bone, far too large for a deer, filled with shards of bark, and something that looked like teeth. And always, I felt eyes on me. One evening, just before dusk, I was walking a narrow trail when I smelled it again. The rot, the metallic tang of blood. My throat clenched. I raised the flashlight, sweeping it across the trees. For a moment, nothing. Then, between 2 trunks, it stood. The white deer, 10 yards away. Its antlers tangled with moss, its coat glowing faintly in the fading light. It didn't move, didn't blink, just stared, lips curling slowly into that impossible grin. My hand went to the sidearm. My breath came shallow and fast. Get back, my voice shaking. It didn't move. Then, slowly, it stepped forward. The grin stretched wider, the teeth gleaming too human, too many. Its eyes glowed faintly red in the beam. My chest locked. I fired a warning shot into the dirt between us. The crack split the silence, echoing through the ridge. When the smoke cleared, the deer was gone. Not bolted, not leapt. Gone. I staggered back to the truck, my legs trembling so badly I could barely drive. I kept glancing at the mirrors, half expecting to see its pale shape gliding behind me. The forest looked ordinary again, but the silence lingered, heavier than ever. That night, I didn't dream, but I woke at 3 in the morning to a sound outside my cabin. Gnawing. Slow, steady, deliberate. When I finally found the courage to look, I saw the tree in my yard. A young oak, strong and green. Its bark was torn with fresh teeth marks. And beneath it, in the dirt, were hoof prints. Pressed deep, facing the cabin. I didn't report the oak tree outside my cabin. I didn't tell anyone about the gouges, the gnaw marks, or the hoof prints pressed deep into the dirt like someone had hammered stakes into the ground. What was I supposed to say? That a deer with a human grin had followed me home. No one would believe it. And worse, some part of me knew that speaking it out loud might make it more real, might invite it closer. But silence didn't stop it. For days, I felt the weight of eyes on me. I would be on patrol with other rangers, chatting casually about the changing colors of the trees, and then in a blink the forest would grow still. Birds quiet, squirrels frozen, and I'd feel it. Watching, grinning, just beyond sight. The night it forced my hand was the coldest of that October. A hard frost had spread across the valleys, turning every leaf brittle, every shadow sharper. I woke just after midnight to a sound so low and steady it seemed woven into my bones. Gnawing, slow, deliberate, wet. I sat in bed, my chest tight, listening. The sound came from just outside the cabin wall, my window. My body wanted to lock up, but I forced myself to move. I slid out of bed, sidearm in hand, and crept toward the window. Frost coated the glass, blurring the shapes beyond, but I could see movement. A pale shape shifting slowly in the moonlight. The gnawing grew louder, the sound of teeth grinding wood. I wiped the frost from the pane with a trembling hand. It was there. The white deer. Its face filled the window. Lips curled back in that impossible grin, rows of flat human-like teeth sinking into the frame. It didn't blink. It didn't stop chewing. It just stared into my eyes as the wood splintered between its jaws. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. My hand tightened on the gun, but I didn't fire. Something deep inside me whispered that if I did, it would come inside. That bullet holes wouldn't stop it. Instead, I ran. I grabbed my pack, already half, packed from restless nights of planning escape, and shoved flares and knives into it. I bolted out the back door into the frozen night. My breath came in ragged clouds, my boots crunching frost as I fled into the trees. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The forest swallowed me. The gnawing stopped. Silence pressed in, thicker than snow. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I stumbled up the ridge trail, flashlight beam jerking wildly. Then, faintly, from behind me, came the crunch of hooves. Slow, steady. I ran harder. Branches whipped at my arms, the cold air burning my throat. But the sound stayed with me. Sometimes close, sometimes farther, always just behind. At one point I dared a glance over my shoulder. It was there. The white deer, gliding between the trees. Its pale form too bright against the dark, antlers tangled with moss, lips curled wide. Its eyes glowed faintly red, reflecting the beam of my light. It didn't run. It didn't need to. No matter how fast I moved, it was always there. I don't know how long I fled before the trail opened. Into the same ridge clearing where I had first seen it. The maple tree still bore the deep gouges of its teeth, dark sap frozen in the cuts. I stumbled to a stop, chest heaving, sweat freezing against my neck. My hands shook as I raised the flare gun. This ends now, I rasped, though my voice cracked. The woods grew still. The crunch of hooves stopped, for a heartbeat silence. Then it stepped into the clearing, closer than ever, 10 feet away. Its grin stretched impossibly wide, teeth gleaming in the frost. Its body was too tall, too heavy, the air warping faintly around it, like heat rising from asphalt. My knees buckled under the weight of its gaze. It spoke. Not in words I understood, not in a deer's cry. Something between. A sound low and guttural, stretched into a mockery of language, but buried inside the noise. I swore I heard my name. Scott. My blood ran cold. I fired the flare. The red light burst across the clearing, washing the deer in fire. For the first time, it recoiled, head snapping back, mouth splitting wider, too wide, teeth stretching into rows upon rows. A shriek tore from its throat, jagged and wrong, rattling the branches until frost fell like rain. Faces rippled in its pale coat. Half seen, human, mouths opening in silent screams. I fired again, the second flare hissing into its chest. The light seared, but it didn't bleed. The skin rippled like water disturbed, then closed over the hole. It staggered, then straightened, grin sharper than ever. I drew my sidearm and fired round after round, muzzle flash strobing the clearing. The bullets passed through like smoke. The deer stepped closer. My back hit the maple. My throat closed. In desperation, I drew the knife and slashed as it lunged. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice. The deer shrieked, staggering back, its body twisting unnaturally. The grin faltered just for a breath before it widened again. The air thickened, pressing against my lungs. The forest rang with its laughter, high, jagged, too human, too many voices at once. My vision blurred. My legs buckled. I thought I would collapse. Then, without warning, it stopped. The deer stood perfectly still. The laughter cut off. The grin froze. Its red eyes locked on mine one final time. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Not running, not fading. Gone. The clearing fell silent. My knife dropped from numb fingers. My chest heaved as I slid down the maple trunk, gasping, shaking, staring into the empty space where it had stood. That was 3 months ago. I haven't seen the white deer since. But I know it isn't gone. The trees around my cabin still bear fresh teeth marks some mornings. Sometimes I wake to find hoofprints pressed into the frost outside my door, always facing the house. And sometimes, in the stillness of night, when the wind dies and the forest holds its breath, I hear it. A low knowing sound. And beneath it, faint and jagged, my own name. I am Ranger Scott Pruitt. I have lived my life among these mountains, believing I knew every sound, every danger, every shadow they held. But the white deer is no animal. It is something older, something that wears a grin because it knows what we fear. And it is still waiting.